In her previous life, Qin Qian had been struggling in the bloody storm of the end of the world for 15 years. Her boyfriend of 14 years was killed by zombies. It was a nightmare-like disaster. Heavy rains poured down for months, and ordinary rabies patients turned into horrible zombies. Then natural disasters such as extreme heat, extreme cold, polar night, and low oxygen took turns to strike, forcing humans into a desperate situation. Qin Qian relied on that weak supernatural power and his determination to survive at all costs, and finally found a glimmer of hope in the cracks of this doomsday. But who could have thought that in the end, Qin Qian would fall into the hands of her cousin Lin Meijiao? It was because she coveted Song Zhi, the fat guy Qin Qian had helped in college, who was now the leader of a powerful organization and a thunder-type supernatural being. She took advantage of Qin Qian's unpreparedness, knocked him unconscious, and sent him to the underground laboratory, where Qin Qian was like a lamb to be slaughtered, with those people in white coats cutting his organs wantonly for experiments. Qin Qian begged in agony every day, but the only response was the cold blade. In the end, Qin Qian was tortured to the point where only his torso and head were left, and he was thrown into the laboratory like a broken ball, left to be eaten by zombies. But God is a good eye and gave Qin Qian a chance to be reborn. Qin Qian returned to 5 months before the end of the world. Looking at the familiar yet strange small apartment, Qin Qian secretly swore, "Lin Meijiao, you will definitely die in this life. Qin Qian will make you pay a painful price for what you did in the past." For revenge and to survive in the end times, Qin Qian began to make intensive preparations. Qin Qian found the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish-shaped jade that his mother had left for him. It was a treasure. 2 pieces together could summon a large space. With it, he would never have to worry about having no place to store his supplies. But the other piece was in Lin Meijiao's hands, which was undoubtedly the first stumbling block on Qin Qian's road to revenge. Qin Qian carefully made a list of supplies, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, and everything from various equipment to deal with the apocalyptic disaster to daily necessities. But reality soon gave Qin Qian a heavy slap in the face. There was not enough money. According to this list, it would take at least 9 figures to get it. Moreover, important materials like motor oil and diesel are subject to purchase restrictions, and guns and ammunition are out of the question. This makes Qin Qian very worried. Fighting ability is also a big problem. Although Qin Qian has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has some boxing and kicking skills and has made money by live-streaming martial arts on the internet, it is no problem for him to deal with ordinary adult men. But in the end times, people with attacking abilities are more powerful than each other. They can blow Qin Qian away with just a bomb. Qin Qian's ability, social phobia welfare, can only make others ignore Qin Qian's existence, and they can't protect themselves at the critical moment. Just when Qin Qian was in a state of panic, she suddenly thought of Song Zhi. In his previous life, he was willing to break his legs and go blind in order to find Qin Qian. This deep affection moved Qin Qian. Moreover, he is extremely powerful. With one strike of his sword, a 25-story building and zombies are instantly reduced to ashes. Qin Qian plans to help him when he is down and out and become his savior. Then he will let him be Qin Qian's bodyguard and help Qin Qian to avenge himself. I heard that there's a magical power. If he can draw on his power, Qin Qian, a weakling incompetent, can also walk around in the apocalypse. However, if you want to support such a big boss, money is still the key. Just when Qin Qian was worried about money, Qin Qian suddenly remembered something and immediately had an idea in his mind. Ha ha ha! In this life, Qin Qian will definitely counterattack in the end times and trample all those who have bullied Qin Qian under her feet. Chapter 3: The Space didn't appear. Qin Qian had always felt that he was an orphan. He didn't want to have conflicts with his uncle's family. He just wanted to guard the property left by his parents and live a stable life. But the return of the apocalypse changed everything, and Qin Qian would no longer indulge those cunning and mean people. Today, Qin Qian walked into this house, sat directly on the sofa, and asked, "Where is Sister Qin Qian?" Aunt Sun rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Jiao Jiao is not at home. It's really not the right time." Qin Qian sneered in his heart and responded directly, "Qin Qian just called, and she said she is at home. Go tell her." Qin Qian didn't need to be too polite and slapped Aunt Sun in the face. Her face froze, but she soon sneered, "I'm sorry, cousin. Qin Qian's legs are not good these days and can't go up and down the stairs. You can call the eldest lady yourself." Qin Qian didn't force it, and her tone remained calm. Okay, then you can make tea for Qin Qian. Aunt Sun looked disdainful and began to sneer. Qin Qian's legs are not good? Qin Qian smiled. Oh, you use your legs to make tea? Aunt Sun finally couldn't help it and blurted out. You damn bitch, who do you think you are? At this moment, an angry voice came from upstairs. Aunt Sun, how can you talk like that? This is Qin Qian's sister. Qin Qian turned around and saw Lin Meijiao walking down from upstairs in a pink suspender nightgown. Qin Qian smiled sweetly, but her expression became complicated when she saw her. She gritted her teeth secretly, her jealous eyes almost spitting fire. This bitch was indeed so beautiful that it made people jealous. Her skin was as white as porcelain. Her figure was slender but curvy, and her long black curly hair fell to her waist like silk. Although she has a baby face, she exudes a charming temperament, as alluring as a vixen. But why did her clear eyes seem more and more like an illusion? Qin Qian could see this clearly. When Aunt Sun saw Lin Meijiao coming out, she immediately apologized. Sorry, miss, Qin Qian didn't know you had an appointment. Lin Meijiao seemed a little angry and turned around to scold. A few days later, it will be the anniversary of the death of Aunt Qin Qian and Uncle Qin Qian. Sister Qin Qian came to discuss the memorial service with Qin Qian. How could you say such a thing? Qin Qian didn't want to waste time with them at all, and she began to sneer in her heart. Without the master's permission, who dared to speak to the employer's relatives like this? When Lin Meijiao mentioned the Qin couple, Aunt Sun's anger burned even more fiercely, and her teeth chattered, but she held it back and whispered, I'm sorry, Qin Qian was wrong. Lin Meijiao continued. Qin Qian lost her mother when she was young, and her aunt has always loved her. Without her, how could Qin Qian be where she is today? Don't speak ill of your aunt anymore. Aunt Sun's chest was heaving violently, and there was obvious anger on her face. Qin Qian couldn't help but chuckle. It's really amazing. She could be so angry that smoke comes out her head. It's just like steaming buns. She's so angry that she's about to explode. Every word Lin Meijiao said was like a sharp sting, stabbing directly into Aunt Sun's heart. If it was Qin Qian in the previous life, he might think that his cousin was fighting for something for Qin Qian. But now, Qin Qian has seen through it. Her cousin's malice was not caused by the end of the world, but had been quietly growing in her heart since she followed her father to the city. Aunt Sun went to make tea, and the cousin sat next to Qin Qian to comfort her. Qin Qian knew what she meant, but she didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with her, so she got straight to the point. Qin Qian wants to talk about the memorial service for her parents. Qin Qian's movements were very gentle, and she would lift up her hair from time to time, looking lazy and charming. Lin Meijiao looked at Qin Qian, and the jealousy in her heart was about to overflow. Obviously, Qin Qian and her sisters were 70% similar, but why did the remaining 30% difference make the difference in appearance between Qin Qian and her sisters so huge? She was the most beautiful girl in the school, but standing next to Qin Qian, she couldn't even get a share of his beauty. She must have been extremely annoyed. Aunt Sun brought tea, and Lin Meijiao smiled and said, Aunt Sun, your legs haven't been feeling well lately, so please be careful when you walk. Aunt Sun was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and said, Don't worry, miss. Qin Qian is fine. Oh, suddenly, Aunt Sun deliberately fell down, and the tea in her hand instantly flew towards Qin Qian. Once the tea splashed on her face, it would definitely ruin Qin Qian's appearance. Qin Qian's eyes flashed, and she quickly dodged. Although she didn't avoid it completely, a lot of hot tea still spilled on her skirt. Lin Meijiao immediately cried out, Oh, Annie's son, what happened to you? Are you okay, sister? Are you burned? Qin Qian understood their purpose, but did not get angry. Instead, he said calmly, It's okay. Aunt Sun hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, cousin. Qin Qian really didn't mean it. Look at Qin Qian's legs. She was extremely disappointed and must have been cursing Qin Qian in her heart. Why didn't you ruin this vixen's face? Lin Meijiao glanced at Qin Qian and said, Sister, go to Qin Qian's room and change your clothes. You can't go back with wet clothes. Qin Qian had a plan in mind and agreed immediately. Okay, then sister will accompany Qin Qian. Lin Meijiao wanted to agree, but her cell phone suddenly rang. She waved her hand and said, Qin Qian, go answer the phone. Go change yourself. You can pick any of my clothes. Take whatever you like. Back then, Lin Meijiao's family was very poor. When she first came to the Qin family, she saw Qin Qian's room full of clothes, and she had said the same thing. At that time, Qin Qian thought she was showing off, but now it was finally her turn to give back. Qin Qian walked upstairs and entered the room. She heard Aunt Sun's voice behind her. Miss, how dare you let her go in by herself? She's down and out now. There are all good things in the room. It would be strange if she didn't steal them. Stop talking, Aunt Sun. Go cook. Qin Qian is hungry. Oh, you are so kind-hearted. Qin Qian no longer paid attention to the quarrel between the master and servant, and his eyes fell on the jade, sensing its presence. Qin Qian gently touched it and felt the resonance between it and the other jade. Soon, Qin Qian found another piece under Yuju's guidance. The two pieces of ice jade yin-yang fish were put together to form a perfect circle, with engraved patterns and words scattered in an orderly manner. Qin Qian took out a replica and put it back in place. This replica was a prop Qin Qian used when shooting a video in high school, but he didn't know the true meaning behind it at that time. My mother once said that this jade pendant was left to Qin Qian by her grandmother and would be used when she got married in the future, so she specially asked someone to make a replica. Now, this replica has become a tool for Qin Qian to activate the space. Qin Qian took Yujue into the bathroom and locked the door. He gently cut his finger, and the blood dripped onto Yujue, which immediately emitted a golden light. As the blood seeped in, golden light overflowed from the jade pendant, and the two light balls entangled in the air and finally merged into one and entered Qin Qian's body. Qin Qian felt a warm breath, as if his mother's arms were tightly surrounding Qin Qian. Qian Qian. It was her mother's voice. Qin Qian choked up and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. When the golden light disappeared, Qin Qian concentrated on sensing the existence of space, but found that his mind was silent. Qin Qian was shocked. Did something go wrong? In this life, Qin Qian did not summon space? Chapter 4. After getting 5 billion, Qin Qian started to stock up, but soon he found that he was worrying too much. The golden light in his mind disappeared for a moment, then suddenly reappeared. This time, the golden light spread like flowers from heaven, quickly spreading throughout Qin Qian's limbs and bones. With a hum sound, the space in my mind seemed to vibrate violently, as if a stone door to a cave suddenly opened. Sure enough, the huge space appeared in front of Qin Qian again. This space was as large as 10 football fields. It was like a fresh-keeping space where time was stagnant and only thoughts were allowed to enter. This was the case for the time being. Once Qin Qian got used to it, he would be able to enter it in person soon. In the corner of the space, there is a small courtyard about the size of a football field. Qin Qian focused his eyes on the courtyard door and couldn't help wondering, what is hidden inside? Qin Qian didn't know. In the previous life, Qin Qian opened the space, but before he had time to explore it properly, he was captured by a group of people and tied directly to the operating table. At that time, Qin Qian was mostly knocked unconscious by anesthetics or suffered great pain and had no time to explore that space. Now, Qin Qian is full of curiosity, but now is not the time. After all, Qin Qian was still at her cousin's house. Now that she had obtained the jade pendant, she should not stay any longer. She should leave as soon as she got the item to avoid unnecessary trouble. With infinite curiosity, Qin Qian temporarily left the space. He carefully put the jade into the space and kept it properly. When he walked out again, Qin Qian changed into a pure white dress. The dress was not expensive, but the design was quite good. Originally, Lin Meijiao threw this skirt aside because it made her look darker. But now, when Qin Qian wore it, it made her look like a fairy in the forest, pure and clean. Lin Meijiao's eyes froze instantly. She was obviously dissatisfied and became more and more jealous. Qin Qian said calmly, "Sister, Qin Qian is leaving first. I have something else to do." She asked tentatively, "Aren't you staying for dinner?" Qin Qian replied directly, "No, I have something else to do at school. Qin Qian will wash the skirt and return it to you." Qin Qian didn't want to eat her food for fear that she would add something to the food and make Qin Qian say goodbye to this world. Lin Meijiao pretended to be generous and said, "It's okay. The skirt is for you. Aunt Sun, give it to her." Aunt Sun agreed coldly, as if she had received an order from the emperor, showing a malicious smile, and sent Qin Qian out. Arriving at the door of the villa, Aunt Sun raised her chin and sneered arrogantly. "Miss Cousin, Qin Qian has to remind you that it is not appropriate for you to swallow your parents' inheritance, right? Your uncle is your mother's brother after all, so he should have a share. Don't you feel that the money is too hot to handle? Be careful. You may get it, but not spend it." Qin Qian turned around, looked at her with a cold smile, nodded slightly, then his eyes turned cold, raised his hand and slapped her hard. Nod? Nod your head. Qin Qian fought back without hesitation. Bitch, how dare you hit Qin Qian? Aunt's son screamed. I'll hit you if you want to. What's the matter? Do you want me to tell your fortune? Qin Qian didn't give in and threw a right hook at her. Aunt's son screamed and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. You fatherless and motherless bitch, your parents should have died together, leaving behind an uneducated bitch like you. She cursed angrily. Qin Qian smiled lightly, stepped on her fingers, crushed them hard, and listened to the sound of bones breaking. Her screams made Qin Qian happy. Qin Qian, remember you followed Uncle Qin Qian 20 years ago, right? From a young sister, you became Aunt Sunday. But he just refused to marry you. Don't you want to think about why? Haha, old witch, you have been someone's mistress all your life. One day you really become Qin Qian's aunt, and then accuse Qin Qian of having no manners. Qin Qian is waiting. Qin Qian spoke mercilessly. His words were sharp, and every word was like a needle piercing her heart. Qin Qian took a step back. A perfect pair of tan legs greeted her face, and the white skirt drew a graceful arc in the air. Puff! Aunt's son spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with her teeth, fell to the ground, screamed, and could not get up again. Qin Qian indifferently retracted her legs and turned around to leave. Looking at her like that, Qin Qian couldn't help but think, what a damn old woman. She looks like a broken motorcycle. She deserves to be kicked. However, Qin Qian also noticed that there was a shadow standing inside the door of the villa, secretly observing everything. It was the figure of her cousin Lin Meijiao. She saw it clearly, but did not step forward to help. Qin Qian understood what she meant. She just wanted to use Qin Qian to torture the third party who destroyed her family. In this case, Qin Qian did not intend to pay attention to her. Qin Qian looked down at the card in his hand, which he had taken from his cousin's room. Borrowing a knife to kill someone? Qin Qian sneered in his heart. It just so happened that Qin Qian also had this plan. Damn it, what kind of person dares to play such a trick on Qin Qian? Qin Qian did not leave the villa area immediately, but ran directly to the west and found the most luxurious villa. When the guard saw Qin Qian, he immediately came forward respectfully. Hello, young lady. Qin Qian asked, is Grandpa Qin Qian here? Yes, Mr. Zhao is inside. Qin Qian will go and report it right away. The guard seemed very happy, as if he was afraid that Qin Qian would not come, and ran into the villa in a flash. Qin Qian looked at the three-story villa and sighed in his heart. Although his uncle's villa was also in this area, it was nothing compared to this villa. The owner here is Qin Qian's grandfather, Zhao Zhendao. Don't ask why Qin Qian and his family don't have the same surname. Because Qin Qian's father took his mother's surname and was Zhao Zhengdao's illegitimate son. Back then, Zhao Zhengdao cheated on Grandma Qin by hiding the fact that he already had a family and gave birth to Qin Qian's father with her. After the truth was revealed, Grandma left him without taking a penny, and his father did not ask for Zhao Zhengdao's financial support. However, Zhao Zhengdao was recently diagnosed with a terminal illness and is expected to die soon. This man, who had been struggling in both the black and white worlds for his entire life, had accumulated countless assets, but his wife died early, and his 3 sons and 6 grandchildren were all killed by his enemies. He was left with only his wild granddaughter, Qin Qian. In his previous life, Zhao Zhengdao was going to transfer 5 billion yuan of private money to Qin Qian, but Qin Qian refused because of his integrity. Thinking about it now, Qin Qian was really naive. She knew her uncle had ulterior motives, but she still believed her cousin's innocence. But in this life, Qin Qian doesn't want to be stupid anymore. Qin Qian doesn't need any backbone. Qin Qian wants money. Qin Qian walked into the villa and saw Zhao Zhengdao sitting on a dazzling machine with tubes inserted all over his body. A young and handsome man pushed him over respectfully. Zhao Zhengdao looked at Qin Qian with a loving look in his eyes. Qin Qian didn't want to waste time with him. After a few simple greetings, Qin Qian asked directly, when can the money be transferred? When Zhao Zhengdao heard Qin Qian asking about money, his eyes lit up immediately. If you want it, it will be in your account the day after tomorrow. Qin Qian couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Having lived for so long, Qin Qian has seen people who robbed money and made money laughing heartily, but he has never seen anyone who gave money away and still felt happy. Qin Qian nodded, pointed at the man pushing the wheelchair, and said, in addition to money, Qin Qian also wants him. The man was stunned and looked at Qin Qian warily. Zhao Jingdao's dry face showed a knowing smile. Qin Qian's granddaughter has grown up and is old enough to get married. Qin Qian quickly waved his hands. No, no. Qin Qian wants him to work for Qin Qian for 3 months. Grandpa, you think too much. What did you call Qin Qian? Zhao Jingdao was so excited that he almost jumped up from his wheelchair. Call Qin Qian Grandpa again. Good boy, call me Grandpa again. Qin Qian said coldly. Grandpa, no matter what, you are still Qin Qian's grandpa. Qin Qian didn't need face. What Qin Qian wanted was money. It had to be enough capital for Qin Qian to survive in the end times. Zhao Jingdao was in tears. His grandchildren had been dead for 3 years. He was satisfied to hear the word grandpa one last time before he died. He agreed to Qin Qian's request and lent his secretary, a Qiao, to Qin Qian for 3 months. A Qiao was a silent, cautious, and well-informed person, just what Qin Qian needed. After leaving the villa area, Qin Qian drove down the mountain and returned to the city. Qin Qian was about to start his end-of-the-world stockpiling journey. However, a new problem was placed in front of Qin Qian. Chapter 5. Stockpiling Supplies. 1. After buying supplies, where should you put them? Put them at home to attract attention? Obviously, that is a sheer act of courting death. Qin Qian had to find a place to temporarily store the supplies to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, in this way, Qin Qian's evil plan could not be realized. Thinking of this, Qin Qian decided to rent a large warehouse far away from home. After confirming that there was no surveillance in the warehouse, Qin Qian paid 5 months' rent and rented a van to facilitate Qin Qian's purchase of some bulk goods. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and he was a little hungry. Relying on his memory, Qin Qian drove to his favorite Lanzhao ramen restaurant in his previous life. Along the way, Qin Qian drove very slowly, looking greedily at the bustling crowd around him. People were arguing, laughing, crying, or fighting, and Qin Qian was fascinated by them, as if he didn't want to miss every moment and felt that every blink of an eye was a waste of time. Qin Qian greedily wanted to keep all these beautiful fireworks in his eyes. Every frame and every moment would be engraved in Qin Qian's mind forever, because Qin Qian knew that time was running out and everything would disappear soon. Finally, Qin Qian arrived at the ramen restaurant. As before, Qin Qian ordered mixed noodles and cold dishes and began to inhale violently. Chewy and springy noodles, spicy and sour appetizing noodle sauce, fragrant beef sauce. Pick up a piece of noodles with chopsticks, wrap the red oil and spices on the noodles, put it in your mouth, and the spicy and fragrant taste will instantly explode in your mouth. Qin Qian couldn't help it. Tears came out. It was so spicy, but she couldn't help but put it in her mouth. Just after swallowing the noodles, Qin Qian picked up another cold dish with chopsticks. Shredded kelp, potato, carrot, and green onion, mixed with red oil and special seasoning and a little vinegar, put it into his mouth, and the taste instantly hit Qin Qian's taste buds. Woo! Qin Qian felt that her long-dormant humanity had finally been awakened. The phrase, so delicious that I want to swallow my tongue, was not an exaggeration at all. Qin Qian wanted to remember this taste firmly. In his previous life, Qin Qian had longed to eat a bowl of noodles like this for so many hungry days and nights. Unfortunately, he had to start at that time, and all he had in his hand was half a bean cake mixed with insect powder and wheat beans. Qin Qian cried while eating and sniffed her nose while crying. Her originally round face was bulging with food, just like a greedy little hamster with a bulging crop. Many people were attracted by Qin Qian's eating manner and watched eagerly, forgetting to eat themselves. Qin Qian used to be bright and beautiful, always pretending to be gentle and considerate of her image. Now, Qin Qian doesn't care about her image. She just wants to be happy to the extreme, and everything else is shit. After finishing the noodles, Qin Qian rubbed his round belly and went to the kitchen to find the boss's wife. Qin Qian wants to order employee meals for the company, 100 meals a day, for 8 days first. Please help Qin Qian calculate the price, and Qin Qian will give it to you now. Qin Qian said bluntly. The boss lady's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. Are you serious? Haha, no one has ever come to Qin Qian's house to order employee meals. Don't you get tired of eating noodles every day? Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh. This lady boss was really honest. Pretending to think seriously, Qin Qian nodded. Indeed. Then each bowl of noodles should be served with a portion of beef and mixed vegetables. Remember not to use cilantro. Qin Qian will come to pick it up at noon every day. If she can't come, Qin Qian will call you and ask you to deliver the goods. The proprietress then relaxed and calculated the price with a smile on her face. After paying the money, Qin Qian continued to work. Before the money arrived, Qin Qian had several backup plans. There were ways to hoard millions of dollars and billions of dollars. The first stop was to go to the building materials factory, where Qin Qian ordered cement, lime, bricks and tiles, and other building materials for them to deliver. These things would be very useful in the end times. The second stop was a large wholesale warehouse supermarket. If you ask men what they lack most in the end times, the answer is definitely supplies, weapons, and women. If you ask women, the first choice is definitely supplies, and the second most needed is mostly sanitary products. Qin Qian was fed up with having to make do with rags every time she had her period. Zombies were raging everywhere, so she had to wear thick pants and cover herself up tightly. It was okay in the winter, but it was terrible in the summer, with both legs covered in prickly heat. Therefore, Qin Qian immediately took out all the sanitary products when he entered the large supermarket. This product would not be produced again in the later period of the apocalypse, so it would not be excessive to stockpile as much as possible. After Qin Qian finished moving the sanitary product from the shelves, he found the administrator and asked him how much inventory they had. Qin Qian took care of it all. The reason? Of course, it was to donate to women in poor mountainous areas. After paying, Qin Qian left the warehouse address and asked them to deliver the goods tomorrow. Originally, Qin Qian wanted to buy some more fruits and vegetables, but she didn't expect that after finishing the first two stops, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The fruits and vegetables are no longer fresh and are a bit expensive in the market. Tomorrow, Qin Qian plans to go to the surrounding greenhouses to buy them directly from the farmers. More importantly, Qin Qian was still thinking about one thing: Qin Qian space. After returning home, Qin Qian entered the space as soon as possible. Qin Qian's consciousness wandered to the ancient wooden door, pushed it open, and walked into the small courtyard. The scene in the yard stunned Qin Qian. There was a large open space on the left side of the yard, and a large open field on the right side. The stone road meandered forward and led to an ancient building with flying eaves. The sun shone on the stone road, and the warm sunlight shone through the leaves. On both sides of the stone road are green grasses more than 10 centimeters high. Small flowers of various colors bloom all over the path, and the air is filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. Qin Qian suddenly realized that compared to the static space outside, time in this courtyard was flowing. This meant that plants could be grown in the courtyard, but Qin Qian didn't know if he could bring live animals in. Qin Qian continued walking, looking around. There was actually a large lake in front of him on the right. The water was clear and transparent, but there was nothing in it. Although the lake water may not be drinkable directly, it is important to know that during extremely hot periods, surface water almost dries up, and it is difficult to survive such extremely hot weather without a water source. In his previous life, Qin Qian even had to drink his own urine, the blood of mutated animals, and even the blood of dead people. This is the cruelty of survival in the apocalypse. Chapter 6: Stockpiling Supplies 2. Oh, this is so frustrating. My thoughts suddenly became a mess, and I muttered to myself that I didn't want to think about these trivial matters anymore. Although the environment is much better than before, water resources are not a problem, and the mood is pretty good. Qin Qian walked briskly to the ancient building, opened the door, and walked in. The room was very clean, with almost no furniture except for the shabby table. On the table was a notebook. Qin Qian was stunned for a moment, looked down, and suddenly his eyes widened. That was the notebook that Qin Qian had been carrying with him since the end of the world in his previous life. The book records the order and time of each disaster, knowledge about superpowers and crystal cores, and Qin Qian's mental journey at that time. Struggle, pain, happiness, laughter, expectation, despair, numbness. Qin Qian flipped through a few pages and found that in the 5th year of the apocalypse, Qin Qian drew an illustration of Rujiamo with snail noodles. It was written below: if anyone can let Qin Qian take a bite of Rujiamo or sip snail rice noodle again, Qin Qian will pry open his head and dig out the crystal core for him. Qin Qian smiled, like a college student reading a primary school student's diary. How silly. As he was laughing, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He suppressed his emotions and closed the notebook. In this life, Qin Qian would never let himself suffer this kind of pain again. Qin Qian swore that in the zombie swarm of the end of the world, Qin Qian would eat Rujiamo and slurp snail noodles and live a fulfilling life. Qin Qian took a look at the bedrooms on both sides, which could be described as bare walls. Qin Qian couldn't help but grin and decided to decorate this space well. Even if he could only enter this space through his mind, Qin Qian wanted to have a home of his own in this apocalypse. Qin Qian walked out of the house and turned to the back to check. The walls around this space were all made of ancient blue bricks and black tiles, and behind them was a mountain wall, as if the house was built on the mountain. Moss grew on the mountain wall, grass and trees intertwined, and flowers and vines entwined on it. An old tree with a crooked neck grew out of a cliff that was 2 people high, and its green leaves swayed gently in the breeze. This tree is the only native tree in the entire courtyard. Qin Qian walked under the tree and saw a shallow pool the size of a bathtub. The pool was dry and there was obviously no water. Qin Qian was a little curious and wondered if this pool of water was used for bathing, foot soaking, or washing clothes. Qin Qian was about to look around again when he suddenly saw a flash of golden light in the house. Qin Qian walked in curiously and found a piece of letter paper on the table. The paper was slightly yellowed and had a line of words written on it. Congratulations on opening the Lin Meijiao space. Qin Qian is the space assistant. We will update your level and corresponding new abilities in time. Please use the crystal core to upgrade and unlock new functions of the space. New function? Space is actually a superpower? Can it be upgraded together with the crystal core? Qin Qian was puzzled. Qin Qian's question soon appeared on the paper. Is space actually a superpower? Not long after, the letter paper began to write on its own. Yes, space is a kind of superpower. Since you got the Lin Meijiao Jeju in advance, you can have this superpower in advance without the crystal core. Qin Qian asked again, what are the functions of the second-level space? Zenzizi's answer was a little vague. Sorry, we're not familiar with each other, so I can't spoil it for now. Please use the crystal core to upgrade your superpowers. How do you know it's done? Qin Qian smiled inwardly. Does it count as done if you just throw it in the pot and cook it? The answers given by the letter paper were really interesting. Qin Qian asked some other questions about the space, but the letter paper always refused to answer, probably because it was afraid of spoiling the plot. This space assistant looked like the system assistant in the novel. It was quite interesting, and Qin Qian was happy to tease it. Qin Qian put down the letter paper and walked out of the space. He went downstairs and caught 2 small ants. He put one into the stagnant space. Not long after, the little ant was frozen to death. He put the other one into the flowing space. It instantly became full of energy, crawling happily inside, and soon burrowed into the soil. It turns out that the Lin Meijiao space is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a huge, fresh-keeping storage space where time stands still. If you put a cup of hot water in it and take it out 100 years later, it will still be hot. But living things will die after entering it. The second part is the flow space, which can be entered by living things. It is suitable for planting and breeding, but not for storage. Thinking of this, Qin Qian suddenly became excited. Planting and breeding can not only help Qin Qian to have a continuous supply of food in the end times, but also make Qin Qian's life in the end times more secure. Of course, the current space also has some minor flaws. Qin Qian's physical body cannot enter, which makes people a little dissatisfied. However, thinking of the more functions mentioned in the letter paper, Qin Qian still thinks it is worth looking forward to. After the upgrade, maybe Qin Qian can enter? The prospect of this space makes Qin Qian more and more excited. At night, Qin Qian started to stock up on supplies as planned. He opened a shopping platform and changed Qin Qian's address to the warehouse address. All the lipsticks, skincare products, and clothes in the shopping cart were deleted, and the space was filled according to Qin Qian's million yuan stockpiling plan. If the 5 billion yuan of funds did not arrive, Qin Qian would wait until the end of the world and scrape out all the online loan quotas of all platforms. Stock up on supplies first. Qin Qian didn't plan to buy too much daily necessities such as rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables. The key point was those things that could never be found after the end of the world. Qin Qian first placed orders from 10 stores, buying 500 boxes of snail noodles from each store. So there are 5,000 boxes. Don't laugh. It's not Qin Qian who likes snail noodles. It's the author who likes it and plans to eat it tonight. Then, in the same way, Qin Qian's favorite instant noodles were ordered, 1,000 boxes of each flavor. Qin Qian also stocked up a lot of snacks: chicken feet, beef jerky, potato chips, chocolate, biscuits, cakes, instant noodles. The minimum order quantity for each item is 100 boxes. Seasonings are indispensable. Qin Qian knew that salt and sugar would become hard currency in the end times, so he stockpiled enough of all the necessary seasonings, 1,000 boxes of refined salt, 1,000 boxes of white sugar, 500 boxes of chicken essence, 500 boxes of MSG, as well as various sauces, chili powder, curry powder, and so on. Qin Qian also bought a lot of dairy products and various dried vegetables, bacon, sausages, and dried fish, each of which weighed several hundred kilograms. Qin Qian filled up almost all shopping platforms, and eventually, he placed hundreds of orders. In the end, he stopped because he needed SMS verification when making payments. Qin Qian was lying on the bed, enjoying the pleasure of the screen being filled with messages from the store saying, "Please confirm delivery information." This morbid sense of satisfaction made Qin Qian feel a strange happiness. Qin Qian knew that she would not be able to finish eating all the things she had stored in her next life, or even in the next life, but she just wanted to hold them in her hands and make them hers. The poverty in the past made Qin Qian realize the value of possessions, and these things made Qin Qian find a long-lost peace of mind. Chapter 7. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. The other party gave Qin Qian a 20% discount and even gave him a few small shelves and ladders. Qin Qian paid the money and asked the workers to put the shelves densely packed throughout the warehouse, leaving only a small gap for an adult to pass through. Even so, there were still hundreds of shelves that were not put into the warehouse and were temporarily piled outside. Rice, flour, grain, oil, and sanitary products were also delivered one after another, filling up 3 trucks. The unloaded goods were piled up there like a small mountain. But compared with these huge shelves, they were just like pitiful things curled up in the corner. After everyone left, Qin Qian first put the rice, flour, grain, and oil into the space, then opened the cartons of sanitary products and placed them on the shelves one by one for easy access at any time. Although there seemed to be a large number of things, 10 shelves were far from enough, and there was no way to accommodate all the supplies. However, being able to store all these shelves in the space made Qin Qian feel relieved. A faint sense of security spread through Qin Qian's meridians, as if everything was going in an orderly manner. After locking the warehouse, Qin Qian drove to the outdoor sports supermarket without stopping to buy various camping equipment. Qin Qian bought climbing ropes ranging from 10 meters to 100 meters, 300 of each type, 100 pairs of hiking shoes, 100 speedboats, 20 types of tents, 200 of each, various sleeping bags, 300 of each, and winter and summer jackets, 300 of each. Qin Qian bought almost all the equipment needed in extreme cold and hot environments, including various emergency warm clothing, gloves, cold-proof clothing, etc. As for the style of clothes, Qin Qian specially prepared 2 sizes for men and women. After all, he still had to provide protection for the bosses in the future. When the clerk saw Qin Qian buying these things, her heart almost broke. She couldn't believe it and thanked him repeatedly. Qin Qian doesn't have to worry about the sales this month, no, next month. However, the store did not have that much stock, so Qin Qian left his address and asked the clerk to transfer the goods from the manufacturer. After ordering the equipment, Qin Qian drove to a nearby rural area and collected several hundred kilograms of green leafy vegetables from farmers. Cabbage, rapeseed, spinach, Chinese cabbage, and lettuce, 200 kilograms each. 5 kinds of mushrooms, 200 kilograms each. Radish, potato, corn, sweet potato, and other crops, 100 kilograms each. These are not all Qin Qian needs. After all, crops can be grown in the space, but Qin Qian still bought some emergency stocks to avoid vitamin deficiency, especially during the process of growing vegetables. When passing by a watermelon greenhouse, Qin Qian saw some seedless Chilean watermelons. He took a bite and was delighted. When he heard the price, Qin Qian couldn't help but said, "Oh, a watermelon costs less than 5 billion. On impulse, Qin Qian directly spent money to buy 5 nearby melon fields. To be honest, Qin Qian was rich, willing to spend money, and sweet-talking, so it was easy for him to please these simple farmers. The uncles and aunts enthusiastically explained various issues to Qin Qian. When Qin Qian saw the chickens, ducks, and geese clucking in front of him, he felt envious. So he bought 100 of each kind of poultry and asked them to be killed, vacuum-packed, and taken away. After returning to the city, Qin Qian bought materials for building a livestock shed. He first put the shelves in the warehouse into the space to make room, and then asked someone to build the livestock shed. After the shed was built, Qin Qian put out the shelves. In this way, Qin Qian arranged a large open space on the left side of the small courtyard. It can raise 50 cows, 60 pigs, 80 sheep, 220 rabbits, 100 chickens, ducks and geese, 100 pigeons, and 100 quails. Qin Qian calculated that as long as the number of these poultry and livestock is maintained within this range, there should be no major problems. Qin Qian also ordered various animal medicines, hundreds of tons of feed and feed seeds. In order to increase his knowledge, Qin Qian also downloaded relevant professional videos and purchased books. Since Qin Qian City is located in the north, it is not convenient to buy tropical fruits, so Qin Qian directly placed an order online and bought his favorite southern fruits. He bought 300 fresh durians, nearly 500 boxes of frozen durians, and 600 kilograms of seasonal fruits such as mangoes and bananas. Qin Qian even bought some seedlings, but he didn't know whether the land and climate in the space could allow for successful planting. In the evening, Qin Qian returned home with tired steps, washed up, lay down, picked up his phone to check the countdown to the end of the world. Qin Qian kept thinking about what he still needed and what he should buy. Thinking of this, she finally fell asleep late at night. On the third morning, Qin Qian was awakened by a call from Qiao. "Miss, the money has been deposited into your card. Please check it." Qiao's voice was still calm on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Qin Qian sat up suddenly and took out his phone to check his card. The long string of zeros was like a shot of adrenaline, which instantly sobered Qin Qian up. Qin Qian lay back on the bed, blinked a few times, suppressed his excitement, and said as calmly as possible, "Well, okay. Thank you for your hard work." "No problem, it's my duty." Suddenly, Qin Qian thought of something. "Is Grandpa okay?" Xiao obviously didn't expect Qin Qian to ask this question. He was stunned for a moment, and his tone softened. "No." Qin Qian was silent for a moment, having expected this. By then, will Qin Qian be needed to step in? Qin Qian asked. Xiao paused, his tone a little anxious. "Boss Xiao has instructed you not to tell anyone about your inheritance and your relationship with Boss Xiao. To protect your safety, please do not attend any gatherings related to him." "Okay," Qin Qian replied softly. Qin Qian certainly understood this, so he was just asking politely. In fact, Qin Qian had no intention of participating at all. After Xiao said this, Qin Qian felt a little grateful to this grandfather. "Do you have anything else to do?" Qin Qian remembers that you asked Qin Qian to help you with something. Xiao asked. Qin Qian smiled wickedly and thought for a while. "Yes, I do." Qin Qian got the money, washed up, and went out immediately, ready to carry out Plan B, the 5 billion shopping list. This time, Qin Qian ordered 550-ton giant water tanks, all of which were large stainless steel water tanks for firefighting. In order to operate efficiently, Qin Qian divided the purchase among 20 stores, which would be much faster. Each store could also meet the specified time. According to the plan, Qin Qian also purchased various supplies to cope with the extreme cold period, including charcoal stoves, barbecue stoves, portable outdoor stoves, etc., 100 of each. All fuels such as coal, charcoal, bamboo charcoal, and date pit charcoal were bought out. Qin Qian also purchased thousands of small fuels, including portable gas stoves, alcohol blocks, etc., and ordered 10,000 hot packs online. Just when Qin Qian was busy, the phone suddenly rang. It was the head teacher who asked Qin Qian what happened after not seeing her for a few days. Qin Qian then remembered that he was still a student before the end of the world and had to go to school to deal with some things. So, Qin Qian went to the school and went through the withdrawal procedures. "Go to your mother's school." Qin Qian cursed, and his mood improved immediately. By the way, she went back to the dormitory to take a family photo. When leaving the school, Qin Qian ran into a few boys who had pursued Qin Qian before. Now, should she say hello or ignore them? "Oh no, let's just kill him." Just as he was thinking, Qin Qian suddenly felt a faint energy emanating from his body. It was exactly the same feeling as when Qin Qian used the social anxiety welfare ability in his previous life. Qin Qian's ability was awakened ahead of time. Chapter 8. Has anyone else awakened early? Qin Qian was extremely shocked and quickly tried his ability several times. From the fake sisters in the dormitory to the big sister who was once interested in her, and even a two-armed security guard with ulterior motives. She even gave a middle finger to a strange boy, but without exception, they couldn't see her. Sure enough, her superpowers awakened ahead of time. But why did it happen? She remembered that her superpowers awakened 3 months later. At that time, heavy rain fell from the sky, and at the same time, an unknown force also fell. That force changed the world. Before that, everything was normal. Qin Qian was full of doubts, but she decided not to dwell on them. After all, what she had to do right now was far more important than these unanswered questions. The next day, the renovation team Qin Qian had booked arrived as scheduled. She sorted out the original furniture in the house and put it in the space. She asked the renovation workers to remove the windows and replace them with heat-insulating and explosion-proof windows. The doors were also replaced with explosion-proof and pry-proof security doors used exclusively by banks. At the same time, she also installed solar panels. In the previous life, when the heavy rain first fell, the power went out within a few days. Life without electricity was really a headache. The refrigerator was useless, and the food quickly rotted and was thrown away. For Qin Qian, the refrigerator was useless. What could keep food fresher than a stop space? However, she remembered that in her previous life, a family had installed a solar power generation system. It was raining heavily outside, and all the houses were without power, but that family was the only one that could still watch TV normally. At that time, she was so envious. So 2 days ago, she placed an order for 2,000 solar panels and solar batteries of different models and powers and ordered a complete set of related equipment. Qin Qian once considered hiding in the mountains and forests like she did in her previous life, but she eventually rejected the idea. She chose to stay in this city among these people. She still has favors to repay and revenge to take. She is just an ordinary person who can't let go of hatred and grudges. She will leave after doing what she should do, and she will not be afraid of regretting it in the future. At noon, after she went to the noodle shop to get some noodles, she received a call. The first batch of supplies purchased online had arrived. Outside the warehouse, the delivery guys were crowded. Qin Qian looked at the logistics, calculated the time, and drove over long ago. Seeing that she was a little girl, the courier boys seemed a little confused. Qin Qian could only act with 3 parts of impatience, 5 parts of understanding, and 2 parts of unwillingness. You guys should move quickly. Qin Qian has to go to music class later. Oh, Qin Qian's dad is so annoying. He doesn't accept the things he buys himself, but asks Qin Qian to sign for them. She didn't want others to know that she was an orphan. After all, that would be too dangerous. After the workers finished their work, she locked the door again and began to unpack cartons, sort the supplies by category, and put them on the shelves. She put the 5 shelves into the space and arranged them neatly, feeling relieved. I'm tired but happy. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and thought to herself, fortunately, there is no surveillance here. Otherwise, she would have been captured and studied before the end of the world comes. The 6th day was the anniversary of his parents' death. Qin Qian bought their favorite food and flowers and went to pay tribute to them. On the way, a chow called and said that the old man had passed away. Qin Qian was stunned. Today was the anniversary of his parents' death, and it would also be the anniversary of his grandfather's death in the future. Was this a coincidence or a joke from God? As of today, the countdown to the end of the world has begun for the 10th day. Qin Qian boarded a plane to country F. Many things could not be done in China, so she decided to go somewhere else to solve them. For example, gasoline and wood storage. She asked a chow to help her book a plane ticket and find a very reliable guide. She knew that the old man was involved in both the black and white worlds and must have many connections. Safety in the end times cannot be guaranteed by supplies and big iron gates alone. Weapons, medicines, fuel, which one is not deadly. However, these things can only be obtained in limited quantities in China, especially fuel. If she buys too much, it will not only attract the attention of the police, but the Zhao family will also keep an eye on her and cause trouble. In order to obtain these resources, she had to rely on people with connections, and Aho was the best choice. The plane landed smoothly, and the guide Oster immediately received Qin Qian. She didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Oster did not show any surprise, but quickly got everything she wanted. After all, Qin Qian paid for it, and he was from the Zhao family, so he knew what to do. Asking unnecessary questions would only bring trouble to oneself. Qin Qian counted the number: 50 hunting rifles, 50 machine guns, 50 pistols, and 30 of each of other light and heavy firearms. He also got as many corresponding bullets and rifle maintenance products as possible: 50 tons of gasoline, 50 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of kerosene. Oster told her that there were restrictions on foreigners buying these things, and if Ah Qiao didn't have some power and foundation in the local area, it would be impossible for him to get so many. If he bought too much, it would alert the local gangs, and both Ah Qiao and she would be in trouble. So, she bought less at a time, traveled to more districts and continents, and stayed safe. Qin Qian agreed with his approach. Compared with back home, the quantity was much greater. Although it was a bit harder, it was better than being targeted by the gang before the end of the world. She decided to inherit the glorious legacy of the Chinese ancestors, the god of gorilla, and run away after buying the items, the faster the better. After all the supplies were collected, Qin Qian rented a warehouse to store them and locked it in front of Oster. At night, after Oster fell asleep, she quietly returned to the warehouse and put all the things into the space. In addition to these, she also asked Oster to get a lot of Biu firearms. The two spent some time traveling to 7 or 8 states and dozens of districts, and finally gathered the number Qin Qian needed. Gasoline, diesel, and kerosene piled up from the ceiling of the parking space, looking like a small mountain. Oster smiled and calculated that this amount of gasoline was enough for Qin Qian to drive 24 hours a day until she was 80 years old. Fortunately, the weight of stagnant space is not affected by Newton's tube. Even if there is a 1-ton weight on top, an egg placed underneath will not be crushed. After leaving Country M, the two moved to Country G. Country G is vast and sparsely populated, with a large amount of clean land and world-famous clean water resources. Here, Qin Qian bought some food and water, and Oster also took her to a famous mountain spring resort to rest. Qin Qian came to the deserted suburbs alone without bringing Oster. Now, with Biu in hand, the safety factor is much higher. She climbed up the mountain and was intoxicated by the beautiful scenery. The lake was clear, the sun was shining, and the air was fresh. She took some photos, then took out a small kayak from the space, slid to the center of the lake, and reached her hand into the water. The lake water was cool, and Qin Qian shuddered. He scooped up a mouthful and drank it. It was sweet and clear, and the water quality was excellent. She put on special gloves that can filter impurities in the water, and the water becomes clean after passing through the gloves. The cold lake water made her fingers hurt, but she still insisted on filling up 500 large water tanks. It took 2 hours for her to complete the task. She was about to leave when she suddenly heard a strange whisper behind her. She quickly took out her gun and looked around. Who? No one responded. The sound gradually faded, and the wind made it even more blurred. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps on the grass from the left front. Qin Qian immediately pointed the wooden can in that direction. As it turned out, it was a tall elk. It was standing more than 10 meters away, blinking its small eyes at her. Qin Qian still did not let down his guard. The rustling sound did not disappear, but became fainter. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in her mind. A disaster is about to happen. Run, run. Qin Qian was shocked. This voice definitely did not come from the outside world, but appeared directly in her mind. She was almost frozen in place. Could it be that the psychic had awakened early? Chapter 9, Encountering the Machete. Qin Qian's heart was filled with shock and confusion. She had just experienced the power of awakening her supernatural powers and wondered if she was mentally ill, but soon her guess was completely rejected. Because the deer actually moved its lips, and then the voice sounded in her mind again. The catastrophe is coming. Run. Qin Qian stared at the elk in amazement. The elk actually nodded at her, then turned and left. The scene was so absurd that even Qin Qian began to wonder if she was dreaming. On the plane, Qin Qian kept thinking about this matter. She felt it was too weird. Could it be that the deer had become a spirit? Could it actually predict the coming of the end of the world? This was outrageous enough, but what was even more outrageous was that as a foreign deer with a spirit, it actually spoke Chinese to her. What the hell is this? Qin Qian was speechless and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Although I am grateful for the warning from this dear brother, is it reasonable for it not to be sent for slice research? The next stop was Norway. One of Qin Qian's biggest hobbies was seafood. She thought that after the apocalypse, most of the fish and seafood in the sea had mutated into giant beasts, too ferocious to be approached at close range. Most of the mutated seafood was either highly poisonous or inedible, which was a pity. The giant squid that once sizzled on the iron plate has turned into a huge and ferocious monster after the apocalypse. It can swallow a medium-sized cruise ship in one bite, and the corrosive acid it sprays can melt people into bones directly. Thinking of this, Qin Qian's eyes suddenly moistened. After the end of the world, these delicacies will disappear forever. She never had a bite of decent seafood again until her death. Now that she has money, she buys enough seafood at one time to last her 3 lifetimes, which can be considered a kind of compensation for herself. Qin Qian bought a large amount of seafood, such as king crab, salmon, bluefin tuna, etc. at the port through his acquaintances in Austin. Crabs, octopus, shellfish, and other seafood were all put into the space alive. She had people cut salmon, tuna, and other fish that could be made into sashimi and pack them in fresh-keeping boxes according to their categories, making sure not even the leftovers were wasted. That's not all. Qin Qian stayed in Norway for 5 days, and she took all the fish caught by the fleet every day. She rented a temporary warehouse and sent all the seafood caught by the fishing boats to this warehouse. After the crew left, she came in through the back door and put everything into the space. Of course, the people in the fleet worked hard to catch as much as they could. Qin Qian didn't mind too much. As long as it was fresh, she would accept it all. Soon, a large amount of seafood accumulated in the space. Roughly speaking, the number was already several hundred tons. Some people were curious about why she made such a big purchase, but Qin Qian simply smiled and said, Qin Qian's boss asked Qin Qian to do something, so Qin Qian just did her job. She was not worried that the locals would notice anything unusual. In this place far from the city, no one would pay special attention to her movements. She also understood that even if they did, what would happen? This area was far from the city, and no one would care about her behavior. After completing the 5-day fishing mission, Qin Qian prepared to leave Norway. Her plan was going smoothly, and if nothing unexpected happened, everything would be perfect. But there was an accident. Yes, the accident happened when she was about to leave. At the airport in Norway, Qin Qian met someone, Song Zhi. The two encounters between her and Song Zhi were really bizarre. The first time they met was in college, when he weighed more than 300 pounds. At that time, he was so fat that he couldn't open his eyes, and his crotch was often worn out. No one paid attention to him, and no one was willing to work with him on a project. But Qin Qian didn't mind. She didn't see him as fat, but because she herself was once a little fat, and she resonated with him. Although Song Zhi was taciturn at that time, he was attentive and considerate, and slowly showed his humor and loyalty. The two got along very well, talked well, and had almost the same hobbies and appetites. Later, they met again because of the end of the world. In a crisis, Song Zhi rescued Qin Qian and her cousin and brought them back to his team. Others in the team thought Qin Qian had no special abilities and was a burden, but Song Zhi insisted on accepting her, even clashing with others for this. Although Song Zhi was already over 40 years old, the supernatural beings in the last days were generally long-lived and young, and he looked to be in his early 30s at most. At that time, he had well-developed muscles, dark skin, scars all over his body, and his face was full of traces of time and battles. He was completely different from the Meat Mountain Devil in college. However, when I saw him for the third time, Song Zhi had changed. He was tall and handsome, with a cold and distant look on his face. He was wearing a suit, sunglasses, and a tie, looking like a cool and domineering CEO. He walked into the VIP channel with long legs, followed by an assistant. The assistant was chattering with him while pulling the luggage. Song Zhi occasionally nodded in response, not taking the assistant seriously at all. His profile looks particularly sharp, with fair skin, a straight nose, and a full forehead, which simply makes all the women around him fall in love with him. Qin Qian, damn, he's definitely the male protagonist of a domineering boss novel. Qin Qian exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect that the big meaty devil would become such a fairy-like face after losing weight, which was simply unparalleled. Qin Qian did not go forward to greet him, fearing that her excitement would disrupt the course of history. She chose to use her pre-awakened supernatural powers to absorb a trace of his breath from a distance, making it easier to find him later. She thought that he would never fall in love with her again in this life. The two of them could purely benefit each other and help each other. As long as he helped her fulfill her wish, she would take care of him for the rest of his life, as a way of repaying her kindness in the previous life. This was all going well until she set out on another journey to stock up on more supplies in preparation for the coming apocalypse. After completing the final stockpiling, she finally returned to China. She had stockpiled enough food, weapons, medicines, cars, fuel. Everything was ready, as if she had already begun to enter the end of the world. After a day's rest, Qin Qian contacted A Qiao again, preparing to ask him to bring a truck to pick up her supplies. When he saw her, A Qiao just said lightly, "You have lost weight, little lady." Qin Qian touched her face. "Is Qin Qian tanned?" "No, you're still very white." "Well, that's good." Qin Qian smiled, but secretly thought in her heart that she would stay white, beautiful and elegant until the last moment of her life. This time, A Qiao brought what she needed, including a large number of weapons and accessories such as machine guns, sniper rifles, silencers, mortars, grenades, etc. The medicine reserves have also filled 50 shelves, enough to meet the needs of the post-apocalyptic world. After Qiao finished speaking, he still reminded her to be careful, with a hint of invisible sadness in his eyes. Qin Qian couldn't help but ask with concern, "Is there any trouble? Can Qin Qian help you?" Qiao's eyes were slightly red, but he quickly controlled his emotions and shook his head. "It's okay. Young lady, is there anything else you need Qin Qian to do?" Qin Qian knew that he didn't want to say too much, so he didn't continue asking, but just smiled. Basically gone. "Where's the car Qin Qian wanted?" "It's arrived. I'll deliver it to you in the afternoon." "Okay." Qin Qian nodded. After saying goodbye to Qiao, Qin Qian began to prepare for her life in the end times. Everything was going on track. Chapter 10 Tower. You have no chance. Qin Qian checked the vehicle and was quite satisfied. This time she bought 10 finely modified heavy-duty off-road RVs. These vehicles can handle temperatures as high as dozens of degrees and as low as dozens of degrees below zero. They have smash-proof and explosion-proof bodies in glass, built-in air circulation systems and solar panels, and are wind and hail-resistant, quiet and safe. In addition, she also purchased 20 heavy-duty off-road vehicles and 50 mountain motorcycles, each of which has been modified to ensure durability and strength. Various accessories were also piled up, ready to play an important role in the end times. She also bought several types of generators, including diesel, wind power, and gasoline generators, and bought hundreds of each. In terms of quality, Qin Qian certainly trusted Qiao, and all the equipment was military grade. After putting all of these into the space, Qin Qian set off again. This time she decided to go around the villages around the city and bought a large number of animal cubs: piglets, calves, lambs, rabbits, chickens, ducklings, geese, pigeons, quail seedlings, and even crab seedlings, small frogs, and 20 kinds of freshwater fish seedlings. In addition, Qin Qian also bought fruit tree seedlings such as apples, pears, grapes, and passion fruit. After everything was done, she began to arrange a place for the animals to live in. The calf ran around in the new environment, but fortunately the cowshed had been reinforced with cement and was not knocked over. The pigs were very happy. They started to show off after entering the pigsty. They were very happy. The flocks of young birds were making so much noise that Qin Qian was a little annoyed. Suddenly he yelled, "Shut up!" Instantly, all the animals stopped obediently, lying on the ground, staring at her with their big eyes. Qin Qian noticed that her current momentum was surprisingly strong, as if she could directly sense their fear. She whispered, "Eat, eat, eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, you're welcome." But the animals still looked at her obediently, motionless. She then noticed that she seemed to have released a powerful aura unconsciously, and her entire soul body actually emitted a blue light, which frightened them and made them tremble. Qin Qian took a deep breath and tried to restrain her momentum. The animals finally dared to continue eating, but they no longer dared to make noises. She couldn't help but wonder, has her ability changed? The sound of the elk she heard before turned out not to be the deer becoming a spirit, but she had changed? In the next few days, Qin Qian continued to arrange food and habitats for these small animals, and she also planted some plants in the space. She had more doubts and curiosity about this new ability, but she didn't have time to delve into it. She knew that the arrival of the end of the world was the most urgent thing to pay attention to. After embarking on the journey again, Qin Qian drove all the way to her favorite cities. She observed the local customs and people, felt the world, and bought local specialties and products. She did not like those expensive gift boxes, but preferred large-portion bulk foods and local handmade delicacies. She purchased a variety of hot sauces, roasted pepper sauces, pickled vegetables, kimchi, roasted meat, bacon, sausages, and other ingredients, and prepared enough ready-made meals for immediate consumption after the apocalypse. In order to avoid wasting time, she directly booked all the business of local restaurants, only making meals for her and picking up meals on time every day at noon and in the evening. During the day, she would go to large wholesale supermarkets to buy rice, flour, grain, oil, semi-finished products, primary processed foods, snacks, etc., and almost cleared out the store's stock. At night, she would go shopping for delicious snacks and specialties at the snack street. After a month of hard work, she successfully stockpiled 39,801 meals from 120 restaurants and stored them in the space. She knew that if the food was stored in a stagnant space, it would remain the same no matter how many years had passed. Several months of busy work had exhausted her physically and mentally, but she also felt satisfied. After all, the end of the world was coming, and she had made the best preparations. During her last rest, Qin Qian prepared to check the missing supplies and began to make final preparations for life after the end of the world. At this moment, a Qiao sent a shocking message. Miss, Qin Qian is a Qiao. Qin Qian committed suicide. In the message, he bid farewell affectionately and recounted his past and his respect for Mr. Zhao. He mentioned that he felt lonely and helpless after Mr. Zhao's death and finally decided to end his life by suicide. He also revealed how he helped Qin Qian, and even in the end, he used explosives to take away those who tried to interrogate her, ensuring her safety. Qin Qian was so shocked that her tears had already soaked the back of her hand. She quickly searched the news and found that a major suicide bombing had occurred in Y City, killing all 35 people. This idiot! Qin Qian choked up. She had intended to remind a Qiao that the end of the world was coming, and even leave him a legacy of 50 million. But he had already made such a decision. She cried for Ah Qiao and built a tomb for him in the small courtyard of the space. She knew very well that Ah Qiao had bought her a short period of safety with his life, and she was unwilling to let him sacrifice everything for her. She knew that Ah Qiao's death was not in vain, but that he used all his strength to protect her. In this poisonous circle, she could only survive and wait for the end of the world. Ah Qiao, thank you for protecting Qin Qian from the wind and rain. Have a safe journey. Qin Qian bowed her head in silence, tears welling up again. After sorting out her emotions, Qin Qian once again devoted herself to the preparations for the end of the world, continuing to make final preparations for her own survival and future revenge. Chapter 11:0, Then Call the Police. As the days passed, the temperature outside continued to rise. In many places, the temperature had exceeded 45 degrees, which was simply amazing. Wildfires occurred frequently, and almost all outdoor work was stopped. From time to time, people were sent to the hospital for heat stroke. Netizens complained online that it was only the beginning of June, and the temperature was already so high, which was not normal at all. Qin Qian was chewing chicken feet while browsing her phone. She saw many bloggers showing videos of frying eggs in a frying pan on the road. There were even beauty bloggers who took the opportunity to test the effect of sunscreen. She thought to herself that the most reliable sunscreen was black tape, and nothing else worked. Every day, Qin Qian would go to the space to check the supplies she had prepared. The 2,000 shells had long been used up, but there were still items left. She bought them in boxes and piled them high in the corner. The small courtyard was also arranged in an orderly manner by her, and it looked like a perfect small base. The land in the space does not need to consider the planting season and climate. Any seeds can be planted at will and grow particularly vigorously. Qin Qian has planted millet, wheat, sweet potatoes, taro, soybeans, peanuts, pumpkins, watermelons, etc. on the farmland on the right side of the yard. There's also a special paddy field where rice is planted, and, combined with the lake, crabs and rice are raised. The small open space in front of the house is full of grapes, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, beans, some medicinal herbs and flowers, and other places are planted with fruit trees and 3 kinds of forage. The little animals grew up healthily here and became stronger every day. They were all very obedient. Every time Qin Qian appeared, they immediately calmed down. They were so well behaved that Qin Qian was reluctant to eat them. She walked to the lake and saw the fish in the water, jumping out of the water from time to time, jumping happily. The little crabs next to them also waved their big claws and were busy looking for food. Although they were disturbed by their companions, they still refused to stop. Looking at these lively little lives, Qin Qian was actually a little moved, and tears almost flowed from the corners of her eyes. This originally empty space has now been filled up by her, almost becoming a perfect apocalyptic base. How wonderful it would be if her body could go in. If there was no such deep hatred, Qin Qian really hoped to find a cave in the apocalypse and live a quiet life, farming, raising chickens, eating and drinking every day. How comfortable it would be. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Qin Qian looked down and smiled. This was her cousin's call. She had received it several times in the past few months, all for the 300,000. In the previous life, at this time, her cousin had asked her uncle to buy her a brand-name bag for 300,000. Qin Qian knew that her uncle was not a good person at the time, but she chose to believe her cousin, thinking that she didn't know her uncle's true face. Her cousin asked her to borrow 300,000, saying that it was a loan and she would definitely pay it back. Qin Qian was short of money at the time, but she still lent her 150,000. As a result, the end of the world came, and her cousin not only did not pay back the money, but took her things and framed her. In this life, Lin Meijiao deliberately led Qin Qian to her room and later said that Qin Qian had taken her 2 bank cards, taking the opportunity to extort money. Qin Qian couldn't help but sneer, opened the can with one hand, and answered the phone. "Sister, you finally answered my call. What are you busy with recently?" Lin Meijiao's gentle and crying voice came from the other end of the phone, which made people feel very pitiful. "Sister, is there anything wrong?" "I'm busy." Qin Qian dealt with it while gnawing on chicken feet, but she was actually very unhappy. "Sister, if you really don't want to return the 300,000 to me, it doesn't matter. I won't ask for it anymore," Lin Meijiao said in a crying voice. Qin Qian interrupted her and responded coldly. "Okay, it wasn't me who took it anyway." Lin Meijiao was speechless for a moment. After a while, she suppressed her anger and said, "Forget it. If it was something else, it would be fine, but it was a gift from my father for my 18th birthday. How could you take it away? Besides, taking someone else's things without their consent, isn't that stealing?" Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh. "So what do you want? Didn't I tell you? If you really want it, I can sell it to you a lower price. I bought it for 500,000, and now I'll sell it to you for 300,000, okay?" Qin Qian smiled. "I didn't take anything. No one can take it but you. Then call the police." Lin Meijiao's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "You? How about I call the police for you?" Qin Qian ignored her anger and asked in a relaxed tone. "Forget it. Since you don't want to pay it back, I won't force you," Lin Meijiao said coldly. "But sister, remember, there will always be retribution for doing wrong. If you don't pay it back this time, you will pay it back somewhere else. You can't escape it." Qin Qian smiled, picked up the Coke bottle, and clinked glasses with it. "Well, let's encourage each other." Lin Meijiao was so angry that she gritted her teeth and hung up the phone directly. However, she didn't know that the phone was not hung up. Qin Qian heard her uncle's voice coming from the other end. "Will she give it?" "No, I didn't trick you." "Ah, I've already told you that her little tricks are useless. How dare this little bitch take the 5 billion alone? Sooner or later, I'll make her spit it out. You should have just run her over with a carload of truckloads. If she dies, all the money she earned will belong to us, right? How can it be that easy? Even though her damn grandfather is gone, if they go to investigate, we'll be in trouble. It'll be as easy as crushing an ant to death. Didn't she always say she didn't want it? Bah, just like her damn mother, pretending to be so disgusting." Hearing these words, Qin Qian's fingers trembled slightly, and she almost couldn't help but rush over to scold them. She could not care less about their plots against her, but she would never tolerate any insults to her mother. Back then, Qin Qian's mother took Lin Meijiao, who had lost her mother, to her side and loved her like her own daughter. In order to make Lin Meijiao's life better, Qin Qian's mother not only gave her new dresses and clothes, but also vacated her own bed for her and slept in the same room with her cousin. Sometimes Qin Qian couldn't help asking her mother why she was so good to her cousin. Her mother always answered gently, "Your cousin has no mother. I can't replace her mother, but I can give her the same warmth as her mother. Qin Qian, your cousin is your relative. You have to be good to her. When your parents are gone, you two sisters will have to depend on each other." However, what he got in return was betrayal and resentment. Qin Qian didn't think anymore, pressed the button to end the call, and looked up at her mother's sweet smile in the photo. If it was Qin Qian in the previous life, she might cry or curse angrily when she heard these words. But in this life, Qin Qian just curved the corners of her mouth and revealed a sinister smile. "Lin Meijiao, your good days are coming soon. Chapter 12, The End of the World, is not coming." In a blink of an eye, it was already July 1st. 2 days later, it was the rainstorm that heralded the end of the world. Qin Qian was getting more and more nervous, busy making final preparations every day. She did not spend the remaining 35 million in her account, but converted it all into gold for storage. After all, in the later period of the end of the world, the value of gold was extremely high, and she herself liked gold very much, and looking at it in the space could also relieve boredom. The weather outside was getting hotter and hotter. The temperature in the city was close to 50 degrees. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. The community group was also in an uproar. People were either complaining about the broken air conditioner or scolding the repair personnel for waiting until next month. Someone joked, "Next month, the weather will be cool, and there will be no point in repairing it." Qin Qian really wanted to say, "Don't worry, it will be hot for another 2 years." But she didn't say anything in the end. July 3rd, the day of the apocalypse, finally arrived. Qin Qian was like a nervous examinee, looking forward to the arrival of a rainstorm, but also hoping that this was just her fantasy, not the real apocalypse. She didn't sleep all night, just sitting on the bed looking at the scene outside. The sun was rising, and the sun was shining, no different from yesterday. Originally, the rainstorm was expected to come at 11 noon, but at 12 o'clock, it was still sunny outside. Qin Qian clenched her cold fingers, feeling mixed emotions. Perhaps the end of the world would never come. She hadn't eaten for a whole day because she was too nervous. After touching her shriveled stomach, she got up and went to the kitchen, took some rusks and milk, and put the remaining curry soup in the microwave to heat it up. Who knew that when she walked to the restaurant with the food, she suddenly felt a strong shock wave, and her whole body shook as if she was hit by something, and the food in her hand almost spilled on the ground. That power, the familiar feeling came again. Just like in the last life, the end of the world has finally arrived. A strange power permeated the air, and Qin Qian felt its presence, just like the red rain that turned 1/3 of humans into zombies. She hurriedly put the food on the table and ran to the window to look. On the distant mountains, a huge black cumulonimbus cloud was pressing down like a huge wave, covering the sky and the sun, and was quickly sweeping towards the city. It was sunny a few minutes ago, but now it has turned cloudy. Qin Qian closed her eyes and could clearly feel the omnipresent power in the air. They gathered, entangled, and rolled, as if they resonated with some memory in her mind. The strong wind blew in from the window, like thousands of troops, blowing away her long hair. She slowly opened her eyes, and the smell of rain filled the air. At this moment, the rainstorm finally arrived as expected and instantly submerged the earth. The end of the world has finally arrived. Qin Qian unconsciously revealed a smile on his face. In the end of the world, I, Niu Hulu Qin Qian, have returned. People in the group chat began to celebrate. Harmony brings wealth. Finally, the rain has fallen. Congratulations! Dominate kindergarten. Who want a 90 new tabletop cabinet? Cheap picture. Qin Qian, it's so hot, and it's raining. It's like boiling water. A. SF Express Zhao, Chengda 137x times 9,871. I'm almost bald from the sun, and it's finally raining. Qin Qian glanced at the group chat and suddenly lost herself in the matter of the table and cabinet. She dropped her phone, took out her tablet, opened an app, and the hall of her cousin's house appeared on the screen. My uncle was not at home at the moment. Only my cousin, aunt's son, and a nanny named Gao were at home. Qin Qian watched my cousin sitting leisurely on the sofa, eating cut fruits, watching TV, and occasionally instructing the two to do this and that for her. She couldn't help but laugh. This was the third thing she asked Xiao to help her do. Install pinhole cameras in every room of my cousin's house, and the video on the other end was connected to her side. Although everything seems normal now, Qin Qian knows that something different will happen next. After she finished her meal, she started her daily training, aerobic exercise on the treadmill, strength training, and martial arts training. These are the projects she has insisted on for the past few months. In order to have a healthy body, especially before getting the machete, protecting yourself is the most important thing. After the apocalypse, she started a new training, the control of superpowers. In her previous life, she was too busy trying to survive and neglected the training of superpowers. In this life, even though her superpowers seemed to be of little use, she decided to do her best to improve them. After all, she still had to upgrade the space, and this was bound to involve dealing with crystal cores. Qin Qian called the omnipresent power apocalyptic particles. She learned from the letter that her ability was called nothingness. It could make people around her ignore her existence and manipulate an invisible and intangible energy field. This ability was the highest level of energy-related abilities. Although she didn't fully know its use, she was full of expectations for unlocking new functions with the ability and for further upgrades to the space. These days, Qin Qian cooks while watching TV. She makes flour into finished noodles or semi-finished raw noodles for easy access at any time. She also makes fried rice, stewed meat, stewed vegetables, etc., and puts them in disposable lunchboxes for emergency use. On July 6th, the third day of the apocalypse, videos and photos of rabies patients biting people began to appear online. Many people speculated that these people might be zombies, but the videos and posts were quickly removed. If it was this kind of content before, the platform would definitely let everyone indulge in it, but this time the post was quickly deleted to dispel the rumor, which obviously showed that they were a little guilty. Some netizens began to urge everyone to stock up on supplies, as the heavy rain was expected to continue for a long time. Some people also live-streamed themselves bathing in the rain, filming their shining shows in the rain to gain traffic. Qin Qian didn't care about these things. She knew the time had come, and she had to do her business. She chopped a chopping board into pieces with ease, knowing the changes in this rainstorm, the improvement in her physical fitness, and the awakening of her superpowers. All of these made her more confident to do what she wanted to do. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark. Qin Qian put on a dark tights, took a silence gun and a tang sword, and quietly went out. As soon as she walked out of the unit door, she saw that it was pitch black outside. The rain curtain had already covered the sky, and the air was full of danger. The social order had begun to collapse, and the outside world was no longer the familiar world, but was full of crisis, death, and killing. She pushed the electric bike that she had prepared long ago and rode out of the community quickly, revealing a villainous smile. Half an hour later, the whole city suffered a large-scale power outage and all surveillance failed. She had 5 hours to complete her plan. Qin Qian had already planned a route and wanted to make a big profit during this time. But she didn't know that she would be the only living person on this empty road, and countless pairs of strange eyes were staring at her. Chapter 12, The End of the World, is not coming. In a blink of an eye, it was already July 1st. 2 days later, it was the rainstorm that heralded the end of the world. Qin Qian was getting more and more nervous, busy making final preparations every day. She did not spend the remaining 35 million in her account, but converted it all into gold for storage. After all, in the later period of the end of the world, the value of gold was extremely high, and she herself liked gold very much, and looking at it in the space could also relieve boredom. The weather outside was getting hotter and hotter. The temperature in the city was close to 50 degrees. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. The community group was also in an uproar. People were either complaining about the broken air conditioner or scolding the repair personnel for waiting until next month. Someone joked, "Next month, the weather will be cool, and there will be no point in repairing it." Qin Qian really wanted to say, "Don't worry, it will be hot for another 2 years." But she didn't say anything in the end. July 3rd, the day of the apocalypse finally arrived. Qin Qian was like a nervous examinee, looking forward to the arrival of a rainstorm, but also hoping that this was just her fantasy, not the real apocalypse. She didn't sleep all night, just sitting on the bed looking at the scene outside. The sun was rising, and the sun was shining, no different from yesterday. Originally, the rainstorm was expected to come at 11 noon, but at 12 o'clock, it was still sunny outside. Qin Qian clenched her cold fingers, feeling mixed emotions. Perhaps the end of the world would never come. She hadn't eaten for a whole day because she was too nervous. After touching her shriveled stomach, she got up and went to the kitchen, took some rusks and milk, and put the remaining curry soup in the microwave to heat it up. Who knew that when she walked to the restaurant with the food, she suddenly felt a strong shock wave, and her whole body shook as if she was hit by something, and the food in her hand almost spilled on the ground. That power, the familiar feeling came again. Just like in the last life, the end of the world has finally arrived. A strange power permeated the air, and Qin Qian felt its presence, just like the red rain that turned 1/3 of humans into zombies. She hurriedly put the food on the table and ran to the window to look. On the distant mountains, a huge black cumulonimbus cloud was pressing down like a huge wave, covering the sky and the sun, and was quickly sweeping towards the city. It was sunny a few minutes ago, but now it has turned cloudy. Qin Qian closed her eyes and could clearly feel the omnipresent power in the air. They gathered, entangled, and rolled, as if they resonated with some memory in her mind. The strong wind blew in from the window, like thousands of troops blowing away her long hair. She slowly opened her eyes, and the smell of rain filled the air. At this moment, the rainstorm finally arrived as expected and instantly submerged the earth. The end of the world has finally arrived. Qin Qian unconsciously revealed a smile on his face. In the end of the world, I, Neo Hulu Qin Qian, have returned. People in the group chat began to celebrate. Harmony brings wealth. Finally, the rain has fallen. Congratulations. Dominate kindergarten. Who want a 90 new tabletop cabinet? Cheap picture. Qin Qian, it's so hot, and it's raining. It's like boiling water. A. SF Express Zhao Chengda 137x times 9,871. I'm almost bald from the sun, and it's finally raining. Qin Qian glanced at the group chat and suddenly lost herself in the matter of the table and cabinet. She dropped her phone, took out her tablet, opened an app, and the hall of her cousin's house appeared on the screen. My uncle was not at home at the moment. Only my cousin, aunt's son, and a nanny named Gao were at home. Qin Qian watched my cousin sitting leisurely on the sofa, eating cut fruits, watching TV, and occasionally instructing the two to do this and that for her. She couldn't help but laugh. This was the third thing she asked Xiao to help her do: install pinhole cameras in every room of my cousin's house, and the video on the other end was connected to her side. Although everything seems normal now, Qin Qian knows that something different will happen next. After she finished her meal, she started her daily training: aerobic exercise on the treadmill, strength training, and martial arts training. These are the projects she has insisted on for the past few months. In order to have a healthy body, especially before getting the machete, protecting yourself is the most important thing. After the apocalypse, she started a new training: the control of superpowers. In her previous life, she was too busy trying to survive and neglected the training of superpowers. In this life, even though her superpowers seemed to be of little use, she decided to do her best to improve them. After all, she still had to upgrade the space, and this was bound to involve dealing with crystal cores. Qin Qian called the omnipresent power apocalyptic particles. She learned from the letter that her ability was called nothingness. It could make people around her ignore her existence and manipulate an invisible and intangible energy field. This ability was the highest level of energy-related abilities. Although she didn't fully know its use, she was full of expectations for unlocking new functions with the ability and for further upgrades to the space. These days, Qin Qian cooks while watching TV. She makes flour into finished noodles or semi-finished raw noodles for easy access at any time. She also makes fried rice, stewed meat, stewed vegetables, etc., and puts them in disposable lunchboxes for emergency use. On July 6th, the third day of the apocalypse, videos and photos of rabies patients biting people began to appear online. Many people speculated that these people might be zombies, but the videos and posts were quickly removed. If it was this kind of content before, the platform would definitely let everyone indulge in it, but this time the post was quickly deleted to dispel the rumor, which obviously showed that they were a little guilty. Some netizens began to urge everyone to stock up on supplies, as the heavy rain was expected to continue for a long time. Some people also live-streamed themselves bathing in the rain, filming their shining shows in the rain to gain traffic. Qin Qian didn't care about these things. She knew the time had come, and she had to do her business. She chopped a chopping board into pieces with ease, knowing the changes in this rainstorm, the improvement in her physical fitness, and the awakening of her superpowers. All of these made her more confident to do what she wanted to do. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark. Qin Qian put on a dark tights, took a silence gun and a tang sword, and quietly went out. As soon as she walked out of the unit door, she saw that it was pitch black outside. The rain curtain had already covered the sky, and the air was full of danger. The social order had begun to collapse, and the outside world was no longer the familiar world, but was full of crisis, death, and killing. She pushed the electric bike that she had prepared long ago and rode out of the community quickly, revealing a villainous smile. Half an hour later, the whole city suffered a large-scale power outage and all surveillance failed. She had 5 hours to complete her plan. Qin Qian had already planned a route and wanted to make a big profit during this time. But she didn't know that she would be the only living person on this empty road, and countless pairs of strange eyes were staring at her. Chapter 13: Fighting Zombie Dogs. Qin Qian's first stop was a super large underground warehouse. She remembered that in her previous life, she had discovered this warehouse during the extreme cold. She walked in with hope, but found that the place that was originally full of food had been eaten clean by mutant blood rats, and not even a complete kin was left. Qin Qian was so angry that she burst into tears and stomped her feet and cursed. Since then, every time she saw a mutant blood rat, Qin Qian slaughtered it without mercy, as if she had seen the murderer of her father. However, there was no point in leaving such a warehouse that had been gnawed beyond recognition by rats, so she might as well take it over. The warehouse guards seemed to have gone somewhere, and no one bothered her. Without electricity, Qin Qian easily entered the underground warehouse. There were a large number of canned foods in it, with all kinds of flavors: canned luncheon meat, canned tuna, canned beef, braised pork, hairtail, eel, canned conch, and even canned glutinous rice and red dates. In addition, there were all kinds of snacks: braised chicken feet, chicken liver, chicken heart, dried fish, beef jerky, spicy strips, instant noodles. These things looked intact, and Qin Qian's smile turned a little grim. She drove her electric donkey back and forth between the shelves, sucking in everything with her hands, and almost instantly cleared all the shelves. In less than 5 minutes, she had emptied the entire warehouse. On the ground lay a freshly dead body. It should be the warehouse manager. Qin Qian glanced at him, looking at his empty stomach, her eyes full of horror. She didn't stay for too long and got up and left. She had seen it so many times that she was already numb. She remembered there were 5 more warehouses like this, some of which stored food, some stored daily necessities, and some stored consumables and other miscellaneous items. Qin Qian accepted all of them with a smile. Then, she drove her electric scooter to the car shop that had already been set up. The sirens of ambulances and strange roars of animals could be heard from time to time on the streets, forming the prelude to the symphony of the end of the world. The sky was overcast, the air was oppressive, and there were almost no living people on the streets. People were trapped at home by the sudden virus and heavy rain. Stores closed early, and some stores had not been open for 2 or 3 days. Qin Qian went to several car shops and collected 35 off-road vehicles, 25 motorcycles, 109 bicycles, as well as pumps, spare parts, and 17 RVs. Then, she harvested tablet computers, laptops, mobile phones, warehouse supermarket stocks. It took more than 4 hours to do all this, which was really fast. However, just as she came out of the last delicatessen, she suddenly felt a chill and a dangerous aura. In the rain, Qin Qian saw a pair of scary green eyes. It was a mutant zombie dog. The zombie dog's shoulders drooped, its body slightly bent, and its eyes exuded a strong, murderous intent. It bared its teeth and roared, and Qin Qian could feel its emotions. It was very hungry, very angry, eager to kill, and eager to devour everything. Qin Qian quietly drew out her Tang sword and prepared to confront it. She knew that without superpowers, being discovered by the other party would mean losing the initiative, so she decided to practice with this zombie dog without using superpowers. The battle broke out instantly. Almost at the same time, Qin Qian and the zombie dog started a fierce collision. She swung the Tang sword in her hand and hit the zombie dog directly. The zombie dog dodged flexibly, jumped behind Qin Qian, and almost without any pause, flew into the air again. It took the opportunity to bite Qin Qian's neck, trying to kill him with a fatal blow. However, Qin Qian turned around, stepped on the ground, twisted her body hard, and swung her knife to slash at the zombie dog in the air. Her figure was swift, her eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the blade in her hand was merciless. Laugh! A huge wound was cut open on the zombie dog's body, and blood spurted out. It fell to the ground in pain, struggling violently. Qin Qian wiped the rain off his face slowly and looked at the zombie dog in the light of the street lamp. Although the zombie dog's body had been chopped, it still stared at Qin Qian madly, opened its mouth and let out a shrill roar. The sound of its teeth colliding was terrifying. Puff! Qin Qian thrust the Tang sword into the zombie dog's head without hesitation, ending its life. She didn't stop for long, stepped on its body, and swung the sword. Crack! The zombie dog's head was split open, and the brain inside emitted a foul smell. Qin Qian suppressed his nausea and searched for it, but did not find the crystal core. Oh, it was all in vain. Qin Qian sighed. Crystal cores are not present at the beginning. Usually they are slowly generated after a period of time after the apocalypse begins. She was a little impatient, eager to see what new features would appear after the space was upgraded. After getting rid of the zombie dog, Qin Qian began to prepare to leave. She cleaned the blade in the rain and prepared to return. On the way, she couldn't help but recall the memory of zombies in her previous life. Zombies are directly mutated by mutant particles and usually have an incubation period of 1 to 20 days. According to statistics, the apocalyptic particles will turn about 10 of people into mutants, 40 into ordinary people, and 50 into zombies. All animals can mutate, and the weak points of mutants are usually the head or spine. Although zombies in the early stage were ferocious, they were not contagious. If zombies and mutant animals could turn people into zombies by biting, humans would have been extinct long ago. However, the evolution of zombies has not stopped. Some zombies can transform the bitten person into their own kind after biting. These zombies have a peculiar characteristic called recruiting. If Qin Qian only injured the zombie dog, but did not kill it, then soon, zombies and mutant animals within a few miles would swarm over and attack her collectively. This would form a small zombie tide. However, only a one-shot kill can avoid attracting. In the early days of the apocalypse, unless you encounter naturally aggressive mutant animals like wild dogs, wolves, and tigers, as long as you don't actively provoke them, the chances of ordinary people surviving are still very high. After returning home, Qin Qian took a hot bath and relaxed. Looking at the piles of supplies and the full shelves in the space, her sense of security finally began to gradually return. The heavy rain outside was still falling, and Qin Qian casually browsed the news on the internet. The Doomsday rhetoric is getting more and more arrogant, with many people posting to urge everyone to stock up on supplies, while some people think it's just an epidemic and not worth worrying about. Some people also showed off their own stockpiles, joking that those who once complained about their family buying too many things are now using them all. Qin Qian knew that this tranquility would not last long. The real tough battle was about to begin. The rainstorm continued, and Qin Qian continued to cook, exercise, and farm in the space as usual, while continuing to monitor her cousin's movements. Occasionally, she would go out to buy some free items, but the situation outside was getting more and more serious, and she was a little uneasy. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Qin Qian decided not to go out. At night, the sound of the rainstorm almost numbed her eardrums. She pulled the soundproof curtains and was about to eat some snacks, wash up, and rest, when suddenly, a sharp laugh came. "Hey, hey, hey." The voice faded away, then gradually approached. The voice was shrill and piercing, as if it came from a woman's falsetto, which was creepy. Damn, is it haunted? Qin Qian's heart beat faster. There was no Peachwood sword in the space. What could she do? That creepy voice sounded again, this time with an obvious sound of grinding teeth, which was really creepy. Qin Qian tightly grasped the Tang sword in her hand and looked out the window vigilantly. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monster is this? Chapter 13 Lightning? Just Xiaoqing's food. Click. As Chen Yi's neck surged, he couldn't help but swallow. "Excuse me, this is the beautiful Luo Hanzhuang, whose grandfather is the vice president of the academy, Luo Rong, whose grandmother is the chairman of the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Alliance, whose parents are both professors in the academy, and whose grandparents are on duty at the Jingdu Beast Taming Main Institute. What do you want to talk to me about?" When Luo Hanzhuang heard Chen Yi's address, she frowned slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied. "I am who I am. What does it have to do with my elders?" Chen Yi really wanted to slap him. He was almost pissed off by his mouth. "You said you were independent, but why did you mention so many elders when you introduced yourself?" Really? He cursed in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. "Okay, Ms. Luo, do you have something to talk to me about?" Luo Hanzhuang frowned even more tightly. "You are the lady." "Woof. Can you please stop now? The boss is giving you face, yet you're still going too far." Zhong Kongkong couldn't stand it anymore, so he jumped out and pointed at Luo Hanzhuang and cursed. "Damn it." Chen Yi quickly kicked Zhong Kongkong and whispered, "Miss, are you all right? What do you want to talk to me about?" Luo Hanzhuang glared at Zhong Kongkong coldly and said calmly, "Originally there was nothing wrong. I just wanted to see what you were capable of, but now there is something wrong." She pointed at Zhong Kongkong and said coldly, "You, hand this bitch over to me." Zhong Kongkong, impossible. First of all, this dog has a big secret. Just because it has surrendered to me, I can't hand it over easily. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes and made plans in his mind. "I don't have any other special skills, but I do have a special skill below. Do you want to see it? You want me to hand over my little brother Dream On?" The following special skill, Luo Hanzhuang frowned, her heart full of doubts. Is this so-called special skill so powerful she thought to herself that she would go back and ask her grandfather what this special skill is? "Don't hand it over?" "Humph." Luo Hanzhuang snorted coldly. Suddenly, dark clouds in the sky began to roll, and thunder was brewing in the clouds. "Woof. Damn. Boss, this granddaughter's Yunling is really weird. The lightning that strikes her can even track her." Zhong Kongkong shouted hurriedly. When Xiaoqing saw the lightning in the black clouds, her eyes almost popped out, and a longing thought was immediately conveyed to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at Xiaoqing on his shoulder with some confusion. "What do you mean? You want that cloud?" Xiaoqing shook her head. Her body turned into a Z shape, and she smacked her lips. "Damn, do you want to eat that lightning?" Chen Yi finally understood what Xiaoqing meant. Xiaoqing nodded, obviously very excited. Chen Yi was a little confused. What on earth could Xiaoqing eat? She could even eat lightning? What if she ate all the lightning? Wouldn't Yunling's power be gone? He was confused. While Chen Yi was still hesitating, Luo Hanzhuang had already started. The lightning in Yunling struck directly at Zhong Kongkong. If Zhong Kongkong was still as strong as before, he would not be afraid of these lightnings at all, but now his strength has dropped to G level. If he's struck by lightning, let alone death, at least half of his life will be gone. At this moment, Xiaoqing suddenly jumped on top of Zhong Kongkong's head and opened his snake mouth as small as a sesame seed. A bolt of lightning twisted and was swallowed directly into Xiaoqing's stomach, and the lightning disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xiaoqing was not affected at all, but showed a satisfied expression and then looked at Chun Yi pitifully. Chun Yi smiled helplessly. All right, little girl, surnamed Luo, since you started it first, don't blame me for being rude. Xiaoqing, go ahead. After receiving the order, Xiaoqing was extremely excited and let out a slightly childish dragon roar. Roar! It gathered the power of wind and flew quickly towards Yunling in the sky. Hearing the dragon's roar, Zhong Kongkong was so excited that he almost jumped up. Damn it, it's really a dragon. This is definitely a dragon's roar. This is my chance at godsend. You damn things, just wait. Master Zhong will kill back sooner or later and take back everything from me. Although Zhong Kongkong muttered in a low voice, Chun Yi heard it clearly. He narrowed his eyes and understood in his heart. This dog is indeed not simple and must have a big background. Luo Hanzhuang was also stunned at this time, watching his invincible Yunling being unable to fight back in front of the little snake, as if he had met his nemesis. Xiaoqing actually took the lightning condensed by Yunling as food and swallowed it in one gulp, which was simply unbelievable. As Yunling's lightning was swallowed by Xiaoqing, Yunling's size began to shrink. Seeing this, Luo Hanzhuang became anxious. Seeing that Yunling's power was almost exhausted, he hurriedly shouted, Chun Yi, stop your beast. Seeing this, Chun Yi sneered and said, Why? You were the first to fight, and you called for a stop when you couldn't win. Luo Hanzhuang was speechless. Watching Yunling gradually shrink, he finally couldn't help but lower his head. I admit defeat. What do you want? Chun Yi originally planned to continue forcing her, but seeing Luo Hanzhuang's attitude, he didn't want to continue pursuing her. After all, this girl's background was too big for him to afford to offend. So he nodded slowly. If you don't want anything to happen, you have to promise that after you get out, you won't ask your grandparents, father, mother, and grandparents to come and cause trouble for me. Luo Hanzhuang nodded calmly. I've already said it. I am who I am. Even if I want revenge, I will rely on my own strength to find you. Okay. Chun Yi agreed. Following Chun Yi's order, Xiaoqing reluctantly emerged from Yunling's body and returned to Chun Yi's shoulder. Chun Yi keenly noticed that Xiaoqing seemed to have grown a circle bigger. Also, that dog now recognizes me as the boss, so you can't cause trouble again. Luo Hanzhuang glared at Zhong Kongkong angrily, but finally nodded and agreed. Seeing that the threat was lifted, Zhong Kongkong immediately ran to Chun Yi, licked Chun Yi's shoes, and said flatteringly, Woof! Don't worry, boss. My loyalty to you is obvious to all. Chun Yi moved his feet away in disdain. All right. Tell me quickly, where are you from? And who is the adult Su Feng mentioned? Woof! Boss, I really don't know what that old man's name is. Anyway, he caught me after I ran out of the secret realm. Run out from the secret realm? Yes, the secret realm is not for you humans to enter casually, and we, the creatures of the secret realm, are not allowed to go to your world to search for treasures. Chun Yi nodded, already having a rough guess in his mind. You really don't know the identity of that old man? Chapter 14, the show begins. Qin Qian quickly calmed down and listened carefully to the sounds around her. She was sure that the sounds came from next door and immediately understood what was happening. Just like in the previous life, the family of three next door had all mutated into zombies. However, this time, unlike the previous life, these zombies did not stay quiet like before. They were still making that creepy laugh. Qin Qian felt a little uneasy and decided to go over to see what was going on. She walked to the balcony, opened the window, took out a waterproof drone, and flew it out to observe the situation next door. In the rain, she saw the family of three in a blurry picture. Everyone had turned into monsters with pale skin and bloodshot eyes, drooling from their mouths, their fingernails growing abnormally long, and their movements were extremely stiff. This was a typical early low-level zombie. Qin Qian let the drone fly closer, and the screen gradually showed the miserable state of the family of three. There was still freshly cooked food on the table, the parents were wearing aprons, and the 7-year-old daughter was wearing crayon Shinchon pajamas. The family who were supposed to be sitting together for dinner were now reduced to this state due to the mutation of the Doomsday particles. Watching this scene, Qin Qian was silent. her curled eyelashes trembling slightly. She sighed, stroking her chin, feeling a little complicated. She did not immediately decide to expose their situation, but planned to wait until the crystal core was generated before harvesting. Although these zombies made her feel sorry for them, she also knew the rules of the end of the world. At this moment, the hostess suddenly turned around and gave the drone an extremely weird smile. The kind of laughter, with a piercing tone that made people's scalps numb, echoed in the air again. Qin Qian was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled softly. Maybe it still retained some human memories after mutation. Maybe it listened to crosstalk or something before it became a zombie. She shook her head, thinking that this was not something worth investigating. What is a zombie laughing at? It's like a toad on the back of your foot. Who cares? She decided to take back the drone and sleep in the living room today to avoid any strange noises coming from the bedroom. However, she didn't expect that Qin Qian, who thought she could escape in the living room, was too naive. There was also a family of 3 upstairs, especially a 5-year-old boy who was not affected by the apocalypse at all and was still a real naughty child. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, he was still shouting and singing loudly, running around the house like a tireless little devil. Qin Qian put on her earplugs and managed to fall asleep. But suddenly, she was awakened by a loud noise, as if something had fallen from the upper floor. Qin Qian got up helplessly and knocked on the roof with a mop handle, signaling for quietness up there. But this time, there was another response from the upstairs. 3 people began to stomp their feet together. The sound was deafening. Qin Qian remembered that in the previous life, the family upstairs was the most troublesome, making a lot of noise every night. Scolding children, couples quarreling, children being restless, these things were commonplace. She and her neighbors also tried to talk to the family. At first, they agreed, but later they started to act badly and their attitude became worse and worse. Especially the man, who was 188 centimeters tall and weighed 250 caddies. He was as strong as a stone sculpture, and no one dared to mess with him. Qin Qian remembered that at that time, she had no parents to protect her, so she could only choose to avoid trouble. Now she would not swallow her anger anymore, but she did not rush forward immediately. She knew that she had to wait until one day. No one would care about all these troubles, and the police would no longer show up. She opened the group chat to see if anyone was also complaining about this family. But to her surprise, people from every building in the group were talking about the situation on their floor. Almost every floor was complaining, and the noise from upstairs and downstairs was endless. 10 months later, the birth rate of newborns will definitely increase significantly. Someone in the group joked. Qin Qian smiled slightly, knowing that their thoughts were completely off the mark. That was not the sound of playing poker, but the sound of zombies biting family members or being controlled by family members. 10 months later, the global birth rate will probably not increase, but will shrink significantly. The next morning, Qin Qian slept very late and her stomach was growling. After a quick wash, she took out beef dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks from the space. After thinking for a while, she also added a portion of braised chicken feet. Turn on the TV, eat, and drink comfortably, and feel everything is so comfortable. The stagnant space she has can keep the food steaming hot. No matter how many years have passed, it will still be hot when taken out. Of course, the premise is that she can live to that 100 years. After finishing the last bite of the bun, Qin Qian burped and thought to himself, "This beef bun tastes really good, not like ordinary buns at all, with a rich flavor. It must be a delicacy made by Hextech, a technological feast, really amazing. Eat less. If you eat too much, you'll foam at the mouth. Brother," she said with a crooked mouth and couldn't help but grinning. After eating and drinking, Qin Qian entered the space and began to work on her farm, growing vegetables and taking care of small animals. Then she came out to exercise, do physical training, and strengthen her supernatural powers. For lunch, she ate grilled steak and pasta while checking Weibo. The chain reaction of disaster had begun, with multiple supermarkets being sold out, the police force being severely insufficient, and the streets in chaos. Some people in the group chat were also discussing that there was a looting in the supermarket downstairs, and several female sales clerks stepped forward to stop it, but were beaten by strong men. Qin Qian was not surprised by these things, and she did not pay too much attention to them. Instead, she turned on the monitoring system to check Lin Meijiao's movements. As soon as she turned on the camera, she saw Lin Meijiao, Annie's son, and another Annie sitting in the living room, eating a table full of delicious food, self-heating hot pot, various fruits, roast chicken, pork knuckles, and various drinks. While drinking Coke, Lin Meijiao said proudly, "I have to thank that bitch. She said she wanted to do a food show, but she left more than 30,000 yuan worth of food with me. Now it's all cheap for us. Aunt Sun smiled and spat out a mouthful of bones. Yeah, she definitely never dreamed of the situation today. Ha! I guess she is probably starving to death in her house now. The other aunt smiled but said nothing, while Lin Meijiao sneered. She had to have that mansion to show off, stole my things, and pocketed so much money. She deserves it. Aunt Sun also smiled happily and raised her glass, saying, "Come on, let's toast to the young lady. Let's eat and drink well and watch that bitch die." The three of them raised their glasses to celebrate. Lin Meijiao raised her eyebrows and said, "I'll post a circle of friends to her later to piss her off to death." Qin Qian laughed so hard in front of the screen that he fell backwards, thinking, how come these two are so funny? If he wasn't afraid of being exposed, he really wanted to show his cousin the pile of supplies in his space. However, Qin Qian knew that this was just the beginning of the good show. At this time, the property management sent a message on WeChat, asking for a count of the remaining population and asking about the number of supplies and people at home. Qin Qian was moved and didn't intend to pay attention. Is this to test her bottom line? Wait for the order to collapse and then rob her? As soon as I hung up the phone, the property management called me directly via video. Chapter 15 Lin Meijiao, Awakening of Superpowers. Qin Qian hung up the phone and was about to type a reply when the phone rang again. She hung up helplessly and quickly typed a few words. It's not convenient to answer. Not long after, the other party sent another voice message with a tough tone. Answer it. Then she called again. Qin Qian continued to hang up. She really wanted to laugh. Who did the other party think he was? The emperor? Half a day later, the other party sent a simple message. Report the number of people and the situation of supplies. Qin Qian suddenly had an idea and immediately retorted. What's the point of reporting it? I'm out of food. Will you send me any? Also, there were ghosts howling upstairs in the middle of the night last night. Did you care? Can you find someone to fix the leak in my toilet? The property management replied. We asked you to report the situation first. Why are you saying so much? Hurry up. Qin Qian was stunned for a moment, then replied bluntly. I paid the property management fee so that you can provide me with services, not to offer sacrifices to my ancestors. Hurry up and send me supplies and repair the toilet. Several people are waiting to eat. Do you hear me? After a barrage of questions, the property management never responded. Qin Qian smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, only magic can defeat magic. You ask about my situation, and I will ask you for something in return. This also indirectly revealed how many people there were in the family, which made them feel a little afraid. Qin Qian casually threw his phone down and lay back on the sofa, feeling secretly proud of himself. It had been raining heavily outside for more than 20 days, and the temperature remained high. The water on the streets had already flooded the second floor, and the residents on the ground floor had to move upstairs. Fortunately, Qin Qian lived on the 16th floor, and it had never been flooded in his previous life. But the mosquito problem caused by high temperature and humidity is getting worse. Swarms of mosquitoes are waiting outside the door, and as soon as the door is opened, they will swarm in. These mosquitoes are as big as melon seeds, with black and white stripes on their bodies. One bite from them can make a person swell up like a fist, which is extremely painful and itchy, and also poisonous. Qin Qian had already prepared insecticide spray and tightly sealed every window and door that could be opened to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes and swelling all over the body like in the previous life. However, many neighbors were bitten by mosquitoes and even vomited and fainted. The hospital has been completely overwhelmed. Patients have turned into zombies, and doctors and nurses have also been infected. The entire medical system has collapsed. That afternoon, a mother's message for help came through the group. Her 6-month-old daughter was bitten by mosquitoes for more than 20 times. She vomited milk and fainted. Her breathing was weak, and her whole body was swollen to the point of being translucent. The photo was shocking, and the mother was sending a voice message for help in pain, her voice full of despair. Everyone was moved and tried to find a solution. Qin Qian also remembered the scene in her previous life. During the extremely hot period, everyone was forced to abandon the building and hide in the cool underground garage, and she almost starved to death because of lack of food. The only one who gave her a little help was this mother. At that time, she quietly stuffed a moldy steamed bun into Qin Qian's mouth, and Qin Qian relied on that steamed bun to survive for a few more days. If only my girl could survive. I'd love to see her grow up to be your age, she whispered, her eyes filled with guilt and hope for her daughter. Qin Qian was not a kind person, but she would never forget the kindness of this meal. With gratitude and determination, she decided to avenge and repay the mother. This time, she did not keep silent. She prepared medicine and assault boats and quietly placed them at the door of the benefactor's house. She knocked on the door and left quickly. When the family opened the door and saw the supplies, they cried with joy. There was no one around, so they knelt on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude to the entrance of the corridor. After Qin Qian returned to her home, she sat down and turned on the surveillance screen. She saw a scene that made her very satisfied. Her cousin's house had indeed been invaded. 3 strong men were holding knives. The leader covered his eyes, obviously having just been beaten. He shouted angrily, "You bitch, you are really strong. Huh, if you don't want to die, hand over your things." Lin Meijiao looked frail, but she held up a wooden stool and angrily said, "Tell me, how did you know there was something in my house?" The man didn't care and sneered, "Huh, just kneel down obediently. When I'm full and have sex, I'll tell you." Then, he rushed at Lin Meijiao with a knife. After several fierce fights, although Lin Meijiao was injured, she still defeated the 3 strong men with her supernatural powers. She stepped on a man's heart and said coldly, "You bastard, tell me, how did you know I have supplies here?" The man spat out blood foam and said weakly, "You spent tens of thousands of dollars to stock up in the supermarket, and you still ask us? I won't rob anymore. Let me go, I'll leave." But Aunt Sun cut the man's neck with a knife. She was so scared that she fell to the ground and said tremblingly, "Dead, dead." Lin Meijiao didn't care. She seemed to have thought of something and hurried to her room to look for something. After a long time, she finally found her ID card, with only one left. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She cursed, "Qin Qian, you bitch, I want you to die." Qin Qian watched with a smile, thinking to herself, "My cousin is really not stupid. She guessed the key so quickly." She was waiting to hear more curses, thinking this was a good thing. Lin Meijiao was so angry that she couldn't control herself and immediately called Qin Qian. Qin Qian waited for more than 10 seconds before the call was connected. Then her cousin scolded her angrily. "Why did you steal my ID card to buy things? Bitch, did you know about I Ching earlier? Tell me." Qin Qian had a smile on her face, but she was crying. "Sister, is there any food in your house? Can I go to your place? I'm dying, my things were taken away, and I haven't eaten for 3 days. Oh." Hearing her say this, my cousin's smug laughter came immediately. "Dream on, if you dare to hurt me. Just wait to starve to death at home." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Qin Qian picked up the half-eaten dried fish and continued to eat it. At this time, there was another noise downstairs. Lin Meijiao went downstairs and found that Aunt Gao was about to leave, and Aunt Sun was trying to stop her. "You've eaten and drunk so much, and now you want to run away. Do you have any shame?" Aunt Sun sneered. Aunt Gao said anxiously, "My son is still in the city. I want to go find him." Lin Meijiao rushed forward angrily and slapped Aunt Gao in the face. "How dare you betray me? Haha, if you dare to leave today, I will definitely kill you." Aunt Gao was beaten so hard that blood came out of her mouth and nose, and she fell to the ground in pain. Next, there was a lot of quarreling and noise around. Qin Qian was too lazy to pay attention to it, and just hoped that he could see his cousin's body next time he checked the surveillance. "Hey, Lin Meijiao, please don't let me down," Qin Qian thought to himself. Chapter 16. Troubles continue. The expected hurried knock on the door did not sound, but instead the couple whispered to each other. The man said, "I will hide behind the door and you negotiate with her. As soon as she opens the door, I will rush in, subdue her, and take away everything I can." The woman nodded. "Okay, I'll call Li Jin when the time comes. This little bitch is pretty and can definitely be sold for a good price." There was a cold gleam of jealousy in the woman's eyes. She thought of how her husband's eyes were fixed on her every time he met Qin Qian. Her heart was filled with jealousy. Bah, this seductive vixen deserves to die. Qin Qian took a deep breath. After many years, she heard the name Li Jin again. This reminded her of some not-so-nice past events. Li Jin was a villain in the late stage of extreme heat who controlled the entire building. He and 2 other superpowers relied on their own means to abduct men, rape women, and control materials, almost forming a small kingdom. This kind of thing is common in the end times. Li Jin once tried to violate Qin Qian, and she had already listed him as one of the targets to be killed. At this time, the naughty child said smugly, "I want to eat ice cream. Mom and Dad, beat this woman to death and give me her ice cream." The whole family is mobilized to deal with her? Qin Qian thought to herself. The couple coaxed their child. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't talk. At this time, they were ready to knock on the door. However, Qin Qian was not going to give them a chance. The door opened by itself with a whoosh, and the couple was startled. They turned around and saw Qin Qian standing at the door. Qin Qian didn't give them any chance to react. He quickly kicked the naughty kid in the fat face, causing him to scream and roll down the stairs. Mother Bear screamed and rushed to rescue her child. Father Bear's eyes widened and he cursed, and the strong man immediately pressed down on Qin Qian like a mountain. Qin Qian showed no fear at all and nimbly dodged his attack, using the narrow entrance space to stretch out his legs and trip Xiong Dad. Then, Qin Qian quickly took out the electric baton and shocked Xiong Dad on the back of his neck. The bear father rolled his eyes, twitched and struggled, and began to spit after a few seconds. Qin Qian used all his strength to lift him up and push him out the door. The bear mother and the bear child rushed over and were immediately hit, and the family of 3 rolled down neatly. Dad Bear completely lost his fighting ability, and the kid was hit by Dad Bear, unconscious, spitting blood. Mom Bear saw that both her husband and son were disabled, and she immediately lost her mind, screamed, and rushed over to grab Qin Qian. Qin Qian stood calmly, and when Xiong Ma rushed over, he subdued her with one move and forced her to kneel on the ground. Then, Qin Qian picked up a bamboo shoehorn and beat Xiong Ma fiercely left and right, causing her to scream miserably, with blood coming out her mouth and nose, and stars in her eyes, and finally she collapsed to the ground. Qin Qian stood up, wiped his nose, and kicked her over. Mother Xiong rolled her eyes and fainted. Qin Qian never showed mercy to such people. She put the 3 people into a stagnant space and killed them instantly. No living body is allowed in the stagnant space. Qin Qian climbed upstairs and saw that the door of their house was still open. She threw the 3 bodies into the room without hesitation to avoid polluting her space. After closing the door, Qin Qian returned to her home. From then on, the upstairs became quiet, without any sound at all. Qin Qian slept soundly, but in her dream, she saw her old friend again. It's okay. I will protect you well from now on. Are you hungry? I made some compressed biscuits and stewed meat. Go and have some. Eat slowly. There's plenty left. Hee hee. I'll give this to you too. You're too weak. Eat more. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm alive, even if there are only 2 of us left, I will not let you go. It was Song Zhi. Qin Qian hadn't dreamed of him for a long time. When she woke up, she could still clearly hear his words echoing in her ears, and her heart felt warm and tender. She didn't know why Song Zhi suddenly fell in love with her in the previous life. They hadn't seen each other for 15 years. She was just a burden at that time, and there was nothing worthy of his love. She secretly made up her mind that if they met again in this life, Qin Qian would never treat him badly. She didn't dare to get involved in love. After all, what she wanted more was a loyal and sincere teammate. And as a boss, she was absolutely generous. Qin Qian closed his eyes and felt the breath he had taken from Song Zhi before. The breath was very stable, indicating that he was not dead yet. She remembered that in the previous life, Song Zhi once said that October 24th was the most difficult day for him. Qin Qian decided to show up at that time to save him. Oh, what's the point of adding icing on the cake? Only when you help others in times of need will people remember the benefit. The rainstorm lasted for a month, and on August 5th, the water level rose to the 4th floor. Water and electricity began to be rationed, with only 4 hours of electricity and water available each day. Qin Qian turned on the solar panels, closed the bedroom door, and used 3 ice fans to circulate and cool down. The temperature outside was over 50 degrees Celsius, and it was raining hot water, but her house was able to maintain a cool temperature of around 19 degrees Celsius. This might be the only house in the entire community that is so cool. At noon, Qin Qian brought out a spicy version of big plate chicken from the space, opened a bottle of ice cola, cut half a large watermelon, and took some wide noodles to put into the big plate chicken. The smooth noodles absorbed the soup and were extremely delicious. She opened the downloaded version of Empresses in the Palace and began to enjoy this delicious meal. Although there are many TV series, there are not many that Qin Qian can watch over and over again, and this drama has almost become her electronic meal. Every time she watches it, she can't help but say the lines along with the characters, and she is particularly addicted. After eating and drinking, Qin Qian burped, feeling satisfied. She opened the community group and found that the group had already started exchanging goods. Some people exchanged luxury goods and gold and silver for a potato or a bag of rice. But the things they could get in exchange were too little, and it was basically just food for food. Qin Qian touched her chin and felt that she was too extravagant. She took out good things from the space, and they were not bad at all. Burp. At this time, in addition to various disaster reports, some people began to show off their eating habits online. Many people spread food all over the table, vomited in public after eating, and continued to eat, which was met with a lot of abuse. There was another idiot who was showing off a chicken leg during a food show when suddenly his door was kicked open and a dozen strong men came in, looted his house, and beat him up. The comment section was filled with applause, saying that the script was well written and the actor's acting was spot on. In the end, the anchor was stabbed in the throat while struggling, and blood splattered all over the live broadcast room. Qin Qian sneered. Wasting food was shameful, especially at this time. When others were hungry, he wasted food. He really deserved to be slaughtered. In the evening, Qin Qian cleaned up the house after exercise and opened the door to put the garbage bag in the corridor. As soon as he closed the door, he saw a hand grabbing the door. Qin Qian was caught off guard. The other person was a middle-aged man with great strength, who forcibly pulled the door open. Dare to break in and steal things? Qin Qian took a step back and prepared to fight, but found that it was a couple with an elderly mother-in-law and a child of 7 or 8 years old. It was obviously moved up from downstairs. Xiao Zhang from the property management stood behind awkwardly. Hey, how dare you barge in? Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Apparently Xiao Zhang had brought them up here to seek shelter. What troubles? Just as they were thinking, the four of them had already stretched their heads to look inside the house. The old lady's eyes showed a light of greed and desire, and she said happily, "This place is nice. Let's live here." As she said that, she began to put the luggage in the entrance hall. Chapter 17, Don't Take Anesthesia. The noise outside the door made Qin Qian even more irritated. The expected knock on the door did not come, but instead the couple whispered to each other. The man whispered, "I'll hide behind the door later, and you negotiate with her. As soon as she opens the door, I'll rush in and take away everything I can." The woman nodded, with a calculating gleam in her eyes. "I'll call Li Jin later. This little bitch is pretty and can definitely be sold for a good price." Qin Qian felt sick when she thought of the name. General Li Jin was her mortal enemy in her previous life, a villain in the extreme heat period who controlled the situation in the entire building. At that time, he teamed up with 2 other superpowers and ran rampant, beating men, raping women, and controlling supplies, almost forming a small kingdom. Qin Qian had been violated by him many times, and he was one of her must-kill targets. Thinking of this, Qin Qian sneered. Her plan was not only to take revenge, but also to make those who hurt her pay the price. The child's voice came again. "I want to eat ice cream. Mom and Dad, beat this woman to death and give me her ice cream." Qin Qian cursed inwardly when she heard this. They actually used their children to threaten her. What a useless family. Just as she was thinking, the voices of the couple gradually approached, ready to knock on the door. However, Qin Qian was already prepared. The door opened by itself with a whoosh, and the couple was startled. They turned around and saw Qin Qian standing at the door. "What? Still want to break in?" Qin Qian asked coldly, stretching out his hand to block their way. The old lady immediately put on a kind face and said with a smile, "This little girl is really a kind child. Grandma's house was flooded. You have room here. Let our family squeeze in." There was a strong calculation in her words, and she was obviously trying to take advantage of Qin Qian. Seeing Qin Qian's frail appearance, she thought she could easily control this woman. Qin Qian glanced coldly and sneered. "Thank you, I know I'm good-looking, but I don't want to share my house with anyone. Don't call me grandma all the time. My grandma died a long time ago. You want to be my grandma? Then go cut your wrists." There was a flash of anger in the old lady's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She touched her grandson's head and continued. "Actually, we adults are fine, but my little grandson, you see, he is still a child. How can he suffer?" Xiao Zhang also seemed to have a headache and hurriedly advised, All right, they said they are not happy anymore. I will take you upstairs to find someone else." However, the old lady didn't listen at all and continued. "Girl, we're not staying here for free. We'll clean the house and do some chores for you, and make sure it's clean when you leave." She said this without disguising it, obviously trying to cover up her purpose with the hypocritical excuse of cleaning the house. Qin Qian sneered in his heart and said directly, 388 per person per night. Take care of your own food and drink. 500 for children. When a man heard the price, he immediately said angrily, "Why don't you go and rob it? We are neighbors. Shouldn't you be more generous and help each other in this situation?" Qin Qian's face turned cold, and a sneer rose from the corner of his mouth. "Fuck you, this is the price. If you don't want to live here, just get out." As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately denounced. Even the kids spat at her. Xiao Zhang couldn't stand it any longer, rubbed his brows, suppressed his anger, and said, "Do you want to take a look for yourself? This house has one bedroom and one living room, and there's not even a sofa in the living room. It's not convenient to live in. I'll take you upstairs to find another place. Okay?" The old lady's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she looked fierce. "Why can't there be room for her? Can't she just sleep on the floor? We can sleep in her bedroom, right?" The man also agreed. "Yes, my child is weak, so what's wrong with her helping? An adult is so selfish. Has she never been a child herself? Has she never grown old? How ridiculous." Qin Qian was completely furious. This guy was so shameless that he actually dared to say that to her. Just when she was about to lose her temper, the daughter-in-law finally couldn't help it and pulled the corner of her mother-in-law's clothes. "Mom, let's forget it, we." "Huh." The old lady slapped her daughter-in-law, her eyes full of anger. "How can you have a right to speak? It's because of you that you are such a coward that my grandson has been educated to be like you, always being bullied. Shut up." The daughter-in-law covered her face, tears fell down, and she closed her mouth silently. At this time, the little boy saw a row of figurines and blind box toys in the living room, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Mom, I want to play that. Give it to me, I want to play it." Seeing the little boy pointing at her things, Qin Qian's patience was instantly exhausted. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "This family is really troublesome." The old lady obviously wanted to use the child's name to force her way into Qin Qian's home. She pulled her daughter-in-law's hand away and let her grandson rush into the house. "Enough." Qin Qian's voice was as cold as ice. "You want to come in? Dream on." Before he finished speaking, Qin Qian gathered his strength, grabbed the naughty boy by the back of his neck, and threw him into the man's arms, causing the man to stagger back a step. Others also fell due to losing their balance. Qin Qian took the opportunity to use the Iron Mountain Lean, and with the blessing of her special power, her strength was as strong as a calf. The collision made them all take a few steps back. Qin Qian quickly closed the door, and everything went as she wished. The old lady was quick-witted and pride opened the door with her hands while lying on the ground. "So, quickly open the door. She must have food at home. We can't let her go." Qin Qian sneered, thinking exposed. "Stop pretending." Seeing this, Xiao Zhang hurriedly hugged the burly man, and even though his face turned red, he still didn't let go. He signaled Qin Qian with his eyes to hurry up. Qin Qian understood and immediately stepped on the old lady's outstretched dog paw. She pulled her hand back in pain, and Qin Qian narrowed his eyes. "Since you want to come in so badly, then give it a try." As the door slammed shut, heart-wrenching screams were heard from outside. The man kept banging on the door, cursing and swearing. Xiao Zhang was also scolded. Xiao Zhang angrily scolded back. "What are you arguing about? It's not like we won't find you a place to live. Are you bandits? If you don't want to get out, breaking into someone's house is burglary. If you're caught, you'll be sentenced to death. Hurry up and leave, or I will not care about you anymore. Sleep in the corridor," he said angrily, then turned and went upstairs. The remaining family of 4 could only follow him upstairs in disappointment, unable to do anything else. Qin Qian tidied up the mess at the door, thinking to himself, this family really can't be kept. At the very least, the old lady and her son must die. Feeling a little hungry, Qin Qian turned to the kitchen to make some spicy noodles, and then drank a cup of iced lemon tea and continued to enjoy her good time. She sat on the sofa, eating while turning on The Legend of Zhen Huan. This drama has become her electronic meal. While eating it, she can not only feel the satisfaction of food, but also some profound meanings in the story. When the TV series Legend of Zhen Huan was being broadcast, the plot just reached the part where Zhen Huan fell out of favor and was humiliated in the streets, and Shui showed her concern for her. Zhen Huan's words, "You will be rewarded for your kindness," made Qin Qian smile. Qin Qian drank a sip of lemon tea, but she was thinking about her cousin's situation. Last night, there was very little food left in their house. It seemed that they had realized that the disaster would continue and they had to save food. Looking at the surveillance footage, Qin Qian couldn't help but smile. Her cousin's house had been occupied. 5 men and 1 woman were wolfing down their stored food and searching for other supplies. "My cousin was beaten and bleeding. Her hands were tied, and a rough man was holding her down and trying to do something indecent to her. The woman held him back and whispered, "It's too late. Why are you still wasting your energy on these things? Let's stay here and wait for rescue." Lin Meijiao nodded helplessly to show her obedience. However, Qin Qian knew that she would never be so obedient. Lin Meijiao was a poisonous snake without humanity. She began to wait, waiting for her retribution in this life. Chapter 18. Enemy. The next morning, Qin Qian was awakened by the sticky sweat on her body. She opened her eyes and realized that the power of the cooling fan had been cut off, and the air in the room was hot and stuffy. The heavy rain outside did not stop at all and continued to pour down, hitting the window and making a crackling sound. She opened her phone and checked the news in the community group. Starting today, the power and water supply will be completely cut off, and the restoration time is undetermined. The water outage is acceptable, as there is no shortage of water during the rainstorm, but the most fatal thing is the power outage. Without electricity, almost everyone feels unbearable pain. There were cries and quarrels in the corridor from time to time, and the group was flooded with various messages. Anxiety and panic filled the air. Qin Qian was prepared in her heart that this day would come sooner or later, and she was ready to deal with it. She had found a factory in advance and bought 20 tons of pine cat litter. This cat litter has its own fragrance, which can well cover the odor of feces. The used cat litter can be mixed with compost and fermented for a few days to become high-quality fertilizer. Although the water stopped, she can still use rainwater to wash and take care of the space. Unable to take a shower, she wiped her body with rainwater to keep clean. She uses cat litter to process the excrement, then tosses it into a compost bin, where it ferments with livestock manure and eventually becomes fertilizer for crops and pastures. It's a perfect cycle that's both environmentally friendly and practical. After washing up, Qin Qian put on some talcum powder and continued to work. Her consciousness entered the space and began to water and repair the courtyard. It was still raining outside, but the warm sunshine was shining in the space. Qin Qian laid out the solar panels in the yard, plugged in the batteries, and charged them with sunlight. After finishing all this, she went to check her own house. The house was covered with solid wood floors, and the walls were covered with light pink floral wallpaper, which was simple and warm. The bedroom was already furnished with necessities such as a bed, wardrobe, and desk. On the bedside table, there was a family photo. Although the parents in the photo were no longer there, she still wanted to leave some warmth in this home. She arranged the west room into a small dining room, equipped with a refrigerator, dining table, pots and pans, etc. Although in order to save space, there was only a small low table in the living room for eating and watching TV series, and the bed was only an inflatable mattress. Everything looked a bit shabby and even lonely, but Qin Qian still kept these old furniture, wanting to keep a sense of warmth for herself. After all, this was her only pure land. Just as she was about to leave the space, she suddenly heard the sound of an airplane outside. She hurried to the balcony and saw the loudspeaker in the air playing a broadcast in a loop. "Please close your doors and windows and don't go out. There will be helicopters delivering relief food every week to ensure the normal life of the residents. Please believe that the government will not abandon any citizen, and we're doing our best to help all survivors." Qin Qian's heart was slightly moved, touched by the hope that still persisted in the end times. Although the government was no longer strong, at least it had not given up on innocent people like them. She thought of the soldiers who had protected her in the end times, and their courage and justice still made her feel warm. Even to save her, a young soldier died heroically. This warmth was rare and precious. The broadcast continued, reminding everyone to collect supplies. Qin Qian knew that she was not short of food, but in order not to arouse other people's suspicion, she decided to go. She walked downstairs, and the moment she opened the door, the damp air hit her face, and the air in the corridor was hot and heavy. She saw the old lady and her family who had made trouble for her. The old lady was so thin that she could hardly stand, and it was obvious that she was very hungry. Her grandson, on the other hand, had a ruddy complexion and lowered his head to play the game console in his hand, completely unaffected by the disaster. When the old lady saw Qin Qian, her eyes immediately became resentful, as if she wanted to do something to her again. Qin Qian knew that the old lady must be up to something bad again, and she was going to make this woman pay the price today. She stepped onto the rooftop and heard the whispers and exclamations of the people around her. Why aren't the people from a neighborhood committee maintaining order? Qin Qian looked up and found that the person in charge of organizing the queue was Lead General. She was slightly shocked and clenched her fists tightly. This familiar yet unfamiliar face reminded her of her previous life. At that time, in order to establish his authority, he cut off the hands and feet of those who challenged him, and even forcibly hugged her mother in front of her, and cruelly chopped the baby in the cradle in half with a knife and threw it to the zombies. These memories were deeply engraved in her heart, making her determined to seek revenge in this life. At this time, two henchmen stood beside Li Jin, Old A and Baldy. The three of them looked threatening and violent. They were staring at the people around them fiercely, obviously looking for people to bully under the pretext of distributing supplies. Xiao Zhang from the property was helping the soldiers on the helicopter to carry supplies, but he was bruised and swollen and was obviously beaten badly by Li Jin and his gang. While distributing relief food, Li Jin and his gang flirted with the pretty girls in the queue. Several girls seemed very uneasy, but did not dare to resist. Qin Qian didn't want to be noticed by Li Jin, but as soon as she used her supernatural power, he just walked around her, as if he didn't see her. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, whose little girl is this? She's so pretty, with big breasts and a big butt. You can tell there are a lot of men around her." Qin Qian turned around, shrugged, and smiled at him. "I have many men. Are you envious? Wipe your drool. Master Zhao, the car repairman at the entrance of the village, doesn't like you, you old bastard." The people around her burst into laughter, and the old lady who had intended to humiliate her was stunned by her counterattack. She took 2 steps back in anger, her lips trembling, obviously not expecting Qin Qian to dare to fight back against her. Li Jin was attracted by these words. His eyes stayed on Qin Qian for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Compared with those pale and thin women, Qin Qian was obviously a top-notch beauty. Li Jin smiled greasy, licking his yellow teeth, and approached Qin Qian. "Little sister is so pretty. Brother likes it. Come on, give brother a kiss. Brother will give you an extra supply." Before he finished speaking, Old A and the bald man next to him whistled with malicious smiles on their faces. The old lady also stood behind Qin Qian and smiled triumphantly. She thought that Qin Qian would be humiliated and ashamed. Qin Qian sneered and hooked her finger. Li Gani thought she was compromising and immediately came over. The moment he approached, Qin Qian's eyes turned cold and he slapped him, with a crisp sound echoing in the air. Li Jin was stunned. Everyone around her looked at her. Qin Qian said coldly, "Shameless thing. You call me mother, I'll give you a slap in the face. You don't even want to show your respect." Li Jin was furious. He grabbed a baseball bat from the side and hit Qin Qian with it. The stick whistled towards Qin Qian's head, and there was a sharp sound of wind in the air. If it hit her, her head would definitely explode. The people around screamed and dodged. Qin Qian quickly dodged, but the old lady behind her pushed her hard, pushing her towards Li Jin. "Go to hell." The old lady sneered and wanted Li Jin to take action. Chapter 19. Resurrection of the Dead? Bump! With a loud bang, the steel rod hit the skull hard, making a crack sound which made the people around him ache. Then, accompanied by a whimpering groan, the situation in front of them suddenly changed drastically, and everyone's eyes widened. Qin Qian dodged at the critical moment, but the old lady behind her failed to dodge and was hit hard by the steel rod. A big hole was smashed in her head and blood spurted out. She staggered, lost her balance, and fell directly from the 30th floor. If you fall into the water from the 30th floor, all your bones and internal organs will be broken. Qin Qian sneered and shook his head, secretly mocking herself. The old lady finally finished her journey. "Have a good journey." The old lady's son was stunned for a moment, then rushed over uncontrollably and shouted, "Mom!" His wife, on the other hand, just hugged her son and watched all this indifferently, without much expression on her face. "Bitch, you did it on purpose. Go and be buried with my mother." The aunt's son was furious and rushed towards Qin Qian, wanting revenge. Qin Qian kicked him in the vitals without hesitation. He wailed, took a few steps back, fell down, and rolled out, grabbing a steel bar with his hand. "Wife, save me!" he screamed, his eyes full of despair. However, the woman just hugged her son tightly, with a cold expression, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "Give it to me, and die." Oh, it seems that the conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and the husband and wife is not small. Qin Qian sneered in his heart, but did not stay for long. The man struggled painfully, his hand loosened, and finally fell down. There were a few screams, and everyone else retreated in panic. Li Jin and his 2 men, Lao, and Baldy, stood on the other side of the crowd, their mouths twitching, obviously frightened by the scene. What's going on? Li Jin asked in a low voice, obviously not expecting this situation to happen. The soldier who was delivering supplies heard the noise and came over to ask what happened. When Li Jin saw the soldier, he immediately calmed down and didn't dare to fight him anymore. Instead, Xiao Zhang stepped forward and tried to mediate. Xiao Zhang didn't mention Qin Qian, but organized everyone to continue to collect supplies. Qin Qian silently thanked Xiao Zhang in his heart. Although he had not done anything earth-shattering in his life, his nature was still so kind. Even in the chaotic end of the world, he still maintained his clarity. Li Jin looked at Qin Qian, his eyes full of anger. He made a gesture and threatened her meaningfully. You are dead. Qin Qian raised his chin and gestured back fearlessly, thinking to himself, I'll wait for you. This is a gangster gesture, and non-gangsters don't understand it at all. Li Jin was obviously stunned by her reaction, and he didn't know how to respond. Qin Qian ignored him and went home after receiving the supplies. After returning home, she quickly dried herself and prepared for lunch. Today she made a light stir-fry, a portion of pure milk, 2 boiled potatoes as the staple food, and an egg and 2 braised chicken legs as the protein. In the apocalypse, physical and supernatural training consumes a lot of energy, so Qin Qian always makes sure she has enough food. Because without adequate nutrition, although her supernatural rank may rise, she will still be at a disadvantage in combat when facing those supernaturals who are strong and well-fed. Even for a superpower, if there's a lack of food, upgrading is useless. Because of this, in the last world, although superpowers appeared endlessly, it was rare to see truly powerful superpowers above level 5, and ordinary superpowers could not meet the demand for combat power. The day passed quickly, and Qin Qian's life remained the same. She trained, ate, worked, and rested every day. Until midnight, Qin Qian was lying in bed, and suddenly remembered the situation at her cousin's house. She turned on the surveillance camera to see what was going on. There was no one in the living room. She then checked the surveillance cameras in each room and saw Lin Meijiao tied up and thrown in the kitchen, with wounds all over her body and blood on her stomach, lying on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. On the bed, the woman was already dead, with blood dripping from her cut throat. Lin Meijiao's husband knelt in front of the bed, crying loudly. Others gathered around them, bowing their heads and crying. Qin Qian's heart was shocked, and he quickly called up the previous video. Only then did he understand what happened. The twin brothers were attracted by the beautiful Lin Meijiao and wanted to get their hands on her. The woman, out of sympathy, protected Lin Meijiao many times, which caused a rift between her and the twins. Lin Meijiao took the opportunity to please the woman and asked her to untie her. In the middle of the night, she took the initiative to invite the twins to make cookies together, but took the opportunity to wipe her neck and took some supplies to escape. However, she did not expect that the woman was not a saint. After hearing Lin Meijiao's admission of mistake, she actually believed her lies and eventually helped her heal her wounds. This saintly woman was cleverly used by Lin Meijiao, and she could not escape the consequences of her own actions. Eventually, Lin Meijiao was caught by those people and tortured cruelly. She was forced to eat what she vomited until her stomach and esophagus were torn apart, blood gushed from her mouth and nose, and she was in great pain. Qin Qian thought she was dead, but suddenly, she heard rustling sounds coming from the door. Someone was using a master key to pick the lock. Qin Qian's heart moved, and she smiled. Li Jin really did not disappoint her and finally came in person to deliver his life. After a while, the door was unlocked, and Li Jin and his men tiptoed into the house. Old A whispered, Nothing. What happened to her house? Was it robbed? The bald man licked his lips and said, We have no shortage of food as long as that little girl is still here. The 3 of them, a mutant, a speed-type mutant, and an ordinary person, walked towards Qin Qian's bedroom and scrupulously with sharp knives. Boss, the bed is empty, the bald man said in surprise, turning over the quilt. Li Jin frowned slightly, recalling the sharp look in the woman's eyes. When he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. What happened? He took a deep breath and looked carefully, only to find that his 2 companions had fallen to the ground with 2 huge bloody holes between their eyebrows. Hello. Why are you looking for me so late? Didn't you eat enough during the day? Qin Qian's voice was crisp and cold, with a hint of soft girlishness. When Li Jin saw that she was holding a pistol, he was shocked and raised his hands in surrender. Good sister, I admit my defeat. Don't kill me. I promise that I will never offend you again, okay? Qin Qian sneered. She had heard this sentence from countless victims. Whether he could really abide by it was completely irrelevant. Li Jin wanted to rush up and grab the gun, but Qin Qian fired without hesitation. Puff! The gunshot was almost silent, and Li Jin fell to the ground. Her gun was equipped with a silencer, and the noisy rain around her almost covered up the gunshot. Qin Qian turned on the flashlight and looked at Li Jin on the ground, preparing to clean up the mess. However, the next moment, she saw Li Jin's eyes suddenly flash red, and he slowly raised his head. The red demonic light was full of bloodlust and violence. Qin Qian suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and his face instantly became solemn. What's going on? Li Jin is resurrected. Chapter 20. Damn, I was careless. Qin Qian took a step back, took a few deep breaths, and quickly regained her composure. Just as she was about to shoot Li Jin again, the corpse suddenly moved slightly. She immediately realized that Li Jin in front of her was not a completely dead body, but had undergone some kind of mutation. Her eyes fell on him, and she couldn't help but be shocked. This was not true death, but he had mutated into a creature similar to a mutant rat. Damn it, you dare to waste food? I will never forgive you. Qin Qian was furious. In her previous life, she had witnessed the tragedy of mutant blood rats sweeping across the entire warehouse. The food was eaten up by them bite by bite, which made her so angry that she wanted to go crazy. The mutated blood rat in front of him had evolved to be about the same size as a Siamese cat, with a fat head and big ears, and it let out a chilling hiss from its mouth. Its red eyes stared at Qin Qian, and it pounced towards her with extremely swift movements. Without hesitation, she quickly pulled out her pistol and shot the blood rat in the head. With a pop, the blood rat's head was completely shattered, and its body twisted violently for several times before finally stopping struggling. Snap! The body of the blood rat fell to the ground. Qin Qian widened his eyes and checked the surrounding flesh and blood. He suddenly found a transparent crystal as big as a soybean. Crystal core. Qin Qian was delighted and quickly picked it up and rinsed it with water. The crystal core looked very small, and it was obviously a newly formed primary crystal core. Qin Qian smiled and was in a good mood, like a hungry wolf seeing food. She immediately found some tools and started working on the bodies of Li Jin and his two men. Soon, Qin Qian used a hammer and a crowbar to crack open their heads and found 2 crystal cores. She became more and more excited, and in a blink of an eye, the bodies in those treasures became trash in her eyes. Tisk, these crystal cores can help me improve faster. I should collect more. Qin Qian thought for a moment and decided to put the 3 corpses into her space. She always felt that these corpses might save her life at some point in the future. After tidying up, she wiped the floor, quietly walked to the next door, and gently pried open the door of the house next door. The zombies of the family of 3 had been mutated for a long time. Their skin was rotten beyond recognition, and their eyes were full of blood-red light. Qin Qian opened the door and saw them wandering around the house aimlessly, as if they were unconscious. She took a breath and prepared to act. Holding the sharp tang sword in her hand, she knew that she had to act decisively and quickly. She tried to cut her finger with a knife, and blood oozed out. Suddenly, 3 zombies rushed over quickly as if they were activated. They were extremely fast, with a pungent and rotten smell on their bodies, which was disgusting. Qin Qian swung the knife calmly, striking one head with each blow. Puff, puff, puff. The zombie's head was cut off instantly. Black blood splattered, and it fell to the ground lifeless. Qin Qian took a deep breath, quickly picked up the crystal core with chopsticks, and carefully put it into a small bowl. She quickly closed the door and returned home. As soon as she entered the house, she gasped again and almost vomited because of the disgusting stench. Looking down, she saw that the crystal core was still intact, and she couldn't help but smile. Although the crystal core was small, like a peanut, it was her capital for future advancement. However, just as he brought the bowl close to his face, the pungent smell hit his nose again. Qin Qian couldn't help but feel nervous and almost vomited all the dinner. Damn it, I was careless. She slapped her head and cursed. Although all this happened at the beginning of the apocalypse, the heavy rain and extreme weather almost wiped out all hope of the people. Water and electricity were cut off, life and death were in a split second, and loved ones could turn into zombies at any time, which completely changed people's lives. Countless people began to realize that the apocalypse they once despised had really arrived. With Li Jin's death, the order in the entire building began to collapse, and without a leader, violence and robbery ensued. Several strong men formed a new force and began to plunder from house to house under the banner of unified materials and centralized management. Qin Qian knew that although Li Jin was dead, it did not mean that everything was over. In every apocalypse, there would be a new Li Jin, and a new violent person would take over his role. Disasters give rise to looters, and looters create countless tragedies. Qin Qian's door was very strong. Although those people tried their best to break down the door, whether it was steel pipes, kitchen knives, or other tools, they could only leave some shallow marks on the door and could not break in. Whenever she heard someone banging on the door, she would go check it out. If it was a superpower, then that was perfect. The crystal cores were delivered. She would open the door, activate the electroshock trap, shock the opponent, then open the door to finish off the opponent and collect the crystal cores. If it were an ordinary person, it would be boring, so Qin Qian continued to enjoy her daily life. Day after day, Qin Qian had more and more crystal cores in her hands, and more corpses in the space. But after all, it was the early days of the apocalypse, and some people's crystal cores were still too small. In order to upgrade, she knew that she could no longer sit back and wait, and had to take the initiative. On this day, she turned on the surveillance again and saw the movements of her cousin's house. The water supply and power systems of the villa were still normal, and the surveillance was still working. However, when she checked the surveillance video, she found that her cousin and the men were gone. The house was in a mess, with blood and broken limbs everywhere, and the scene was very tragic. Qin Qian quickly looked through the previous videos and found that her cousin had been lying in the kitchen, motionless, without breathing or pulse. The men thought she was dead, so they dragged her away and threw her outside. However, Qin Qian observed carefully and found that her cousin's fingers actually twitched slightly when she was dragged. She enlarged the video and watched it repeatedly, and finally confirmed that her cousin was not completely dead. When the cousin was thrown into the green belt, she was chased by zombie wolves and fell into the attract effect, and all the residents of the villa were slaughtered. Qin Qian was full of anticipation, hoping that her cousin was not dead, but resurrected and fully revived, so that she could have fun with her again. She was looking forward to torturing her again with her own hands. Lin Meijiao, don't die so easily, otherwise how you pay back what you owe me? Qin Qian sneered, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. After many years of the apocalypse, her mind has completely changed. She is bloodthirsty and cold-blooded, enjoying every moment of seeing those who have hurt her crying and begging at her feet. Chapter 21, Zombie Babies. Congratulations on upgrading to Level 2. The abilities you gain are as follows. Ability name, None, Level 2. New skills. 1. Energy absorption. 2. Particle manipulation. Energy absorption. It can absorb the mutant particles of the end of the world and strengthen itself. In the process of using superpowers, the energy consumed by superpowers must be continuously replenished. It's like a large power bank with endless energy. Particle manipulation. It can manipulate mutant particles and detect and monitor the surrounding energy sources and energy fields. It's like a radar system in the brain. It can detect organisms within a certain range around it, both those with crystal cores and those without. He can even feel the supernatural properties of the crystal core and detect the other party's strong emotional changes. Qin Qian was just about to feel happy when she found out there was more content below. She lowered her head and continued to read. Ability name, Biological Control, Level 2. Sense the presence of animals. Ability name, Spiritual Space, Level 2. A packet of spiritual nutritious grass seeds is given as a gift, which can be used as a feed for poultry, livestock, and aquatic organisms. It grows very fast. Generally, it can grow to 1.6 meters in height in 2 to 3 days. It will bloom and bear fruit after 4 days, and each batch of spiritual nutrient grass can be harvested sustainably for a season. Any poultry, livestock, or aquatic organisms can be eaten and can improve the organism's disease resistance, satiety, and reduce feces output. Makes organisms taste more delicious and increases yield. Qin Qian never expected that in this life, in addition to the abilities of space and nothingness, she had also awakened a skill called biological control. According to the description on the letter paper, this ability seemed to allow her to control small animals to do things for her. She was filled with joy, as these abilities were undoubtedly a strong guarantee for her survival in the apocalypse. Although she was very excited about the improvement of her superpowers, she also understood that if she wanted to continue to improve, she would need more crystal cores. However, at present, she hardly ever left the house, so how could it be easy to collect so many crystal cores? However, Qin Qian did not stop. She began to work busy in the space, planting the seeds of psychic nutrient grass, and then looked at those cute little animals. The animals seemed to sense her gaze and suddenly became quiet. She guessed that this was probably the initial effect of biological control. She could control their behavior through her gaze. Then, she walked out of the space and began training in particle manipulation. She closed her eyes and felt the mutated particles around her. The particles spread in her consciousness like air currents, as if everything around her was exposed to her control. She could clearly detect the mutated particles around her and even perceive creatures with crystal cores and their emotional fluctuations. This increase in ability made her feel extremely powerful, and she began to be more eager to collect more crystal cores and unlock more powerful skills. In the afternoon, Qin Qian had a not-so-satisfactory meal, Italian cheese pizza with pineapple beer and sausage. The pizza was hot when it came out of the oven, but with the addition of cold drinks, it became extremely hard and dry, with a texture like chewing wax. Despite this, Qin Qian still finished the meal, thinking about her future revenge plan while eating. Let's put Lin Meijiao's matter aside for now. Her next target will be the scientists who once tortured her to death. Eugene, Robert, Eve, Tang Ren, Tu Lihua. These 5 names are deeply engraved in her memory, and she will never let them have a good end. Song Zhi was always a thorn in her heart. She had to improve her abilities and have enough power in the future to make him wary of her. She trusted him, but she didn't dare to trust anyone completely anymore. The world had let her down too many times, and she was no longer that innocent little girl. Just as she was about to take a break, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Qin Qian's mind moved, and she quickly used her supernatural powers to detect the surrounding situation. She found that this was not a haunted place, nor was it a zombie that had come back from the dead, but a family of 3 that she had killed before. They seemed to be in the process of corpse transformation, but still retained some crystal cores and were not completely dead for some reason. After she sensed the energy fluctuations of these 3 people, she became alert and quickly went upstairs. She pried the door open with a master key, and suddenly a pungent stench hit her in the face. She saw the 3 people in that family gnawing on a corpse, and they were obviously the unlucky ones who were planning to steal. The zombies were enjoying the flesh of the corpse, and the sound was like they were gnawing on chicken feet, which was creepy. Qin Qian didn't hesitate and killed the 3 zombies with one shot. After collecting crystal cores from the corpses once again, she brought the corpses back to the space and continued to act according to her plan. This family is doomed. Qin Qian couldn't help but sigh. She knew clearly that this situation was just a manifestation of the zombification process. Mutated zombies often do not completely cease to exist due to death. Once mutated, they will have no real physiological needs. Then her exploration led her to a new question. She sensed 3 crystal cores in a building, which made her wonder. The young couple couldn't have children. Why are there crystal nuclei? She wondered if they had adopted an orphan or had some other unspeakable secret. She walked into the family's room with confusion. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see a very small zombie baby, which opened its bloody mouth and pounced on her quickly. This shouldn't be invited, and there's no blood. What was going on? Why did the zombie babies notice her and attack her so quickly? Chapter 22 Song Zhi's breath suddenly disappeared. Qin Qian didn't waste time or use bullets. She just grabbed the stool next to her and smashed it hard on the zombie's head, instantly smashing it. After the zombie's head was broken, a crystal core about the size of a peanut was exposed. The energy of this crystal core was more refined than that of an ordinary zombie. As soon as Qin Qian held it in her hand, she could feel the clean and pure energy, which was completely different from the turbid energy of other zombie crystal cores. A terrible thought came to Qin Qian's mind. Can zombies reproduce? She held the crystal core of the little zombie and thought of this possibility. She did not hurt the zombie couple again, but closed the door and left. She had to verify her guess. If zombies can really reproduce, and their offspring can actively attack humans without blood or summons, it will be a huge threat. Just imagine, how can a human being catch up with the reproduction speed of zombies after a 10-month pregnancy? Qin Qian returned home with a head full of worries. She knew that she couldn't deal with the zombie rats in a state of anxiety. After all, absent-mindedness could easily lead to mistakes, and it might not be the zombies that died in the end, but the plague. In the end times, every step must be taken with caution. At around 9 o'clock the next morning, Qin Qian was awakened by the noise outside. She rubbed her eyes in a daze and opened the window. Under the window, on the 8th floor of the opposite building, a family was arguing. It turned out that the old man had finished his anti-hypertensive medicine, and the son wanted to go swimming to find medicine. Although his daughter and wife objected, and the staff of the neighborhood committee also persuaded him that it was too dangerous outside, the man did not listen and insisted on going. Soon after, many people followed suit and prepared to go out. Qin Qian still stood at the windowsill, counting the people who left. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 8 people went out. She wondered in her heart how many would be left later. She held her chin and stared at the excitement below. Soon, screams suddenly came from downstairs. Several huge black shadows appeared on the water and surrounded the 8 men in an instant. Then, a huge mouth broke out of the water and bit one of the men's shoulders fiercely. The next scene was even more bloody. The man was pulled into the water and struggled desperately. "Crocodile! It's a crocodile! Help!" someone screamed. Soon, 2 more people were bitten by the crocodile. The remaining 5 people's faces had turned completely pale, almost waxy yellow, showing extreme fear. On the surface, everyone started to swim back desperately. In fact, at this time, you don't have to swim too fast, just faster than others. Another person was dragged away by the crocodile, and the remaining few people swam back desperately. One of the fat men swam slowly and was about to be bitten by the crocodile. At this moment, he suddenly grabbed a man with glasses and pushed him hard towards the crocodile. The crocodile bit the man's upper body, and only the lower body was still struggling in the water. People around started screaming, and the glasses man's wife also started to scream hysterically. In her painful screams, she burst into anger and kicked the fat man into the water. The fat man could not escape his fate and was soon swallowed by the crocodile. The woman cried loudly, staring at the half of her husband's leg that was left in the crocodile's mouth. "Husband, don't leave me." After saying that, she swam towards the crocodile. "In the next life, I still want to be with you." However, not long after, she was also devoured by another, slightly smaller alligator. Qin Qian watched all this from the side and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. In her past life, she had also seen a crocodile eat a person with her own eyes. She was so scared that she ran directly into the bathroom and paid almost no attention to what happened afterwards. The scene in front of her seemed to be repeated again, without any change. This kind of situation happens almost every day in the end times. There are always people taking risks for different reasons, always thinking they could be different. In the end, the result is usually failure. After watching this farce, the property management broadcast reminded everyone to go to the rooftop to collect supplies. Qin Qian went upstairs immediately, and the air was filled with a disgusting stench. There were obviously fewer people collecting supplies this time than last week, and everyone looked skinny, almost like a human skeleton. Qin Qian didn't care about the supplies. The purpose of her trip was to find a specific person. Looking back on this day in her previous life, it was also because of some unexpected encounters that she had a feud with others, which laid the hidden danger for her difficult life in the future. She deliberately wore loose clothes and put on dirty makeup. No one could guess that she was enjoying a luxurious life with plenty of fish and meat every day. As soon as she reached the rooftop, Qin Qian suddenly felt that the breath of Song Zhi that she had intercepted suddenly disappeared. Her heart sank suddenly. Could it be that Song Zhi was dead? Qin Qian stood there, quietly feeling the changes around her. At this moment, someone suddenly bumped into her. Apparently, the other party didn't expect her to stop suddenly, and she almost fell down. Sorry. Qin Qian apologized hurriedly. "I wonder if your head has fallen off?" "Idiot." The sharp voice made Qin Qian frown. The voice was so familiar. Even after 15 years, it still made her feel disgusted. When she looked up, she saw the 2 faces she hated, Xiaobing and Xiao Xiao, who were exactly the people she was looking for today. At this moment, Qin Qian sensed that Song Zhi's aura had reappeared, and it had become stronger than before. She guessed that he might have awakened his supernatural powers. "Wow, that's awesome. It seems my machete is still powerful and majestic." Qin Qian's mood immediately improved. He couldn't help but want to get angry at Xiaobing and Xiao Xiao, but he still controlled himself. Despite this, the 2 men continued to curse behind her. Qin Qian's eyes gradually turned cold, and the scene in her memory began to emerge again. Chapter 23. Two candied haws with one knife. Qin Qian suddenly grabbed their wrist with a sneer on her lips. Oh, really? You are so delicate that you have to pay compensation if you bump into me? Now I'm sick of the stench in your breath. Are you sure you don't want to pay compensation? Her tone was provocative, and it was obvious that she was not going to give up. Fuck you, bitch. Xiao Bing was furious and struggled to shake Qin Qian off. Xiao Xiao raised her hand and was about to slap Qin Qian, but Qin Qian's eyes flashed, and he instantly let go of Xiao Bing. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Xiao hard, then kicked Xiao Bing in the stomach. Compared to these two thin women, Qin Qian was truly well fed and had supernatural powers, so she was so strong that they were completely unable to resist. Xiao Xiao covered her face and spurted blood from her mouth, while Xiao Bing rolled on the ground, covering her stomach. Qin Qian walked over to them with a smile and picked up their supplies. Thank you, it's great. After saying that, she turned around and left without looking back. From the corner of her eye, she saw the two people supporting each other, following behind her at a distance, until she reached the door of her house. Qin Qian slowly opened the door and entered the house. The voices of the two people who were still nagging came from behind. She is so strong. She must eat well and have full energy, so she must have a lot of food. Xiao Bing's voice was full of jealousy. But I'm afraid I can't beat her. Xiao Xiao hesitated. Let's go together, grab her neck and break it, and finish this quickly. After we finish eating her supplies, we can eat her too. Xiao Bing said viciously. Eating people? Aren't you afraid of Prion? Xiao Xiao seemed a little worried. It is said that as long as you don't eat the brain, everything will be fine. The person next door has already eaten his own son. We are doing this to survive. There's nothing we can do. Xiao Bing sneered. The moment Qin Qian was about to close the door, the two men suddenly pushed the door open, rushed in quickly, and closed the door with their backhands. But what about Qin Qian? Where is she? Where is she? The two looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, they suddenly heard a sneer. The two of them turned their heads instantly and saw a flash of cold light before their eyes. Qin Qian was holding a long sword that was shining with silver light in his hand. With a cold expression and firm steps, he pounced towards them like lightning. Before they could react, the blade had already pierced their upper abdomen. The long blade pierced through their bodies and stabbed into a solid wall. The two screamed, unable to believe that they were in such a painful situation. The blade was stuck in a wall, and they were unable to pull it out. As they struggled violently, the wound became more severe and blood gushed out continuously. Qin Qian said in an impatient tone, Go ahead and shout. Shout as much as you want. My door is soundproof. You can judge for yourself whether anyone outside can hear you. Even if someone can, who will come to save you? Who has the ability to do that? There was a cold sarcasm in her words. The two gradually stopped screaming. Their faces turned pale, and they supported each other and barely stood up. Don't kill us. Whoa, please. We don't want anything, please. Their voices were filled with despair, and they began to beg. Qin Qian pretended not to hear them, walked to the bedroom, brought a small stool, put the unfinished snacks and fruits on the coffee table, sat down, and started eating. While she ate, she stared at them with a smile. The aroma of fruit and the taste of snacks stimulated them. Their bodies trembled more and more violently, and despair spread in their hearts like cold poison. While eating, Qin Qian thought coldly that the two people in front of her were her most painful nightmare in her previous life. They had pressed her to the ground, trampled on her wantonly, and gave her to Li Jin with a smile in exchange for supplies, while they gloated over her misfortune behind her back. And no matter how much she begged for mercy, she could not get any mercy. She had been in pain, but she had let it go. Now, she just wanted them to know what their ending would be. As she lowered her head to pick up a piece of French bread, memories of her previous life emerged in her mind. She was torn into rags and thrown into Li Jin's tent, letting him pounce on her and want to violate her viciously. They were gloating beside him and encouraging Li Jin to finish quickly. At that time, Qin Qian was already dead in her heart, but now, she is alive again. Now, watching them scream, beg, and finally become powerless to resist, Qin Qian felt a chill in his heart without any hesitation. By the time she had eaten and drunk her fill, the two men were already leaning against each other, with empty eyes, their bodies already covered in blood, and they were dead. Qin Qian took back her long knife, cleaned it, and prepared to dispose of their bodies. She put the bodies into the space trash can, put on gloves, and carefully wiped the blood. At this time, Qin Qian watched the water below gradually rise, and a thought flashed through his mind. The crystal cores of mutant animals are larger than those of humans, and they grow faster. And those crocodiles below, aren't they the source of the crystal cores? After the rainstorm, the water level would drop rapidly, and the crocodiles and other mutant animals would hide. She could not delay any longer and had to act immediately. In the dead of night, Qin Qian quietly came to the 8th floor, took out a fresh corpse from the space trash can, cut off the head with a knife, and the blood quickly dyed the water red. Soon, Qin Qian sensed a crocodile with a large crystal core nearby, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Come on, the challenge begins. Qin Qian whispered, tightly gripping the Tang sword in his hand, ready to face this different battle. Chapter 24: The Extreme Heat is Coming. 2 hours later, Qin Qian finally stepped onto the stone road in the flowing space. The cold and rough feeling under her feet made her so excited that she almost lost control. She successfully advanced to level 3, which meant that the space now allowed her body to enter. Although the entry time per natural day was only 3 hours, she was already very excited. This upgrade added more guarantees for her survival in the apocalypse. More importantly, the letter also told her that as her level increased, the time her body could stay in the space would gradually increase, and eventually, she might be able to stay in the space forever and never have to come out again. All this made Qin Qian extremely excited. It was the first time for her to touch the little animals in person, and the first time for her to experience the feeling of farming and turning the soil. In her carefully decorated little house, lying on a small bed where she had slept for many years, Qin Qian held up the photos of her parents and gave them a kiss, her heart filled with happiness. To celebrate this promotion, Qin Qian decided to catch some big fish and some delicious ingredients. She went to the lake to catch a big carp for hairy crabs and picked some fresh fruits and vegetables and brought them back to the cabin to make a feast. Although her cooking skills were really not very good, and she didn't even scrape the fish scales clean, the fresh ingredients made up for this little shortcoming. The carp meat was sweet and fresh. The hairy crab had a full and plump yellow paste, and the vegetables she grew herself were not perfect in appearance, but they tasted very good. Qin Qian ate her fill and lay on the bed, almost bubbling with satisfaction. She raised her hand to release her supernatural power, and instantly the surrounding particles poured into her body. Qin Qian felt a pure energy accumulating in her body. This was her current third-order supernatural power state. Unlike the previous power absorbed from nature with more impurities, now she directly absorbs the mutant particles, which is twice as effective with half the effort. After inhaling the apocalyptic particles, her physical strength and energy have been greatly improved. Moreover, she also found that she could sense the emotions of animals. For example, when she touched the pigs just now, she felt that the pigs were actually afraid of her. On September 23rd, after the heavy rain, the sky finally cleared up and everyone celebrated, thinking that the stormy days were over. However, what no one expected was that extreme heat quietly arrived. The temperature soared rapidly within a day, reaching 56 degrees. The scorching sun sucked up the accumulated water almost instantly, and the water level on the ground dropped sharply, and all the accumulated water almost disappeared. Due to the continuous heavy rain before, although the water was stopped, the rainwater was very clean, and many people did not have time to store drinking water. As a result, everyone began to fall into the dilemma of water shortage. Qin Qian had long forgotten the exact time of the extreme heat, so she had set the alarm for 5 in the morning these days. Whenever she saw the rain stop, she would immediately start to adjust the environment at home, putting up heat-insulating film and drawing blackout curtains. The solar panels were all deployed, and the 3 cooling fans were running at full capacity, finally able to maintain the indoor temperature between 16 and 20 degrees, even though the outside had become like an oven. Within a few days, the water level completely receded, and people finally began to move around on the ground. But it wasn't just humans. Zombies and mutant animals also began to appear. During the day, Qin Qian stayed at home, enjoying food, growing vegetables, and feeding pigs. At night, she put on black clothes, held a Tang sword, and went around killing zombies. Now she is already level 3. To upgrade to level 4, she needs 60 ordinary crystal cores. And to upgrade to level 5, she needs 500 crystal cores, which is almost an impossible task for her. Therefore, she had to work harder to accumulate more crystal cores as soon as possible. As time went by, The moisture on the ground evaporated completely, and the underground garage was dried by the hot wind. Just like in the previous life, many survivors could not stand the scorching heat on the ground and had to escape to the underground garage. The superpowers began to split into small factions, fighting and deceiving each other in the dark underground world. In order to compete for the limited resources, they even fought to the death. Qin Qian still lived a peaceful life. She was still calm and waited for that day to come, waiting for the great changes that would happen in the community, waiting for Song Zhi to reach the biggest setback in his life. That day, she would take action. She knew that only then would it be the best time for her to take the next step. During this time, the tomatoes and cucumbers in the space have already produced a lot of fruits, and the apples and pears on the fruit trees have also gradually ripened. The eggs have piled up in several large baskets, and they can't be eaten up at all. Qin Qian drinks ice cola and ice soda every day, enjoying her rare peaceful life. However, as the days went by, the daytime temperature finally soared to 62 degrees, which was a hellish level of heat. At 5 o'clock every morning, when it was still dark, the temperature had already exceeded 50 degrees. Qin Qian completed the task of killing zombies and returned home sweating profusely. His body was covered with the bloody smell and stinky meat of zombies, which was so disgusting that it was unbearable. She hurried back to the safe house, locked the door, and first filled a basin of water to wipe off the dirt on her body and burn the dirty clothes together. After making sure she was clean, Qin Qian entered the small bathroom in the space and washed away the fatigue and discomfort on her body. In the space, she carefully made natural shampoo with natural soapberry, cypress leaves, and elm bark, which not only protected the soil, but also kept the hair smooth and fresh. She had already prepared all these natural items, enough for her to use until her next life. After washing up, Qin Qian returned to the cabin with ease, dried her long hair, put on perfume in front of the mirror, and found that she was getting more and more beautiful, and her skin was getting better and better. She knew that this was not accidental, but the result of going to bed early and getting up early, keeping exercise, and eating a reasonable diet. After a hearty breakfast, Qin Qian felt extremely satisfied. She ate spicy food, rice, braised chicken legs, and kiwi juice, and ate with relish. After the meal, she lay on the bed, touched her belly, and calculated that the day to see Song Zhi was getting closer and closer. She knew that Song Zhi should still be in a famous scenic spot in the city at this time. At that time, he was forced to arrange a blind date. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse came suddenly and disrupted everything for him. Qin Qian knew his story, but she did not go to him in advance to tell him about the apocalypse, because she knew that no one would believe it. It was not until the night of October 18th that Qin Qian finally said goodbye to the small house where she had lived for many years and prepared to leave. She planned to go to the underground garage to find Xiao Zhang and prepare for the great changes that were about to happen. As long as she could ensure Xiao Zhang's safety, she could carry out the next plan without any worries. The heroine, has finally started to develop and is ready to change maps. Qin Qian smiled secretly in his heart. The challenge before him had just begun. Chapter 25. The Greasy King, Power and Ability. Qin Qian came to the downhill part of the underground garage. The door of the garage was closed, obviously to prevent the zombies from entering. She originally planned to activate her social phobia welfare ability and sneak in to find Xiao Zhang, but just as she walked to the door, a familiar voice came. "Miss Qin Yu, are you still alive?" It was Xiao Zhang. He looked very haggard, so thin that he looked like a layer of yellow skin covering his skeleton. His appearance made Qin Qian feel distressed, but she still responded with a smile. "Well, I accidentally lived to this day." Seeing that she could still joke, Xiao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that you are fine. That's good. Come in quickly. It's too dangerous outside." Qin Qian shook her head. "No. Come with me. I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" Xiao Zhang seemed a little confused. Looking around, he lowered his voice and said, "Those people are about to come back. Miss Qin, you are so beautiful. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble." His tone was full of worry. Those people he mentioned were a small group of people with special abilities who bullied the weak and did all kinds of evil things. Xiao Zhang had already seen the evil deeds of these people, and although he still had a bit of kindness in his heart, he didn't know how long he could hold on. Qin Qian didn't want to waste time, so he lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to live, follow me, otherwise you won't survive tonight." Xiao Zhang wanted to say something, But suddenly a group of people came from a distance, carrying things in their hands and on their backs. It was obvious that those who went out to collect supplies at night had returned. Xiao Zhang was anxious. "Miss Qin, run!" But it was too late. The leader was none other than the strongest psychic in the group, Brother Wang. When he saw Qin Qian, his eyes lit up. She was wearing only loose sportswear, but she had a curvy figure and an extremely beautiful face. He definitely couldn't miss such a person. "Hey, new little sister, are you here to live with me, your brother?" Brother Wang walked towards Qin Qian with a smile. As he approached, a sour smell mixed with a greasy stench hit him in the face. Qin Qian couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face full of disgust. Brother Wang looked at the bulging backpack behind Qin Qian and laughed even more wildly. "Sister, you have thin arms and legs. I can make you satisfied with just one grab. Why don't you hand over the supplies, and I will protect you and your things. How about that?" Some of the men around him also started to make a noise. "Yes, if you hang out with Brother Wang, you'll be guaranteed to have good food and drink. You're so pretty. As long as you learn a little, you'll definitely be able to make Brother Wang happy. She's so beautiful. Maybe she's already experienced." One of them laughed disgustingly. Xiao Zhang immediately stood in front of Qin Qian and said, "Mr. Wang, you have done enough evil things. Stop hurting innocent people." He turned around and gave Qin Qian a wink, indicating that she should take the opportunity to escape. But Wang Gu impatiently pushed Xiao Zhang away, and the frail Xiao Zhang was pushed against the wall, groaning in pain. Wang Gu continued to look at Qin Qian. This figure. Damn, I haven't played with such a great figure before the end of the world. Haha, you are so beautiful. You should have been enjoyed by others a long time ago. Ah. Qin Qian didn't want to hear him continue talking, so she took advantage of his unpreparedness and kicked Wang Gu in the vitals. Wang Gu immediately covered his painful part and cried out heartbreakingly. "Ah. Little bitch," Brother Wang roared, his face becoming extremely ferocious. He instantly raised his arm and punched, his fist filled with superpowers, and swung it at Qin Qian. This punch was not simple. The sandbag-sized fist could knock anyone down. Moreover, he was a superpower. With great power, Qin Qian would definitely not be able to escape. Qin Qian sensed his power and dodged with a flicker of her fingers. Her figure was as elusive as a ghost, dodging effortlessly. Wang Ji's fist was fierce, but it didn't even touch Qin Qian's hair. Qin Qian yawned and casually pointed out, "The strength is okay, but the aim is too poor. There is no method." WTF? Brother Wang was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "Damn it. I don't need you to teach me." He took a step back, ready to provoke Qin Qian, hoping that she would reveal her weakness. "So you're just a girl with fancy moves? Have you learned any self-defense skills? If you have the ability, don't just hide." However, he had no idea that Qin Qian was just trying to feel his supernatural style and using him as a training object. Faced with his provocation, Qin Qian didn't care at all. Instead, she suddenly smiled, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Just as Brother Wang was about to attack, Qin Qian stepped back lightly and actually jumped up using the garage wall. She kicked the wall hard with her right foot, and her body instantly flew into the air, flipping around and accurately dodged Brother Wang's punch. Bang! Brother Wang's fist hit the iron door and actually smashed a hole in it. His hand was stuck in the iron door, and he couldn't pull it out. Qin Qian took the opportunity to land. Her right hand had grasped a tang sword without her noticing. She turned quickly and stabbed hard, and the sharp cold blade pierced through the back of Brother Wang's head and went straight out of his mouth. Brother Wang let out a desperate wail and fell to the ground in pain. Qin Qian stepped on his back, pulled out the blade, and blood gushed out immediately. The whole action was clean and neat, without any drag. It was like an artistic performance. The wooden stick in Xiao Zhang's hand fell to the ground. He was completely stunned. He opened his mouth in surprise, totally unable to believe what he saw. "No, impossible." The only thing Brother Wang could say before he died was that angry roar, "My era of kings. I am a superpower." As Wang Gu died, the followers behind him were trembling with fear and retreated. Qin Qian approached step by step with the bloody tang sword in hand, and they retreated again and again. Qin Qian's smile became more and more enchanting, and the blood on her face was like red plum blossoms on snow, making her look particularly attractive and deadly. Her eyes were full of teasing and coldness. Her appearance made the men feel fearful and uneasy. What would she do? Would she kill them all? Chapter 26, The Shrew You Should Never Mess With. However, Not everyone is so cowardly. A lightning-type psychic walked out from the crowd, pointed at Qin Qian and said, I know her. She's the woman living alone on the 16th floor. She must have a lot of supplies. Come on, everyone. I don't believe she can kill all of us by herself. Yes, let's go together. She killed Brother Wong. Let's avenge Brother Wong. Revenge for Brother Wong. Wow, that's a really good reason. The lightning-type mutant sneered. The man surnamed Wong had been suppressing him. Humph, he is finally dead. I just need to lead the crowd to beat this woman to death. He's the new boss. All those supplies and women belong to him. Those people were preparing to use their supernatural powers to deal with Qin Qian. Xiao Zhang quickly lowered his head to look for him. Where's my ba gun? Where's my ba gun? Where did you throw it just now? Pick it up and work. Qin Qian smiled, took out a pistol from his backpack, and pointed it at them. The stupid kids were terrified again and retreated more than 10 meters. The lightning-type mutant was sweating profusely, but he still stood firm. Let's go together. Could she kill all of us at once? What are you afraid of? Qin Qian really wanted to laugh. What is this called? The second-to-last person gives a lecture to the penultimate person. Some of the others seemed to think it made sense, so they turned to look at Qin Qian. Qin Qian chuckled. Yes, I can't kill all of you with one shot, but who can guarantee that the one I shot is not you? Or are you all heroes of the end of the world, willing to sacrifice yourselves to grab supplies for others? If you die, the other party will take your supplies and sleep with your wife. Wow, so generous. I'll give you money. Go to Sichuan, drive your car backwards to the Leshan giant Buddha, and let him stand up so you could sit on top of him. That's quite cruel. There is indeed no guarantee, and no one dares to bet. If you lose the bet, you're using your life as a stepping stone for others. Why? Qin Qian loaded the bullet again, making a crisp click sound. Who wants to be first? At this time, everyone saw through it. Qin Qian was a shrew who must not be provoked. She really plays it. She just looks cute, but when it comes to tearing your skull apart with her hands, she is very ruthless. After several people assessed the situation, they could only pull each other and finally stop and withdraw. Xiao Zhang on the side shrank his neck, turned around weakly, and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Qin Qian pointed the gun directly at his head and said, Everyone else go, you stop. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth wide. Me? Miss Qin, I didn't provoke you. Someone gave him a gloating expression, as he had just spoken up for the little beauty. In the end, the other party didn't appreciate it at all. He deserved it. Qin Qian didn't answer, but waited until everyone left. Then she asked Xiao Zhang to close the door. Qin Qian was afraid that someone would eavesdrop, so he pretended to be arrogant and said, Move the body away and leave it here to attract zombies? Xiao Zhang didn't dare to compete, so he had to move Brother Wong's body away from the garage entrance. After they walked away, she said to Xiao Zhang, Do you want to die? Xiao Zhang was stunned. Seeing her serious expression, he lowered his voice and said, I don't want to. This is not nonsense. Who wants to die? Those people who before the end of the world shouted every day, I'm tired of living. I've had enough of living. After the end of the world, everyone is better than anyone else at surviving. Qin Qian took out a key and gave it to him. This is the key to my room. You go to my house and hide now. It's too hot to go out during the day. At 5 o'clock tonight, you will know why I asked you to do this. When this is over, you will leave here forever and never come back. Xiao Zhang looked confused. What did Qin Qian mean? Why go to her house? She gave the key to herself, meaning she would never go back. So where is she going? Qin Qian said solemnly, Don't tell anyone, and don't trust anyone. The only person you can trust now is yourself. After a few days, find a safe night and run away. I gave you my only hope of survival, so don't let me down, okay? Xiao Zhang was stunned by this series of messages. Why? Why me? Qin Qian still did not answer his question and continued. It's good that you are kind, but don't let excessive kindness harm yourself. Qin Qian has always been too lazy to talk nonsense with others, but Xiao Zhang is different. This was her way of repaying the favor. She knew where the plot was going and helped Xiao Zhang survive that horrific change. It was one of the reasons why she stayed here. Xiao Zhang looked at her with a serious and sincere expression and did not ask any more questions, but nodded heavily. Qin Qian understood. He really understood. Whether he can do it or not depends on his luck. Xiao Zhang swallowed and said, Miss Qin, what about you? Qin Qian said, This is not something you should worry about. Remember, stay alive. Only by staying alive can there be hope. After saying that, he rode away on his bike without looking back. Xiao Zhang stood there for a while, holding the key tightly in his hand, then turned around and left. But what he didn't know was that Qin Qian came back after he left. Chapter 27. Go find a machete. Bump. Qin Qian cut open Brother Wang's brain and took out the crystal core. The peanut-sized crystal core is quite bright and much more beautiful than its owner. Wipe it clean and put the body into the space trash can. Qin Qian looked up at his room. She left some supplies for Xiao Zhang there. Mineral water, compressed biscuits, energy bars, high-sugar mooncakes, salt, and vacuum-packed cooked food, as well as medical supplies, some tools and weapons. Tonight in my previous life, it was around 5 o'clock. A small wave of zombies suddenly attacked the underground garage without warning. Probably because of its popularity, it was noticed by the zombies. At that time, Qin Qian had been kicked out of the underground garage, and she had no choice but to return her home. In the afternoon, she went to check the plastic wrap placed by the window to collect dew. I saw that scene by accident. Mutated dogs, mutant cats, zombies. These guys broke into the garage and filed in. Afterwards, she went to check and found that no one was spared. After taking the risk to collect the remaining supplies, she left the community completely. In the previous life, Xiao Zhang protected her many times. In this life, she also tried her best to save his life. It is impossible to take him all the way with me, but helping him can be considered as repaying the favor. After taking Brother Wang's crystal core, Qin Qian did not leave the community directly. Instead, she went to check on the zombie couple that she had locked up before. A female zombie was lying on the ground, and a zombie baby was screaming in a pool of thick black blood. Seeing Qin Qian coming, he immediately opened his bloodshot eyes and crawled towards her. Because the umbilical cord had not been cut, it pulled the female zombie's body when it crawled over. The female zombie struggled for a while and then started moving. As expected, zombies can reproduce. Qin Qian was so busy trying to survive in his previous life that he didn't even know such important information. She took a deep breath, dealt with the family of 3, and took away the crystal core. After doing all this, Qin Qian felt a little hungry. Just pry open any door and get in. She wants to wait for this tide of zombies to end. There's so many crystal cores, it would be a waste not to take them. Qin Qian locked the door and took out the door bar to hold it in place. Only then did he feel at ease and went into the bedroom and took out the small table. Put a plate of braised beef, white rice, plum wine, cola chicken wings, and mushrooms and rapeseed. He took out his tablet again, put on headphones, and started watching while eating. She is not afraid of zombies or evil people. After all, she has a small radar in her brain, which can detect any living creature approaching within 100 meters of her. She can sense it instantly and be on alert. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the zombie tide arrived as expected. The same sharp howl as in the previous life sounded again, and Qin Qian was watching by the window. There are no old people or children in the basement, not even a single creature that can be called a human. Each of them has been tamed by the apocalypse and turned into monsters waiting for an opportunity to strike, not much different from zombies. It was not until 4 o'clock in the morning that Qin Qian packed up everything, opened the door, and went downstairs. Checked the underground garage. There are no living people left, only a zombie dog and 3 zombies. And crystal cores all over the ground. Qin Qian dressed neatly and went downstairs to pick up a ready-made item. Half an hour later, she contentedly stuffed a small bag of crystal cores into the space. After leaving the community, she took out a mountain bike with excellent performance from space. While the night was still dark, we headed towards the scenic area. After leaving the small house where he had lived for many years, Qin Qian couldn't help but look back. She was filled with emotion, but she had to leave. Lin Meijiao's matter has come to an end for the time being, but those who sliced and studied her are still at large. She wanted to kill them all one by one to avenge herself in her previous life. When all the hatred is over, she will hide in her Doomsday safe. I will grow crops and raise chickens until the day I die. To do this, she must become stronger and stronger. On the road, Qin Qian rode his bike all the way. The car's maximum temperature is around 55 degrees. This meant that she could only travel until 6 o'clock today, and then she had to find a place to rest. So she stepped on the gas and galloped all the way. When passing by a street, he was discovered by a zombie dog. The dog was originally lying on the ground, but upon hearing the sound, it immediately raised its head, which was rotten to the point that only some flesh was left, howled strangely, and rushed after the enemy. If one dog catches up, soon the whole group of dogs will catch up. The speed was increased to the limit due to the mutation, It was actually not far from Qin Qian's motorcycle. Damn, so annoying. Qin Qian slowed down and let the zombie dogs come closer. A freshly bleeding corpse was thrown out from space. The zombie dogs were immediately overjoyed and pounced directly towards the corpse, no longer chasing Qin Qian. This made her think of the leopard chasing the beauty. Why are you chasing me? Because I want with syrup. Oh, why is a little zombie dog chasing me? Because I want to eat again. Right? What bad intentions could there be in repairing a dog? It just wants to eat meat. Along the way, you'll encounter zombies blocking the way and mutated aggressive creatures chasing you. Qin Qian would feed out the corpses he had collected before and escape himself. She was glad that she collected the bodies and did not throw them away. Occasionally, there would be people curled up on the side of the road, and when they saw her, they would rush over to stop her, as if they had seen a savior. Qin Qian ignored them all and quickly walked through their eager gazes. Some of them acted like scoundrels, standing in the middle of the road and waving at her, thinking that she would not dare to bump into them. Unexpectedly, Qin Qian not only did not stop the car, but also stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Those who seem to be fearless are actually the ones who value their lives the most. Seeing Qin Qian being so crazy, they quickly moved aside. They cursed her madly and even threw stones at her. Qin Qian ignored him and drove at full speed until 7:30 in the morning. Both Qin Qian and the car were so hot that they were about to burst into flames. If I continue riding it, I'm afraid it will explode. She then randomly found an old and run-down residential area, and after exploring and finding no living creatures, she broke into the house by prying the door. Lock the door and top the door. Apply sunscreen and use water air conditioning to cool down. After having breakfast, I fell asleep. She slept until the sun set. Then she got up in a daze and continued on her way. Certainly, traveling is not just about traveling. You also need to collect crystal cores. When she encounters some lone zombies, she uses her Tang sword to deal with them. Sometimes, if you accidentally get tricked, you can only ride away on your bike. While throwing the body away, he slipped away. In this way, we travel at night and rest during the day. After dinner, I take a nap, and when I wake up, I have to find time to farm and feed the pigs. Every day is hard but happy. Fortunately, when I'm tired, I have particle energy to replenish my physical strength, and when I'm sleepy, I can find a place to fall asleep. If you're hungry, there's plenty of food in the space. Her life is busy and fulfilling. Until 5 p.m. on October 24th. The setting sun is as red as blood. Qin Qian finally arrived at the ticket gate of the scenic area. Feeling that she was getting closer to someone, she breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the towering mountains and the lush green trees, Qin Qian also felt a dangerous aura. Those parts hidden in the shadows represent death and despair. Some trees were baring their fangs and claws, like mutated monsters, ready to pounce at any time. A faint feeling of uneasiness lingered in Qin Qian's heart. A ferocious animal roar sounded not far away. Because it is so close, it is especially clear. Qin Qian immediately felt that it was the ticket office several dozen meters away. There are 2 living people and 6 mutant creatures confronting each other. Qin Qian didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, she saw several cars and bodies on the ground not far away. She knew about this trivial matter, and she would take care of it. Chapter 28. Repair the dog and eat meat. Those cars and bodies were all from the army. Probably all the people who came here had died, and there were only 2 people left confronting the monster at the ticket gate. They were guarding the shaky ticket booth and were besieged by 6 mutant wolf beasts. The situation was not optimistic. I believe that every serious Chinese has a basic admiration and respect for soldiers deep in his or her bones. Probably no one can watch the soldiers suffer and walk away calmly, knowing it has nothing to do with them. Besides, the current predicament is no big deal for Qin Qian. It was obvious that the 2 men had run out of bullets in their guns. Facing the mutant wolf's attack, he could only stab with a broken knife and hit with the butt of a gun. His whole body was covered in blood, and he could die at any time. One of the young soldiers, probably thinking that he would die soon, suddenly started to sing, "I am a soldier, protecting the people. The Revolutionary War has tested me, and my position has become more firm." He sang and roared heart-wrenchingly. His voice became hoarse, but he refused to stop. At the end of the song, he laughed crazily, with a kind of carefree attitude, as if he was ready to die. Another soldier shouted in his native dialect, "Dad, Mom, yeah, I can't go back. I can't go back. I'm sorry. Shouting and crying. They were originally due to be discharged in a month. One has a beloved girlfriend, and the other is even engaged. A few months ago, they were notified to carry out the last mission of their military career. I originally thought it was just a flood relief operation. Who would have thought that the end of the world would come so suddenly, and this rescue operation would have no end in sight? This time, they went out to rescue 4 survivors, but accidentally triggered summon. They were veterans, and they beat and scolded the new recruits and forced them to drive away with the survivors. I stayed behind to fight against the enemy with my own strength, buying time for my teammates. I knew it was the final moment, and I knew there was no way back. But the people's soldiers will always protect the people and will not fear death. Qin Qian took out a raw chicken from the space, cut its throat, and blood splattered. She whistled. Hey, Shogo, it's time to eat some meat. Come on. The sound and the smell of fresh meat instantly attracted the attention of the wolves. Qin Qian threw the fluttering chicken more than 10 meters away, and several wolves were attracted over there. The remaining 3 bared their teeth at Qin Qian and made attacking gestures. The 2 soldiers shouted at Qin Qian in fear, "Little girl, run! Run!" Qin Qian naturally wouldn't listen to them. He took out his rifle and aimed. 1 shot and 1 repair dog. Steady, accurate, and ruthless. Every shot hits the head directly without any deviation. The remaining 3 also reacted and rushed towards Qin Qian. Qin Qian took a deep breath, took out his tang sword, and rushed forward. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with the bullets, but I want to improve my skills. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, so she must make herself grow quickly. The 2 soldiers were stunned. The girl looked like a butterfly flying among flowers. He dodged, leaped, and chopped, tumbling around while being surrounded by 3 mutant wolves, and it was as if he was dancing. The movements of his hands were extremely fierce, and every strike of the sword was deadly. The short warrior swallowed and said, "Oh my God, I can't do this." "Bro, what about you?" The tall soldier shook his head and said stupidly, "I can't win either." After dealing with the wolf beast, Qin Qian twisted his neck, turned around, and walked over. "It's okay, come out." The 2 men came out and asked tremblingly, "Are you a survivor too?" After asking this question, I felt very embarrassed. Compared to her, I look like a survivor, right? Qin Qian smiled and saluted them. "Hello, soldiers." "Hello, hello." Both of them blushed immediately. She is so beautiful, the kind of beauty that is delicate, innocent, and soft. Before the end of the world, she would definitely be an internet celebrity lowly. However, I remembered how she fought among the wolves just now. They all felt that his appearance and behavior didn't match. This kind of contrast is quite explosive in the entire explosive world. Qin Qian walked back to the motorcycle and pretended to take something out of his backpack, but in fact he took out some medical kits and food from the space. He turned around and handed them to them. "I am a power user. These are for you. Take the things and go back quickly. It's very dangerous outside." She told a lie casually. The tall man took it and looked at it. There were biscuits, bread, water, boiled eggs, roast chicken. He swallowed hard but still said, "We are the people's soldiers, and we won't take even a single needle or thread from the masses." Qin Qian knew this would be the answer, so she said directly, "If you don't want it, I'll throw it away." The tall man shut up immediately, and his stomach growled. His face turned red, and he was elbowed by the short guy. Thinking about these things could save myself and my brother's lives. Only by staying alive can we continue our mission and protect the people and the country. The tall man could only scratch his head in embarrassment and said, "Thank you." Qin Qian chuckled, instantly making their faces even redder. The short man coughed awkwardly and said, "Come back with us. We are from the Kimisaki mountain base. Although it is under construction, it can still protect your safety." Qin Qian waved her hand. "I won't go back with you guys yet. I still have things I need to do. I can protect myself." The short man knew that she was very skilled. In the end times, everyone has their own little thoughts. It's like the gun in her hand. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely be sent to the police station. But now there is no such thing. What's more, he saved me, so it would be unreasonable to ask him questions without any reason. "Okay, then be careful." The little guy nodded. "My name is Li Longgang. Nice to meet you." Qin Qian was startled and asked, "Your name is Li Longgang?" Her surprise frightened the 2 men. Li Longgang was puzzled. "Do you know me?" He doesn't remember knowing such a cute girl. No, his wife is the cutest. Ahem. Qin Qian tried to hold back her sobs and said, "No, my high school desk mate has the same name as you." I'm sorry if I scared you. Li Gang, a little warrior who died in the mouth of a mutant bear in order to protect her in the previous life. Qin Qian could hardly remember what he looked like, but she remembered his name. The Chinese dragon becomes stronger after bathing in fire. Unexpectedly, I save him by accident this time. It is true that good and evil will be rewarded in the end. She was reborn into this life, perhaps just to understand the grudges and hatreds of her previous life. Even if you don't repay your gratitude, God will help you repay it. After seeing the two off, Qin Qian wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Putting away the motorcycle, she drove up the mountain in a swaggering manner. I thought everything was safe, but unexpectedly, I was stopped after walking less than 100 meters. In front of me was a tall, ugly man. Wearing dirty tourist clothes, energy waves flow through his body. He is a person with special abilities. Behind him was a supermarket and restaurant in a scenic area. The outer walls were covered in blood and dirt, and the doors and windows had been repaired countless times. It looked like it had been through many fierce battles. Qin Qian understood in her heart that he must have been eyeing her before Qin Qian started the social phobia welfare. Therefore, social phobia welfare is ineffective. Hey girl, are you alone? The leading man sneered, clearly harboring ill intentions, and the aggression and murderous intent in his eyes were not concealed at all. Qin Qian just observed them and didn't say anything rashly. A woman ran up behind him. She is petite and thin, with 2 ponytails, and looks pale and skinny, but still pulled the V-neck to the lowest, revealing a pair of sagging and sunken breasts that were caused by being too thin. Who is she? The girl asked in a soft-clipped voice. His eyes were full of hostility. It has been more than 3 months since the end of the world. Who isn't skinny? Before the end of the world, she was a beautiful beauty blogger. Just because she came to the scenic spot to take photos, she encountered the end of the world. Trapped in this small supermarket, with no special powers, he can only earn a living by selling himself. Even so, resources are now exhausted. She has been drinking only half a bottle of water and eating a piece of wafer every day for half a month. This woman was fair-skinned, with bright eyes and a plump face. Even though she was wearing a simple camouflage jacket and had a bun on her hair without any makeup. But she is still as beautiful as a fairy. The skin was white and delicate, and you could tell at a glance that the person had not suffered much in the last days. Damn it, why? Chapter 29, Deadly Pig Teammate. The ugly man smiled evilly, pushed the woman away, and said, Get lost, you're so dry. I'm tired of playing with you. I still prefer this new beauty. The front and back are both plump. I like it. He was about to move forward when a man with a bird's nest hair behind him said, Gatlin, forget it. Look at her. She is so clean in the apocalypse, and she went up the mountain alone. It's obvious that she is not someone you can mess with. Only then did Qin Qian see that 6 people walked out of this small supermarket one after another. The 2 women and 4 men all looked at her with their own thoughts. The man named Gatlin sneered. She is just a pampered bird. What can a little girl do? Isn't it just like Su Rong, the dog, who lets us play with her until we get wet? Harmony. Qin Qian turned her head and looked at him steadily. Are you jealous? No one is pampering you. Are you crazy about it? Otherwise, you could be my dog, and I will pamper you too. As he said this, he blew a dog whistle at him. The corner of Gatlin's mouth twitched, which made a neat short-haired girl not far away burst out laughing. Gatlin glanced at her coldly, and she mouthed, Get lost. Gatlin became even angrier, and the corners of his mouth twitched like Zhao Ci's. Qin Qian looked at her, and she smiled at him kindly. This sister is good. She likes it. Seeing that Gatlin was quite hostile towards the short-haired girl, a scarred man came up and silently protected her behind him. The guy in a blue vest had messy hair, but he was staring at Gatlin fiercely. It seems that in this small supermarket, 6 people were divided into 2 camps. Gatling, Jiwotu, and Su Rong are in the same camp. The short-haired girl, the scar-faced man, and the man in blue are in the same group. Gatlin rolled his eyes and ignored the 2 people showing off their love. He raised his hands, condensed 2 small lightning balls in his palms, and laughed arrogantly. Ha! I'm the king of this world. Little girl, I don't care who raised you before. From now on, I am your man. Come here and hand over the things in your backpack. Su Rong lay on the ground and shouted, Yes, your clothes are very beautiful. Take them off for me. Every piece. Qin Qian crossed his arms and smiled sarcastically. Wow. The king of the last days would rather be a coward here? Why? You don't go back to the city to kill people and become the king because you don't want to. Her words immediately aroused Gatlin's anger. Of course, he didn't go back to the city because he didn't dare. His little trick was just to scare people. He knew very well what he was worth. Going into the city would mean death. Who doesn't want to dominate the world in the end times with lots of material goods and beauties, like the protagonist in a novel? You bitch, you dare to poke his lungs? Gatlin raised his hand in anger, and lightning crackled in his palm. Qin Qian slowly pointed at the yellow lightning on his hand. How dare a mere second-level lightning master show off his skills in front of an expert? Do you think the first-level power of that messy hair guy next to you can help you? Or will this useless person with no special powers save your life at the critical moment? In the surprised eyes of those people, she said to Scarface, "If I'm not mistaken, you have the second-level lightning and fire abilities, and my sister has the first-level water and fog abilities. There's also a little brother in blue clothes with first-level wind ability." With just a few words, she instantly revealed everyone's supernatural attributes and ranks. It made people feel like they were running naked in front of her, and they immediately tensed up in alertness. Gatlin looked at her in doubt. "You, what kind of power do you have? How do you know our identities?" Qin Qian spread his hands. "No." Gatlin sneered. "Bullshit. Who would believe you if you said you didn't have any special abilities? Tell me now." The corners of Qin Qian's mouth twitched. She said no. If he doesn't believe it, then there's nothing she can do. Qin Qian's nonchalant look quickly angered the other party, and Gatling rushed up to grab her. Scarface and the short-haired girl teamed up to stop him. "Gatlin, you and Hu Hai have done enough evil. There is no law in the end times, but that doesn't mean there is no retribution." Hu Hai, the messy-haired guy, came up to her with a smile and said, "Sister Lin Meijiao, we just want to ask the girl for something to eat and drink. Why are you reacting so strongly? What retribution? If there is retribution, let him come find me." Scarface stood up and glared at them coldly. He turned to Qin Qian and said, "Miss, you'd better leave. It's not peaceful here. We won't send you off." Qin Qian smiled and nodded and was about to leave. Gatling threw a thunderball at Qin Qian's feet, blasting a hole in the dirt road and sending gravel flying. Qin Qian just closed her eyes slightly. She remained motionless despite the wind and was so calm that her expression did not change at all. Obviously, Gatling's attempt to scare Qin Qian and intimidate him failed. This was the trick he used to get Su Rong into his pocket. Now, this woman is obviously much more difficult to deal with than Su Rong. He secretly complained in his heart, but he was still holding on the surface. "I'm the boss here, did I let you go?" Qin Qian turned her head and looked at him indifferently, as if she was looking at a corpse. At this time, Su Rong wrapped her arms around Gatlin and said, "Dear, she must not have any useful abilities. Let her go, or she will take away our food." Su Rong is very afraid of falling out of favor. If you used to hang out with a big boss and fall out of favor, the worst that would happen is that you would be left with no money and no resources. If you fall out of favor now, you will lose your life. Gatlin slapped him. "Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" After saying that, he threw a ball of lightning towards Su Rong. Bang! Another lightning ball hit Gatlin's lightning ball. The two huge energies collided and canceled each other out, bringing up a gust of fierce wind that frightened Su Rong so much that she screamed. It was Scarface who rescued Su Rong in time. He angrily said, "Gatling, you have superpowers, so go kill zombies. Why do you look like a man if you use your strength against your companions? She has served you for so long, and a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. How can you have the heart to do that to her?" Qin Qian was watching the show from his side. Well, this scarred man looked fierce. Actually, he is a person with a delicate and soft mind. Gatlin was enraged and said, "Young E, what era is it now? Are you still acting like a saint? The first people to die in the end times are people like you, women with soft hearts. Women who whine like idiots." Yang Yi sneered, "I am so stupid. Why would I reason with a heartless person like you? If you want to fight, then fight. Who dies first depends on strength. Come on." At his command, Lin Meijiao and the young man in blue immediately stood behind him. In fact, Yang Yi's side had already endured enough. Yang Yi and Lin Meijiao are both forest rangers, but Gatlin and Hu Hai are poachers. These two groups of people were originally incompatible, but because of the end of the world, they were forced to form a team together. But Gatling was too vicious. He not only killed the owner of the small shop, but also occupied the shop. It also caused alkali to the daughter. The girl had a strong temper. She slapped him and then threw him out to feed the zombie wolves. At that time, Gatling had a gun in his hand and had awakened his superpowers in advance, suppressing all of them. They didn't dare to leave, and they didn't have the ability to save people. If Yang, Yi, and the others didn't have a gun in their hands and were barely able to restrain each other, they would have been killed by them long ago. But in fact, Gatling still doesn't know that there is no bullet in the gun. Now that they have the capital to fight, it's time to put an end to it once and for all. The atmosphere is tense, and the battle is about to begin. Su Rong assessed the situation and quickly dodged to the side. Yang Yi was full of fighting spirit, but Gatling was evasive in his eyes. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. The other side has 3 psychics, and they only have 2. The reason why they have been able to maintain mutual restraint until now is all thanks to Yang Yi's indecisive and tough guy, yet tender character. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, Gatling has no chance of winning. What's more, there's an unknown factor, Qin Qian. At present, it is unknown what hidden abilities she has or which side she is willing to stand on. It is indeed not appropriate to go to war. Gatling suppressed his anger and glanced at Qin Qian. It was a pity that he couldn't get his hands on this beautiful girl. He snorted coldly. "You get out of here now." Qin Qian's target was the machete. She didn't want to waste time, so she turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a creaking sound was heard in the quiet mountains. Everyone looked over and found that it was Su Rong who was staring at the ground with a pale face. She stepped on a mutant cockroach the size of a shoe sole, and only its stomach burst, but she didn't kill it. She waved her hands quickly. "I didn't mean it, Yang Yi and Gatling's expressions changed at the same time. Not good. Qin Qian also cursed inwardly. What a stupid teammate. Soon after, rustling sounds were heard in the woods, and countless pairs of green eyes looked particularly creepy in the dark night. Gulme. Let me explain to you again. The setting of summoning is probably my unique original creation. At least I haven't seen any other zombie text with the same setting as mine. What this means is that when you hurt a small zombie but don't kill it, all the zombies around it will be attracted to attack you. On the contrary, if you kill the zombies with one knife, they will not be attracted. That's what I mean. I want to come up with some novel 2-arm settings. Chapter 30. Holy Father, White Lotus? Everyone quickly went into the small supermarket. Qin Qian was the farthest away, so of course he was the last one to run. Su Rong was in front of her. Seeing that she was about to come in, she immediately pushed her hard and said, "Stay outside and don't come in." Seeing that the door was about to close, Yang Yi quickly propped the door open, allowing Qin Qian to enter. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Qian grabbed Su Rong's hair and used an electric shock to knock the prosthesis on her nose crooked. Blood gushed out, and she screamed in pain, "Ah, you bitch, Brother Lei, kill her for me." Brother Lei is Gatling, because he has thunder-related abilities. But at this moment, he had no time to deal with Su Rong, this idiot. Raise your hand to charge and attack the mutant creature. Qin Qian reached into his backpack and pretended to take something, but actually took out a tang sword from the space and killed a mutant rabbit with one stroke. He picked up the corpse and threw it directly at Su Rong, scaring her so much that she screamed and waved her hands around, lying on the ground. Qin Qian wanted to laugh. Ha! The doors and windows were smashed to pieces. The 2 main forces with lightning powers were fighting bravely, and the strength and wind powers were assisting them. The water-based ability dispersed a bottle of water into a dense water net, covering a large number of mutant creatures. The lightning-related ability only requires lightning to strike a water network, which can instantly kill a large area of people. Several people worked together and quickly defeated a large number of mutant creatures. The power-type psychics threw the corpses out one by one, hitting the escaped fish who wanted to squeeze in through the door, helping to delay time. Fortunately, the small supermarket only has one door and one window, so it is not easy for the monsters to squeeze in. However, the space for people with special abilities to display their special abilities is not large, and both sides are restricted. Especially Gatling, because he had just released his superpowers continuously, he was a little overwhelmed at the moment. After all, he is only at the 2nd level and has been hungry for so many days, so it is already very impressive. Qin Qian doesn't have any offensive abilities, but she has a gun. But she won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, it would be a crime to possess a treasure. If she solved the problem, it would be bad if she was targeted again. She still has to wait until both sides have exhausted their abilities, or there are casualties before she can draw her gun and make a show of force. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes. She couldn't trust either of these two people. The battle was in full swing at this time, and no one noticed that Hu Hai took advantage of Yang Yi and his companions' inattention to rip open the body of a mutant dog and threw it behind Yang Yi and his companions. The smell of blood spread, instantly attracting most of the firepower to Yang Yi. Gatlin, whose face was pale from exhaustion, finally had a chance to catch his breath and gave Hu Hai a look that said, "Well done." At the moment when the two men relaxed, a mutant wolf pounced on Gatling and was about to take his vital point. Huh! A golden lightning bolt struck the wolf directly, sending it flying far away. It was Yang Yi. He actually chose to help Gatlin at the critical moment. Damn, holy daddy, White Lotus? However, Qin Qian made some judgment and quickly rejected this idea. It is now very difficult for both sides to fight against the mutant beast together. If Gatling dies now, it will undoubtedly put the entire team into a huge crisis. We will settle the accounts later, and the most important thing is to deal with the trouble now. Wow, you have a great sense of the overall situation. A hint of admiration flashed in Qin Qian's eyes. She walked over and threw the mutant dog's body out of the window, then released the supernatural power silently. She controlled her mental power to pay less attention to this side, and the firepower shifted towards the Gatling gun. Gatlin cursed inwardly, and with shaking hands he began to work overtime again. Soon, with both sides trying their best, this wave of attacks was barely over. Everyone was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath and sweating profusely, as if they had survived a disaster. The only one who was not hurt at all was Su Rong, who was curled up in a corner and stealing everyone's food. She stuffed food in her mouth desperately. Her cherry-like mouth was now filled with biscuits and boiled eggs, choking her and making her roll her eyes. Everyone was in a bad situation at the moment and didn't notice the situation at all. Lin Meijiao wiped the sweat off his face, took out a half bottle of water, drank a few sips, and handed it to Yang. "Brother Yang, drink some water to replenish your body." Yang, he took a few sips and gave the remaining half bottle to the guy in the blue vest. "Dayu, this is for you." Dayu didn't hesitate and gulped down the drink. Yang, he took out a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into Lin Xiao's pocket. "Eat some to replenish your energy." Lin Xiao's face turned red, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. "I'm not very hungry, Brother Yang, you eat." Dayu coughed dryly and said with a playful smile, "If you two don't want to eat it, give it to me. Oh, dog food plus chocolate. It's very satisfying." Yang, he suddenly choked and coughed. Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and kicked Dayu on the leg. "If you're hungry, go out and eat mutant beasts. Don't stay here and burp and sore your throat." Dayu laughed and didn't get angry. He patted his kicked thigh and sat aside. At this moment, Qin Qian suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Be careful." She pulled Yang Yi away with one hand, and they both rolled to the side. The next second, lightning blasted a hole where Yang Yi was standing. "It's Gatlin," he said angrily. "Fuck, these two idiots are so disgusting." Yang Yi felt a moment of fear, followed by extreme anger. "I just saved his life regardless of the danger, and he actually attacked me?" Gatlin made no effort to conceal his malice. His sneak attack had just failed, and the relationship between him and his former lover had completely fallen out. Both sides are now exhausted, but no one knows that he has secretly hidden a crystal core. Gatling sneered, took out the crystal core, and ate it. Crystal cores have many functions, one of which is absorption and upgrading. The other way is to eat it and quickly replenish your energy. Now both sides are exhausted, and whoever increases their physical strength will definitely be the key to victory. Now is the best time. He wants to kill all three of them. He wants to take that little girl for himself and leave this damn place. He wants to go back to the city and be the king. When Yang Yi saw him eat the crystal core and beams of energy wrapped around his body, his face suddenly turned ugly. He tried his best to condense lightning, but found that his overdrawn body could no longer draw out any energy. Damn it! The three of them were ready for battle, looked at each other, and nodded. "Let's die together." Yang Yi felt that the end was near, so he no longer hesitated and held Lin Xiao's hand tightly. Lin Xiao also held his hand back. Dayu smiled bitterly and sighed, holding his right hand with his left hand. "Damn it, my future daughter-in-law. I will never see you again." Neither side noticed that Qin Qian was quietly approaching behind Yang Yi and the others. There was a cold light in his eyes, and a cold aura emanated from his body. The next second, strong lightning struck straight towards this side. Chapter 31. Become the king or turtle. Sizzle. Yang Yi barely managed to emit a bolt of lightning similar to static electricity in an attempt to fight against it. But what was unexpected was that Gatling's lightning was about to hit Yang Yi. It shifted inexplicably and blew a shelf behind them into pieces. No one was confused. The lightning seemed to be about 10 centimeters in front of Yang Yi and was suddenly forcibly bounced away. Gatlin was furious and stared at Qin Qian. "Bitch, is it you who did this?" Qin Qian didn't answer, but his eyes became colder. She just suddenly learned some things without any guidance. It turns out that the so-called particle manipulation is not only about absorbing and fusing the surrounding energy to replenish itself. It can even temporarily control the power of others and stop their attacks. The moment she understood it, she used it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, she actually did it. Qin Qian sneered, "Yang Yi, attack." Yang Yi didn't waste any time. Even though the energy in his hand was very small, he still squeezed out the last bit of energy and condensed it into an electric ball to attack. Qin Qian immediately controlled the mutated particles and used the mental power in his brain to condense the energy on Yang Yi's lightning. When the lightning flew out from Yang Yi's hand, it was just a small flash of lightning. However, when it hit Gatlin, it turned into a beautiful golden lightning. Qin Qian understood that it was not only his own power bank, but could also be used to charge others. This was the greatest use of energy-type psychics. Bang! Gatlin had no way to avoid the blow and was hit, lying straight on the ground like a frozen fish. Hu Hai, who was behind him, tried to escape and jumped out of the window, but he was not able to escape the disaster and was shaken to the ground with a cry. After struggling for a few steps and failing to get up, a lone mutant wolf bit off his neck and took him away. Yang Yi opened his mouth, and Lin Meijiao immediately grabbed him and shook his head. "There's no hope, and no need." Yang Yi understood and nodded. We had been maintaining superficial peace before, and we still needed their strength, so we didn't want to fall out. Now that the relationship has fallen out, it's a fight to the death. He will not show mercy anymore. Gatlin was still lying on the ground, twitching, rolling his eyes, and foaming at the mouth. "I guess the urinal is leaking electricity and is still leaking water. That's disgusting." Dayu checked it and shrugged gleefully. "It's hopeless." Qin Qian saw that the time had come, so he pulled out his gun and sent this idiot to his death. What a pity for his dream. To be the king and dominate the world, abbreviated as Wangba. Everyone turned to look over immediately. "She has a gun?" Before Yang Yi and the others could say anything, Su Rong immediately wiped her mouth, crawled over, and hugged Yang Yi's arm. He pointed at Qin Qian's nose and cursed. "You had a gun. Why didn't you help just now? If you had helped, they wouldn't have died. You bastard bitch. How can you be so selfish? You are so evil." Qin Qian frowned, feeling that this woman's mental state seemed not to be very good. He probably choked to death while eating some cookies, and then was possessed by some goblin or monster. Lin Meijiao noticed the bright spot at a glance. Su Rong's dirty hands were actually holding Yang Yi's arm. He immediately rushed over and slapped Su Rong to the ground. Su Rong was not annoyed at all. She immediately crawled to Dayu like a dog and hugged his legs. "Brother Dayu, you have never had a woman, right? Then I will serve you. I know how to serve people. You also saw that I made Brother Lei so double. I can make you double too. You want me? Take me away, okay?" Dayu felt very annoyed. "Damn, do you know how to speak? Haven't I ever been a woman who broke the law? Is it that I don't want to have a woman? Kyo, it's so infuriating." He pushed and kicked her to get rid of her. Lin Meijiao turned her head away in disgust and didn't want to look anymore. Qin Qian looked at the gun in his hand and explained sincerely, "There are not many bullets in the gun, and I also need to use them to save my life. You know that I can't help you in a situation like that just now." Dayu kicked Su Rong away and said with some fear, "Of course we understand. After all, we are not familiar with each other, so you have no obligation to help us. It's just that Brother Yang helped you just now, and I thought you could understand that we have no ill intentions towards you. If you had threatened me with your gun, Gatlin would not have attacked us." Yang Yi stopped Dayu and explained, "They have already helped us, otherwise we would have died earlier." "Don't say that." The other two were a little confused. "What help did Qin Qian provide?" Yang Yi said, "Just now you helped us deflect the direction of the Gatling lightning, right? It was you who used your supernatural power to bless my lightning. Otherwise I would not have been able to kill him at all." Qin Qian raised his eyebrows and nodded with a smile. No wonder this indecisive, tender-hearted tough guy could be the leader of this group. He still has some brains. Dayu finally understood what was happening and quickly apologized with a red face. Qin Qian didn't care and just lowered his head to wipe the gun. Yang coughed and winked at Lin Meijiao. Lin Meijiao quickly understood and stepped forward and said, "Girl, do you want to come with us? We want to go to Kimizakiyama base. The radio said a few days ago that the base is already being built. If it weren't for Gatlin and the others holding us back, we would have left long ago." He didn't feel comfortable asking the girl to stay. After all, he had just held Lin Xiao's hand. "I'm still savoring the soft and boneless feel of it. How can I say nice things to other girls again?" Qin Qian smiled. "Thank you for your invitation, but I have something else to do in the mountains." Lin Xiao was surprised. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. You should come with us. Is there anything more important than your life?" Qin Qian didn't intend to reveal any of his private affairs. She just kept smiling. "I can protect myself. You guys go first. We will meet again if we're destined to do so." Lin Xiao wanted to persuade him, but Yang waved his hand and said, "Okay, if that's the case, then we can't force you to stay. But I don't know your name yet." Qin Qian. It's a pity for Yang. Her ability is so special that she can avoid supernatural attacks. It's so buggy. And she had a gun. He would not steal other people's things, but wouldn't it be better if he could seek peace? But in the end times, everyone has their own purposes and goals. Forcing will only backfire. Qin Qian nodded and said, "Let's go." She was always in an appearance state. Helping others is purely for practice, and there is no intention of mutual benefit. Unexpectedly, just as Qin Qian turned around and was about to leave, Su Rong jumped out again and said, "Take off your clothes. In your bag, there must be food and water in it. Give it to me, all of it." Chapter 32. Sorry, we're out of bullets. Everyone looked at her with annoyance. I really don't know what qualifications she has to show off here now. Qin Qian sneered and raised his eyebrows in a mocking manner. He took his backpack off his shoulders, unzipped it, and took out the contents. "You know what? They're really delicious things. Qin Qian smiled proudly. Jerky, astanud, con tortilla." Every time she spoke, she took out something and stuffed it into Dayu's arms, who looked confused. Dayu was forced to take the food, and his eyes almost popped out of his head due to greed. "I've been eating chocolate and boiled water for more than half a month. Damn, how long has it been since I last saw these? This girl, is she a god?" Qin Qian brought out another large bottle of Sprite. "Wow, Sprite, it makes me feel cool and excited. Do you want to drink it?" Su Rong kept swallowing her saliva. "Give it to me. Give it all to me. I want to eat it." She rushed forward to grab it, but was kicked to her knees by Qin Qian. The gun was pointed at Su Rong's head. "I don't like killing people, but if someone wants to kill me, I will never let them go." She said this to Su Rong, but actually she was also saying it to the three people next to her. Su Rong raised her hands and said with a distracted look, "I don't want to kill you. I don't. Give me something to eat. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry." Qin Qian shrugged. "When you come out, I'll give you something to eat." Su Rong widened her eyes in astonishment. "Why? Why do you want to humiliate me?" Qin Qian found it funny and asked, "You asked me to hold clothes in front of so many people. Isn't that humiliating me? You can humiliate me, but I can't humiliate you." "But I didn't succeed. You didn't take it off either. That's because you have no ability. What if you were capable? What would have happened to me?" Qin Qian sneered, "But I have the ability. I just don't want you to have an easy life. What can you do?" Su Rong looked at everyone for help, but no one paid any attention to her. What she did is really despicable. It is her personal choice to exchange her body for food, and no one has the right to interfere. But in order to consolidate her position, she killed all the young girls who had come to her for help. This is unforgivable. Qin Qian was right. If an evil thought does not succeed, does it mean it is not an evil thought? Shouldn't he be punished? Why? Su Rong had no choice but to do as she was told. Su Rong gritted her teeth in shame and anger. I did as I was told. Give me something to eat." Qin Qian pretended to check the wooden warehouse. "Oh, sorry, there's no sperm." Su Rong was furious. "Fuck you. I'll kill you." Puff. When Qin Qian saw her rushing towards him, he shot her in the head without any hesitation. "Oops, sorry, I was just kidding," she said. The room remained quiet. No one spoke. Qin Qian didn't care about the looks of the people behind her at all. She still said that she would never show mercy to anyone who wanted to kill her. Qin Qian said, "There's a police car over there at the ticket office. You could drive away. Here's some food for you to eat on the way." Yang Yi and others were naturally very envious of Qin Qian's food. But he still refused righteously. "We have food, Oh. Lin Meijiao screamed as she checked the food supplies. Only then did they realize that all the stored food had been eaten up. Only then did she realize that it must have been her who had caused Su Rong to curl up here just now. So he ran over and kicked him twice. "You deserve to die, you bastard." Qin Qian found it a little funny, so she said, "Keep it. I didn't give it to you for free. I will definitely take it back when I have the chance in the future." Yang Yi thought for a moment and did not refuse. When Dayu saw that the boss agreed, he immediately grinned and hugged the food tightly. Qin Qian didn't say anything more and turned and left. But everyone could see that her hand never left the gun. Qin Qian is not the kind of person who gives away money. Aren't they going to the base? In order to hunt down Lin Meijiao and the Slice 5, she will have to go to the base sooner or later. The earliest is the extreme cold period. If he becomes famous, I might be able to use his connections, even if they were completely wiped out or didn't make it to the base. The little loss is just a drop of water. She admitted that there was an element of gambling involved. But how can one live without gambling? After tidying up, Yang Yi and his team went down the mountain. Only after the car completely disappeared did Qin Qian slip back and put the corpses on the ground into the space. These are all crystal cores. I'll release them and dig them out one by one when I have the chance. Yang Yi and his team were in an emergency situation and dared not delay any longer, but she could not waste resources. By the time we collected the bodies, it was already completely dark. Qin Qian released the social phobia welfare and moved closer to the machete step by step. Countless mutated animals around were fighting, devouring, and advancing with each other in the night, trying hard to become the strongest. Before, they were under the tyranny of humans and hiding in the secret jungle. But now the situation has changed, and the ones who need to hide have become humans. The night was dark, and fog rose in the forest. It is a very painful experience to travel through the hot and humid forest. My body was sticky, and I had to wear a full set of mosquito-repellent equipment. Otherwise, just wait to be bitten by mosquitoes and become a pig's head. That's not necessarily true. A malicious laugh was heard. It sounds like a woman. Qin Qian tried hard to hold his breath and listen quietly. The supernatural power? None. Was a high-level energy-related supernatural power. Generally, energy-related powers have an additional ability, which is to improve one of the 5 senses to the extreme. For example, if you concentrate and listen, you can hear subtle sound from far away. Focusing your attention will allow you to see far, etc. At this moment, Qin Qian heard some conversations, which made her frown. Before the end of the world, I couldn't even touch a handsome man like that. Even if I spent money to find a sub-river crab guy, he wouldn't be as good-looking as this one. I heard he was very rich, a CEO or something, but now he has fallen to this state. Oh, does it seem like I am anti-rich when I say this? What kind of president is this? He has a few bucks, but he's showing off like that. I don't know how many women have been killed before, and it's our turn now. But he still had a lot of backbone. He refused to obey Sister Ling even after being beaten like that. 3 of his ribs were broken, and his palm was pierced by a nail. Isn't that a good deal for us? Now that he's been kicked out and is still unconscious, we can just take advantage of him. It's just that he is handsome, but I heard that good-looking people have many flaws. I wonder if he meets the standard. Another one looked puzzled. What is up to standard? Fool, what are you talking about, teapot? Oh my God, you are so shameless. Do you have any shame? It's the end of the world. What's the point of having a face? Who knows how long we can live? The most important thing is to be happy. Qin Qian understood that Song Zhi was almost humiliated by the threat from the leader of that group, Sister Ling. He would rather die than obey, and was beaten and thrown out of the group. 2 women took the opportunity to come over and pick up the bargain. Qin Qian's fist hardened. At this time, a woman's voice was heard not far away. Found it. He's here. Oh my God, Dad. Chapter 33, Exploding Strawberry Lava, Daifuku. Qin Qian's heart tightened, but he was not panicked. Because she could feel that Song Zhi's breath was still there. He was not dead, but his life was rapidly slipping away. There is no time to waste. What to do with these 2 people? Use superpowers to fight for 300 rounds? Indeed, if this is the case, it can last for 3 or 4 chapters. But by the time you finish your water, Song Zhi will be completely cold, okay? Qin Qian fought quickly and decisively. He took out his gun and launched a surprise attack, shooting the BZ who had the most mean mouth, dead with 1 shot. The other woman was extremely surprised to see her companion fall to the ground silently. She turned around suddenly. But what she saw was only a blur of light and shadow. How could a third order, nothing, system ability be comparable to her first order water system ability? She chopped twice with a knife, and suddenly her head shook and she was buried on the spot. Qin Qian put away his gun and went down to check on Song Zhi's condition. Damn it. The first thing is an unpleasant odor, probably because I haven't washed for a long time, mixed with some physiological odor. Then there was a shriveled man with an extremely thin body and black tumors all over his body. Qin Qian immediately recognized that these tumors were mutated blood-sucking leeches. One by one, they sucked Song Zhi's blood and hung on him like grapes on a tree. Qin Qian cursed inwardly. No wonder his vitality was constantly fading away. It turned out to be these dogs. There should be a water bubble nearby, with many leeches living in it. The mutated leeches are extremely fast and can suck blood very fiercely. 7 or 8 of them can suck a wild rabbit dry. Qin Qian was stunned. She knew Song Zhi might not be having a good life, but she didn't expect him to be so miserable. When Song Zhi talked about this experience in his previous life, he just downplayed it and said that he was bullied and driven out of the small camp. She felt that she was late and should have come earlier. She just wanted to help him when he was in trouble. It's not about bringing him back to life when he is about to die. To be honest, she felt a little guilty, but also distressed and angry. It's all her fault for not asking carefully in her previous life. There's no time to lose. No matter how disgusting it is, we must save people. She quickly put on rubber gloves and an N95 mask, dragged Song Zhi to a place away from the water bubble. Oh, it stinks, she's so disgusted. When Song Zhi moved, Qin Qian could see clearly that it was only a part of him. There were even more of them beneath his body, densely packed like a leech carpet. Vomit. Qin Qian rolled his eyes and retched, as if he had eaten a whole raw black garlic. I suddenly felt that the acid water was about to rush up my throat, so I quickly took out the quicklime, which is specially used to control leeches. He hurriedly scattered around the 2 people, and only then did he manage to stop the leech's attack. She took out a gas tank flamethrower, burned the dagger, and popped the leeches one by one. The leeches, which had sucked enough blood, were scalded to the point of bursting. Puff, puff, and blood flowers exploded one after another. Qin Qian tried her best to suppress her vomit. She decided that she would never eat the bursting strawberry lava daifuku again in her life. Oh shit. Give the thing stored in the space to Song Zhi to eat. After the last one was scalded to death by her, Qin Qian quickly checked his body again. His ribs were broken. His left hand was pierced by something, and his body was covered with countless small wounds of varying sizes. Some were caused by knife cuts, fire, burns, cigarette butts, and blows with blunt objects. Now he is severely malnourished, with a persistent high fever, dehydration, and heat stroke. Qin Qian couldn't help but frown. This man's physique was so amazing that he wondered how he could survive until now. Qin Qian didn't say anything, found a bottle of energy drink from the space, pinched the mouth, and fed him the drink. Although Song Zhi was in a coma, as soon as his lips and teeth touched the water, his mouth moved rapidly and he gulped down most of the bottle of drink. After regaining a little consciousness, he began to groan in pain. Qin Qian pointed his hand at him again and pumped water from the tank and poured it directly on him. It's so dirty and stinks. After a quick cleansing, the eyes and ears were covered with black tape, and the hands and legs were tied tightly. Make sure he can't see, hear, or move. She stuffed him into the basement of the space cabin, where there was a coffin, and she stuffed Song Zhi into the coffin. Close the lid and lock it. She didn't know where the coffin came from. It was possible that the letter paper was prepared for her. When one day she comes to an end her worldly ties, she will go to this space to live out the rest of her life and lie down in it before she dies to end this life. That's considerate. When Qin Qian was climbing the mountain, he surveyed a terrain that was a hidden cave halfway up the mountain. It is very tall and big, and the surrounding trees block out the sun, making it difficult to be found. It's just enough space for a motorhome and some supplies. Qin Qian entered the cave and first took out a blowgun to burn the stone walls, killing and driving away any potential poisonous insects and snakes. After cooling it down with water, they released the RV and threw Song Zhi in the coffin onto the floor of the RV. He was still in a coma, looking very miserable and pitiful. In order to conceal the truth, this place looks like a small base. Qin Qian took out a lot of supplies and piled them in the cave. After doing all this, Qin Qian climbed into the car, pulled all the blackout curtains, and then dared to turn on the lights. Under the cold light, Song Zhi's handsome but dirty face was full of struggle and pain. He kept muttering, "Cold, water, cold." Qin Qian fed him the rest of the drink and tore off the remaining tattered suit on his body. "Big white man. Futman." Qin Qian patted his abdominal muscles and rubbed his paws expectantly. Hey, she has never touched a man in her past life and this life for decades. Unable to help but observe for a while, she felt that she could now answer the sister's question. This teapot is of good quality, with a white body with clear lines, a long spout, a good shape, and a large and long mouth. Qin Qian shyly found a saline solution stored in the space and used a gauze towel to wipe the substances and wounds on his body. Take advantage of the opportunity. Song Zhi's hair hadn't been trimmed for a long time. It was sticky to his scalp and full of little cuties. Really, dreadlocks. Qin Qian simply shaved his head, wiped his face, and his handsome face returned. After cleaning, we started disinfection, applying medicine and bandaging. Relying on the medical skills learned in the previous life during the turbulent times and when being cut. She handles the machete very well. After finally settling him down, Qin Qian started to busy herself with her own things. First, he went into the space and took a quick shower, then took out a big plate of chicken, belt noodles, pickled cucumbers, and green tea with great milk. Show off without hesitation. After a busy night, she was starving. During this time, Song Zhi woke up once when he smelled the aroma of big plate chicken. The beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly opened, filled with death and despair. He looked at Qin Qian numbly. He was stunned for a few seconds and closed his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes again, but he seemed to have no strength to even open his eyes. He was just in a trance for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Soon, calm returned. He pulled up an unbelieving, self-deprecating smile on his lips and fell asleep again. As day broke, Song Zhi's fever subsided, and his face finally regained the color of human skin. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled a tough but tender smile. Drag him to the bed and stuff him in. She was wearing teddy bear pajamas and hugging her favorite bunny doll that used to sleep with her. Cover your head and go to sleep. Of course, she used particle control. As long as Song Zhi wakes up, she will be able to feel it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Zhi woke up once. He said dazedly, "I need the toilet." Qin Qian rubbed her eyes, put down the little rabbit in her arms, and helped the unconscious man to the bathroom. She stood outside the door and asked awkwardly, "Can you still pee by yourself?" It was even more embarrassing after asking. If he says he can't do it, can she still help him? There was no answer, and intermittent sounds of water were heard from inside. She yelled again, "If you pee outside, I'll throw you out." The sound of water paused for a moment, and then the urine continued very smoothly. When it was over, Qin Qian leaned over to take a look. "Well, good technique, clean." She helped him back down and continued to lie down. In the evening, Song Zhi seemed to have a fever again, so Qin Qian continued to give him medicine and fluids. Around 7 o'clock, the fever subsided and his breathing became much more stable. Qin Qian tried to feed him rice porridge, and he ate half a bowl of it in a daze. After feeding her, she went outside to kill monsters to practice. Recently, she has been getting better and better and becoming more and more skilled. Now that Song Zhi is in her hands, she has to upgrade quickly to avoid being surpassed by him. After chopping melons and vegetables, he returned to the car and found Song Zhi still sleeping. Obviously, he had suffered too much before and needed a good rest. 3 days passed like this, and Song Zhi finally regained consciousness. But he was in a very bad state, with a dull look in his eyes. He stared at the ceiling without saying a word. Since he didn't say anything, Qin Qian didn't say anything either. Qin Qian helped him change the dressing and clean his body, and he cooperated silently. The two lived in silence for another 2 days. Song Zhi was finally able to take care of himself. Qin Qian did not shy away from eating and drinking well in front of him, nor did she mind him seeing her generous supply storage. She showed him taking supplies out of the small refrigerator and the pile of supplies outside. She would not reveal anything about the space until the alliance was complete. She wanted to see Song Zhi's eyes and mood when he saw these supplies. Chapter 34. No old feelings in the end times. However, Song Zhi did not have the slightest bit of greed, and his eyes were always indifferent. It seemed that everything in front of him was just this, and had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to claim it as his own. Qin Qian concentrated on feeling his mood, and found that he was not pretending. Qin Qian curled the corners of his lips. TSK, this knife is pretty good. Qin Qian also discovered that this person was actually very easy to feed. He was not picky about food and did not cause trouble. If you give him porridge, he will eat porridge. If you give him steamed buns, he will eat steamed buns. Qin Qian thought that he would be like other hungry people, showing off his food almost crazily and choking himself to the point of rolling his eyes. But he wasn't, he still chewed slowly and elegantly. Although he seemed to be moving slowly, the tears in his eyes and his trembling hands told Qin Qian that he was very excited and very hungry for food. Qin Qian felt that he was actually running away from the coming of the end of the world, running away from himself being a high and mighty boss. He fell and became a piece of trash that was thrown around and picked up by people. He wanted to deceive himself by maintaining elegance. I lied to myself that nothing had happened yet, and made myself believe that he was still the same person as before. Everyone subconsciously tries to escape before accepting reality. Qin Qian did not intervene too much, not even a word of persuasion or comfort. Just wait for him to figure it out. As night fell, Qin Qian once again gave him a serving of fried beef noodles. The meat slices are coated in starch, fried until tender and smooth, and then sprinkled wildly on the reddish-brown noodles. Green and red pepper shreds are dotted on top, and the soup is a little oily and looks bright red. The aroma of stir-fried meat filled the small space of the RV, overbearing and arrogant, covering up all the aromatic smells. Song Zhi took the noodles, swallowed his saliva, and stuffed them into his mouth one bite after another. It was so delicious that he finally broke down and cried without caring about his image. After finishing the noodles, he finally spoke after a long time. Qin Qian, I should still be useful to you. For now, please don't throw me out, okay? He was extremely nervous and shy, like a fresh graduate going for an interview at a large internet company. I have superpowers, lightning related, and I can drive, repair cars, cook, sew, kill people, and fight. I also have certificates in boxing, Muay Thai, Sanda, and Jeet Kune Do. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and condensed a lavender lightning ball in his palm. But it soon dissipated, and he was so tired that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qin Qian slowly poured him a glass of water, saying that she understood and asked him not to show off. The machete that she had saved with great effort must not be broken before it could be used. Song Zhi looked a little embarrassed. Sorry, the injury is too severe. Qin Qian looked indifferent, as if she had made up her mind after careful consideration. Okay, I cannot throw you out for the time being, but I can't raise you for nothing. You have to pay back the food and things you use with crystal cores in the future. Do you understand? In fact, the villain in her heart was so happy that she wanted to stage a laser rain on the spot. Business leaders are different. They know how to keep people who have value. She didn't even need to call out. He called out himself and sent it directly to him. Harmony. Qin Qian thought about it again, but in her previous life, she was a complete burden to him. Why is he still willing to be with her? He even shared his food with her. For her, he only slept for a few hours a day and worked hard to collect supplies to feed this useless girl. TSK, don't try to guess what the boss is thinking. I heard that I don't have to wander outside for the time being. Song Zhi nodded without hesitation. Well, I will definitely pay you back. Qin Qian then told some of her own stories, saying that she awakened her superpowers relatively early. The city was full of dangers, so she found a way to escape here with some supplies. I met Song Zhi by chance while killing monsters last night and rescued him casually. Song Zhi had no doubt that there was something else. Qin Qian further probed. Actually, I also have special abilities. She raised her hand, and clear water flowed out of her palm. Water type. Well, it's not very aggressive. The only way to kill someone is with a knife. Qin Qian said this deliberately to test Song Zhi's reaction. After hearing this, Song Zhi frowned slightly and said, Don't tell anyone else about this, otherwise they will definitely target you. Qin Qian held his chin and smiled. Now that I tell you, you won't have any ideas about me, right? Song Zhi paused, lowered his eyes, and said, In the last days, old ties are not important. Your ability is very useful to me. I think you will also be able to use my ability. Killing you will only give me some supplies, which will be gone after they are consumed. It is not cost-effective. It would be better if we team up and work together. Maybe we can live better. Qin Qian was even happier. It seemed that the boss was willing to form a team. In fact, they had a lot of fun when they were a team at school. Their collaboration won the award for the best publication in the department that year. However, things that are too easy to obtain will not be cherished. So on the surface, She still looked calm and uninterested. She stretched lazily. There's no need for cooperation. I prefer to be a lone wolf. When your injury is healed, leave. I'll give you some supplies, and we'll be well in the future. Song Zhi listened to her words, was silent for a moment, and nodded lightly. Okay, I'll listen to you. He didn't say anything like, how have you been these years? Or we had a very pleasant cooperation back then. This is used to get close to people and make profits for oneself. I just want to use my own abilities to obtain resources. Especially the sentence, in these last days, we don't talk about old feelings really touched her heart. Qin Qian was very impressed. Qin Qian pulled him out of the car and said, in fact, our water system has many uses. For example, it can be used to wash your hair very conveniently. She asked Song Zhi to bend down, and she rubbed his head with both hands while taking water from the space tank. Just wet his shaved head, squeeze shampoo on it, and rub it, then rinse it off with water. Qin Qian gestured towards him. Is it fun? Song Zhi's face flushed, and he coughed twice. Well, it's really convenient. Qin Qian wiped his hands, turned around, and asked him, are you still hungry? What would you like to eat? Song Zhi said, it's all right, while driving away the mosquitoes that were frantically flying towards him. Song Zhi is very clear about his current situation. They saved your life, and you're just a beggar, so just eat whatever they give you. You look so shameless, and you still want to order food? Qin Qian nodded and took some not-too-spicy, nutritious fast food to eat together. After dinner, I changed his medicine. The new and old wounds on his body piled up together, and Qin Qian couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for the air conditioning and air circulation in the RV, his wounds would have surely fester in the high temperature outside. Song Zhi said, I have been living in a cave nearby with some people. At night we would go out and hunt some animals. Qin Qian nodded, well, now everyone is active at night, and I will go out hunting soon, so you just rest. I'm saying that if possible, you should not go out first. Those people I was with before weren't good people. You don't have any offensive abilities, and I'm afraid you're in danger. I probably can't help you in my current state. He spoke very sincerely. Qin Qian smiled mysteriously. Who wants your help? Just lie down, I have my own tricks. Song Zhi hesitated for a moment, but still didn't speak. She is a thin girl who has managed to survive until now in the apocalypse. She must be quite capable. Now that she has made her decision, he won't interfere too much. Qin Qian went to the bathroom, changed clothes, and came out. A cute gray and black bodysuit that perfectly outlines her charming curves. Her skin was originally very white, and now it was even whiter, as if it had no blood, and as delicate as porcelain. She is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. She was named a school belle in college back then, and countless boys and girls pursued her. Song Zhi looked at her, then quickly lowered his head and said nothing. Don't look at anything inappropriate, otherwise it would be no fun to have your eyes gouged out. Before leaving, Qin Qian told Song Zhi seriously, there are a lot of entertainment programs and TV dramas on the iPad. When I come back at 5 in the morning, I want to see the car clean and tidy and bread, milk, bacon, and eggs on the table. Now that you're able to move, you must work. I don't want to keep idle people here. After saying that, he got out of the car and left without looking back. Chapter 35. My little wife. He's 191 centimeters tall and has 8-pack abs. In the dark night, countless dangers and murderous intentions lurk. Qin Qian had to admit that if she didn't have the special ability of nothingness, she would have died more than 10 times from the RV to the small hill outside. The mutated mosquitoes are bigger than those in the city, and each one is purple. You can tell it's extremely poisonous just by looking at it. When going down the hillside, the originally small bird-catching snake, only as thick as 2 fingers, evolved into a ferocious beast as thick as an ankle and covered with black scales. As soon as he saw Qin Qian, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he pounced on him with his sharp fangs exposed. The densely packed scales on its body reflected the pale moonlight like a silver lightning. Qin Qian chopped it with his knife, and sparks actually flew. Depend on. This is a monster. Fortunately, Qin Qian found the weak point in its abdomen and cut open its belly with a knife. He changed a strike into a chop and directly cut off the tongue. Qin Qian just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the snake's mouth to take out the crystal core when the snake head, which had already rolled its eyes, suddenly opened its mouth and tried to bite Qin Qian. She immediately stepped on it. It was a close call. I was almost bitten by the snake's fangs that were full of venom. She has snake venom serum in stock, but now these things have mutated, and she doesn't know if the normal serum is still useful. Next came swarms of mutant rats. a blind bear running around recklessly. She even saw a mutant tiger with oily green eyes. The fangs were just like those of saber-toothed tiger, so big and so fierce. If she hadn't used the social phobia benefits, she would have been in great danger. Qin Qian climbed up a big tree, held his breath, and concentrated, using particle control to sense the creatures within a few miles. Wow, the density is too high, full of various crystal nuclei. Many of them have even evolved grades and special attributes. These things become more difficult to deal with in the later stages. They are thick and resistant to attack and have strong attack power. Basically one child at a time. They will also enter cities in groups, attack humans and bases. Some have even evolved intelligence. Thinking back to my previous life, I once lived on a hilltop near a small base. However, not long after, the base was breached by a giant mutated python, and half of the people were killed. At that time, the highest level psychic in the base was only level 3, while the python was actually level 4. Qin Qian realized once again that upgrading her level was the most important thing she had to do now. Return to camp at 5 o'clock. She once again sprinkled a circle of lime powder at the entrance of the cave to isolate the snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawling on the ground. As soon as I opened the car door, a fragrant smell came into my nose. Qin Qian suddenly felt hungry. It was Song Zhi, who was fiddling with the cooking utensils skillfully. Seeing her come back, he smiled faintly. I cleaned up and made some food. I don't know if it suits your appetite. Wash your hands and eat. Qin Qian leaned over and looked at the pan, which contained fried eggs, bacon, bread slices, and cheese. The lettuce is dried with a hairdryer and combined to make a delicious breakfast sandwich. The milk is neither too hot nor too cold, just right. Qin Qian raised his eyebrows with satisfaction, having the illusion that the husband came home after a day of work and his little wife had prepared dinner at home. But this little wife is 191 centimeters tall and has 8-pack abs. Qin Qian sniffed and praised. Not bad. You really can cook. He sprinkled black pepper on it. I can't say how it tastes, but at least it's edible. Wash your hands and try it. Qin Qian didn't say anything, went into the bathroom and locked the door. After returning to the space and washing up briefly, I changed into teddy bear pajamas before coming out. Song Zhi had already prepared everything and brought it to the dining table. He inadvertently looked up at Qin Qian, wearing pink and white teddy bear pajamas with half-dried hair and a natural, delicate face that still had a blush from the hot bath. She has a completely different style from the determined and capable girl just now. Just like when I was in school, I'm still struck by her beauty no matter how many times I see her. He quickly lowered his eyelids and ate the bread calmly. Qin Qian also took a bite. Wow, it tastes really good. This bread has the aroma of butter, the sizzling bacon fat, and a slightly crispy texture. The edges are filled with a burnt aroma due to the Maillard reaction. The eggs were also fried in bacon fat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right degree of doneness. The cheese melts on the eggs, and it is stringy without leaking oil. Qin Qian was almost crying because of the delicious food. Help! This is much better than the dark dishes she made herself. Thinking about her craftsmanship, I feel ashamed and shed tears. Well, how did that talk show come about? Oh yes, other people have their specialties, but she only has tricky and hot dishes. Fry an egg, crispy on the outside and raw on the inside. Carcinogens outside, salmonella inside. Needless to say, just based on this skill, she is determined to be with this man. Woo woo woo. Although I was very happy in my heart, I remained calm on the surface. She asked casually, "What are your plans for the future?" Song Zhi's chewing speed became noticeably slower, and a barely detectable hatred flashed in his eyes. But he just said calmly, "Let's take it one step at a time. I don't know. After I recover from my injuries, I will kill the monsters and get the crystal cores to repay your kindness." Qin Qian said, "When you were in that small group before, were there many people who bullied you? I will help you get revenge." He gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, and a terrifying light shot out of his eyes. "No need," he said. "They are my prey." He wanted to take revenge personally and kill all those who had humiliated him with a single blow. Qin Qian shrugged. "Okay, whatever you want." After the meal, Song Zhi cleaned up the dishes and washed himself simply. When I went out, I found Qin Qian already lying on the bed. He was a little embarrassed. "I'll go sleep on the sofa." He walked around Qin Qian and climbed onto the bed to get his own quilt. Qin Qian smiled, pushed his chest hard, and pressed him down on the bed. Her long hair fell down, gently spreading on his face, and she said, "Where on your body have I not seen? I was the one who changed your clothes the past 2 days." Song Zhi's face turned red, and he pulled the quilt to cover half his face. Her peach blossom eyes were full of shyness, and her beautiful eyelashes flickered slightly. It was just like the concubine's first time to sleep with the emperor. He already knew all this, but when she said it directly, his heart still beat fast. The antlers were knocked off. Qin Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were all adults, not to mention his billionaire status. Who would believe him if he said he had never had other women? Song Zhi, no, really not. Bang, 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 really not. But she didn't have any interest in him in that aspect. She just used him as a knife. She didn't care about his moral character. If he falls in love with a girl after he has taken revenge, she, as his boss, can give him some supplies and help him find a wife. Qin Qian smiled and lay back down. "I won't force myself to sleep on the sofa. You are a patient, and sleeping on the sofa is not conducive to your recovery. It's the end of the world now, so we shouldn't worry too much about trivial things, right?" she said, patting him casually. "Yes." Song Zhi covered the wound that was hurt by being beaten, curled up into a ball, and said with difficulty, "I know, then. Let's sleep like this. You were so rough. It hurts." Qin Qian giggled, took the little rabbit, and put it close to his wound. "Sorry, I didn't mean it. Let the rabbit blow on you, ho-ho." "Damn it." Song Zhi speechlessly buried himself in the quilt, not wanting to pay any attention to this man. "I thought to myself, does your little rabbit know that you were slashing the mutant rabbit heads one by one outside?" Chapter 36, Special Powers, Enchanter. Song Zhi felt that he really couldn't see through her. She is obviously a girl with a soft, lowly face, but she can kill monsters with a knife and step on their heads to dig out crystal cores. She clearly showed a cold and stern personality, but she even slept with a bunny doll. Don't try to guess what a woman is thinking. 5 days later, Song Zhi's injuries were basically healed. Perhaps it was because the psychic's physical fitness had been enhanced that such serious fractures healed on their own. Song Zhi has been eating well and sleeping well these days, and has gained a lot of weight. Qin Qian looked at Brother Dao, who had become plump and white because of what he had raised, and smiled wickedly in his heart. It was time to move on to the next step. So one evening, Qin Qian prepared to take him out for a walk. The moment he opened the car door, Song Zhi felt a wave of heat rushing towards his nose, instantly filling his entire lungs like a fiery dragon's breath. It seems that the temperature outside is no longer suitable for human survival. But when he walked out of the small cave, he realized what it meant to be a dwarf compared to a giant. It was still very cool in the cave, but after coming out of the cave, my whole body felt like it was in a steamer, damp and stuffy. Amid the fresh fragrance of grass and trees, there was a strange stench. Looking up into the distance, the evening glow shines on the mountains and forests, dyeing them in all colors, with a sense of crisis amidst the beauty. In order to develop his special abilities, Qin Qian guided him to feel the energy in his body and condense it in his hands. The purple ball of lightning crackled and glowed in his hand. Qin Qian was a little surprised. "Why is your lightning ball purple?" A thought flashed through her mind instantly. Thunder, this heaven-shattering purple gold hammer, purple lightning. Ahem, no, I can't help but sing. Song Zhi looked at the lightning in his hand thoughtfully. "I don't know. I've encountered lightning abilities before, and their lightning was all yellow." Qin Qian didn't pay much attention to it, because she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Turning my head in the direction of the crystal core, I saw a zombie dog with half of its body rotten, standing there with its teeth bared. A pair of green eyes stared at them intently. Qin Qian smiled and pointed casually. "Just right. Let me see your strength." Song Zhi's eyes narrowed, and without any hesitation, he hit wherever she pointed. Bump! Sizzle! As lightning struck, the mutant dog realized the danger and turned around to escape. However, it was too late, and the dog's head was chopped into charcoal. A crystal core Bayou flew out from the dog's head. If you don't know, you might think that the dog's dentures were knocked out. Qin Qian exclaimed, "Is the first-level lightning element so powerful?" Song Zhi coughed dryly. "Maybe I'm just better." Qin Qian chuckled. "Shameless." His behavior reminded Qin Qian of a humorous little fat boy when they worked together in the past. By doing this shameful thing, he seemed to have returned to that time again. Seeing her bright smile, Song Zhi smiled too. He walked over, picked up the crystal core, wiped it clean with a leaf, and handed it to Qin Qian. Qin Qian didn't hesitate and put it directly into the small bag where he usually kept the crystal cores. Song Zhi said, "You are amazing. I didn't even notice the dog just now, but you noticed it." Qin Qian laughed awkwardly. She didn't expect that this guy was so sensitive and realized her peculiarity all at once. Qin Qian said, "Girl's sixth sense is always stronger, otherwise I wouldn't have lived this long." Song Zhi was stunned for a moment, but did not suspect anything. The two took 2 steps forward. Qin Qian slipped and grabbed his arm fiercely. Song Zhi subconsciously supported her and said, "Be careful." Qin Qian let out a cry and turned to look at Song Zhi. His eyes were full of disbelief. Song Zhi looked confused. "What's wrong?" Qin Qian said, "I feel that there seems to be another kind of energy in your body. You should not only be of a lightning type." She pretended to have just discovered it, not wanting him to know that she knew too much information about him. After listening to this, Song Zhi looked a little strange. He said, "You are right, I do feel that I have other superpowers, but I have tried it, and this power seems to be useless. When I use it, my palms feel hot, and the things in my hands become strange. It hurt me a few times, so I just ignored it. Qin Qian is going crazy. I came to you just for this superpower? Okay." Qin Qian said, "I also heard about your ability when I was in the city." She took out her Tang sword and gave it to him. "Try to hold the sword, close your eyes, and concentrate. And think about turning the sword into a living thing, full of murderous aura." This is the secret to using this supernatural power. Was it something Song Zhi told her in the previous life? The reason why Song Zhi stood at the top of the food chain in his previous life was all due to his magical ability, Enchanter. Qin Qian's ability allows him to absorb energy and store it in his body, but it cannot be converted into energy that can kill living things. However, weapons enchanted by an enchanter can allow the user to release the energy in the body through the enchanted item. Forms a very damaging light blade. This kind of pure energy attack is more direct and more lethal than thunder and ice attacks. High damage means that once used, the consumption of the body's supernatural powers will be far higher than other means of attack. But Qin Qian is not afraid of a war of attrition. Therefore, she felt that Song Zhi's special ability was tailor-made for her. Song Zhi closed his eyes and tried hard to attach his energy to the knife. Qin Qian looked at the silver-white light flashing on the blade in the dark night. It flickers, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, sometimes appearing and sometimes not. Song Zhi frowned, as if he was trying his best to do this. Qin Qian also broke out in a cold sweat for him. Song Zhi clenched his teeth, and the sweat on his face slid down along with his twisted brows. Finally, after a humming sound, the white light of the blade suddenly enveloped the entire blade, flashing for a few seconds before disappearing into the blade and disappearing. Qin Qian could clearly feel that the Tang sword had changed. The whetstone sharpens the blade. The enchanter sharpens the sword's spirit. That's the feeling. Song Zhi opened his eyes and gasped for air. Success. His expression was a bit like that of a big dog that had successfully brought back a frisbee and was begging for a reward from its owner. Qin Qian took the knife and said, "Damn, that's great." She took a deep breath, transferred her strength into it, and swung the knife. A blade of moonlight flew out and directly cut off a tree as thick as a calf through midair. The trees fell to the ground with a loud bang, startling a large number of creatures around them, who fled in all directions. Qin Qian suppressed his inner excitement. Help! This superpower is too good. This is the offensive power she has always longed for. From then on, she no longer had to only shoot and play with knives and serve as a power bank for others. She herself is the most powerful fighting force. Song Zhi didn't notice the change in Qin Qian's expression. He took the knife in surprise and tried it, but he only left a shallow mark on the tree, with bark flying and with chips everywhere. But he was not in a hurry. He was only at the first level, so it was normal that his strength was very small. He didn't know that Qin Qian had only used 1/10 of his strength. The two continued to move forward while discussing superpowers. After walking a few steps, a strange stench hit my nose. Qin Qian had to turn on the flashlight to see clearly that there were 2 human corpses in front of him that had been bitten into pieces. All the flesh on the body was eaten clean, and the body fluids were dried by the wind in the extremely hot summer. It seeped into the soil like sticky, snot glue, and countless insects were still wriggling inside. What's even more disgusting is that Senbai's skull is filled with maggots and leeches of all sizes, which are frantically eating the remaining brain fluid. Oh wow, Qin Qian recognized them. They were the 2 women she had killed. Song Zhi obviously saw it right away. They are members of my previous team, two first-level psychics. Qin Qian briefly told him what happened when she rescued him before. Song Zhi was immediately shocked, thinking that if it weren't for Qin Qian, he would be in the same state now. He turned to Qin Qian and asked, "Can you lend me a knife? Where are you up to? I want to upgrade my level." A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Qin Qian understood. "You want to take revenge? Why are they bullying you? If you're talking about stealing money, money is useless in the end times, right?" Song Zhi fell into deep thought. His eyes closed, and he refused to speak. Chapter 37 Friendship Price. 7 for me and 3 for you. Seeing his constipated look, Qin Qian patted his arm comfortingly and said, "Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. I don't really want to hear it either." Song Zhi grinned and said, "I was on a blind date with a girl at D-View restaurant. It was arranged by my family. I rejected her, but she kept pestering me. Unexpectedly, zombies and mutant animals rushed in at this time. I wanted to save the girl, but in order to protect herself, she pushed me into the pile of zombies to delay time and ran away. I was bullied quite badly, and later on, I wandered around and was taken in by Sister Ling, a forest ranger who had awakened special powers. She saw that I was pretty and wanted to take me by force, but I refused and she tortured me badly. She has resources and powerful supernatural powers. Everyone around her respects her. Those who obey her will prosper, while those who go against her will perish. The male lover around her had seen me in a financial magazine. Knowing that I was a well-known figure before the end of the world, they treated me even worse. They forced me to die and do the dirtiest and roughest work. They even forced me to serve Sister Ling, but I didn't want to, and I was tortured inhumanely in return. What happened next is what you saw. I refused to obey and angered Sister Ling, so I was thrown out. Qin Qian had also heard him say these words in his previous life, but by then Song Zhi had already let it go. The tone is like telling someone else's story. Now, he's forcing a smile. Qin Qian patted his arm to comfort him and said, "In the end times, people's hearts are like this, but the rule that the strong are king is the same whether before or after the end times." Song Zhi nodded. "Yeah, I understand. He used to be the strong one. It's not like I haven't thought about the possibility that one day I'll lose everything and become a weak person. But who could have thought that it would be in this way?" Song Zhi quickly suppressed all his emotions, turned to Qin Qian and said, "I will go kill some mutant creatures first to supply you, as a way of paying back the supplies you gave me. Let's go kill those villains and dig out their crystal cores. Then we can share them and level up as quickly as possible." When Qin Qian heard about the crystal core, he became excited. "Friendship price. You pay 3 and I pay 7. How about that?" Song Zhi shook his head no. Qin Qian pursed her lips and said, "Stingy guy." He shrugged. "You ate, I'm too." Qin Qian coughed dryly. "You have a conscience." I misunderstood him. Then he handed him the knife in his hand. Song Zhi shook his head. "No need for the knife today. I have supernatural powers. You keep the knife for self-defense." Qin Qian smiled. "I'm going to take a day off today. Here's the knife. I'll wait for you at the camp. I'll take you back first. The journey won't be peaceful." "Good." The two returned to the camp, and indeed encountered many dangers along the way. First, they encountered a group of mutant rats, and the two had to climb up a tree to hide. Fortunately, the mutant blood rat was just passing by and quickly ran away. Before he even got down from the tree, he was targeted by a mutant leopard. Qin Qian just happened to use it to test the knife. He gathered his strength, chopped, and a cold white light flashed. With one blow, the opponent's head was split open and black blood flowed out. After Qin Qian was sure that he was really dead and had not triggered any attacks, he climbed down the tree and took out a second-level speed ability crystal core. Finally, they were targeted by some unknown mutated insects, and a large group of black insects chased them frantically. The two men fled in a panic and barely managed to avoid the pursuit and return to the camp. As soon as they entered the lime line, both of them supported themselves on their knees and began to breathe heavily, with sweat splashing onto the ground. They looked at each other, and both had a bitter face that said, "Don't mention it. Damn it, this mountain is too dangerous." Qin Qian said, "Are you still going?" Song Zhi did not hesitate and nodded firmly, "Go." Qin Qian did not stop him, but took out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Song Zhi. "Be sure to contact me if there is anything. Don't force yourself." "Good. Don't rush off to seek revenge without permission. Wait until you level up and we'll go together." "Good." After Qin Qian finished her instructions, She casually slapped a mutant mosquito the size of an egg to death, and the disgusting juice got all over her hands. She was so disgusted that she sacrificed half a bottle of mineral water to wash her hands. Song Zhi grinned, feeling really painful. You should know that after the extreme heat starts, half a bottle of mineral water can save a person's life. Extremely precious. In that small organization, half a bottle of water must be exchanged for a crystal core. But Sister Ling has to like you and be willing to trade with you. But he didn't say anything. After all, it was someone else's stuff. He has no right to make decisions. Qin Qian didn't notice his mental activities. He handed him a bottle of water and turned back to the car. Seeing that he had really gone far away, Qin Qian activated the particle control, turned around, and entered the space. After washing up, she ate a plate of pickled fish in her little room. Yes, the author was greedy. This pickled fish is the most authentic one she bought from a signature old store. They use sauerkraut pickled at home, and the fish are all purchased from fisheries and killed freshly. It's not some low-quality frozen basa fish mixed with Hexdex soup packets. At that time, she directly took on 10 days of customer orders for them. During these 10 days, she worked overtime to do the work for them, which was 3 times their normal daily traffic. After finishing, Qin Qian asked them to pack them all in disposable lunchboxes. I also bought a lot of sauerkraut to save for later when I had finished eating it and to make it myself. The pickled fish was still piping hot when it was packaged, and it's still steaming when I take it out. Taking a bite of the dish, you can taste the tender fish skin and the chewy and refreshing fish meat. The sauerkraut is crispy and has not become soft or chewy due to stewing. Take a sip of the soup. It's sour, fresh and fragrant, slightly spicy and numbing. The aroma of the fish and the sauerkraut blend perfectly into the soup. The tip of my tongue felt the stimulation of the soup and fish again and again, and my saliva was secreted crazily. With just this mouthful of soup, she can eat 2 large spoonfuls of rice. Sizzle. Qin Qian opened a can of cool ice cola as a drink for today and paired it with a portion of crispy fried rice crust and soaked it in sauerkraut fish soup. The tornado of chopsticks kept moving back and forth, and soon, a portion of delicious pickled fish was completely finished. Eat and drink your fill, and clean up the dishes. She went outside again to check the fields. These days, I'm with Song Zhi, and it's not convenient for me to enter the space with my physical body, so I can only enter with my mental power. The time in the small courtyard is now basically synchronized with the time outside. It is also dark, and there are mosquitoes. But the mosquitoes here are just like they were before the apocalypse, small and cute. They're really not on the same level as the egg-sized mosquitoes outside. I guess I'll be bullied if I go out. The little animals slept peacefully, and all was well in the fish pond. Qin Qian stretched lazily, feeling extremely satisfied. It was still early, so she walked back into the house, watched some more videos, and ate some snacks. Thinking that Song Zhi would come back later, I would have to eat another meal. Qin Qian restrained himself a little and didn't eat too much. As soon as he came out of the space, Qin Qian suddenly felt a living being approaching. Not Song Zhi. It's a stranger, person. Chapter 38, use it during the day and read it at night. Just as Qin Qian was about to go out to take a look, a bolt of lightning exploded not far away. Immediately afterwards, Song Zhi's figure quickly appeared in front of him. He looked back while making an attacking gesture. Qin Qian thought something was wrong and immediately went up to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Zhi frowned. "A figure approached me, and I used my supernatural power to blast him down the hillside. I don't know if he's dead or not." Qin Qian closed his eyes and felt for a moment. The man was not dead, but was moving away quickly. Soon they had left the camp. It seems that he has tasted Song Zhi's power and dare not attack easily for the time being. Qin Qian breathed a sigh of relief temporarily and pulled his arm. "Let's go back first." Song Zhi nodded, and the two of them tiptoed back to the camp. Song Zhi was a little worried, so he moved most of the supplies on the ground to the storage cabinet outside the car. Fortunately, the storage cabinet of this RV is big enough, and they have consumed a lot of supplies these days, otherwise it would not be able to fit them all. After moving the things, Song Zhi looked towards the cave entrance again and stood there for a while, as if thinking about something. Qin Qian called him several times before he came to his senses. "Get in the car," Qin Qian said with some concern. "I'm afraid this place is no longer that safe." Song Zhi said, "In the end times, there is no moment of safety. Starting today, we will take turns to rest and keep watch." Qin Qian doesn't plan to tell him yet that he can use particle control. So I agreed to his plan. Song Zhi took a breath and took out all the crystal cores he had captured and gave them to Qin Qian. He didn't even hide a desiccant particle between his fingers. Qin Qian sighed quietly. He was too capable. It was impossible for an ordinary psychic to get so much in one go. As expected, the offensive ability is against the will of heaven. The individual combat capability is too strong. Qin Qian used particle energy to detect and found that except for the one in his brain, the others were in her hands. Well, good, very honest. There is no secret absorption, nor is there any keeping it to oneself. She gave a portion of the crystal core to Song Zhi so that he could upgrade to the second level. Song Zhi refused at first, saying that it was used to replenish Qin Qian supplies. Qin Qian felt that since someone was eyeing this place, he couldn't stay here for long. Let him level up first, finish the battle quickly, and leave quickly. It won't be too late to return later. Song Zhi thought about it and agreed. You can take all the crystal cores I call you tomorrow, and you don't have to share them with me. Qin Qian did not refuse, but stood guard outside for him while Song Zhi went into the house and climbed the stairs. When Qin Qian had finished making 2 servings of self-heating hot pot, Song Zhi had already completed his upgrade. His whole appearance was radiant. His skin became whiter, his eyes became deeper, and even the color of his stubbled hair became darker and brighter. Damn, why does he have beauty and hairdressing skills when he levels up? Could it be that he has a third superpower? Teacher Tony. Seeing her staring at him, Song Zhi couldn't help but touch his face. What's wrong? Qin Qian coughed dryly. It's nothing, I just think you've gained weight in the past few days. It's time to exercise. Song Zhi quickly lifted up his clothes. Sure enough, the abdominal muscles are gone. He actually started to get anxious and looked a little worried. Qin Qian looked at him with amusement and consoled him. But it's nothing. Just kill more monsters and exercise more. You should be able to lose weight in a few days. After all, there are no fat people in the apocalypse. This is not a lie. In the previous life, Song Zhi's big muscles. When he walked over, it was like a mountain pressing down on me. She couldn't let him develop a spoiled beer belly. That must be a big 8-pack abs machete used during the day and seen at night. Can't waste it. 3 days passed like this, with Song Zhi working day and night. He worked very hard and paid off the supplies he owed Qin Qian with crystal cores. The subsequent crystal cores will be calculated according to the distribution method of Qin Qian 80 and Song Zhi 20, used to offset Song Zhi's consumption of materials. He also helped Qin Qian enchant 5 knives. After upgrading to the second level, enchantment becomes easier and the durability of the knife is improved accordingly. At 4 o'clock in the morning of that day, the two returned from fighting monsters outside and divided the crystal core. Qin Qian pulled him to the open space outside to practice boxing and kicking. Song Zhi was worthy of the fact that he had obtained certificates in various martial arts. If Qin Qian was not more flexible than him, he would have been defeated within 20 moves. Now, Qin Qian can't beat him, but Song Zhi can't catch her either. Under Qin Qian's coercion, Song Zhi used his supernatural powers to attack. Qin Qian dodged a few times, and his hair was singed. Song Zhi was very surprised. After all, before the end of the world, he had never met an amateur player who could last more than 3 moves against him. Qin Qian didn't lose to him, but she didn't win either. Feeling embarrassed, yet still wanting to brag. If she can't do it herself, she'll just brag about others. Did you know that he won the provincial championship for 5 consecutive years? I was noticed by his master, and we almost became brothers. He is a legendary figure. Qin Qian has only heard of him, but has never seen him. When my father was alive, he often mentioned him, and my mother also admired him very much. It's just that this person likes to play mysterious. He never appears in newspapers or in public, and the photos of him circulating on the internet are basically fake. Song Zhi's expression was a little strange. You mean the provincial champion, codenamed Unextinguishable Candle? Yeah, everyone knows this, right? Song Zhi was speechless. I am the immortal candle. Qin Qian? Qin Qian didn't believe it at first, but after 3 more battles, they all ended in a draw. This time she believed it. Damn it, what kind of experience is it to brag on a cow's hoof? Well, this experience is once in a lifetime. At this moment, the emerging legend in the martial arts world, Buck Xiaozu, was making breakfast nearby. The fragrant fried chicken steak and beef pasta released their aroma in the pot, arousing Qin Qian's appetite. It's rare for Mad Flower to show her delicate side as a little girl. His little face was puffed up, and he wasn't going to eat. Boss, it's time to eat. Song Zhi's tone was obviously normal. But Qin Qian felt that he. He was just making fun of himself. I'm not hungry, just eat, she said to herself angrily. Song Zhi didn't understand, so he walked up to her with the pasta in his hand and said, I deliberately didn't cut the beef into small pieces. Look, these are all large chunks of meat. Gurgle. Qin Qian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. My psychological defenses collapsed instantly after I saw the bright red tomato beef pasta. But she still wanted to twist it a little. No, that green leaf is coriander. He said, you don't like it? This is parsley. Qin Qian then remembered that he had bought more than 50 kinds of vegetables and seeds, but he didn't buy coriander. That thing was like a deadly poison to her. Her head would buzz as soon as she smelled it. There was no trace of anything related to coriander in her space. So how could there be coriander on the plate? Qin Qian jumped up, threw away the little rabbit in his arms, and started showing off his food. Humph! How can I extinguish your eternal candle if I'm not full? Sooner or later, she will defeat him. Qin Qian enjoyed the meal very much. After all, the training just now was too exhausting. But Song Zhi was a little absent-minded. He often stared blankly while eating, and a hint of cruelty was revealed in his eyes from time to time. Qin Qian understood his thoughts instantly. So he asked, when are you going to do it? Song Zhi immediately understood that she was talking about revenge. He narrowed his eyes. Tonight. Qin Qian rubbed his hands together, looking forward to it very much. Another crystal core is coming into the account. Chapter 39. Sneak back and take revenge. Night falls. Both of them were wearing tight and neat black clothes and black pants, moving between the woods. A few nights ago, Qin Qian did not use his supernatural powers in order to lure mutant animals for hunting. In order to get on the road as quickly as possible, I activated the social phobia welfare ability. The journey was smooth, and we soon arrived at the cave. The two men were lying in ambush behind a rock not far away, dealing with the insects crawling on their bodies while looking inside the cave. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, there were two skinny men guarding the door. They all looked very sleepy, but the mosquitoes made it impossible for them to slack off, and they could only keep driving them away. The cave is very big, and Song Zhi said it is a natural cave. There are big attractions inside, as well as a small store and a souvenir shop that stocks a lot of food. There is a stalactite cave inside the cave, so there must be water. But for some reason, the water tasted like hemorrhoids. If you drink too much and vomit blood, it's probably not real water. No one drank it later. Qin Qian scratched his philtrum and asked him, hemorrhoids? Have you ever tasted what hemorrhoids taste like? Song Zhi's eyes twitched on his stern face. It was someone else's description. I just said it casually. Qin Qian raised his eyebrows. Oh, I believe it. Song Zhi rolled his eyes at her and thought, no, you don't believe it. He narrowed his eyes at the cave entrance and said, wait for me here. After saying that, he stood up. Qin Qian was speechless. What? Are you going to buy some oranges? She grabbed Song Zhi and said in a low voice, do you remember our secret code? If you can't win, just shout queen and I'll go in and help you. Song Zhi nodded. Remember. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Qian pulled him back and said, don't hold on. You're only at level 2. If you die, I'll have wasted all my resources saving you. Song Zhi forced a fake smile. Yes, your majesty. Qin Qian let him go, then suddenly remembered something and was about to grab him again. As a result, Song Xiaozhi had expected it, and he rolled over and slipped away. Depend on. Song Zhi killed 2 guards and broke into the cave alone. Qin Qian followed him quietly and went outside the cave to look inside. He was immediately disgusted by the scene inside and frowned. The so-called Sister Ling is a woman in her 40s. She was ugly, with dark skin, big bags under her eyes on her rectangular face, and looked like an old man. She was doing squats on the ground to exercise and seemed very happy. Below is a thin and handsome young boy. She must have been too fat before, but now she has lost weight and her skin is sagging and shaking. It's really eye-catching. The boy bit his lower lip, sweating profusely, with an expression of extreme pain and struggle. Obviously, he was forced to obey. The men, women, young and old around seemed to have become accustomed to this scene. Numbly, they either lay down, sat, or fell asleep, or looked at the man with envy. Being good-looking is useful and can be exchanged for bread. Many of them haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days. These people have completely obeyed this new set of rules, and no one dares to resist. Sister Ling is the one among them who awakened her superpowers the earliest and is also the strongest. Now is the second-level Earth system. On an open space outside, on a dirt spike protruding more than 1 meter above the ground, There were more than a dozen undisciplined people stuck. Now it has become a half-bone state. Sister Ling was breathing slightly and saw the boy struggling in pain. With a sneer, she pinched his face and said, "Don't be so ready to die. It was you who said your mother was starving to death and wanted to earn food, so I gave you a chance. Smile for me. You hear me." The man gritted his teeth and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. "Yes, Sister Ling, I will be obedient." Qin Qian found it offensive and stopped watching. "I used my special ability to feel that there were 32 people in the cave. There are only 7 psychics among them, except Sister Ling, who is at the 2nd level. The others are all 1st level little karami. One of them is gold, and the other one is strength plus agility, which are relatively strong. The others are either ordinary people, or it could be some supernatural powers that are just too idle, such as diving, enhanced hearing, and pain-free." Song Zhi had already walked to the front of the crowd. "Huh? It's Song Zhi, it's him." A voice shouted, and suddenly everyone's attention was focused on Song Zhi. "Wow, so handsome. He's wearing really nice clothes. Is this guy lucky? He looks well-fed and well-drinking. Where did he get the supplies? Is he here for revenge? Will he kill me? I stole his things before." The people in the cave suddenly started talking in a loud voice. "Shut up," Sister Ling roared. The cave immediately became quiet. Sister Ling's attention was immediately caught by Song Zhi. She was first amazed at his handsome face. Then he fixed his fiery gaze directly on Song Zhi's crotch and licked his lips greasily. She accepted this gorgeous man tonight. Sister Ling said in a voice so sweet that it was sickening, "I never thought my little baby would be so handsome after washing." She stood up from a man without covering her lower body at all. She coquettishly took off her top, revealing 2 sagging, shriveled tumors. Qin Qian grinned, took out the saline solution, unscrewed the bottle, and washed his eyes directly. It goes without saying that Song Zhi's stomach must be churning, and he must be feeling nauseous and his teeth aching. I'll have to burn some mugwort for him and recite some Buddhist scriptures to get rid of the bad luck. At this time, the 2 most proud male favorites of Sister Ling rushed out and stood in front of Song Zhi. They said jealously, "You kid, you're lucky you didn't die out there, but you actually dared to come back and seduce Sister Ling?" "Seduce? Brother, do you want to listen to what you're saying?" Sister Ling pushed them both away impatiently and walked forward aggressively, while Song Zhi retreated step by step. Seeing Song Zhi retreat, Sister Ling thought he was still afraid of her own superpowers. He crossed his arms with great pride and said, "If you know what's best for you, just take it off and lie down. I don't want to waste my time and energy again." Song Zhi didn't say a word from beginning to end. He was waiting for this bitch to come closer. Seeing that the time was ripe, he suddenly raised his hand at the speed of light, and purple lightning struck straight towards Sister Ling's face. Sister Ling widened her eyes in anger and grabbed the man who had just served her to block the attack for her. With a loud bang, the man was unrecognizable, fell to the ground in a bloody mess, and died. This sudden change, coupled with the sudden increase in Song Zhi's supernatural powers, frightened Sister Ling so much that her lips trembled. She was immediately furious. "Catch him, chop off his hands and feet, and send him to my bed." The 2 fierce psychics beside her immediately rushed towards Song Zhi. Chapter 40, Her son's death cannot be in vain. One is metal-based, and the other is strength plus agility. Qin Qian originally thought that Song Zhi would use his supernatural powers to deal with the gold system first. But no one expected that he would just draw his sword and chop off the power user's head with one blow as he approached quickly. Blood spurted out, and everyone around screamed and hid deeper in the cave. He and Qin Qian are the same kind of people. They do things quickly and decisively and refuse any fancy showmanship. Neat and tidy. Sister Ling had blood sprayed all over her face, and she took several steps back in shock and anger. The arrogance just now disappeared instantly. She pointed at the gold-type mutant and said, "Kill him, and I will give you 2 faces today." As a result, before he could finish saying the word bow, the throat of this gold-type mutant had been cut. Qin Qian exclaimed in admiration, worthy of being the immortal candle. His moves were steady, accurate, and quick. Sister Ling's eyes were bloodshot, and her head was covered in cold sweat. You can't be obsessed with beauty anymore. Saving your life is the most important thing. This man's eyes are full of hatred and bloodlust. Don't mess with him. She also wanted to keep her life, advance in rank, and kill her husband. That bastard who ruined her life. With a flash of thought, Sister Ling raised her hand and used her supernatural power to summon a large bunch of sharp earth spikes. The people around all screamed and crawled away. They all thought that Song Zhi was irrational. Since he had already escaped, why did he run back? It's not worth risking your life for revenge. She thought Song Zhi would be pierced by the earth thorns, but she underestimated Song Zhi's strength. A purple lightning shot out from the palm of his hand, directly flattening the earth spikes on the ground. And in an instant, soil and rocks flew everywhere. Sister Ling retreated quickly, and her subordinates kept using their special powers. Earth spikes popped up again and again, almost forcing Song Zhi to retreat. Compared to thunder-related abilities, earth-related abilities require much less effort. Seeing that Song Zhi's lightning was getting weaker and weaker, in less than a minute, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Sister Ling showed a smug smile on her face and was ready to fight a war of attrition. After all of Song Zhi's supernatural powers were exhausted, she would defeat the enemy with one move. She swore that she would severely humiliate this pretty boy. Then they skewered him with earth spikes, leaving him to die in extreme despair and pain. Qin Qian crossed his arms, watched their fight with a little boredom, and yawned. Or maybe Song Zhi has a very similar temperament to her. Just like himself, he was also practicing with Sister Ling to accumulate experience in using superpowers to fight. Qin Qian really likes him more and more. Finally, after fighting for nearly 2 minutes, Song Zhi probably had enough and suddenly raised his hand. The purple lightning mixed with a strong murderous aura struck straight towards Sister Ling. Sister Ling was extremely shocked. This lightning was completely different from the previous drizzle. If you get hit, you will definitely be killed or disabled. It was too late to retreat, so she gritted her teeth and used all her strength. A thick earth wall rose from the ground and blocked the lightning for her. She sneered, and while the earth wall was still intact, she released several earth spikes, trying to take the opportunity to sneak attack Song Zhi. She expected that after Song Zhi released this ultimate move, he would be weak for a while and unable to release his supernatural powers. Just take this opportunity to deal with him. However, unexpectedly, the moment the earth wall shattered, Song Zhi fell from the sky like the god of hell. Wielding an extremely sharp knife that flashed with white cold light, he directly chopped off Sister Ling's hands. This guy has no moral principles. After his supernatural power weakened, he actually engaged in close combat. With a shrill scream, Sister Ling knelt on the ground in agony. Blood was oozing from the broken parts of his hands. Song Zhi smiled sarcastically, kicked Sister Ling to the ground, and then cut off her legs. However, he did not kill Sister Ling directly. Instead, he bent down and pressed several acupoints on her body. Soon, the gushing blood stopped. Seeing that Sister Ling was no longer a threat, everyone around them breathed a sigh of relief. A few cunning guys were smart, and the first thing they did was to run towards the place where the food was stored. Get the food, tear open the package, and stuff it into your mouth desperately. Soon, others also realized it and turned around to join the war for food. Only a middle-aged woman screamed and threw herself on the young man who was used as a shield by Sister Ling. She cried heartbreakingly, my son, oh, my son." Then, she glared at Song Zhi resentfully. "You already have the ability to eat and drink well. Why did you come back? If you hadn't come back, my son wouldn't have died. You are the one who deserves to die. Why don't you just die? Why do we have to linger on? Why do you have food and drink?" Woo. Qin Qian wanted to laugh, and couldn't help but walked in, looking at her with a sneer. "So you were his mother? I thought you were unconscious. Since you can still move, why didn't you come out to defend your son when he was bullied by Sister Ling, and she gave you the bread? Now she looks like a loving mother, but it's the end of the world. Who is she putting on a show for?" Song Zhi couldn't help but look at her with admiration. People with sharp tongues are really rare. The woman was rendered speechless by Qin Qian's retort. She hadn't eaten for 4 days and was so hungry that she couldn't stand it. "I persuaded my son to follow Sister Ling in exchange for food, but my son was always unwilling. She began to pretend to be sick and said she was going to die, forcing her son to serve the woman who was only 5 years younger than her. Blaming Song Zhi now is just a way to use his son's death to extort some food. Her son's death couldn't be in vain." Qin Qian's appearance made many people turn their attention to her. Even before the end of the world, they rarely saw such a beautiful woman who was as pure as snow, lovely, and charming. In the end times, she can still stand here cleanly. Most likely, he was raised by Song Zhijiao. If I can kidnap her, can I get some food in exchange? Several people looked at each other, all ready to make a move. Most of the people who were grabbing food over there got nothing, and they were so angry that they had no place to vent. Seeing another girl appear, they all gathered around her immediately. One of them said indignantly, "Song Zhi, you are so powerful? You have the supplies to support women. Why don't you share them with us?" Song Zhi frowned slightly and subconsciously protected her behind him. Hey, handsome guy is scratching his head. Could he say that he was being pampered by this woman? Before he could answer, another person said, "Since you have the ability, why didn't you kill those bastards earlier? My husband was killed by her. If you had come back earlier, you wouldn't have died. It's all your fault. It's all because of you." When the others saw this, they also started talking incessantly. "You are so capable. You must have a lot of supplies. Can you give me some? I will be very grateful to you. Please take me back to the city. My son is still in the city. Please." Qin Qian dug his ears and heard only noise. Turning around, I saw Song Zhi being cool and ignoring everyone. He put on rubber gloves, grabbed Sister Ling's hair, and dragged her body, as if he was preparing to leave the cave. Seeing that he was about to leave, everyone became anxious. I finally saw a little bit of hope. How could it be shattered like this? No, I must cling to him tightly. Chapter 41, let's share the good stuff. But in fact, Song Zhi just moved his prey a little bit and opened up a battlefield. The matter is not over yet. How could he leave? A bearded man stood up and blocked his way. "Xiao Song, you've had a good life and you came back to show us off, and now you don't want to take care of us? You are living so well, but we are dying of thirst and hunger here. Everyone is so pitiful. You should be kinder and have some compassion. Shouldn't we all help each other at this time? We are really disappointed in you." Brother Hucha started with PUA, followed by KTV, then UFO, and finally KFC. Successfully caused everyone to accuse and scold Song Zhi. That's right. If there's something good, we should share it with everyone. Why should he keep it all for himself? We can't let him get away so easily. If he kills Sister Ling, he must be held responsible for all of us. At least you have to hand over all the supplies. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Look at him. He has a double chin from eating so much. Song Zhi still said nothing, just playing with a bloody knife in his hand. The light in his eyes was cold and seemed to be brewing a storm. Puff. Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh, staring at the bearded man, and couldn't help but say, "Looking out for each other? There's no mirror now, but there's always urine, right? Take a puff and look at yourself to see if you are worthy enough. He almost died of thirst and starvation before. Why didn't you cut his flesh and blood to save his life? Now that he has no worries about food and clothing, does he think of helping each other? The child is dead and you're feeding him, brother, is too late." Qin Qian approached Huchaga step by step, and the other party couldn't help but take a step back due to her terrifying momentum. The flesh on his face trembled, and he felt very embarrassed when being scolded by the little girl. He pointed at Qin Qian angrily and said, "Bitch, you're just a kept woman. Get out of here. Do you have the right to interrupt a man when he's talking? What did you say?" Song Zhi finally spoke. His eyes flicked over to look at Huchaga. "Don't let her interrupt." He flashed in front of Brother Beard, and the next second, the knife inserted into Brother Beard's mouth and stabbed out through the back of his head. "Then fork your mouth." After he finished speaking, he twisted his wrist and pulled out the knife, and a bloody tongue flew out and fell to the ground. Brother Hu Cha died with his eyes open. You can say anything about him, but you can't say even one word about Qin Qian. The people around were suddenly frightened and screamed and ran away in all directions. Yes, they can't run. They can only crawl. Boom! Song Zhi used a bolt of lightning to collapse the cave entrance, blocking everyone's way. Qin Qian cheered and clapped his hands. "Wow, wow, wow, Brother Dao is so awesome." Song Zhi turned around suddenly, and the tremendous hatred that had been brewing in his eyes suddenly burst out, sweeping across everyone present. He scanned everyone with his eyes, looking for those who had bullied him. Anyone who has ever taken advantage of him will be killed. Anyone who has ever taken his food will be killed. Anyone who stepped on his head and spat on him shall be killed. Anyone who has insulted his adoptive parents should be killed. He was like a demon that had crawled back from the 18th level of hell, releasing a devastating fire that seemed to burn away all the filth and unwillingness. If he gives any breath to those who have hurt him, it means he does not regard himself as a human being. In the business world, where killing is done without spilling blood, he has always adhered to the principle that anyone who dares to kill him will surely die. The same is true today. In a blink of an eye, the cave was filled with corpses and blood, and it stank and was disgusting. There were only 3 people left. They had never hurt Song Zhi, but at this moment Yi was frightened to death. Qin Qian took out a towel and handed it to him. Song Zhi took it gratefully and wiped the blood off the knife and his body. The ends of his drooping bangs were dripping with blood. His long eyelashes were trembling slightly, and his eyes were calm, having suppressed the surging anger. Raise your hand. He used lightning to blast the cave open again and put on the rubber gloves again. He grabbed Sister Ling's hair with one hand and held a blood-stained long knife with the other. Like a murderer in a horror game, he walked out of the cave step by step. Qin Qian looked at his back and overlapped him with Song Zhi from his previous life. He was ruthless and cruel to outsiders, and would wipe out a small group without leaving any survivors. He was extremely tolerant of her, and was as gentle and indulgent as a brother next door. Sure enough, Song Zhi has always been Song Zhi and has never changed, no matter in the past or present life. Song Zhi brought Sister Ling to the bubble where he had fainted before and threw her on the ground. There are swaying shadows of trees all around, moonlight in the sky, and insects chirping and animals roaring. At first glance, it seems quiet and beautiful. The 2 bodies on the ground were gone, leaving only a few pieces of rags and various dried liquids. Sister Ling woke up in a daze. She looked at Song Zhi with pleading eyes. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I still have things to do. I still want to kill him. She raised her hand with all her strength and tried to pull Song Zhi's trouser leg. But he found that his hands were gone and only 2 sticks were left. She cried out in sorrow again. Qin Qian turned around and asked Song Zhi, "How are you going to play?" Song Zhi didn't say anything and kicked her into the muddy puddle. It is estimated that there's a spring of fresh water under the water bubble, and it has not completely dried up yet. Facing the moonlight, the black muddy water sparkled. However, when Sister Ling fell into the water, Qin Qian realized that he was wrong. It's not sparkling water. The dark mud inside is full of leeches. A leech about the size of a forearm, originally yellowish in color, actually had purple and white patterns on its body, entangled with each other, looking disgusting to death. After not seeing them for a few days, these guys have mutated into something even more terrifying. Sister Ling screamed in panic. "Ah, it hurts. What is that? Help! Song Zhi, don't kill me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Ah, help, ah, woo-woo." As Sister Ling screamed, the leeches crawled in her mouth one after another. Wherever there were wounds on her body, leeches would crawl into them. The leeches that couldn't squeeze and actually bit through her flesh, leaving a bloody hole, and then drilled directly into her skin. The eyeballs were bitten and burst by leeches, and the bleeding limbs were sucked by countless leeches. This scene is really a bit vomit. If Song Zhi was thrown next to the water bubble today, even if Qin Qian was the golden immortal, he wouldn't be able to save him. Qin Qian frowned in disgust as she watched Sister Ling's belly being bitten from the inside. A leech with a mouth full of tiny teeth came out and continued to bite happily. There are many fist-sized lumps under the skin where cricket pupae are moving back and forth. Sister Ling twisted and twitched desperately, but soon she became motionless and was dragged into the mud by the army of leeches and disappeared. Qin Qian said, "Who else did she want to kill? Haha, she's about to die but still thinking about killing people. This woman is really cruel." Song Zhi said, "She probably wanted to kill her husband. I heard some things about her." Chapter 42, Underground Laboratory. When Sister Ling was young, she married a tall, rich, and handsome man, but who would have thought that her husband was actually a marriage fraudster? After Sister Ling gave birth to her son, she didn't even get to see the child before her husband took him abroad to raise him with his young boyfriend. In order to deal with the opinions of his parents, relatives, and the world, the man dragged Sister Ling and refused to divorce, not even giving her a penny. Although she is wealthy, Sister Ling has fallen to the point of working as a forest ranger in a scenic area. This tortured her for her entire life. Qin Qian frowned when he heard this and felt disgusted. You can choose who you love regardless of gender, age, or even race. However, when you choose to be crazy about love, you should bear the price. Why drag an innocent person into this? What happened next is also easy to understand. A body and mind that has never been nourished by love is like the arid West African Rift Valley. Years of pent-up resentment and desire for men, entangled and fermented, formed a morbid fanaticism for X. Originally, her life would have passed like this, but unexpectedly, After the end of the world, she awakened her special powers. Once you have the ability, everything becomes different. She vented her hatred for her husband on innocent men, killing, humiliating, and playing with them. The more proud a person is, the more she will trample on and break him. Watch them begging for mercy in pain or trying to please him with their hands. This kind of pleasure made her almost crazy. It is not difficult to understand her indulgent and shameless behavior. If a person is rotten to the core, how can you expect him to appear noble on the surface? She is indeed a victim, but some victims choose to stick to their conscience. Some people, while getting wet in the rain, are thinking of tearing up other people's umbrellas. Song Zhi took off his gloves and threw them into the pit with disgust. There was still cold hatred in his eyes. What does her suffering have to do with me? Why do you vent her pain on me? If I had one finger left to move, I would kill her 1,000 times over. Qin Qian nodded and said, "Okay, good job." To survive in the apocalypse, one must have such a decisive and ruthless character. While expressing their feelings, the two men discovered that several leeches were quietly crawling towards them. She killed every kid with one knife. "Let's go. We can't stay here for long," she said. Song Zhi nodded, and the two turned around and walked back. Qin Qian asked him, "I have a question that I can't figure out. Your first-level lightning ability is not bad. Why were you beaten so badly before?" Song Zhi wiped the knife in his hand as he walked. "I was almost killed by a zombie before, and I lost too much blood, so I naturally don't have the strength to fight with those well-fed superpowers. What's more, they're outnumbered, and I'm naturally outnumbered." Qin Qian nodded without further comment. She was thinking about something else. "My image makes me look like I'm easy to bully and easy to manipulate. It would be better to let others take charge of it." As he thought about it, a plan gradually came into Qin Qian's mind. Song Zhi glanced at Qin Qian quietly and saw that she was dazed for a moment, not knowing what she was thinking about. I felt a little worried, wondering if she felt that the end of the world was difficult and the future was uncertain. "So you are full of worries?" He really wanted to do something that would make her happy. Song Zhi pursed his lips and said, "When we get home later, I'll make you something you want to eat." Qin Qian's eyes lit up immediately. "Tomato pasta?" He laughed. "Okay. Well, it seems she's just hungry." When I heard about tomato pasta, I smiled so brightly. Seeing her smile, Song Zhi couldn't help but smile too. In a claustrophobic underground laboratory, the cold light froze everything. Qin Qian lay on the cold operating table, waiting to be tortured again. In the next room, the researchers were chatting and laughing while washing their hands and changing their clothes, discussing which part of her body to cut later. Because it was a glass window, Qin Qian could see clearly that the demons all had excited and expectant smiles on their faces, eager to remove tissue from her body and explore the secrets of the superpowers. She cried silently in despair, knowing that no matter how hard she struggled, the outcome would not change. "Is Song Zhi still looking for me? When will he come to rescue her? She doesn't want to die. Even if I have to die, I don't want to die here, even if I'm bitten to death by zombies or eaten by mutant animals." Click. The door opened and a suppressed, rapid breathing sound was heard. Qin Qian was like a frightened bird. Her eyes widened in surprise. But it turned out to be him. "Lucas, it's the black guy Lucas, the only person with a conscience in the entire laboratory." He tried to let Qin Qian escape several times, and even went out to find Song Zhi for her, hoping that Song Zhi would come to save her. Unfortunately, he was also constrained and could only do so much. Lucas was once a top student at a medical university. After the end of the world, he tried his best to squeeze into the laboratory, thinking that he could benefit mankind and save the people. However, they did not expect that these so-called seniors, medical experts, would actually play with the experimental subjects and enjoy trampling on their dignity. There is absolutely no respect for life. They all deserve to die. Lucas carefully crawled in from the ground with a syringe in his hand. He panted and said in an extremely panicked tone, "Don't be afraid. I will definitely help you if I can. I can't let you go, but I can give you anesthesia, so you don't feel any pain. They have already begun to suspect me, so don't make a sound, or I'll be dead if they find out." Qin Qian was overjoyed and tears started falling down her cheeks. In order to test their own patience, those people never use anesthesia when slicing. My cousin also specifically told them that if they wanted a new experimental subject, they should take good care of Qin Qian. During every experiment, Qin Qian's screams would echo throughout the entire laboratory. When those people heard her screams, they actually laughed very happily and praised her for having a good voice. What made me angry was that mixed-race white man with the odd-shaped eyes, Eugene. He always caressed her lovingly. This sound must be wonderful, but unfortunately there are regulations that prohibit experimenters from testing subjects. Otherwise, I must pour a glass of red wine and enjoy you. Every time he said this, Eugene's pale face was always filled with an extremely obsessed smile. It was as if the woman in front of him was the love of his life. Thinking of this, Qin Qian stared at the anesthetic in Lucas's hand. It was as if she had seen her biological mother. Lucas took a deep breath, pulled out the needle cover, grabbed her hand, and was about to give her an injection. At this moment, the door behind him opened silently. The cold muzzle of the gun was pointed at Lucas' head. Woo! No! Qin Qian struggled in despair. Lucas was completely unaware and just thought she was afraid of the needle, so he quickly comforted her. But unexpectedly, the next second, the mixed-race man with Mandarin duck eyes smiled ferociously and pulled the trigger. Ah! Qin Qian screamed and woke up from her dream. She threw back the covers, tore off her pajamas, and saw that she had been ripped open. Her internal organs were scattered all over the bed, blood was everywhere, and her body parts were everywhere. There were even 2 bull-sized scars on his chest, which were still bleeding. What's wrong? Song Zhi, who was on guard outside, rushed in. His eyes fell on her, and he was stunned for a moment. He forced himself to move his eyes away, but these eyes were like they were rented and would not obey him. I didn't expect she had such a good figure, with muscles and fat. These lines, these curves. Bang! Song Zhi raised his hand and slapped himself, then quickly closed his eyes. Fortunately, his hands are still his own. Chapter 43, Separation. Boss, did you have a nightmare? Qin Qian looked at his body with lifeless eyes, and it took him a long time to realize that it was just an illusion. Yes, she had died once and was reborn. The body was still her own, not cut open, not minced, she was still fine. Qin Qian quickly put on her clothes and explained hastily, "A bug just crawled on me and scared me awake." Song Zhi was a little nervous. Is it a poisonous insect? Where did it get bitten? Qin Qian was speechless. What's the matter? Do you still want to check it yourself? She said impatiently, "No, get out." Song Zhi felt a little aggrieved. "It was you who tore your clothes. Why do you make it seem like I was bullying you?" He had no choice but to agree, closed the door, and went out to continue his night watch. Qin Qian covered his face in pain. Even if I live my life again, the nightmare of the past will still be there. She had to kill all those demons to make the nightmare go away. Otherwise, even if she had millions of resources, she would still be unable to sleep or eat well. She would never forget what they looked like, and even if she went back to today, 15 years ago, she would still be able to recognize them. As night fell, after the two of them had a hearty meal, Qin Qian's expression became slightly serious, and he asked Song Zhi to sit down. "You have now avenged your great hatred, and your ability level has been upgraded. You have also returned most of the crystal cores in the past few days. It's time for us to separate. I still have my goals, and you should also have your next plans. Meeting is fate. I will give you half of my possessions, and we will go our separate ways." Song Zhi frowned slightly, seeming very conflicted. After a long while, he spoke calmly. "I want to team up with you, and I need your water ability. From now on, you will take 70 of the crystal core, and I will take 30. I will take care of the cooking and chores, and I will do my best to protect your safety. If you have any goal, I can help you achieve it. Qin Qian, let me be honest with you. If I'm lucky, I will have a large amount of supplies. I can never finish eating all this food in my next lifetime, but water is very important to me. Even if you're unlucky and don't have supplies, I will do my best to ensure your normal life. I take care of your food, and you take care of my drinks. We are both valuable to each other. If possible, I want to cooperate with you and live well. What do you think?" Song Zhi appeared calm on the surface, but in fact his hands under the table were shaking slightly. He was afraid that she would not agree. Qin Qian couldn't possibly believe that in his heart, she was more important than his biological parents. But he knew in his heart that his passion for her was just one-sided. She had no obligation to make any decision against her, well, just for his wishful thinking. Song Zhi didn't even dare to make friends with her, but had to talk business with her by saying that interests came first and they wanted to take advantage of each other. Otherwise, what reason would he have to stay with her? Qin Qian lowered his eyes and looked thoughtful. But in fact, my heart was already jumping for joy, and I was dancing with joy. This was exactly the situation she wanted, and he was begging her to stay with him. In this way, the initiative will be in her hands. Qin Qian sucked up the last drop of juice in the cup, feeling a little hesitant. What you said makes sense, but I have a lot of bad memories, and I don't want innocent people to be implicated by me. When she said this, her expression was sincere and calm. It's as if to say, I'm really miserable, but I'm really doing this for your own good, so don't get involved. Song Zhi said solemnly, if you are willing to cooperate, I will definitely stand by you and help you. But don't worry, I won't force you. If you really don't want to form a team, I will enchant some more weapons for you in 3 days. I don't want your supplies either. Let's go our separate ways. The discussion ended here. It was already late at night, so the two put on tight clothes, drawstring shoes, and socks, and went out. Although these things are extremely hot, they can prevent most mosquito bites. All in all, the most important goal now is to defeat monsters and level up. In the last days, strength is not absolutely omnipotent, but without strength is absolutely impossible. They have to upgrade to the highest level possible before everyone realizes the importance of the crystal core. The battle on Qin Qian's side quickly entered a vigorous stage. The monsters are also constantly mutating and evolving, each one more ferocious and terrifying than the other. Qin Qian's greatest reliance is her extraordinary abilities in this life. With the enchanted knife to protect him, killing low-level mutant animals is a piece of cake. However, she soon encountered the most difficult guy since the end of the world. The first team is a group of 8 gray wolves. Qin Qian had killed many lone wolves, but the first time he saw 8 big gray wolves pounce on him together, it felt really amazing. The mutant wolves are organized and disciplined, capable of both offense and defense, and have extremely high IQs. Qin Qian was forced to retreat and dodge continuously, and was almost injured several times. Finally had to pull out the gun to get rid of them. Just after digging out the crystal core, I met the smelly big bear. This guy's defense is too high and his health is too thick. Qin Qian fought with him for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws. When she was so tired that her head was bald, she absorbed a lot of mutant particles to replenish her strength. Finally, she came up with an idea. She took out an alarm clock, rang it, and threw it behind Big Bear. She flashed into the space in an instant, and when Big Bear missed her, he was attracted by the sound and went to grab the alarm clock. She quickly cleared the space again, and this time, the big bear had its back to her. Qin Qian seized the opportunity and jumped up from the ground. While using the tree trunk to gain leverage to fly up, he raised the knife and attached 8 points of his energy to the knife. Swish! The blade cut off half of Big Bear's head. Big Bear fell to the ground and twitched, and after a long time he stopped moving. Qin Qian took 2 steps forward, but she was so cunning that she quickly stopped and picked up a stone to throw at him. Ouch! The bear's originally limp body suddenly moved, and with a roar, it smashed the stone into powder with a slap. In fact, Big Bear was already dead at this moment, otherwise he would have been attacked long ago. But his muscles still reacted, and he subconsciously fought back when attacked. Qin Qian's mouth twitched, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If he had just walked over there, he would probably be... She then used her special powers to observe the energy in the bear's body. After all the energy had completely dissipated and she was sure that the bear would not attack again, she dug out the crystal core. Wow, it's as big as a quail egg. It is the largest crystal core she has obtained so far. Just when she was about to finish her work, she faintly heard some human voices. Qin Qian immediately became alert. Those who can speak are not necessarily human. The night before yesterday, Qin Qian encountered a large mutated parrot with red eyes and purple-black fur. It is called a parrot, but after the mutation, it is actually about the size of an eagle. It crouched on the tree, opening and closing its mouth and saying, I took a spoonful of manhwa evaporated milk, pure technology and hard work, and my hair fell out after eating it. Qin Qian used his special ability to observe that under the parrot's feet, there was an almost rotten human arm. Qin Qian learned her lesson this time, and she dodged and disappeared into space. Use your supernatural powers to spread your mental power in all directions. Gradually, I felt something. It was Song Zhi's energy, and standing opposite him was an energy that looked somewhat familiar. Instead of fighting, they were talking. Qin Qian searched his memory. He was a guy who was almost killed by Song Zhi's lightning during the last sneak attack on the camp. Green energy surrounds her body, and she is a plant-based mutant. Is he someone Song Zhi knows? Qin Qian was a little curious, but more alert at the same time. She couldn't help but concentrate on listening. Chapter 44, Meeting the Sticky Bag. It's all because I came to accompany you on a blind date. How come I'm trapped in this mountain and can't get out? A middle-aged woman cried out in a hoarse voice. Song Zhi found it funny and said with a squinting look, "Third aunt, the end of the world is a disaster for the whole world, not just this mountain. It makes no difference whether you are here or at home." When the truth was revealed, the third aunt stopped crying. "Besides, when the accident happened, you were the first one to turn around and run away without even looking at me." The third aunt felt guilty for a moment, but soon returned to her arrogant self. She punched him in the chest. "I don't care. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. You have to be responsible for me." Song Zhi said nothing and let the third aunt vent her anger at him. When Song Zhi was just 1 month old, there was internal strife in the family and many unexpected events occurred. Song Zhi's parents sent him to live in the countryside and hadn't visited him for more than 10 years. However, third aunt often brought some delicious food to visit him. At the age of 17, he was taken back to the Song family. His parents were cold and distant, treating him as just a tool. His second uncle had a lot of complaints about him and tried to assassinate him several times. It was the third aunt who would occasionally come to accompany him and give him a little bit of maternal love. What's funny is that 1 month after Song Zhi returned to his parents, they both died in a car accident. His adoptive parents also fell ill and died before he returned home. Song Zhi lost everything in an instant. In addition, he inherited tens of billions of dollars in inheritance from his parents and became the youngest president of the company. Uncles, aunts, and uncles, all those strangers swarmed up to him, trying to bite off a piece of flesh from him. The little boy lived in sadness and fear every day and chose to numb himself with food. He turned himself into a 240-pound fat man, as if this would give him a sense of security. He thought that in this world, only third aunt treated him as a human being, encouraged him, and accompanied him. It was not until the third aunt's child graduated from college that she wanted Song Zhi to arrange this second-generation rich man who barely graduated from a second-tier university to work in the company and directly serve as the deputy general manager. Song Zhi naturally wouldn't take the company's future as a joke. He suggested that his cousin start as a grassroots supervisor to gain some experience. After a year, he will give him a promotion at his discretion and offer him the salary according to the standards of his assistant. Seeing that she didn't get the upper hand, the third aunt was of course unwilling and secretly cursed Song Zhi for being ungrateful. Song Zhi finally understood that all the so-called family affection and love over the years were nothing but a trick by his third aunt. Now that the pigs have grown up, but she is not given any meat to cut, she will naturally be angry and embarrassed. Faced with such deliberate deception by his third aunt, Song Zhi still did not get angry. He let his third aunt tear his clothes, beat and bite him to vent her emotions. His expression was indifferent, his eyebrows were slightly drooped, and there was no sign of any emotion. After a long time, third aunt had cried enough and was tired. Bloody marks appeared on Song Zhi's neck, but he seemed not to care at all. Seeing third aunt squatting on the ground and crying, Song Zhi knew that this matter today would probably not end well. His heart became cold, and his eyes became colder. He was not prepared to leave any room for others to try. He took a step back and asked coldly, "What do you want?" The third aunt stood up and glared at Song Zhi. "What's your attitude? Do you want to chase me away? No way. You have food and drink, and you want to ignore me? I want to follow you. Tell me, where did you get all this equipment?" Qin Qian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This third aunt was obviously a stickler for revenge. Would she give herself up? If Song Zhi had a soft heart, he would take this third aunt back to her RV. "Sorry, but you don't need this machete." Song Zhi said, "I killed a person with special abilities and stole it." Qin Qian felt relieved for some reason, thinking that he was sensible. The third aunt sneered, "Go on, do you think I don't know? You're with a pretty girl. You slept with her for supplies, right? Hee hee, don't think I don't know that you two are doing this and that in the RV every day." Song Zhi's mouth twitched. From a certain perspective, what third aunt said was right. This time, someone finally made a clear judgment that it was Qin Qian who was supporting him. However, he would not allow anyone to tarnish Qin Qian's reputation. Beat him and scold him. He admits it and calls him the boss. "No." The third aunt patted her chest and said, "Just understand, I am your relative. Do you still want to be so disloyal? Let's sneak back now and kill her without anyone noticing. Take her things away, and from now on third aunt will be your mother, and we mother and son." Before she could finish her words, Song Zhi suddenly grabbed her neck and lifted the short woman up. A A lightning ball was ready to go in his left hand, and he looked murderous. Mom? Who wants a rubbish mom like you? As he said this, he was about to release lightning to end this so-called relative. Compared to his second uncle who drew his knife against him, this third aunt is even more disgusting. Even if there was no apocalypse, he would still kill her. What's more, since she dared to set her sights on Qin Qian, she would definitely die today. The third aunt realized the danger and quickly raised her hand to release vines to attack Song Zhi. Song Zhi frowned slightly and had to let go at the moment of avoiding the attack. The third aunt immediately used vines to wrap around a distant tree trunk and pulled herself far away. She hung on the tree, looking at Song Zhi in disbelief. You want to kill me for a little bitch? Song Zhi didn't bother to say anything more and controlled the lightning to kill the third aunt. Every move is deadly. Sengu barely dodged twice and tried to attack, but couldn't find any flaws. His lightning followed her like a shadow, and the vines were conductive, killing anyone who touched them. The third aunt had no choice but to retreat quickly. Song Zhi didn't want to leave any trouble behind, so he ran as fast as he could, but he was besieged by a dozen mutant bats. In order to protect himself, he had to kill the enemy first. By the time the bats were eliminated, Sengu had also completely disappeared. Song Zhi had no choice but to give up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around to make sure there were no ambushing beasts. Then he turned around and went back. Qin Qian left the space. She was very satisfied with Song Zhi's performance, because he knows clearly, if the third aunt was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat and had a sense of shame, it would not be a problem for her to give her some food and drink for Song Zhi's sake. But she obviously wasn't. Helping her will not earn you any gratitude, but will instead make you demand more. What's the point of helping him? It would be better to kill him. Back in the RV, Qin Qian pretended nothing had happened and cooked a bowl of instant noodles for him. Song Zhi came back soon. His eyes fell on the instant noodles. Why are you eating this? I'll make you whatever you want to eat. Qin Qian didn't want to say that he was in the space, and he had already shown off a large pot of boiled pork slices. Now I'm just eating some instant noodles. She said, I just want to eat this. I am craving instant noodles. He nodded. Okay. He casually handed her a bag of crystal cores and said, all of them are yours. We won't share them today. So, generous? He half-jokingly said, I want to cooperate with you, so I have to show my sincerity. I am capable and obedient, Miss Qin. Will you consider it? The point is, be capable. Qin Qian chuckled. Then I won't be polite to you. Seeing her put away the crystal core, Song Zhi was delighted. Then, his expression became serious again, and he pursed his lips slightly. He seemed to be thinking about what to say and how to say it. Chapter 45, Brother Zhi, don't kill me. Qin Qian smiled and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so hesitant. Song Zhi said, I'm afraid it's not safe for us to be here. I just met someone who is also a superpower. She failed in her sneak attack last time, and I gave her a beating just now, so I guess she won't let it go. Qin Qian knew what was going on, but still pretended not to know. She asked seriously, what's going on? Song Zhi told everything that had just happened without reservation, and also talked about his relationship with his third aunt. Qin Qian was very satisfied with his honesty. She said, in that case, let's go somewhere else. Do you have any good places to go? Song Zhi narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly, but did not answer, with a hint of cunning in his pupils. Can I have a few more days of free meals? The kind that requires paying for the crystal core. Oh, so I was thinking for a long time just about how to stay and have a free meal. Qin Qian shrugged and said nothing. My price is not cheap. After all, it is not easy to get some supplies in the end times. Well, it is not easy. After all, it is difficult to face thousands of dishes in the space every day and think over and over again about what to eat. Song Zhi held his chin and said calmly, okay. Qin Qian looked at his handsome little appearance, and her mood, which had just been overly tired, felt a little better. TSK, beautiful things always bring people joy. After the two of them agreed, they washed up. One kept watch while the other took a short nap. There's still a few hours until daybreak, so I need to conserve my energy to drive away. At daybreak, the two men got out of the car and collected some supplies outside. Some food packaging bags were crawling with all kinds of insects. They tried to get in, but the bags were too hard and they failed. There was no loss of food, but there were so many bugs that it was really scary. Qin Qian pinched a corner of the bag and said, Xiao Song, help me shake it out. Who would have thought that Song Zhi's face turned pale? He jumped back a step and he actually looked scared. Qin Qian suddenly became playful. Oh, Mr. Song is afraid of bugs? Hee. She approached Song Zhi holding the plastic bag, scaring him so much that he turned pale. It's just like when we were kids, when boys would scare girls with bugs, except the genders are reversed. Ah! Qin Qian smiled, bent over, and threw the bag against the wall next to her twice, and the insects were thrown to the ground one after another. Song Zhi's face was full of grievance, and he was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed the next second. Suddenly, a vine as thick as a wrist came towards her. The target is her heart. Qin Qian pretended to be unaware of it, but Song Zhi rushed over like the wind and released lightning to completely smash the vines into pieces. An ouch sound came from the grass, and the vines were quickly cut off. The owner of the vine was thus saved from being electrocuted, but he didn't gain any benefit and was so scared that he crawled out of the bushes. Only then did Qin Qian see the appearance of the third ant. His eyes were greedy, his expression was ferocious, and the skin on his body, which had gone from fat to thin, was particularly loose, hanging all over the body like bat wings. His body was very dirty, the wounds were festering, and there were many unknown insects hanging on his skin and sucking his blood. She didn't care at all and just stared at the food in Qin Qian's hand. The RV behind him wished he could kill the two of them and move in himself. She pointed at Qin Qian and yelled at Song Zhi, "Kill her for me. I am your third ant, and I order you to kill her." Song Zhi thought that Qin Qian would speak so retortively that third ant would kneel down and pull her hair. Who would have thought that Qin Qian would actually curl up behind him, hugging his arms and sobbing? What the hell is going on? Qin Qian said in a very low voice without moving his lips, "I'm working on new tactics. Cooperate with me." At this moment, Song Zhi's whole body attention was focused on Qin Qian's hand on his waist. Her little hands were soft and a little sweaty. Song Zhi couldn't help but blush, and his heart was beating like a drum. After a long while, came out his nose. Qin Qian said timidly, "Brother Aji, who is she? You're not really going to kill me, are you? Ooh, please don't." The moment she raised her eyes and looked at Song Zhi, her beautiful, watery eyes were filled with tears. It is like a dewy spring peach after the rain, delicate and beautiful and pitiful. This look is killing him like crazy. The weather was already hot, and now it made his blood boil, and the air he exhaled was 100 degrees. Sure enough, Qin Qian's appearance as an incompetent little soft girl instantly aroused the greed in the third ant's heart. She sneered and took 2 steps forward. "Song Zhi, you are a smart man. Bringing her along in the end times will only be a burden. It's okay to play with this little wild kid, but third ant is your blood relative. We kill her, take these resources, and dominate the world. Woo-woo, Brother Aji, Qian will be very good. Please don't kill me." Song Zhi took a deep breath and tried to suppress the surging blood. He knew that Qin Qian was just acting, but he was into it. So he put his arm around Qin Qian's shoulders and said, "Okay, I won't kill you. Our Qin Qian is so cute. How can I bear to do that?" "Well, Qian, be a good boy from now on, okay?" "Yeah, good boy." After Song Zhi finished speaking, he lowered his head and gently touched her forehead with his lips. He forced himself to suppress the throbbing and madness in his heart. He never thought that he would meet such an opportunity in this way, to be able to kiss the muse in his heart devoutly. It's worth it. He would even think it's worth it if he had to go through the end of the world again in reverse. The play had to be performed, so he reluctantly let go of Qin Qian and turned to fight with the third ant. Qin Qian was so frightened that he trembled all over and curled up in the back of the car. The third ant was obviously no match for her opponent, but she kept using the ties of family ties to try to persuade Song Zhi. His hands continued to move without stopping, using vines to roll up stones on the ground to block Song Zhi's lightning attacks. As long as he finds an opportunity, he will attack the opponent with killing moves without mercy. The third ant secretly observed Qin Qian from time to time. Seeing that she was shaking with fear, the third ant sneered smugly and quietly released her special power, allowing the vines to crawl towards Qin Qian. "I want to catch them off guard." Qin Qian pretended not to know and continued acting. Song Zhi was shocked and looked at Qin Qian anxiously, but the other party gave him a firm look. Just as the vines were about to hit Qin Qian, the fear in her eyes suddenly disappeared. She suddenly jumped high, grabbed the vine, and cut it off with her knife. The third ant widened her eyes in shock. Song Zhi caught this gap with great tacit understanding and swung out lightning, which struck Sang-gu and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. She hit a tree and vomited blood. Third ant was furious. What a damn bitch. She was just pretending to be something and lying to people. Qin Qian was very satisfied with his new trick. She pretended to be weak to confuse the enemy and let them attack her quietly. As long as the opponent attacks her, she will be distracted, and Song Zhi will take the opportunity to kill him. Even if there are two opponents, one attacks Song Zhi and the other quietly attacks Qin Qian. Qin Qian can also kill the opponent unexpectedly with his deceptive appearance. When the enemy here is killed, how can the opponent over there not be distracted? Hee, this is called all is fair in war. Lao Lu, be careful of the enemy's spies. Qin Qian threw away the rapidly withering vines in her hand, walked to Song Zhi, and called out coquettishly, Brother Zhi, this trick is good, isn't it? Song Zhi coughed dryly. Boss, you can call me dog, but don't call me Brother Zhi. Qin Qian chuckled. The third ant raised her head tremblingly and stared at them with great resentment. He grabbed the weeds on the ground with both hands, wishing he was grabbing their necks. No matter how stupid she was, she knew she would not get any benefit. So she put on a pitiful look, wiped her tears, and said, Song Zhi, third ant was wrong before. For the sake of our family, please leave all the food to me. I don't want to die. You are so powerful. You will definitely be able to find food again, right? Good boy, please help me. Song Zhi rubbed his wrist, his eyes full of ridiculousness. He stared at the third ant, raised his hand, and lightning gathered. Okay, of course I can give you something to eat. Just as the third ant was about to laugh, Song Zhi had already hit her with a bolt of lightning. I remember that third ant liked to eat dumplings. On this day next year, your death anniversary, I will give you more dumplings, okay? The third ant was in so much pain that her whole body turned black and charred. The lightning in Song Zhi's hand continued to strike, and Qin Qian used her special power to charge him, and Sang-gu soon fell silent. Bump! The third ant was put on the ground, smoke coming out of her whole body. From an Asian to an African by electrocution. Song Zhi tilted his head and asked in confusion, Is she dead? Qin Qian was about to speak when he suddenly realized something was wrong. The third ant originally had only one breath left, but she suddenly realized that this woman was actually forcibly activating the last of her supernatural powers. This is crystal core self-destructs. The third ant instantly drained all the energy from the crystal core in her brain. The crystal core was destroyed, but she could breathe a few more times. What is she going to do? Suddenly, the vines burst out from her like an explosion. Hundreds of vines suddenly grew wildly, almost tearing her body apart completely. The third ant stared at Song Zhi with her bloodshot eyes. You two bitches will be buried with me. Haha. Chapter 46, Fusion Mutation. Qin Qian felt nauseous. What should he say? This thing looks very much like the straw dolls that were popular many years ago. It's the thing where you put grass seeds in a stocking and water it to make grass grow. I have to say, third ant knows how to cosplay. Who would have thought that something unexpected would happen in the next second? The vines that were snarling on Sanga's body suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a sharp wooden thorn emerged from the soil and pierced through Sanga's body. Lift her into the air. The third ant screamed and struggled. Her voice was shrill and unbearable to hear. The owner of this thorn is a mutant locust tree, which is much thicker than other trees. The bark is smooth and looks like it is made of dark gray clay. What makes people feel weird and disgusted is that there is a human face stuck in the middle of the tree trunk, which has merged with the locust tree. Qin Qian felt that this locust tree had two crystal cores, one wood and one metal. They didn't know who killed whom, and the two life forms miraculously merged. The wooden thorn was like a sponge, quickly absorbing the blood. Those vines of the third ant that were bearing their fangs and claws were also shrinking, withering, and dying at a speed visible to the naked eye. It becomes like a frozen ivy vine in winter. Sanga's body began to twist strangely, her eyes wide open, filled with resentment and pain. A strange gurgling sound came from his throat, and his body became shriveled and dehydrated very quickly. All the body fluids and fats were absorbed by the acacia tree. Puff! A cluster of strange blood-red new sprouts emerged from Sang-gu's mouth, eyes, and ears, and countless tiny tentacle vines wrapped her tightly around the tree trunk. In the end, the whole person was sucked away until only a fragile thin shell was left, which stuck to the tree trunk and became the body of the tree trunk. Qin Qian then saw clearly that the reason this locust tree was thicker than other trees was because of how many humans and mutant animals had merged with it. The nutrients are absorbed, and the skin and bones are made into a coat to provide additional defense. What made Qin Qian unhappy was that the level of this locust tree was higher than his own. It's actually already the 4th level, and has 2 difficult-to-deal-with superpowers. Before I could react, there was a rustling in the grass. Brush. The locust vines threw a bloody rabbit to Qin Qian and the others. When Qin Qian saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched. The rabbit didn't die, and the acacia tree actually triggered an attack. Good man. He is planning to use some tricks to deal with them. Wait until they are exhausted before taking advantage of the situation. Well done, really well done. But there was no time to think about it now. The fierce battle had already begun. Qin Qian used both a sword and a gun. She was agile and fierce. Ordinary mutant creatures simply cannot get close to them. Song Zhi's lightning ability has a large attack range, so it is not difficult to protect himself and kill the enemy instantly. The locust tree disguised itself as a serious tree, standing quietly. It did not attack the 2 people, but looked at the mutant creatures coming one after another with a sly look. Anyway, the rabbit is on Qin Qian's side, so it is assumed that Qin Qian was the one who did it to those brainless mutant creatures. Occasionally, a killed animal would fall at his feet, and the acacia tree would stretch out 2 vines. One directly took away the crystal core, and the other sucked the corpse clean. Qin Qian was so angry that he laughed. He felt that this dog was smarter than humans. It is estimated that he has been lurking outside the cave these days, waiting for an opportunity to attack if one of them gets injured. However, Qin Qian and Song Zhi had no flaws, so it remained dormant. Commendable endurance. Qin Qian didn't plan to give it any more crystal cores, so he killed the mutant animals and piled them up behind him. Song Zhi agreed with her idea and also protected the animal carcasses. When Acacia saw that his intention was discovered, he immediately became angry and embarrassed. Oh no, it's anxious, it's anxious. Qin Qian didn't say anything, but just continued working, killing each kid with his knife. She yelled, "Xiao Song Song. Let's see who kills the most. The loser gets to wash the dishes." Song Zhi said calmly, "Okay." The 2 seemed to be communicating with each other, but in fact Qin Qian was just trying to distract Sihuai's attention. She did something secretly. Bump. A huge deer was accidentally thrown out by Qin Qian and fell in front of a locust tree. She looked anxious and immediately rushed over to snatch back the prey. A dozen wooden thorns suddenly popped out from the ground in front of him with a bang. Qin Qian was in a very sorry state and kept backing away. The locust tree shook its leaves, seemed very proud, and sucked up the deer's corpse clean. The next second, the locust tree suddenly trembled violently. It's a completely different feeling from the excited trembling just now. It must be very painful at this moment. The human head on the tree trunk opened its mouth wide and let out a cry that sounded like both a human and a beast, mixed with resentment that soared into the sky. A white light flashed, and after Song Zhi cut off the head of a python, he panted and asked Qin Qian, "What happened?" Qin Qian shook the empty bottle of paraquat in his hand, little tree happy water. She had just quietly taken out the paraquat from the space, cut open the deer's stomach, and poured all the paraquat into it. Song Zhi was a little confused. Where did Qin Qian get the paraquat from? She didn't have a backpack or any big pockets on her. Ah! The acacia tree scream interrupted his thoughts. The branches and leaves of the huge tree withered and died quickly. It was extremely unwilling to accept this and attacked Qin Qian frantically in anger. Unfortunately, the thorn only penetrated 2 or 3 inches out of the ground and was no longer able to move. The vine had dried up before it even reached Qin Qian. There were only a few of the creatures left that Qin Qian and the others had already dealt with. Robinia quickly captured living animals to replenish its energy. However, the tentacle muscles are too weak to penetrate into the flesh. Qin Qian picked up the knife and walked closer to the tree. Song Zhi followed behind her, protecting her carefully. The acacia tree kept retreating, which was completely different from its previous look of waiting for the benefits. It was really scared. The energy in its body was constantly dissipating, and it felt that it would not live long. Brush. Qin Qian chopped at it with his knife, cutting off most of its thick protective skin. The layers of human skin shrank and shrank, as if a chocolate layer cake had been cut. What was inside was not a tree trunk, but fresh human tissue, including muscles, bones, and even internal organs. However, due to the strong corrosiveness of herbicide, the internal organs have turned black. Song Zhi was behind her. After killing 2 wild dogs, he saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frowning in disgust. It seems that the mutation has merged. The tree has absorbed the human, but cannot completely assimilate him. The two check and balance each other, and use each other. Qin Qian nodded. I didn't expect these guys to evolve so fast. Our human evolution speed is far behind. This thing can't be left alone, and I don't know if cutting it off will kill it, so you should do it. Qin Qian gave Song Zhi a look, and Song Zhi immediately understood, and threw a bolt of lightning towards the wound of the locust tree. Qin Qian used his mental power to add energy to Song Zhi's lightning, and the lightning instantly became more than 3 times stronger. There was a burst of sparks, and the locust tree began to burn. Screaming and shouting were of no use. In the blink of an eye, it turned to ashes. Qin Qian signaled Song Zhi to stay away. After all, she didn't know whether paraquat would be poisonous after burning. The two were busy taking out the crystal cores of the killed beasts and throwing them into the fire to burn them together. By the time the sun had risen completely, the crystal cores in his hand were enough to fill a full mug. Together with the 2 on the acacia tree, this time the harvest was quite rich. However, the consumption of supernatural powers is also extremely high. After such a long time since the end of the world, Qin Qian felt his hands shaking for the first time. She looked down at herself. His clothes were torn, his hair was covered in blood and mud, and he had bruises in several places. Song Zhi wasn't much better, with a fresh scratch on his beautiful abdominal muscles. I didn't feel anything just now, but now the temperature has risen and I feel relaxed. All the wounds on my body began to feel numb and itchy. Going to die. She's going to take a long bath and eat a huge plate of creamy mushroom pasta. The 2 men walked back to the cave, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow, and found a man covered in blood and in tatters lying outside the car. Chapter 47. Little Taoist Priest, Zhang Qian. The 2 looked at each other and became alert at the same time. Qin Qian held a knife in his hand in front of him again and walked towards the man. Ahem. The other person was disheveled and his face was dirty. After coughing a few times, he immediately covered his chest in pain and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing someone coming, he forced a weak smile and changed from a lying position to a sideline position. He supported his head with his right hand and swayed his left hand with the index finger, giving an air of commonplace, sir. Beautiful. This is roughly. The head can be cut off, but the shape cannot be messed up. Blood can flow, but leather shoes cannot run out of oil. He was wearing a tattered Taoist robe, carrying a yellow cloth bag, and had a bun on his head. There was a stainless steel chopstick stuck in it. He looks like a little Taoist priest. Qin Qian frowned. Who are you? The young Taoist saw that Qin Qian was not bewitched by his beauty. He got up awkwardly and wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. He performed a proper salute and said, Mercy, mercy, may you be blessed with immeasurable blessings. I am Zhang Qian, a minor Taoist from the Xianmen sect. The ancestral temple is Sanqing Mountain. He is the 2nd disciple of Master Teaching of XX, and his Buddhist name is Yun Xiao. I went down the mountain to travel, but failed to save someone and was ambushed. Can you 2 make a good relationship and help me across the river? As he spoke, he took out the Taoist certificate issued by the Taoist Association. He gave a servile smile. Qin Qian didn't look at it. Does it matter whether it's genuine or not? Does it have anything to do with her? She also imitated Zhang Qian's tone and said, Young Taoist priest, you think too highly of me. It's hard to save yourself these days. I really have no intention or ability to help you. You can go now. You are a 2nd-level fire element and you can't beat me. Zhang Qian opened his mouth. This beautiful lady was so amazing. He didn't expect that she could see through him at a glance. Seeing that she refused without any hesitation, he glanced at Song Zhi again. I felt very disappointed. Damn it, this pretty boy got there first. It seems like there is no chance of getting a free ride, just because of your handsome face. He had no choice but to take out a cloth bag and grab a handful of crystal cores from it. After thinking for a while, he shook his hands and put it back a little like the auntie serving food in the cafeteria. Then he said, in exchange for the crystal core, I can stay for 2 days to recuperate and take care of my own food and drink, okay? When Qin Qian was detecting him just now, he used his animal control ability to sense his inner thoughts. This person is not a bad person. In fact, he is a very gentle and affectionate person. But What does this have to do with her? Qin Qian still refused. At this moment, Song Zhi, who had been silent beside him, suddenly spoke up. Do you know Ziwei's destiny or something like that? If I give you the 8 characters of your birth date, can you predict good or bad luck? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi really perked up and nodded like a sewing machine. Yes, 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 I must. I am my master's last disciple, and I have been learning these since I was 5 years old. I can definitely figure out what color the other person is wearing today. Well, can you give me some food? Song Zhi took a deep breath. He recognized the Taoist certificate. His adoptive father was a university professor who studied Chinese studies, the Book of Changes, and Taoism, and often dealt with Taoists and monks. Knowing that Zhang Qi is a genuine Taoist priest, the magic weapons in his yellow cloth bag cannot be fake. Song Zhi had doubts in his heart and was worried day and night, unable to sleep or eat. He wanted to know the truth. Song Zhi took out 5 crystal cores from the ones he used to upgrade himself and gave them to Qin Qian. Boss, private matter. There was a pleading look in his eyes. Qin Qian secretly praised him for being tactful and sensible. After receiving the crystal core, he said, Okay, the money and goods are settled. You two can chat. I'll go get some food. Song Zhi nodded to her gratefully. Thank you. Zhang Qijin used his left hand to make a trumpet shape and shouted, Where are the 5 crystal cores? Give me some meat. In response, there was the sound of a door closing, and he rubbed his hands together with a smile. Hey, there's food to eat. The two of them sat on the ground outside. Zhang Qijin took out his tools from his cloth bag and began to write, draw, and deduce and calculate. Qin Qian took out a frozen stir-fry from the refrigerator, heated it in the microwave, and poured it over the rice. After thinking about it, I got another pig's trotter and a fried egg and put them on a separate plate. She thought back to when she was a child and attended her grandfather's funeral. The Taoist priest only glanced at her parents and asked them to do logistics. Sure enough, my parents later gave up the dyeing catering business and switched to logistics business. Within 2 years, he achieved the class leap. She believed in these things, and she also wanted to ask for advice on some matters. By the time she opened the door, the 2 men had finished. Song Zhi's eyes were slightly red, and his expression was a little dull. Qin Qian said, Master Zhang, it's hot outside. Come in and talk. Zhang Qijin immediately smiled flatteringly. Hey, here I come. In the car, Qin Qian held up his chin and looked at Zhang Qijin, who was sitting on the ground wolfing down a large plate of food. His cheeks were puffed up like a chipmunk, and he kept using his chopsticks. It seems as if he's afraid that if he skips a meal, the food will slip away. Qin Qian asked Song Zhi, Is the calculation accurate? Song Zhi nodded. He has some real skills. Zhang Qi was really unhappy. What do you mean by having some real skills? Just tell me which part of what I said was wrong. Just do as I say, and I guarantee you will get what you want. After saying that, he took another big bite of the pig's trotter and began to talk about his experience. He had been practicing for many years and encountered the end of the world while he was down the mountain to train. What the master meant was that, although the end of the world was dangerous, it was also a godsend opportunity for great men to emerge. The training cannot stop. In fact, his master had calculated a year ago that humanity would be in great danger. If we can get through it, it will be an outstanding evolution. If you can't make it, everything will be back to zero. After millions of years, everything will start all over again. 1 month before the end of the world, the master passed away. Before leaving, he actually said with a smile, I'm leaving first and won't play this dungeon anymore. You guys just enjoy yourself and don't confine me too early, ha ha ha. Qin Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This grandmaster was quite adorable. Song Zhi had been silent for a long time, but now he asked, Did your master say when the disaster will be over? Zhang Qijin stared at Song Zhi for a few seconds, then ignored him while chewing the food in his mouth. Song Zhi didn't understand and asked again. Zhang Qijin groaned and said, You are more handsome than me. I will ignore you. Qin Qian. To be honest, Zhang Qi is really good looking. He has that kind of cool and handsome vibe, and he looks a bit mean when he smiles. But when he doesn't smile, he really looks like a little Taoist priest. However, it can't compare with Song Zhi's overwhelming looks. Song Zhi curled his lips. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Zhang Qi was really fed up with it. Bah, I told you were fat, and you gasped. Who would want to marry you? Song Zhi felt happy and couldn't help teasing him. I won't marry without 10 kilograms of crystal cores. Qin Qian was eating melon seeds and shipping the couple, smiling with her eyes curved. Well, let them be together, and she will pay the bride price. Zhang Qian was choking and coughing, with rice grains coming out of his nostrils. Damn, I didn't expect that someone with such an icy face would be even more mean-spirited than him. He is invincible in the sect. After dinner, Qin Qian asked Zhang Qian to predict the good and bad luck. Zhang Qian exposed her past in the first sentence. You have a blood feud that has not been avenged, right? Yes. Zhang Qian looked at the fortune he had deduced for Qin Qian on the paper, and after a long while he said, It is hard to look back through the thousands of rocks and ravines, but you have to start over when the evergreen tree is broken. The blood feud started for no reason, but there is a destiny and a way for immortals. Qin Qian was confused. What do you mean? Zhang Qian said hesitantly. The hexagram indicates a very bad omen, but the life gate is very clear. This means that although your future path will be full of difficulties and dangers, the life gate is yourself. He pointed at Qin Qian and said, It's hard to look back at the thousands of rocks and valleys, which means you should not dwell on the sufferings of the past. You have to move on. The evergreen tree is cut off and then grown again from the beginning, which means that you have accomplished something, but it is suddenly cut off and you have to start over again. A blood feud is not something you should bear. You have a destiny with the immortals, and you have your own path to follow. Qin Qian's heart was pounding, and his senses seemed to have returned to the dark and terrifying laboratory. My miserable previous life has come to an end, and rebirth is the fulfillment of the first two sentences, isn't it? As for the last two sentences, could she understand it as that she had endured the harm that she should not have endured, and was reborn because of the immortal fate to come back for revenge? She had so many questions, so many things she wanted to know. But she was afraid to ask more questions, fearing a bad judgment. But I don't want to give up. Seeing that she was not in good condition, Song Zhi poured her a glass of warm water and patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. Qin Qian waved her hand and said, Zhang Qian, I will provide you with food and lodging while you recover from your injuries, and you can sleep outside at night. But during this period, I have some questions for you. Please answer them truthfully. Do you agree? Zhang Qian grinned. As long as you don't reveal the secret and reduce your own blessings, I will tell you everything I know. Old master, today, I, your disciple, also have to rely on my own abilities to make a living. Yeah. Qin Qian nodded, went to find medical supplies for him, and asked him to go to the bathroom to treat his wound. Qin Qian was in a bad mood. She grabbed Song Zhi and whispered, We need to be more cautious during the few days he lives here. Song Zhi looked serious. Well, strangers are unreliable, after all. Qin Qian shook her head. In fact, it's more reliable for you to marry him. With your looks and figures, he is zero no matter how you look at him. Song Zhi didn't react, and subconsciously said, When he realized what Qin Qian was saying, his face turned purple. You are even less reliable than him. Qin Qian laughed so hard that she almost fell to the ground. With a crash, the bathroom door opened. Zhang Qian was half naked. He stretched his head and asked, Do you have saline solution? Song Zhi glanced at him casually and immediately frowned after just one glance. He went into the bathroom, pulled him out, and pressed him against the wall. Zhang Qian cried out and put his arms around his neck. My dear, why are you so anxious? Don't you mind the smell on my body? Song Zhi smiled and pointed at the wound on his body, saying, Your wound is not simple, brother. You are hiding something from us. Zhang Qian's mouth twitched, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Damn, I've been seen through. Chapter 48, Black Eats Black. Qin Qian crossed his legs and craned his neck to look over. What's going on? Song Zhi pointed at his wounds and said, Knife wounds. These wounds are all caused by human cuts. You were chopped like this by someone, not fighting a mutant beast. Zhang Qian sighed, sucked his teeth and frowned, looking very depressed. Song Zhi continued. First, you offended a powerful person and were hunted by him. Second, you were injured after killing someone. Third, you're using a self-torture tactic to try to sneak in and work with your accomplices from inside and outside. No matter which one it is, you are trouble. Tell the truth. What is your purpose in getting in here? As Song Zhi spoke, purple-blue lightning condensed on his hands. An extremely ferocious pressure was released from his body, as if he dared to move rashly, the lightning would split him into a roasted sweet potato. When Zhang Qian saw the lightning, his eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, why is your lightning purple? Song Zhi raised his hand and approached him. Speak. Zhang Qian touched his nose and admitted timidly. Didn't I just say that? I was just helping someone when I saw a group of thugs bullying a girl, so I wanted to save her. Although I am very powerful, I am being chased by 3 martial artists. 2 fists cannot defeat 6 hands. Besides, I just killed more than a dozen zombie monsters before that, and I'm already exhausted, okay. Song Zhi turned to look at Qin Qian and let her make the final decision. Qin Qian remained calm and said, "You can't even save yourself. How can you still think of saving others?" Zhang Qizhen sneered and waved his hand. "If you were lying under those people, would you hope someone would come to rescue you? This is truly a soul-searching question." When Qin Qian was lying on the operating table and being cut into pieces, she really hoped that someone would suddenly appear and save her. But what if she was a bystander? Would she take action? She herself found it difficult to answer. Zhang Qizhen gave a bitter smile and said, "I am different from you guys after all, although we advocate self-salvation and rarely save others. Nor will they interfere with the cause and effect of others and cause trouble to themselves. But I can tell whether a person is destined to die here, and if God wants to take that person away, I won't help. If God wants to let him off the hook, I won't ignore it in most cases. Since we have obtained the certificate in this industry, we also have merit KPIs. If you complete the task, you will have the opportunity to achieve great success and become an immortal. If you fail to do your job well and fail to get through the thunder tribulation, you will die miserably. Sometimes I don't want to do some things, but in order to avoid being struck to death by lightning, I have to do it anyway." Qin Qian thought about it and nodded. It was like he was bound to the merit accumulation system. If he fails to accumulate enough merits and complete the task, the system will kill him. Qin Qian asked seriously, "Who are the people you're messing with? Will there be any trouble?" Zhang Qizhen shrugged. "I provoked 5 people and killed 2. They are in the West Mountain, and we are in the South Mountain. I don't think we will meet them. Let me make it clear first, you have to listen to me when you are in my car. No matter what the other party's situation is, you can only rescue them after I nod. Don't take action without my nod. If you want to achieve your KPI, you can either get off and leave, or do it yourself after you recover from your injury and leave. I won't allow you to bring any strangers into my car without permission. Can you do that?" Zhang Qizhen nodded. "Of course I can. If I want to save someone, I will definitely do it myself and won't get you into trouble. If you want supplies, I will exchange them with crystal cores. If I encounter special circumstances, I will leave by myself and will absolutely obey the boss's orders." After saying this, he performed a Taoist salute. Qin Qian nodded and agreed for the time being, waiting to see the results. An hour later, the car was speeding down the mountain road at noon. It was a very cloudy day today, and the temperature dropped to 47 degrees Celsius. The indoor air circulation system continuously blows cool air, which is so comfortable. Song Zhi was driving while Zhang Qizhen was sitting cross-legged in meditation, looking relaxed and at ease. Qin Qian played the game console to complete the levels, and from time to time, he would take a snack from the snack bag next to him and put it in his mouth. Beep beep. As the music for passing a level started playing, she finally passed the level that she hadn't been able to pass in 2 days. Yes, she kissed the screen excitedly. Zhang Qizhen raised his eyes slightly and swallowed. "Oh, I really want to be able to penetrate this screen. But I accidentally saw someone's warning look in the rearview mirror on the windshield." Zhang Qizhen smiled in a mean way and mouthed silently. "Drive your car, you jealous person." Squeak. The car braked suddenly. Zhang Qizhen almost fell to the ground, thinking, damn, this ice-face guy wouldn't stop the car just to beat him up, right? Is he serious? Qin Qian was also a little confused. What's wrong? Song Zhi drew his sword without saying anything. Trouble is coming. Qin Qian stood up and saw a van parked about 10 meters ahead. 3 men in dirty clothes were leaning against the front of the car. They're all big and strong, with tattoos and gold chains. He had a bald head and a dark face, a shaved chin on the top of his head, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He stared at Qin Qian's RV greedily. Zhang Qizhen screamed and shrank his neck. Damn it, it's these 3, all of them are psychics. It seems that these are the people that Zhang Qizhen had offended before. Qin Qian curled the corners of his lips. Level 1 jump, increases strength. Level 2 ice system, level 1 speed, and Qin Qian was suddenly a little frightened. She felt that there was another person with superpowers in the van. That is not an ordinary superpower, but an ultra-rare superpower that is even rarer than her non-superpower. Zhang Qizhen was surprised and said, "Fuck, how did you know? Boss Qin, who are you?" Qin Qian smiled and tilted her head. "Your father." Zhang Qian said seriously, I don't have a father. My master said I am an orphan. You can't be my father. Qin Qian, subway, old people, cell phones. Those people were approaching slowly, and it seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable. It's very annoying. She is afraid of the sun. Okay. I quickly took out the sunscreen and applied it heavily. Song Zhi came over and whispered, How are you going to play? Chapter 49 Attack. Qin Qian twisted his crackling neck and his eyes suddenly turned cold. A playful smile appeared on the soft and cute rabbit-like face. Zhang Qian was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back. It's too boring to just kill them. They have new attributes. Let's practice our old tactics. Zhang Qian was confused. What are you two going to do? What tactics? Before Song Zhi could say anything, there were knocks on the car door. Those of you inside, get out now. Don't force me to blow up your car. Song Zhi winked at Zhang Qian, opened the door, and got out of the car. Song Zhi glanced at them coldly. What do you want to do? The guy with the gold chain who knocked on the door was the one with the power plus jumping ability. Although his rank is not high, he has dual abilities, can run and fight, and is the leader in the team. When he saw Zhang Qian, he immediately showed a fierce look on his face. Fuck you. You are really good at hiding. As he said this, he was about to step forward with the iron stick in his hand. Zhang Qian covered his wound, leaned weakly against the car door and hid back, fear in his eyes. Song Zhi quickly stopped him and said, Let's talk it over nicely. Jin Lianzi pushed Song Zhi away and said, Don't meddle in other people's business, pretty boy. It will be your turn later. Song Zhi was a head taller than him and was pushed to the ground. When he fell, he was still worried about the gold chain, and a barely perceptible mockery appeared in his eyes. I felt a lot more relaxed immediately. He grabbed Zhang Qian's hair and said to the two people behind him, That little bastard Zhang is here. Come here, cut him up, and feed him to the monster. The two people over there immediately ran over. One was wearing short-sleeved shirt and was bald, and the other had short hair and a half-arm tattoo. Song Zhi said angrily, Are you going to rob us? The tattoo man sneered. How about I send you warmth? Just as the battle was about to break out, the car door suddenly opened. Qin Qian was wearing a nightgown, with her hair loose and her little head poking out. She had a bunny-eye patch around her neck and a doll in her arms. She rubbed her eyes in confusion. Brother Aji, what's wrong? Seeing the scene after scene, Song Zhi immediately exclaimed, Qin Qian, go back and don't come out. The eyes of the three people were immediately focused on Qin Qian, and they revealed an undisguised look like a dog seeing a can of meat. This little beauty's skin is as white as a peeled white pear. She looks like a star, delicate, soft, pure, and sexy. The gauze nightgown reveals her beautiful figure vaguely, making people's eyes sparkle with greed. Jin Lianzi licked his lips and smiled obscenely, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth. I never thought you have a beautiful girl hidden in your house. Hee hee, such a beautiful girl. I'm lucky today. The other two also laughed. Jin Lianzi's face suddenly changed. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Qin Qian. Qin Qian screamed and quickly dodged backwards. Song Zhi released his supernatural power to chop at the gold chain, while shouting, Qin Qian, hide inside and close the door. Qin Qian closed the door and a fight broke out over there. Zhang Qian understood their tactics in seconds, immediately took over and started cooperating. Song Zhi did not unleash all of his abilities, but instead fought and retreated, and was almost beaten like a dog. Zhang Qian also barely used his fire-based abilities to protect himself. The three men thought they had figured out the two's backgrounds, so they immediately divided the work and prepared for the final operation. The golden chain is used against Song Zhi, and the flowery arms are used against Zhang Qian. The bald man took the opportunity to open the door and rushed into the RV. Ah! Qin Qian screamed and fell to the ground, backing away. Brother Aji, help me! Help me! Ah! Qin Qian screamed at the top of her lungs. Her acting skills were quite good. Seeing this, the bald guy became more and more excited. He rubbed his hands and stepped closer. Save your voice. Now is not the time to shout. The two people outside heard Qin Qian scream, and their attention was drawn to her. Zhang Qian was almost hit by the ice spike of the man with tattoos. The already weak flame in the palm of his hand was almost extinguished. He himself staggered back, half kneeling on the ground. You bunch of beasts, don't hurt innocent people, he shouted angrily. The flower-armed man played with the ice cone in his hand and sneered. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? In this world, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. When you have the ability in your next life, you could be a moralist again. As he spoke, 7 or 8 sharp ice cones rushed straight towards Zhang Qian. Song Zhi, who was not far away, saw that Qin Qian was in danger and immediately released a bolt of lightning, then turned around and rushed towards the car. Unfortunately, the lightning was released too hastily and lost its aim and was easily dodged by the golden chain. He sneered, thinking that this man finally revealed his flaw. He jumped high and hit Song Zhi on the back of his head with the metal stick. He used 80 of his strength this time. If he hit Song Zhi, he would definitely be crippled on the spot. However, Qin Qian never expected that his iron rod would miss the target and hit the stone. Bump! With a loud bang, the stone was smashed into powder. Before he could recover from the shock, a purple bolt of lightning came towards him with a whistling sound. Too fast. He had no way to avoid it and was hit directly, knocking him several meters away. This force was completely different from before. Qin Qian then realized that he had been fooled. This guy is really good at acting. Song Zhi sneered, stopped pretending, and revealed his cards. When Zhang Qian saw Song Zhi taking action, he also started to take it seriously. He couldn't use his superpowers anymore, so he took advantage of Brother Flowery Arm's distraction. He instantly appeared behind him and knocked the other person down with an Iron Mountain kick. Before the other party could react, a piece of talisman paper was already caught between his fingertips. His eyes were sharp. He took some steps and suddenly threw out the talisman paper. As soon as the opponent got up, the talisman paper turned into ashes and went into his throat. The man with tattoos opened his mouth wide, as if in extreme pain. He rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with his whole body twitching. Zhang Qian gasped and twisted his neck. His talisman sealed the bastard's soul. Without him personally breaking the curse, he would not wake up even if he was bitten to death. When Qin Qian saw this weird scene, he immediately yelled into the car, "Old third, catch that little bitch!" There was a scream from the car, so heartbreaking that it made one's teeth ache. The man with the golden chain spat out the blood foam in his mouth and sneered. As long as we catch that little girl, these two people will definitely surrender. But he soon realized that the scream came from his companion, not Qin Qian as he had imagined. "What's going on? Old third, why are you?" Before he could finish his words, the bald man was kicked out. His hands and feet were twisted into strange arcs, and countless metal spikes pierced into his abdomen and joints. One of them was inserted from the top of the head and came out from the lower jaw. The blood dyed the metal thorn red, making it look extremely bloody. He fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. Qin Qian walked down, and her originally loose hair had been tied up into a high bun. The porcelain doll-like face was full of disdain and sneer, completely devoid of the soft and sweet demeanor she had before. The two men then realized, damn, this is the boss. Qin Qian waved the Tang sword, and the cold wind from the mountains blew up the hem of her thin nightgown. She is beautiful and dangerous. He turned around and asked Song Zhi, "Have you figured out the attributes of these superpowers?" Song Zhi nodded. "I overestimated them. They are not worthy of being my training ground." "Well, I'm getting carried away. I'm completely carried away." Qin Qian knew what was happening and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Lady, heroine, big sister, grandma, spare my life. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Zhang Qian roared. "Tell me, where's that girl?" He had already stepped on one of the legs of the man with flower arms and broke it. Qin Qian rolled his eyes quickly and said, "I'm telling you, we hid her in a cave nearby. Go save her and save our lives." Zhang Qian rolled his eyes. It seemed that these dogs still refused to behave themselves. Chapter 50. Making the beasts live a life worse than death. Qin Qian sneered a few times, and combined with the gloomy environment of the towering trees around him, his laughter made those people feel uneasy. "Want to escape? Don't dream. The girl is in the car, and she's a supernatural being." Qin Qian's expression suddenly stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. "How did she know? Who is this woman?" He argued stubbornly, "No, not only her, there are several other women in that cave. Let's go and I will tell you." He looked at Zhang Qian. His pleading eyes were particularly sincere. This guy is like a saint in the last days. He prays that Zhang Qi can have such a compassionate heart and let him go. It's a pity that Zhang Qian didn't buy it. He glanced at Qin Qian and nodded. He said that he would not act recklessly and would follow Boss Qin's lead. Qin Qian gave Song Zhi a look, and Song Zhi immediately ran to the van and opened the trunk. Boss, she's here. Qin Qian sneered and slapped Jean Lianzi's face with a knife. Big brother, do you think I look young and my brain is not working well? Since you have a cave to hide in, why do you bring a woman with you when you go out to rob? There are only 3 of you left, and no one is left to guard them. Aren't you afraid that they will run away? What's more, you 3 are skinny. How can you feed them? What Qin Qian didn't say was that, in fact, people without power and influence are not just a burden in the end times. The biggest impact may be food. When Jean Lianzi saw that all his lies were exposed, he stared at Qin Qian angrily. I wish I could pounce on her and bite off the flesh from her body. Qin Qian sneered and said to Zhang Qizhen, keep an eye on them. I'll go take a look. Zhang Qizhen straightened the stainless steel chopsticks above his head, smiled obediently, and did as he was told. When Qin Qian walked over, she saw that Song Zhi's expression was not right. He stared at the woman with a very unpleasant expression. Qin Qian quickened his pace and ran over, and saw a skinny woman curled up in the trunk, without a piece of cloth on her body. Her expression was numb and dull. Her eyes were lifeless, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, Qin Qian would have thought she was a corpse. All her hair had fallen out, and she had only 1 tooth left. There were new and old scars all over his body. Even so, the vaginal area was still moist. This means that someone has just used it not long ago. A foul smell of rotten flesh came from her severed right leg. The wound was rotting and maggots were growing on it. And from the front row, there was a strange smell of meat. Qin Qian knew, without thinking, what this poor girl had been through. Scenes of horrifying memories flashed through my mind. A cold laboratory, people wearing masks, they were smiling and talking. The body tissues taken from her were fed to mutant mice. Even stuff it into the mouth of the zombie experiment next to him. Qin Qian thought of himself in his previous life. The girl's eyes were exactly the same as his own at that time. In her sight, her face and the girl's face overlapped, and she couldn't tell one from the other. Qin Qian couldn't suppress his fear and anger and was shaking violently. Song Zhi thought she was just frightened by this scene and said in a low voice, let's go kill them. Qin Qian walked back, his steps a little staggering. Zhang Qizhen smiled and patted his chest. Boss, I'm watching them closely. If they dare to run, I'll kick them. Qin Qian ignored him. With red eyes, he raised his knife and chopped off the arms of the 2 men. The blade moved downward, and amid their screams, it cut off the vile root of sin. Zhang Qizhen was so scared that he stepped aside, screaming. I just felt the wind blowing on my crotch, and I couldn't help but squeeze it. Song Zhi walked silently behind her with a serious expression. Zhang Qizhen said with some fear, what happened to her? Song Zhi pointed at the van. Zhang Qizhen seemed to realize something and quickly ran over to take a look. Suddenly, there was an angry roar from the other side. Fuck you. Don't kill them. Leave me some breath. I want to kill them myself. Then, there was the sound of someone pounding the car. Obviously, the driver was extremely angry. Zhang Qizhen rushed back and made some kind of hand gesture. At the same time, he activated his supernatural powers and ignited a raging flame. In an instant, the hand gestures drove the energy, turning the flame into a terrifying light blue, burning directly towards the 2 demons. This is the combination of Taoism and supernatural powers. The 2 complement each other and exert their maximum power. Burn, 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 burn to death these beasts who are worse than pigs and dogs. Why torture an innocent girl like this? The last time Zhang Qizhen saw her, she was just weak and in pain. He promised to come and rescue her. He promised her. Puff. Zhang Qizhen spat out a mouthful of blood. It is a sign of energy being overdrawn. He collapsed, and Song Zhi subconsciously helped him up. Qin Qian said, what's the point of burning to death? She found some ropes, tied their upper bodies together, and hung them on the tree. He chopped them more than 10 times, cutting their flesh. Blood was flowing, and the fishy smell spread in the air. Soon wild beasts will come to bite and eat it. They will live and watch themselves being eaten piece by piece. Isn't this the sin they inflicted on that girl? The 2 shed tears of pain and regret, begged, screamed. Soon, there was a slight rustling sound near the grass. The 2 were so frightened that they shut up immediately and stared at the bushes. There was silence for 3 seconds. Squeak! A rat with bloodshot eyes suddenly jumped onto the gold chain and started biting it madly. Then, the second, the third, the fourth. Soon, they were covered with bloody rats, which they tore, gnawed, and shared. The entire forest was filled with their screams, until a bloody rat crawled into their mouths, and they could no longer scream. The three of them walked back to the van, and Qin Qian took off her nightgown without hesitation. Zhang Qizhen opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were so round, even rounder than those drawn with a compass. Song Zhi quickly blocked someone's sight. Qin Qian is not a fool. She is wearing a tight sports vest and skin-tight crop pants. She tore off her pajamas, covered the girl with them, and picked her up. The girl was as light as a kitten and smelled foul, but Qin Qian didn't feel disgusted at all. She carried the girl into the RV, and the two men looked at each other and hurried to follow. Qin Qian whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I've already avenged you. Now that those bastards are dead, no one can bully you anymore, okay?" The girl uttered a soft hum, closed her numb eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Song Zhi drove the car, while Qin Qian and Zhang Qizhen nervously helped to treat the wound. This girl is severely malnourished. She is 163 centimeters tall and probably weighs only 60 kilograms. There were festering maggots in many parts of his body. The maggots were huge and fat, with blood-red eyes, and they were disgusting. Zhang Qizhen watched her skillful operation. Unlike other girls, although she was disgusted by the bugs, she did not scream or shout. Stay calm and composed from beginning to end. He couldn't help but admire her a little more. You say you want to kill the Virgin Mary, but you actually have some sympathy. Qin Qian ignored his teasing and just said, "She has superpowers, and they are extremely rare superpowers. I want to keep her." Zhang Qizhen also became interested when he heard it. He asked hurriedly, "What's superpower?" Chapter 51. I want to eat rice noodles too. Qin Qian paused and said in a deep voice, "Her crystal core is a medical crystal core, which is a healing crystal core. It is very rare, and there may not be one in 1,000 people. The higher the level, the stronger the energy. If you reach a high enough level, you can revive a dying person with just a wave of your hand." Zhang Qi was extremely surprised. "Oh my God, is this true?" Qin Qian nodded. "It's true, but it also has disadvantages. Medical abilities are extremely rare, special abilities. The number of crystal cores required for upgrading is 10 times that of our ordinary superpowers. Therefore, there will be a situation where a whole team of dozens of people will provide for this one medical crystal core." Zhang Qizhen swallowed and said, How do you know so much?" Of course, Qin Qian would not say that he had struggled for 15 years in his previous life. I was about to change the subject, so I casually imitated the way he had done the hand gestures just now, because your father can tell fortunes. Zhang Qizhen's face suddenly turned dark. It was not because she was taking advantage of him, but because he frowned in dissatisfaction with her hand gestures. "It's not right to pinch like this. Your fingers should be like this." He gave instructions and even demonstrated it himself. "Look, this is called the Skylark technique. If you are unconscious, use this hand gesture with a spell to refresh your mind." Qin Qian looked at him and found it a little funny. She wants a straight guy who majors in science and engineering to pursue her roommate. When other guys flirt with girls, they always say, "Good morning, good night, did you sleep?" He explained to his roommates the operation and application of calculus, the earliest mathematical formulas, and how Kangxi was the first person to translate calculus from English to Chinese. Later, when I learned that my roommate had to use a mobile phone calculator to do addition and subtraction within 100, I immediately looked disgusted. Decisively gave up the pursuit. Are all straight men so needy? Qin Qian tried to imitate him and found that his fingers were about to break, and he could not catch up with the standard. After 3 or 2 times, I lost my patience. "Fuck you." He waved his hand and continued to organize the medical supplies. The car was already on the road, and Song Zhi knew that Qin Qian was a little carsick. To avoid bumping her, I tried to drive on flat roads. He glanced behind the car from time to time. Zhang Qizhen folded his arms and said, "Boss, do you feel that this car is getting colder and colder? What's the air conditioner setting now?" Qin Qian felt it and said absent-mindedly, "No, don't call me boss. I don't intend to recognize you as my little brother. Just call me Boss Qin." Zhang Qizhen pulled the blanket over himself and accidentally looked at the rearview mirror. A cold light flashed from Song Zhi's beautiful eyes. I suddenly understood why it was so cold. "Humph, why are you so fierce? I was just saying a few words to your wife, and look how jealous you are. You only dare to lose your temper with me. Do you dare to glare at your wife? When you see others, aren't you as obedient as a dog and do whatever you are told to do?" Zhang Qizhen shrank his neck and wrapped himself tightly in his little quilt. He coughed dryly. "Where are you going next?" Qin Qian didn't even raise his head and said calmly, "No plans for now." Of course she had a plan, but she didn't plan to keep him for too long, let alone recruit him into the team. Qin Qian did not refuse to form a team. But Zhang Qizhen was not within her consideration. This person is very mysterious and has too many hidden cards. There's a whole sect behind me, which involves too many things and brings more troubles. Her companions don't need to be invincible. As long as they are loyal, sincere, and sensible, that's enough. Hearing that Qin Qian was obviously rejecting him, Zhang Qizhen did not persist. He just smiled in relief. "I have no plans. I will wait until my injury is better and you have finished asking the questions in your mind. I still have to continue to complete my KPI." Qin Qian secretly admired him in his heart, thinking that he was a smart and insightful person who knew when to advance and retreat. Good. Zhang Qizhen knew it was difficult, so he backed off and immediately felt the temperature in the car rising again. Qin Qian treated the girl's wound, gave her an intravenous anti-inflammatory drug, and fed her some saline solution and glucose oral solution. Her condition improved a lot, but after she became conscious, the girl's eyebrows never relaxed again and remained tightly twisted together. At noon, the car stopped at a repair shop on the outskirts of the city. The temperature rose to 59 degrees, and all along the way there were cracked earth and dead trees. The surrounding area had long become a no-man's land, with people either dying or fleeing. The rest have basically gone underground. Qin Qian knew that this was only superficial tranquility. Those remaining underground humans are also constantly brewing a terrible storm of conspiracy. For lunch, we had chicken soup, rice noodles, and beef rolls made by Song Zhi. The soup was made 2 days ago using pork shanks and chicken bones, and the marinade was passed down from his adoptive mother. The taste is really unique, mild and mellow, fragrant and not greasy. Although there is no oil in the bowl, you can still smell the aroma of the oil. After sliding into the throat, the fragrance lingers on the lips and teeth. The rice noodles are smooth and chewy and look like they will break if you pinch them, but that's actually because there are no additives. Large pieces of meat with a mixture of fat and lean meat, as well as boneless chicken wings. It can be said that there is more meat than powder. The beef chili sauce is also specially made, fragrant, spicy, and satisfying. Qin Qian, who likes spicy food, laughed and scooped another large spoonful into the soup bowl. It was so spicy that sweat broke out on the tip of my nose, but I refused to stop eating. Unfortunately, Qin Qian cannot expose his own space at the moment. Or you can add some fresh eggs and vegetables. It will definitely be even better. Zhang Qizhen looked at Qin Qian slurping noodles with envy on her face, while he could only hold a bowl of white porridge and bite his steamed bun hard. Thinking back to when Song Zhi brought a pot of boiling rice noodles to Qin Qian, he said with a smile, "Boss, eat slowly. It's a little hot. Be careful." I thought I would have something to eat too, but with a duong sound, a bowl of rice porridge was dumped on the table. Click! A steamed bun fell into his hands. Zhang Qi was really upset. "Fuck, I don't want to eat this. I want to eat rice noodles too." Song Zhi cast a cold look over and said, "A monk still eats meat? I am Jingyi, not Xuanjin. Not only can I eat meat, I can also marry a wife." Zhang Qizhen was so angry that he felt like a mushroom cloud appeared above his head. Bang! Song Zhi slapped his hand on the table and looked down at him. "The 4 things that Taoists don't eat, tell me, what are they?" His aura was so strong that Zhang Qi really felt like he was being interrogated by his master at any time and anywhere. Damn, what's going on with this blood suppression from his soul? He was so scared that he shrank his neck and the bun was flattened. He answered honestly, "Cows, geese, dogs, mullets. There are beef bones in the rice noodle soup and beef in the flour rolls. Do you want to eat it?" "Yes, I'll serve you a bowl." Zhang Qi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "You did it on purpose. You use religious culture to bully others. You. Song Zhi ignored him, picked up his bowl, and started eating. The bowl contained fried rice noodles and some minced meat scraped from the pork bones left over from making soup. Zhang Qi really cried. It's not an exaggeration, he really cried. There were silver streaks on her pretty face, and tears dripped onto the steamed buns. He turned to look at Qin Qian. "I sold my labor. Telling fortunes also consumes my cultivation. Okay? Why don't you give me meat to eat?" Whoa. He felt so wronged, really so wronged. He had never felt so wrong before, even when he was nearly hacked to death and kicked off a cliff. Thinking of this, she cried even harder. Chapter 52, Respect Her Choice. Qin Qian coughed twice and swallowed the rice noodles in his mouth. She wanted to laugh, but was holding it back. However, she also knew that Song Zhi didn't really want to compete with Zhang Qian. He is just cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, introverted and likes to bully children. She turned around, took out a plate from the refrigerator, and threw it in front of him. Zhang Qian took a look and cried even louder. It turned out to be a plate of ground pickles. Song Zhi said, "If you cry again, you won't have meat for the next meal." Zhang Qian stopped talking immediately. "So, we'll have meat for the next meal? Really? You swear, you write a letter of guarantee." Qin Qian. Song Zhi. So, the current picture appeared. The two of them were enjoying the meal, and Zhang Qian was crying while eating the steamed bun. It seemed as if all the grievances and injustices in the world were concentrated on him. It's 59 degrees outside, and it's almost snowing. After dinner, Song Zhi went to wash his and Qin Qian's dishes. Zhang Qian kept muttering to himself while washing his own dishes. Qin Qian had just burped and was about to find some snacks to eat. Then I heard a voice coming from the direction of the girl with a broken leg. Qin Qian hurried over to check and saw that the tenacious girl had actually woken up. She was too thin, with no flesh on her face, making her eyes look huge. It looks very much like Gollum, the little monster in The Lord of the Rings. She looked around the unfamiliar environment like a frightened little animal, her eyes full of fear. Qin Qian gently pulled her hand up. "Don't be afraid. We rescued you. No one will bully you anymore." When saying this, Qin Qian only felt his heart trembling. Tears could not help but well up in my eyes. My eyes should be bloodshot at this moment. In her previous life, Qin Qian was lying on the operating table, hoping every moment that someone would rush in, rescue her, and say to her, "You are safe." The girl didn't seem to understand what Qin Qian meant. She just looked at the two men behind Qin Qian and trembled with fear. After a moment, she turned around almost reflexively and raised her broken PG. It seemed that selling her body to survive had become her muscle memory. When I see those scary men, I have to obey them so that I can have a bite to eat and not be abused by them. The three of them understood what she meant, and their hearts were instantly strangled by anger and heartache. Qin Qian immediately comforted her and told her that she didn't need to do that anymore, and they wouldn't hurt her. She didn't seem to understand, and just advised Qin Qian fearfully, "Little sister, you have to be obedient, okay? Otherwise they will beat you to death. Don't cry, don't be afraid. If you don't want to, your sister will protect you." Even though she was in this situation, she was still thinking about Qin Qian and wanted to protect Qin Qian from the humiliation. Zhang Qian's eyes were red, and he punched the floor. Damn, those beasts. After Qin Qian's patient comfort over and over again, she finally seemed to understand that she was rescued. She suddenly burst into tears for a long time before she managed to calm down. He grabbed Qin Qian's hand as if grasping a life-saving straw and told her his story. Her name is Xiaoxi, and she's a brain surgeon who has been practicing for 3 years. On that day when she passed the examination, officially obtained a medical title, and was promoted to deputy chief of the Department of Neurology. When her mother was diagnosed with a late-stage malignant brain tumor, she tried her best and spent all her family's wealth. My mother passed away less than 2 months later. He is a neurosurgeon, but his mother died of a brain tumor. She suffered a breakdown and developed severe bipolar disorder. Unable to work, life and career are in a mess. Her father and husband couldn't bear to see her fall into such depravity, so they took her to the mountains to have fun and relax. However, she didn't expect to encounter the end of the world. Her biological father mutated into a terrible zombie. In order to protect her, her husband threw himself into the pile of zombies. Just before his neck was bitten off, he was still shouting, "Xiaoxi, run! Run!" The next second, blood splattered on her face. Xiaoxi didn't even have time to tell him that she was pregnant with their child. She turned around and ran away in tears, thinking she had escaped death, but she didn't expect that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Out of her instinct as a doctor, she saved the lone and injured gold-type mutant. But he took her back to the den of thieves and treated her inhumanely. While they were having fun, she miscarried the baby that was more than 2 months old in her womb. She had a hemorrhage on the spot and begged them to kill her. However, they didn't expect that this would arouse their twisted psychology. It actually continued during her miscarriage. After that, she was beaten and tortured every day, and they would not let her die. Tie her up, gag her, and make her constantly satisfy them except for eating and sleeping. At the beginning, they still had food reserves, or kill people and rob the opponent's supplies. Later, when food ran out, they would kill mutated creatures to eat. But those mutant creatures are either poisonous or as inedible as bittermelon. Recently, they have started eating humans. Her leg was cut off alive by those people, cooked and eaten. The most disgusting thing is that they forced her to eat the cooked meat. Vomit. Song Zhi rushed into the bathroom and started vomiting. Song Zhi glared at him. He was a cultivator, but he was so shallow. Wouldn't this make the girl feel even more uncomfortable? Qin Qian only felt his temples throbbing and his teeth itched with hatred. She regretted letting those bastards die too easily. Xiaoxi should really kill them himself. The next second, Xiaoxi grabbed Qin Qian's wrist fiercely. Why? Why try my best to practice medicine and save lives? But those people treated me like this. Why? Why? Her emotions suddenly became agitated. Her expression was crazy, and her eyes, filled with tears, were terribly bloodshot. Wow! She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? Song Zhi exclaimed. Oh no! He rushed over, lifted her up, rubbed her back gently, and pressed hard on her neck with his right hand. Xiaoxi's symptoms of vomiting blood soon stopped. Qin Qian suddenly felt it looked familiar. Wasn't it the same method that Song Zhi used when he stopped sisterlings bleeding before? But before I had time to think about it, Song Zhi said, she is determined to die and has no desire to live anymore. The blood she just spit out was her lifeblood. He didn't say anything else, but just looked at Qin Qian and shook his head helplessly. Qin Qian anxiously grabbed Xiaoxi and said, stay alive, okay? If you stay with us, no one will bully you anymore. I will protect you. She was redeeming the stream and also redeeming herself. But Xiaoxi shook her head. She shed 2 lines of turbid tears. Thank you, Miss Qin, for giving me warmth in my last moments, but I really have had enough. I want to see my father, my mother, my husband, and my unborn baby. I'm so tired, and I'm in so much pain. Please let me go, okay? Qin Qian opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single syllable. She suddenly felt her heart was torn apart, her lungs were burning, and not even a bit of air could enter her lungs. At this moment, any chicken soup, any grand words have become waste paper. They are all fucking bullshit. Just like myself in my previous life, I went from being full of expectations to despair, to numbness, and finally just wanted to die. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and Qin Qian closed her mouth. Yeah, it's all bullshit. The silence in the room was deafening. The pale curtains were blown slightly by the cold air, just like the weak stream at this moment. Broken like rootless, floating cotton. Qin Qian held her hand tightly and rested his forehead against the back of her hand. Respect her choice. Chapter 53, This crystal core is for you. Xiaoxi covered her head with her dry hands. This world has been stained. I know that something has invaded our world and changed us. So dirty. There's something dirty growing in my brain, just like my mother. Her mind began to wander, and her eyes became blurry. Qin Qian could clearly feel that her vitality was rapidly dissipating. Xiaoxi used up her last bit of strength to hold Qin Qian's hand. Please help me. Dig that thing out. I know it is very important to you. I don't have anything to thank you for, so I'll give you this crystal core. The two people's clasped hands suddenly lit up. Xiaoxi used her special powers to give the medical crystal core to Qin Qian. At this moment, the crystal core recognized Qin Qian as its master. Qin Qian moved her lips numbly. She didn't know what to say. It seemed as if the supernatural crystal core that he had longed for just now was not so important at this moment. She hoped that Xiaoxi would survive so that she could use the crystal core. After using up the last bit of his supernatural power, Xiaoxi began to contract and gasp in pain. She opened her mouth wide, trying to take one last breath of air. Qin Qian clenched her fists tightly. She was struggling internally, as if she was witnessing her own death again. But she was powerless, watching her go from intense pain to finally calm down. Until the moment before she lost her breath, she still said, if possible, use it to save people. In the next life, I still want to be a doctor. Having said this, she ended her painful and short life. This kind-hearted girl still retains a pure heart after suffering all kinds of beatings. In the end, she chose to let go and chose kindness. The world kisses me with pain, and I respond with song. Qin Qian took out gasoline and cremated her. The scorching air rolled up and was burned by the heat wave, making it even hotter and more unbearable. The raging fire embraced Xiaoxi's broken body in its arms and washed away the dust that had fallen on her from the dirty world. It also seemed to burn away Qin Qian's fear of his previous life. In her heart, she said goodbye forever to Qin Qian from her previous life. She found that she had the courage to abandon the old nightmares and no longer indulge in fear. Growth begins at this moment and continues. Zhang Qian took out a talisman and threw it into the fire. He clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and closed his eyes, muttering something to the corpse. Qin Qian was a little confused and whispered, "What is he doing?" Song Zhi replied casually, "The secret of rebirth. He is saving Xiaoxi." Qin Qian smiled bitterly. This is really a match made in heaven. Suddenly, she turned to look at Song Zhi again. "Why do you seem to know everything about these things?" There are also magical finger techniques for stopping bleeding, Taoist rules and taboos, and even the ability to understand spells. Song Zhi looked at the flames indifferently. "You've watched too many movies, so you understand." Qin Qian didn't suspect anything and didn't plan to ask any more questions. So what if he has a secret? As long as it doesn't threaten her. The flames went out, and the stream turned into ashes. Qin Qian found a beautiful glass jar and carefully put it away. The silver-white crystal core lay in the ashes, glowing with fluorescence, and was particularly conspicuous in Qin Qian's eyes. She picked it up despite the heat and put it into a small box as if it were a treasure. She promised Xiaoxi that she would use this crystal core to save those who needed to be saved in the future. "I hope that in your next life, you can continue to be a good doctor as you wish." The three of them continued on their way, heading towards the city center. Qin Qian has been studying this crystal core all the way. It is the size of a pearl, and its color is bright and translucent. It's time to level up. But since Zhang Qian is here, she can't level up with peace of mind. You must always be on guard against others. We still have to wait until Zhang Qian leaves. The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing. The car was moving forward quietly, with only the cold air from the air conditioner blowing. Zhang Qian looked at the ceiling with some emotion and said, "I have saved many people along the way. I have also been saved by many people. I once rescued a young boy, about 13 or 14 years old, whose parents had both mutated and were chasing after him. I saved him, but he turned around and wanted to kill me, saying that I killed his parents." Zhang Qian laughed at himself and continued, "Another time, I saved a young man in his early 20s. He looked cold, but he sacrificed himself to save me. A few months ago, I met a girl who was tortured badly in a wealthy area. She was similar to Xiaoxi. When I found her, she was no longer breathing. I managed to revive her. As a result, he took my things while I was sleeping and tried to run away. After I found him, he even wanted to kill me. You say, how complex and interesting is human nature?" Qin Qian patted him with a smile. "Thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all blessings from heaven. Isn't this the practice you want? Enjoy it." Zhang Qian smiled bitterly, knowing that Qin Qian was insulting him. Just when he was about to say something back, he suddenly looked at her face and clicked his tongue. "Why? You look like that woman." Qin Qian said with disdain. "Who is it?" "The woman I rescued in the rich area." He stretched his neck, got close to Qin Qian's face, and took a closer look, and immediately shouted, "Oh my God, I'm not lying to you really. She looks about 60 similar to you. But you're much more beautiful than her. He looks old and fierce, and he looks like a calculating person. What's her name?" Qin Qian suddenly became nervous and interrupted Zhang Qian's chattering. Zhang Qian shrank back and scratched his head. Call Lin or something." Qin Qian's eyes lit up. "Lin Meijiao, right?" Zhang Qian clapped his hands. "Ah, yes, it's her." Qin Qian's face suddenly became very excited. "She is not dead. She is indeed not dead." "Marvelous." Zhang Qian asked, "Do you know her?" Qin Qian did not answer, but asked him, "Are you sure she was still alive when you separated?" Zhang Qian nodded. "Yes, she left after she had almost recovered. I found out later when I met a soldier in a base. Her father is the second in command at the Kimisaki Mountain base, and she is also at the base. He is the son of a high-ranking official in the base, and should have lived a glorious life. I don't know how he could have fallen into such a miserable state." Qin Qian bit the joint of his index finger. His excitement and anticipation were beyond words. Lin Meijiao, Lin Guofu. The accomplice father and daughter finally got together. The whole family should go to hell together, right? Qin Qian suddenly became excited. She was looking forward to seeing the perfect Lin Meijiao standing in front of her again and showing off her power, so she can tear her apart again and again. I don't know when the car slowly stopped. Song Zhi walked over with a heavy face and gave Zhang Qian a wink. Zhang Qian understood immediately, pursed his lips, and went to drive. The young couple has something to talk about in private. How embarrassed he would be to stay here and be a light bulb. Song Zhi squatted down and gently placed a big hand on her shoulder. He lowered his voice and asked, "Enemy?" Qin Qian nodded with a smile in her eyes. Seeing her smile, he suddenly felt happy and smiled too. The corners of his lips curled slightly. "How do you want to play?" Chapter 54. It's too late. Qin Qian didn't answer, but turned to look at him with a playful smile. "You want to accompany me?" Song Zhi smiled lightly. "If I have the honor." Qin Qian raised her eyebrows slightly and did not comment. But she was a little confused, so she took out her cell phone and watched the video of Lin Meijiao's death carefully. Song Zhi also came over to watch. He said in disbelief, "Are you sure she's not dead? She's already in obvious rigor mortis, which occurs 1 to 3 hours after death. In this state, she must have been dead for 4 to 6 hours, and there is absolutely no possibility of her being revived." Qin Qian said, "That's why I found it so mysterious. Look, her fingers were still moving. I knew she wasn't dead at the time. I thought she had turned into a zombie." "Impossible." Zhang Qian, who was driving, waved his hand. "She is fine. Her mind is clear, her skin is elastic, and her breathing and heartbeat are normal. It's impossible for a zombie to transform into a corpse. I know this best." Qin Qian turned off his phone and said, "I'm going to kill her again." "You're going to the base?" "Yes, but it may not be that fast. We have to wait until she is firmly on her feet and has a good life." Song Zhi curved his lips and smiled, feeling more and more that Qin Qian's little temper was so cute. He held his chin up and looked at Qin Qian. "Just say the word boss, and I'll help you catch her and let you do whatever you want with her." Qin Qian said, "Of course she will not let go of this machete of yours." But he just tilted his head and smiled tiredly. "I can consider it." Zhang Qi was really unhappy. "Boss, come and check on me. I could do it too." Song Zhi glared at Zhang Qian, scaring him so much that he curled his lips, feeling extremely aggrieved. "Wow, my brother is so fierce. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for my sister." Song Zhi stood up with a sinister look and was about to hit him. The two of them started arguing, and the atmosphere in the car became much more lively. Song Zhi glanced at Qin Qian secretly through the rearview mirror and found that she was amused. Her eyebrows and eyes are curved, so cute. Song Zhi was very happy. As long as she was happy, he would be happy too. Qin Qian stretched and said, "Tonight I plan to find a densely populated area to kill zombies and take crystal cores. The tentative location is X City High School. You guys drive, I'll take a nap first." "Okay." The two were full of energy and were ready to kill everyone. After the car entered the city, more living creatures began to appear. Zombies and mutated animals wandering aimlessly on streets. As the night deepened, occasionally 1 or 2 living people would sneak out under the cover of darkness to look for supplies. When they saw Qin Qian's RV, their eyes lit up as if they saw hope of life, and they rushed towards this side. At this time, Qin Qian was driving the car. When encountering this situation, she drove at full speed. It has been several months since the end of the world, and those who have survived to this day are not good people. The good Virgin Mary died long ago. She didn't want to deal with her own kind. The car drove straight toward the city center where the population was the most densely populated. She parked the car in a secluded corner near a high school. Then the three of them got out of the car and went to kill the zombies. She's not afraid of someone stealing her car. First, this car has been modified and has the 3 defense performance of an armored car: explosion-proof, pry-proof, and smash-proof. Second, this area is where the zombies are most concentrated. At that time, the mutant particles enveloped the high school, which housed thousands of people, and turned it into a living hell. It is basically impossible for anyone to survive. The only ones left are zombies and the second generation of zombies wandering around inside. Third, once someone tries to break the door lock, a cage containing live mutant blood rats will pop out immediately. A knife can pierce the body of a blood rat, but it will not kill it. Instantly trigger recruitment. I hope that the children who knock on the door will either run away quickly or scream more miserably. This trap was invented by Song Zhi. Brother Dao is indeed a rare genius in mechanical modification. Qin Qian felt more and more that he had found a treasure. "I love her so much that I want to hug her and kiss her." Under the night sky, the solar street lights on the street are lit unevenly. Some street lights were still flickering, which felt a bit like something out of a horror movie. There were many zombies around, wandering around in an unconscious state. They were dressed in tattered clothes, covered in blood, with white eyes and emitting a foul stench. Human bones and the remains of recently dead bodies that had been eaten could be seen everywhere. Rows of cars collided in a chain reaction heading in the same direction and were burned to a crisp and scrapped. It seemed that they all wanted to escape from this area, but in the end, no one escaped and they all died here. The three of them walked among the swaying zombies, feeling as if they were the only ones sober while everyone else was drunk. Walking onto the playground, Qin Qian took out a bottle of Harbin beer, opened the can with one hand, and drank it all in a handsome manner. The bottle was thrown. "Brothers, let's get started." At the command, the three of them quickly dispersed and rushed into the zombie group, chopping the zombies one by one with a knife. This is a hunt and also a test. One blow must directly kill the zombie's life force, otherwise it will attract them. Whoever kills more zombies will get extra chicken legs tonight and won't have to wash the dishes. This group of zombies were very well behaved. They just stood there and let people chop them, and they didn't attack anyone actively. Qin Qian held the enchanted knife in his hand and killed the man in the head with one blow, cleanly and efficiently. Occasionally, if there are zombie wildcats or zombie wild dogs that actively attack, she can chop them in half with incredible precision. Song Zhi was no less capable. His bulging biceps reflected the light of the street lights, and he wielded his sword with both hands to carve out a bloody path. Zhang Qijian's movements were very sly, and it seemed that he had integrated some strange steps. He was always able to get behind the zombies and kill them with one blow. In short, the three of them killed for a while and safely killed all the zombies in the playground and harvested a lot of crystal cores. Song Zhi and Zhang Qi were competing fiercely, and neither of them was willing to give in. The two were staring at each other when Qin Qian suddenly waved his hand. "Stop it! Something is coming." She released her special ability to sense, and suddenly her brows tightened. Seeing her nervousness, the two men looked at each other and became cautious as well. Song Zhi lowered his voice and asked, "What's wrong?" The playground was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it seemed peaceful. But beneath this tranquility, there is an uneasy atmosphere. Qin Qian took a deep breath and said, "Quickly retreat. There are too many. Retreat." The three of them immediately ran towards the exit. However, it was too late. Zhang Qijian's scalp tingled, and he shouted, "I'm over. So many." Chapter 55. I fainted. I was pretending. The zombies poured in like a tide, crushed the protective net outside the playground, and rolled towards Qin Qian and the others like waves. Song Zhi looked serious. "We didn't provoke them. Why would the zombies attack us?" Qin Qian said, "They were not summoned, but controlled. There's a corpse king hidden in these ghosts. We just killed him randomly and alarmed the corpse king. He wants to attack us." Song Zhi had a complicated expression, but he didn't have time to think too much because the battle had already begun. Zhang Qijian gasped and shouted, "This is not a solution. We need to find a high place and hide for a while." Qin Qian did not answer, but concentrated on fighting. She could slightly sense the corpse king's emotions. It was afraid of the abilities of Qin Qian and the others. He did not dare to confront them head-on, but instead used his own soldiers and crabs to consume their combat power. In the end, it reaps the benefits. Haha, I'm not afraid of zombies eating people. I'm just afraid that zombies have intelligence. After Qin Qian overcame his initial fear, he felt a surge of excitement from the bottom of his heart. She wanted to see what kind of person this corpse king was. She thought she was already very good. How could there be something more good than her? She doesn't allow it. There are more and more zombies, and they're getting more and more ferocious. There are even a few zombies with special powers among them. Bump! Several spikes of earth protruded from the ground, piercing through the turf of the rubber playground and rushing straight towards the three people. Song Zhi easily solved the problem with a few purple lightning bolts. Zhang Qijian stared at Song Zhi's purple lightning again, with a hint of confusion and envy in his expression. Under the cover of night, the sounds of killing continued. The three men were already covered in blood, and some had bruises. But the number of zombies remains unchanged, and they continue to pour towards this side. Qin Qian knew that this was not a solution at all. To catch a thief, you must catch the leader first. If you can't kill the zombie king, killing more zombies will be useless. She bit her lip, and a feeling of weakness came from deep within her body. In terms of physical strength, she certainly couldn't be compared with the two muscular men. But she has a cheat, so what is she afraid of? The third-order form of the superpower, nothing, particle fusion, can instantly absorb the surrounding mutated particles and provide her with a constant supply of energy. Qin Qian chopped down a group of zombies with a series of sword strikes, and then spent 3 seconds recharging himself. A warm energy like hot spring water instantly filled her body. I just felt that my pores were opened, the cells were plump, and my fatigue disappeared. Zhang Qijin saw her pause and stood in front of her. "Are you tired? Take a rest." He thought Qin Qian was exhausted. After all, she looked delicate and weak and was only 160 centimeters tall. Wouldn't it be tiring to kill so many zombies? Song Zhi glanced at him and said, "She knows her limits, so don't worry about it." Zhang Qijin said, "How did you find a wife when you were such a straight man? If you don't love your wife, she will be snatched away by someone else sooner or later, you bastard." Qin Qian almost choked to death on her own saliva. She quickly waved her hands and said, "I can't take someone else's love away. I won't compete with you for your husband." "You." Zhang Qijin's face turned red. "I don't want to bother with you." Although he said this, he still stood in front of Qin Qian without hesitation. Qin Qian was about to raise the knife when his body suddenly swayed and he staggered to half kneel on the ground. A zombie behind her discovered the flaw, drooled, and opened his mouth to bite her. Song Zhi sent it away with a knife and quickly squatted down to support her. "Boss, are you okay?" Qin Qian grabbed his arm and said, "Not good. I have no strength left." As she said this, she leaned into his arms. Song Zhi's body stiffened, and the next second, he felt Qin Qian pinching him. My brain froze for a moment. Then I quickly started to cooperate. He pretended to stand up and fell down again, half knelt down, propped up the knife, and gasped for breath. Seeing this, Zhang Qijin quickly ran over and reached out to grab them. Suddenly, a figure flashed, and Zhang Qijin was knocked down by a zombie. He screamed and grabbed the zombie's neck, just as he was about to jump onto the horse. Then Qin Qian winked at him. Zhang Qijin understood it immediately and started fighting with the other party in a very artificial way. Suddenly, Qin Qian felt it. The guy with the most energy is moving towards this side. The second-level fusion zombie has only one crystal core. Unlike the human-faced locust tree last time, this one is completely integrated. Qin Qian groaned and fell to the ground unconscious. Song Zhi called out to her while trying to kill the enemy. Zhang Qijin was struggling. "It really looks extremely miserable." The fused zombie felt the energy of the 3 people gradually weakening and suddenly let out a joyful roar. The sound was like a wolf howling, but also like someone imitating a wolf howling. In short, it sounds plausible and extremely weird. After it roared, all the zombies around it quickly moved aside to make way for it. Qin Qian opened his eyes slightly and observed him. Yes, she fainted, but she was pretending. The thing was not big. It was a very standard border collie, and it was rotten and dirty all over. Only the pair of blood-red eyes were particularly bright in the night, like small diode light bulbs. What's disgusting is that there's a fist-sized tumor on the right side of its head, and on the tumor, there's clearly a man's face. The crystal core is in a man's tumor-like head. Zhang Qijin barely managed to deal with the zombies on his body, and curled up towards Song Zhi, gasping for breath. "Oh, what the hell is this? Help, this is too scary." He almost wanted to curl up in Song Zhi's arms, like a little bird. Song Zhi resisted the urge to throw him out to feed the zombies and quickly dodged. The dog-headed zombie squatted down to gather strength, then quickly rushed over like an arrow. A shadow flashed by and appeared in front of Song Zhi, with a mouth full of fangs bared, wanting to end the life of the strongest among the 3 people first. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The strongest among these 3 people is not him, Song Zhi. Sure enough, there was only a bang. The dog-headed zombie's right arm was splattered with black blood and fell to the side. Qin Qian sat up, holding the gun in his right hand, and sneered, "Finally, I lured you out, old six. Why are you hiding behind the shrimp soldiers and crab generals and pretending to be stupid, but you dare not come out yourself? What kind of man are you?" Zhang Qijin reminded her. "Can this thing be considered manly?" Qin Qian nodded, agreeing, "Oh, yes, the body of a man." Song Zhi slapped his forehead and was speechless. The dog-headed zombie rolled over and stood up, staggered back a few steps, and stared at the 3 people in surprise and suspicion. Qin Qian didn't waste any time and fired 3 shots at him. The dog-headed zombie dodged 2 shots with his agility. The last shot grazed the tumor and almost removed it directly. It roared and ordered the other zombies to continue the siege. However, a scene that made people laugh and cry happened. The zombie king was seriously injured and lacked energy, so the zombies actually didn't listen to his commands. After being stunned for a moment, they actually wandered around as if they were strolling in the streets. The corpse king was probably cursing his heart at this moment. Damn you bunch of idiots. Qin Qian didn't want to waste any more bullets, so he gave Song Zhi a look, and Song Zhi immediately rushed over. Zhang Qizhen also took out a talisman, held it between his fingers and shook it, and the talisman burned with a light golden flame and chased after it. The dog-headed zombie let out a muffled wah, as if cursing its mother, then turned around and ran for its life towards the group of zombies. During this time, he knocked several zombies away and blocked the long-range attacks of the two men for himself. Qin Qian said, "We must kill it, otherwise there will be endless troubles." They both nodded in agreement. In a blink of an eye, the dog-headed zombie had flashed into the teaching building. The dark door was like the open mouth of a giant beast, and no one knew what was waiting inside. Chapter 56. Encountering Green Tea Girl. The corridor was pitch black and filled with the smell of decay and mildew. The three of them chased the dog-headed zombie to the third floor. There were sporadic zombies wandering around along the way. When they chased to a place on the fourth floor, there were suddenly a lot of zombies. They lay on the ground and seemed to be gnawing on something, blocking the entire corridor. The dog-headed zombie was agile, and he jumped over a few zombies. Then he slipped away through the congested circle. But Qin Qian and his friends were not so lucky, as they were completely blocked. Song Zhi's lightning strike only blew away the outer layer. The densely packed zombies inside were like maggots in the bones, and there was nothing he could do about it. The three of them made a prompt decision and turned around, preparing to go up the stairs on the other side to continue the pursuit. As soon as they turned around, they saw 7 or 8 red eyes staring at them eagerly. Wow, it turns out that little corpse king still has a trick up his sleeve. If you're ordered by the zombies not to move, you can still use the zombie dogs. Song Zhi didn't take these little karamis seriously. He narrowed his eyes slightly and rushed towards the zombie dogs. Qin Qian also swung his sword to kill the zombies, slaughtering all the zombies inside and outside the 3 layers. Until I saw the thing on the ground that the zombies were flocking to. It was a corpse, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Every bit of flesh on his body had been eaten by the zombies, leaving it bloody and bruised. The bones were also torn into pieces. The disgusting smell of blood suddenly filled the air. Qin Qian frowned in disdain and continued to clean up the remaining zombies. At this moment, the door of a classroom not far away opened a crack. A few pairs of eyes looked over cautiously, and when they saw someone killing zombies crazily, they were immediately overjoyed. The door was opened, and several people rushed out. A delicate female voice shouted, "Great, someone came to rescue us. We are saved." Qin Qian and the other two. "Who told you we were here to save you?" Qin Qian really wanted to ask her, did she look like the savior? Or is it that she has Madonna carved on her left cheek, white lotus written on her right cheek, and a flower printed on her forehead? The 3 of them were in perfect harmony and ignored the little girl. After killing the zombies in front of them, they ran forward and prepared to go upstairs. The 4 people who came out, 3 men and 1 woman, all thought they were coming towards them. He immediately waved excitedly. "Hi. Hello." As a result, the 3 of them passed by them like the wind, with no intention of stopping at all. If a zombie dog hadn't suddenly rushed out from the classroom next door and stopped them, Qin Qian and the other 2 would probably not have reacted by the time they went upstairs. After killing the ungrateful zombie dog, the 3 people behind quickly caught up. Jiazin Zaijujiao immediately said, "Aren't you here to save us? Take us out." Qin Qian frowned. "Get out of the way." The little clip that has always been pampered by the group was actually rejected, or a woman who looks 10 times more beautiful than you, even under the streetlight. A long-haired boy next to her tugged at her and said, "Okay, stop talking. They may have their own things to do. The zombies have been cleared. Let's go." Although his voice was calm, there was a sense of authority in his tone. Xiao Jiaojiao was unwilling to do so. "Brother Xiaomu, although the zombies here have been cleared, there are still many zombies outside, and there are many intelligent zombies. Why not ask this brother to take us out?" She pointed at Song Zhi and gave him a look. Song Zhi is a person with lightning ability and a leader in using thunder. He didn't expect that today it would be his turn to be electrocuted. Wow, what a nice pot of Maojian tea. It's so green that it makes people feel uneasy. The one who just killed the zombies in front of them was Qin Qian. Song Zhi came later. Not to mention why the other party would take you guys a few burdens away. If you want to find someone, you should look for Qin Qian. What does it have to do with Song Zhi? Died of laughter. I came out to play in the wild and met a green tea girl. Qin Qian's face was terribly cold. He pushed the small clip away and ran toward the stairs in front. Xiao Jiao whimpered and fell to the side. A boy with earrings quickly caught her and asked angrily, "What's wrong with you? Why did you bump into someone?" Qin Qian ignored him and disappeared at the end of the stairs. Song Zhi chased after him, but was grabbed by Xiao Jiao by the sleeve. The skinny, dark-skinned little face pouted, making an expression that he thought was absolutely beautiful and cute, and said aggrievedly, "Little brother, look how fierce she is." Song Zhi didn't even raise his eyelids. He turned his wrist and made a sword flower with his tang sword. The blade flashed with a cold light and slashed towards Jiao's hand mercilessly. If the man with the earring hadn't been quick enough to pull her away, I'm afraid these fingers would have been lost. After dealing with the annoying guy, Song Zhi followed Qin Qian. Zhang Qizhen, on the other hand, smiled leisurely and said, "Sister, is your last name Kong?" Xiao Jiaozi was angry that her beauty was ignored, and replied unhappily, "No, why?" "Oh, I thought your name was Kong Shuifu. I used to drink that brand of green tea." Xiao Jiaozi finally realized that Zhang Qi had really called her a green tea. After Zhang Qizhen finished speaking, he ran upstairs amid Jiao's angry curses. The long-haired little brother Mu looked at the backs of the three people and whispered, "Let's go quickly. Those people are not easy to deal with. Lingling, don't be willful anymore." Lingling was immediately annoyed. "How am I being willful? They're so powerful. So what if they help us? If we go out now, won't we just die? There are so many monsters outside. Who among you could defeat them?" Xiao Mu's face suddenly turned gloomy and ugly. He pointed at the body on the ground and said angrily, "If you hadn't been so willful and insisted on going out to look for earrings, would Sister Miao have died here?" They had been hiding in the classroom before, but Lingling insisted that the earrings her mother gave her were lost and dragged Sister Miao from the strength department out to look for the earrings. Somehow, I ended up offending the zombies. Lingling came back, but Sister Miao was dead. The entire team felt deeply saddened to lose such a gentle, kind, and capable teammate. After being scolded loudly, Lingling started to cry, feeling very aggrieved. The earring brother immediately hugged Lingling gently. "Okay, stop crying. I don't blame you." Xiaomu didn't mean anything else. Someone died. Everyone is very sad, and he is also worried. Brother Earrings quickly winked at Xiaomu, signaling Xiaomu to come and comfort Lingling. Xiaomu rolled his eyes and turned away. What kind of comfort is that? What else can she do besides crying? He is brainless and a loser, and he acts like a spoiled brat when things don't go his way. If her cousin wasn't the captain of the organization, this stupid woman should have been killed at the beginning of the apocalypse. Xiaomu turned around and went back to get his belongings, preparing to evacuate as soon as possible. Seeing that Xiaomu didn't comfort her, Lingling decided not to cry anymore. Instead, he glanced coldly at Sister Miao's body on the ground. Dead? She deserved it. Who told her to rely on her looks to compete with her for Xiaomu? Xiaomu is the team leader of the three major teams in their organization. He is handsome and capable. How many girls want to be with him? Lingling had taken great pains to squeeze in next to him, so how could she let someone else get there first? Lingling shook off the hand of the guy with the dog earrings in disgust and walked into the house. Only the short boy TG, who had remained silent from beginning to end, was squatting beside Sister Miao's body, with a sad expression and red and swollen eyes. He turned his head and glanced at the woman twisting her slender waist in the room, his eyes full of hatred. Chapter 57. I have been blessed with an infinite fortune, and I will do justice for you. Qin Qian finally trapped the dog-headed zombie in a bathroom. The other party also knew that he could no longer escape and prepared to fight to the death. Qin Qian's eyes flashed with excitement, and he fought with it waving his knife. She was not in a hurry to kill him, but instead tried to attack again and again, using it to practice her skills. Soon, the dog-headed zombie was defeated and was completely suppressed by Qin Qian to the point where it could not move. Qin Qian let out a long sigh. Xiao Song, come and practice. This is a rare opportunity. Dog-headed zombie. So I'm a teaching aide? You guys are still here, right? Is there any justice in this world? You are not human beings when you illegally exploit dogs for labor. Song Zhi did not refuse and rushed over with a knife. After a round of fighting with swords, guns, sticks, and clubs, the dog-headed zombie fell to the ground and was in pieces. The human head was crying, and the dog was panting and wailing in pain. Zhang Qian twisted his neck and said, "Is it my turn?" The dog-headed zombie's eyes burst into angry despair. "Damn it, is this going to end?" Finally, with Zhang Qian's sharp knife, the poor training dog was finally freed. The crystal nucleus is the size of a peanut, crystal clear, like crystal. The three of them went downstairs chatting and laughing, exchanging combat experiences. I reached the previous floor and dug out the crystal cores of the zombies that I had killed in the corridor. I didn't expect that the 4 people hadn't left yet, because Lingling was sitting on the ground crying, saying that she wouldn't leave until she could find the earrings her mother gave her. The guy with the dog earrings coaxed and persuaded her, and even took out the only remaining bottle of drink to make her happy. But she just sat there and cried, and nothing could be done to comfort her. Xiao Mu was overwhelmed. It really was worthy of being a first-level water-related ability. She kept crying and crying. It had been more than 20 minutes, and she still had tears. There were so many tears. She didn't stop crying until Qin Qian and the others came down and started digging for the crystal core. Haha, if you don't know what she is thinking, you'd be a fool, right? Isn't it just that you like that handsome guy who is both good-looking and capable, and you want to hook up with him? But the dog-licking earring brother didn't suspect anything and kept guarding behind her. Qin Qian skillfully pried open the zombie's skull and rummaged through the brain with his gloved hands. The crackling and gurgling sounds made Lingling's scalp tingle and her crown of the head feel cold. So disgusting and violent. How could there be such a fierce woman? Her crystal cores were washed clean by her suitors and given to her. You have to coax her into accepting it. She looked at Song Zhi's handsome face and his strong chest muscles and arms. I really want to snuggle in. He must be a very capable man. She bit her lip shyly. In every aspect. Humph, that rude woman is not worthy of him at all. So Lingling pretended to look for her earrings on the ground, but actually she quietly approached Song Zhi. It's almost like sticking it on someone else. Zhang Qian looked so small that she used her toes to kick a head under her feet. Lingling wasn't paying attention and stepped on it, falling into the black blood and brain matter. Her body was covered in brains, and she screamed and struggled to get up. As a result, the more he struggled, the more his body was covered with smelly black blood and brain matter. Finally, your face is covered with paste, and your mouth is filled with it. He kept dry heaving. Zhang Qian's mouth corners twitched immediately. I am so blessed. I'm doing justice for you. The guy with the earrings quickly went over to help her, took a deep breath of the smell, and almost died on the spot. At this time, Qin Qian came over, bent down, and asked her, "What are you doing here?" Lingling dislikes her, but she can't ruin her character. I could only pretend to be well-behaved and said, "I'm looking for the earrings that fell on the ground. They're the only relics my mother left me." Qin Qian pretended to understand and raised an eyebrow, then stretched out her hand towards her. "Your mother's earrings are not made of crystal cores, right? Just pick up the earrings. The other things don't belong to you. Give them back to me." The corners of Lingling's mouth twitched. Why did she feel like she was being scolded? She got up and used the trickling water in her hands to wash the dirt off her body. While quibbling, "Sister, please don't wrongly accuse me. I really didn't." As she spoke, tears started to fall from her eyes. She shook her head pitifully and shrank into the arms of the guy with the earrings. The man with the earrings avoided her dirty side and hugged the cleaner side. "Isn't this like calling a dog something you dislike?" The earring brother coaxed softly. "Okay, it's okay. I know you are innocent. Don't cry. Let's go." Qin Qian sneered. "You can go, but hand over the crystal core. You stole things when we weren't paying attention. You're a thief." A moment of guilt flashed across Lingling's eyes. But thinking that he would be able to upgrade to the second level soon, these 4 crystal cores were very important. She can't give. Besides, they have so many crystal cores. What's the problem if she just takes 4? I've never seen such a stingy person. She looked up at Song Zhi aggrievedly. "Little brother, please believe me, I really didn't do that. My sister can't wrongly accuse me just because she's jealous." Song Zhi frowned, looked at Qin Qian, and then looked at her. "Sister?" He shook his head in disdain. "I think you look like her aunt." Instantly, Lingling's face was praised. "She is only 27. What kind of old lady is she? Can this man speak?" Qin Qian chuckled. "I'm afraid it won't work. My uncle may not be happy with it." She looked at Song Zhi and smiled with her eyes curved. Zhang Qijin poked his head over and said, Miss Kong, open your eyes wide and take a closer look. Are all these guys around you as handsome as our brother Song's toes? Still jealous? Are you jealous of your flat nose and yellow face? Or are you jealous of the smooth road ahead and the steep waterfall behind? You don't even look in the mirror before you speak. Oh, it's the end of the world. There are no mirrors, but there's always urine, right? Qin Qian couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into laughter. Song Zhi couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy was the worst. If I don't want to be a Taoist priest anymore, it would be nice to do crosstalk. Ling was so angry that her whole body was shaking and tears were falling down. Her cute little white flower persona could no longer stand up, and she shouted at the earring guy, "Go slap his mouth." Song Zhi immediately stepped forward, condensed a ball of lightning in his right hand, and stared at them with an attitude of "come on if you want to fight." Qin Qian couldn't help but chuckle. A weak first-level water-type green tea, a wood-type and fog-type bootlicker, and the strongest captain is just a second-level night vision plus weather control. And the one who doesn't speak, you are considered the best at controlling objects, but you are only at level 1, which is really not that impressive. It doesn't mean that if there's no one who can fight, I don't even want to bully you. After Qin Qian finished speaking, the 4 people looked at each other. How do you know? Who are you? Are you sent by Ho Lang? Captain Xiao Mu was extremely alert. How could he not be panicked when his cards were known to everyone else? Qin Qian approached step by step, and the 4 men retreated step by step under her momentum. What the hell is this about the front and back waves? Who cares about you? You are the captain. Tell that little green tea to hand over the stuff. Otherwise, I will dig out the crystal cores in your brains. Her soft, cute, and naive little face was particularly pleasing to the eye, but the words she said made people break out in cold sweats. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Zhi behind her cooperated very well and activated his supernatural power to the maximum. Instantly, the lights in the entire corridor responded. First there was a crackling sound, and then it exploded into pieces one after another. Everyone was so scared that they shrank their necks and dared not speak. Those who like to read this will give a 5-star praise added to the bookshelf so you won't get lost. Those who don't like it, take a look at it more. Maybe you will like it, hee. Chapter 58 raised his hand and slapped her. Ling bit her lower lip and looked up at Qin Qian. Can you give it to me? I really need it. Qin Qian said, You have to give it to me if you need it? I'm your mother. Get back to me. She stretched out her hand and stared at Ling coldly. Ling clenched her hands into fists in her pockets, her nails digging into her flesh. The feeling of humiliation made her suffocate. Xiaomu quickly whispered, Give it to them. Don't cause trouble for everyone. This is already a stern warning. Ling took out 2 crystal cores reluctantly and handed them to Qin Qian. She took it and shook it with a smile. There are 2 more, one for strength and one for swiftness. Give them to me. Ling was extremely surprised. How did she know? She picked up 4 in total, and she didn't even know what type of crystal core they were. How did this woman know? Ling had no choice but to take out the remaining 2. The disappointment and anger in her heart, mixed with jealousy and resentment, immediately overwhelmed her mind, which was not clear to begin with. She loosened her grip and dropped it to the ground. Oops, my hand slipped accidentally. I gave it back to you. You can pick it up yourself. She had everything planned out. When Qin Qian bent down to pick it up, she would kick that nasty face that was whiter and prettier than her. Ruined her appearance. So what if the man behind her is powerful? She just didn't believe that Xiao Mu, Air Ding, and TG would be unable to beat them. She's the captain's sister. They all have to risk their lives to protect her. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Qin Qian didn't bend down, but raised his hand and slapped her. Bang! The sound echoed in the corridor, exceptionally clear and loud. Qin Qian said impatiently, Pick it up. What the hell is this here? You are still acting like a spoiled brat. Do you really think that everyone in the world is your mother? Everyone has to spoil you. You dare to hit me? Ling couldn't believe it. Bang! Another slap was given and Ling fell against the wall. Zhang Qi really enjoyed watching it and clenched his fist with joy. Damn it. I want to beat her up for a long time. Well done, Sister Qian. You are me. OMG. God. Earring tried to help her, but TG held her tightly. He still said nothing, but his pair of bloodshot eyes shot out cold rays of light from under his messy long hair. It was as if he hoped his gaze could pierce Ling. The man with earrings struggled for a moment, and Xiao Mu quickly grabbed him when he saw him. This bitch needs to be taught a lesson. They don't dare to teach their superiors relative the lesson, but there is always someone who dares to do so. Seeing that no one was supporting her, Ling cried for a long time and refused to bend down to pick it up. The man with the earrings couldn't bear it any longer. He pushed the others aside, bent down, picked up 2 crystal cores, and handed them to Ling. I'll pick them up for you. Go give them to her. I'll get you something delicious when we get back. Okay. Ling pushed her hard. Get out of here, you piece of trash. Why is she surrounded by so much trash? Wouldn't it be great if she had a strong man like Song Zhi to protect her? How could she suffer like this? Ling stuffed the crystal core into Qin Qian's hand, turned around, and ran away crying. The man with earrings quickly chased after him to comfort him. Qin Qian just found it funny. At what age is he still acting in idol dramas? Some people are too well protected and spoiled. Do they really think they will never grow up? Xiaomu said with some guilt, I'm sorry, as the captain, I didn't discipline you guys enough and caused you guys trouble. Regardless of whether you guys are here to help us or not, you finally solved our urgent problem and saved our lives. He took out a bottle of clean mineral water and swallowed almost imperceptibly. This is a thank you gift. Please don't refuse it. Xiaomu used to be an administrator in the company and knows the ways of the world best. These 3 people are not gods who are easy to mess with. It is her business if that idiot Ling offends them. You just have to do your best to help the other party and hope that he won't be implicated. Qin Qian and the other 2 were very smart and naturally understood what he meant. She smiled and said, It was an accidental act. It seems like I did it on purpose to accept your thank you gift. You can keep the water. I know your intention. She turned and left, unwilling to stay any longer. Her body was sticky, and she wanted to go back to take a shower and turn on the air conditioner. When Xiaomu heard her say this, he immediately felt relieved. Qin Qian and the other 2 went downstairs, and Zhang Qizhen vividly described the expression on Little Green Tea's face just now. He was so happy that he almost jumped up, as if he was the one who slapped that bitch twice. Qin Qian found it funny and couldn't help asking, You are a cultivator. Why are you so emotional? How did you become an immortal? Zhang Qizhen waved his hand, raised his chin, and narrowed his eyes. The way is natural. This is my temperament. I always just watch things in a hurry, cry when I want to cry, laugh when I want to laugh, vomit when I drink too much, and feel pain when I get beaten. I don't want to change myself. If I can be included in the immortal class in the future, I will definitely have a share. If not, that's fine. It's just another reincarnation. Qin Qian chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. Dude, you're very insightful. Sister, I see that you have extraordinary bones. Why don't you also become a Taoist? Zhang Qizhen was not teasing her. Qin Qian and Song Zhi both had rare good qualities. If they were willing, he would really bring them back to his sect. By then, they will be his junior brothers and sisters, and he can bully them. Ahahaha. Qin Qian quickly shook her head. No, I can't bear to give up beef. I have to eat beef buns, beef dumplings, tomato, beef brisket, steak, beef oil hot pot, beef ribs tripe, yellow throat tripe, and beef stomach hot pot, beef jerky. Okay. Zhang Qizhen quickly made a stop gesture. Stop talking, just pretend I didn't mention it. Seeing him like this, Qin Qian couldn't help rubbing her hands. You've never eaten it before, are you greedy, let me tell you. There are still many delicious beef dishes. For example, beef dragon, beef hot pot, fat beef with golden needles, fat beef in sour soup, fat beef with onion rice, and fat beef slices with cumin. Zhang Qizhen covered his ears. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Ignore me, you are the stupid dog, ah. He shouted and ran. Qin Qian followed him and kept muttering to him. Song Zhi pinched the bridge of his nose speechlessly, feeling like a teacher in a kindergarten class. To comfort the children, the 3 of them came to the playground, planning to dig out the zombies they had killed before. I don't know when, for tails appeared behind me. It was the same 4 people just now. They didn't want to provoke the big guy again, so they just followed him from a distance and tried to escape from here first. Qin Qian didn't care. Just follow him as long as he didn't do anything stupid. Unexpectedly, just as they walked onto the playground, a scream suddenly sounded behind them, and hurried footsteps came running towards them from afar. Qin Qian quickly turned around, only to see the 4 men looking terrified and running towards them at full speed. Something is chasing them. The silent boy was using his weak supernatural power to control some stones, fallen trees, and other things, and attacking the darkness not far away. However, there seems to be little effect. Xiaomu yelled, Run, it's the ghouls. They're much more powerful than zombies. Run. Chapter 59 Surrounded. Qin Qian's eyes lit up. Ghoul? That's going to be fun. Qin Qian has seen this thing before, and it is indeed powerful. This is not the ghoul from the anime, a variant of zombies. At the beginning, they were the lowest level zombies, and other zombies ate human flesh and animal flesh. Since they can't steal from others, they can only eat corpses. Zombies are mutated by the virus, and their bodies are poisonous on top of poison. Over time, the zombies that ate corpses mutated even more severely. They like carrion and feed on dead bodies. Later, it evolved to have dark blue, gray, and purple skin all over its body, a swollen upper body, and a green face and fangs. They have short legs and a lot of muscles, and are very strong. They usually run using both hands and feet. It looks like a low-profile version of the Hulk with a shrunken lower body. They run around in groups in every corner of the city and rush to eat any corpses they come across. Generally speaking, they will not attack living people, unless there are corpses all around you and you are filled with corpse odor. The ghouls will think you're a running corpse. They will also chase you and gnaw you. Qin Qian thought back to his previous life, the 5th year of the apocalypse. These guys have evolved to be as big as a baby elephant, with skin as hard as rock. A mortar shell only broke the skin a little. The entire head is huge, and the mouth protrudes like a crocodile, full of dense fangs. Even the tongue and upper teeth are covered with barbs. Once you put anything into your mouth, it is impossible to spit it out. What's even more terrifying is that they are extremely poisonous, just like the Komodo dragon, with deadly germs and viruses all over their bodies. Even if it's just a little bit of saliva touching your wound. It will also cause the body to rot and deteriorate starting from the wound, like a rotten apple. In addition to the big base and the central base, there are some inhibitors in the hands of the head leaders. In addition, any civilians or people with special abilities, if bitten, should write a suicide note immediately. Or find a place you like, lie down and wait to die. Qin Qian thought so much as his mind raced. Looking at these primary forms of zombies now, I actually think some of them are cute. While they were thinking, for people had already run in front of them. Xiao Mu panted and said, "As long as we leave the place where there are so many corpses and the smell of corpses is gone, we will be safe. Run." Qin Qian glanced at the zombies and found that there were not many of them. But she didn't have enough fun today. He glanced at Song Zhi, who curled the corners of his lips, smiled, and nodded. Zhang Qijin rubbed his hands and said, "Brothers, it's time to get started." Those 4 people were confused. Are these 3 crazy? Why do you feel like they are addicted to playing? Help! Lingling became more and more jealous of Qin Qian. I think Qin Qian is just good looking. What's the big deal about him swinging a knife and chopping a few zombies? Those zombies are just idiots. Who can't just stand there and let people chop them up? She felt that Qin Qian must be a coward who was relying on the power of others to bully others. She is pampered by 2 such outstanding men, and it is obvious that she has never been hungry even after such a long time in the apocalypse. Her skin is so white, she is dressed so cleanly, and she looks like a beautiful fox with a sweet voice. I guess she has never experienced wind and rain. She only needed to stand in front of the 2 men to act so majestic, and she could even dare to beat people and steal things. You stinky bitch, you can tell at first glance that she's good in bed. She kept those 2 guys busy. Otherwise, why should she, a woman, do so? Unfortunately, Lingling would never have imagined that it was Qin Qian who was pampering these 2 men. If she saw Qin Qian's dozens of acres of fertile land and the space that was filled to the brim, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll turn into a zombie. Seeing that they were going crazy, the 4 men could only run for their lives. Unexpectedly, he stopped after running just a few steps. There were also zombies approaching from behind, and pairs of eyes flashing dimly were seen on all sides. This was a conscious build-up. They were surrounded. Qin Qian slowly closed his eyes, as if he didn't care about the crisis around him at all. The next second, Song Zhi and Zhang Qijin felt an invisible warm energy enveloping their whole bodies. The originally somewhat tired body was instantly repaired, and energy filled every joint. It felt like waking up in a sunny bed on a spring afternoon. I slept very comfortably, all my fatigue disappeared, I stretched out, feeling warmed by the sun, and my body felt soft. They all looked at Qin Qian in surprise, guessing that she was helping them. But no response was received. With a roar from the monster, the zombies instantly pounced towards the few people. Qin Qian suddenly opened his eyes and swung his knife. The battle quickly became intense, and 6 of the 7 people joined the battle. Only Lingling huddled behind the man with earrings, her lips trembling with fear and her face pale. "Call!" There was a sound of breaking wind. "Careful!" I don't know who shouted, but the next second, A huge rock more than a person's height came towards Qin Qian. Qin Qian noticed something unusual and quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the falling boulder. Bump! With a loud bang, a big hole was created on the ground. Accompanied by Lingling's pig-slaughtering scream, everyone quickly moved away. Oh! There was another burst of monster screams, and Qin Qian saw that among the group of zombies, there was a monster with an abnormally swollen upper body. Its arms had begun to turn shiny black, with blue veins entwined around them, like two giant sweet potatoes. This is a ghoul that has evolved to a higher level, named Ask the Way. Because his arms are so strong, he can throw boulders weighing up to 1 ton. The so-called throwing a stone to test the water, he is also called the one who asks for directions. You see, the Chinese are so poetic and picturesque, and they even give monster names in such a scholarly way. If a straight girl like Qin Qian were to name him, she would simply call him the litterer. Qin Qian rolled over and got up. Seeing that Song Zhi and the others were not injured, he felt a little relieved. But the person asking for directions raised a piece of reinforced concrete again and threw it towards Qin Qian and the others. Haha! It also knows that the person with the highest rank and the biggest threat among this group of people is actually Qin Qian. Have vision. Qin Qian once again dodged the stones thrown by the person asking for directions and successfully chopped off the head of the zombie with one knife. From the corner of her eye, she saw Lingling's eyes darting around behind her, and her hand seemed to be restlessly ready to strike. Qin Qian could probably guess what she was thinking, and was afraid that the next time someone asking for directions would throw stones at her, she would want to hide. Lingling would push Qin Qian hard and let her die under the boulder. Trash little green tea, you're just dreaming. Qin Qian gathered all his strength in his hands and seemingly casually swung his wrist, throwing the knife in his hand towards the person asking for directions. Swish! The knife flashed with a silvery white light, drew a beautiful arc in the night sky, and directly pierced the head of the person asking for directions. The huge rock it had just lifted fell to the ground. The huge body fell down with a loud bang and remained motionless. There's only one direction seeker among this group of zombies. If we deal with it, at least we don't have to worry about long-range attacks. When Lingling saw Qin Qian kill the monster so easily, a fire of evil surged in her heart. Although she has never killed a zombie, since zombies are so easy to kill, then she could do it too. Why is this stinky woman trying to show off? Just as she was thinking this, a zombie suddenly bit down on her neck. Don't want. The guy with the earrings was just shaken away by the boulder, and now he has no time to run over. He can only shout in despair. Lingling realized the danger behind her, turned her head suddenly, and screamed in fright. It's over, she is dead now. Chapter 60. The dead have the tightest mouths. Of course Qin Qian saw it, but she didn't intend to care. The malice she showed towards him just now was enough to make Qin Qian want to kill her. It would be best if he was bitten to death, so that she wouldn't have to dirty her hands. But someone kicked a corpse oozing with black blood while chopping the zombies, and it hit the zombie that was about to eat Lingling. It screamed when it was hit and flew far away. Depend on. Qin Qian's mother tongue at this moment is speechless. She has no weapons in her hands now, and if she wants to get weapons from space, she has to use her backpack as cover. But the backpack was dropped more than 10 meters away when she rolled over. She raised her foot and wanted to rush over, but saw the knocked-over zombie got up and attacked her again. Lingling screamed like a pig being slaughtered and rushed over to hug Qin Qian. Qin Qian quickly dodged, but her claws still grabbed Qin Qian's clothes, and she shouted, "Help, help!" Ah! She thought that Qin Qian was at his most vulnerable moment, as he had no weapon in his hands. When the zombies come, she will push Qin Qian out to block the bullets. No one saw it here, so she just had to insist that Qin Qian didn't run away. Just like what happened to Sister Meow before. As soon as Qin Qian died, she cried bitterly and said that Qin Qian died accidentally while trying to save her. If I slap myself twice and scold myself a few times, can those men still blame myself? Most likely, seeing her pitiful appearance, he would feel sympathy for her. By then, everything happened so naturally. However, her script is considered plagiarism, because Qin Qian thought so too. At the moment she was thinking about killing Qin Qian also looked around. Seeing that no one noticed this side, her eyes dimmed, and she was ready to pull out a knife from the space and cut her in half. So what if she saw it? The dead have the tightest mouths. At the moment when both of them were thinking of something bad, something unexpected happened. TG, who had been silent all this time, suddenly appeared in front of them. He controlled a broken tree trunk and thrust it directly into the ghoul's abdomen, pinning it to the ground. The zombies at this time have just begun to evolve and have not yet reached the level of an iron wall. Their abdomen is their weakness. Ahem! TG coughed and fell to his knees with a thud. Qin Qian knew that he was overusing his supernatural powers. She hurried back to pull TG. Seeing that there were more and more monsters around, Ling said quickly, "Let's go. Why do you care about him?" Qin Qian sneered and raised his hand. Ling was so scared that she screamed and quickly covered her face. Qin Qian ran back to pull TG, and accidentally he saw his profile. Suddenly, a certain place in my heart was pressed hard. A familiar dull pain came. This profile looked so familiar. Who is it? She couldn't remember. TG glanced at her, expressionless, and barely stood up and said, "It's okay." Qin Qian put away his confused thoughts and decided not to be distracted on the battlefield. She kicked away another zombie and saw that the battle on Song Zhi's side was very fierce, getting ready to help. Then I heard a scream behind me. She turned her head, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. Ling actually used a fruit knife to chop at the zombie's head. She saw Qin Qian and the others chopping zombies one by one, as easily as cutting fruit. I thought that the zombie had been dead for too long, and its skull had become soft and easy to cut, so I must be able to do it too. Once she gets the crystal core to upgrade, the first thing she will do is kill Qin Qian. I didn't expect this head to be so hard. The blade of the knife was bent, and it only cut the face of one zombie. Damn it! TG and Qin Qian were both grinding their teeth. We are already surrounded by ghouls, but we still have to face the summons. Will this night ever end? It must be too late for them to return to the battle group. Qin Qian ran towards the comprehensive building at the corner like a gust of wind. Of course, she didn't want to go into the complex building, but she saw a small warehouse on the first floor next to it. There was a wall ladder leading to the roof, which was easy to climb. She planned to hide first, as recharging required a relatively safe environment. Although it only takes 3 seconds, in the current situation, a delay of 1 second means life and death. TG dragged Ling, who was already scared to death, and rushed over behind Qin Qian. Qin Qian was the first to climb to the roof. The two people behind him ran over like crazy, scrambling to climb up. A lot of zombies and mutated animals suddenly appeared from nowhere and followed closely. After Qin Qian finished his replenishment, the two men also climbed up, both gasping heavily. Qin Qian was wondering whether he should take out a knife and chop both of them to death. But TG is innocent, and he just saved her once. It would be bad to kill him, right? While the struggle between heaven and man was going on, Ling took the initiative to attack. She raised her right hand, and there was clear water flowing in her hand. He first put it to his lips and sucked it twice with a smug and boastful look on his face, then let out a comfortable moan. Seeing that the two people beside me were sweating profusely, it was easy to imagine that they must be thirsty now. She turned to Qin Qian and said, "Do you want some water? I have water-related abilities and can get the clearest and sweetest water. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll give you some." Qin Qian was disdainful. It is true that these days, groundwater resources are basically exhausted. How precious is water? However, Qin Qian thought about the 500 large water tanks and hundreds of tons of clear and sweet water in his space. "Do you need the water she gave you?" Ling raised her head contemptuously, kneeled down. Qin Qian chuckled and shook his head speechlessly. Perhaps Qin Qian's contemptuous attitude completely angered Ling. She waved her hand, and a stream of water splashed right on Qin Qian's face. Ling giggled. "Ha ha ha! Idiot! Does this feel familiar? Is it the same as being sprayed by XX? Just open your mouth and drink. You probably drink a lot anyway." She thought she was very proud of herself, thinking that she had hit Qin Qian's sore spot and could humiliate her severely. Anyway, she no longer has that powerful knife in her hand, so it's no big deal. He has TG by his side, and he will definitely protect her. But she didn't see that when TG on the side saw her trying to commit suicide, he quickly took a step back and moved away. TG has been an orphan since childhood and has always been taught by his cousin. My cousin once said that you should stay away from some people. Otherwise, when he is struck by lightning, it may easily affect you. Qin Qian sneered and wiped the water off his face nonchalantly, turning his head and staring at Ling. First level water system. Little Karami dares to show off his skills in front of an expert. Her eyes turned cold, and she opened her right hand towards Lingling. Unfortunately, I'm also a water element, level 3. After saying that, a stream of water as fierce as a high-pressure water gun suddenly sprayed towards Lingling. The force was so great that Lingling's thin body was instantly knocked into the air. The little bitch didn't even have time to scream before she fell into the group of zombies. Chapter 61 Green Tea Lingling Offline. Ha ha, idiot, D. Qin Qian thought she was fast enough, but she didn't expect someone to be faster than her. An electric wire was wrapped around Lingling's right foot, pulling her out of the zombie swarm. Lingling was so frightened that she became incontinent because she was hung upside down. The urine flowed down her body and covered her face and mouth. It was TG. He used his supernatural powers to rescue the bitch. Depend on. Qin Qian snorted coldly and frowned. It seemed that there were quite a few stumbling blocks. Then don't blame me, your sister, for being cold-blooded and heartless. Qin Qian sneered and lowered his brows. Once you have the intention to kill, things will be much easier. TG had no idea that Qin Qian behind him was about to hit him in the kidney in shock. In a somewhat lame tone, he said coldly, Son Bailing, I want you to kneel down and apologize to the ghost of Sister Meow. Otherwise, I will throw you down. Think it over. I'll only say it once. Qin Qian paused in drawing his sword and looked at TG suspiciously. Oh wow, there's a story here. Lingling clasped her hands together and cried incoherently, I beg, let me go. I promise. I promise. TG put her down. Lingling lay on the ground, gasping for breath, looking half dead. She held her heart delicately and sobbed. TG was a little nervous, and he stammered, Kneel down and apologize. Lingling knelt down quickly and said sincerely, Sister Meow Meow, I apologize to you. I shouldn't. She pretended to cough and wheeze, but in fact her eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Qian wanted to laugh at the poor acting. TG roared, Speak now. Lingling gritted her teeth, turned around suddenly, opened her arms, and sprayed a stream of water towards TG. Why should I apologize to that bitch? You like her so much. Why don't you go down and be with her? The force of this water column is completely different from the previous one. It is much stronger. It was Lingling who exploded her potential in anger and used up all her supernatural powers. TG was sprayed all over his body. He tilted and fell straight backwards. At the same time, he did not forget to grit his teeth and used his last bit of strength to direct the electric wire, wrapping it around Lingling's feet, hanging her up, and throwing her into the pile of zombies. Qin Qian was quick-witted and grabbed TG by the collar, pulled him up, and threw him on the roof. TG had just experienced a life-and-death situation. He was so scared that his face turned pale, his lips turned purple, and his eyes were wide open. Not far away came Lingling's desperate screams and the sound of her flesh being torn and eaten by zombies. It makes my teeth ache. Finally, it ended with her throat being bitten, blood flowing into her nasal cavity, and her screams being drowned out by the blood. Soon, the wires controlling TG were lifted up again. Wrapped on it was a foot wearing a worn-out canvas shoe. TG got up in shock, but there was obvious joy on his face at having his revenge. He looked up at the sky in the morning light, his voice choked with sobs. A meow. Rest in peace. I'll kill her for you. He thought of the gentle woman who was not his sister, but was better than his sister. She has been taking care of him since the end of the world. He remembered that he had asked Sister Meow why she was so nice to him. She said she also had a younger brother who was the same age as him. The brother and sister either don't see each other on weekdays, or they quarrel when they do. The end of the world is coming, and the parents lose contact. The brother and sister are finally reunited. During the escape, the younger brother was still acting ignorantly and making trouble. She didn't want to eat this, didn't want that, and picked and threw away the food she had worked so hard to find. That day, the two sisters were in a cold war, and they were besieged by mutant animals while looking for food. Her brother, who had always avoided her like a snake, actually rushed in front of her and saved her with his own life. Later she realized that her brother was picky just to get his sister to eat more. The younger brother acts rebellious and unfilial in front of his parents, just to make his parents, who favor boys over girls, love his sensible sister more. He has always loved his sister. Qin Qian didn't intend to know what happened between him and Sister Meow. If she hadn't caught a glimpse of inexplicable familiarity on his face, she wouldn't even have saved him. She said, How are you going to explain this to your companions? TG wiped his tears, and Qin Qian looked at TG. Then he said silently, "She fell down by herself. I tried to save her, but failed." Qin Qian shrugged. "Well, she is quite careless. Why doesn't she stand more steadily?" When TG heard that she was still in the mood to joke, his dead face finally showed some expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Thank you for saving me just now. Otherwise, I would have become the one who was accidentally a—" Qin Qian didn't answer, but looked down at the zombies under his feet. Their eyes were covered with cataracts, and they waved their hands stupidly and tried to catch them, which was like shouting. This scene is a bit like a celebrity concert. Qin Qian felt like she was a little childish and burst out laughing. TG didn't understand what was wrong with this crazy woman. When she killed Ling just now, her eyes were so fierce that he trembled. Now his smile is so innocent again. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky and hit the group of zombies. The zombies that were hit stopped waving their arms and cheering instantly, and many of them even had their skulls shattered by the explosion. Immediately afterwards, 2 tornadoes rushed into the pile of zombies. The cold light flashed frequently like lightning. It was Song Zhi and Zhang Qi who were desperately slaughtering zombies. Song Zhi's eyes were bloodshot. His expression was serious. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and the aura around him was cold and crazy. It seems like he wants to kill all the zombies in 1 second. All the knives he enchanted could emit energy blades, which could kill zombies from a distance. However, Song Zhi's rank is not high, and generally he would not use such a trick that consumes a lot of supernatural powers. But now he couldn't care less, and he wielded the blade with both hands and killed madly, throwing the light blade into the zombie swarm without caring about his life. Qin Qian blinked her eyes. Was he trying to save herself? So anxious. But if she died, wouldn't that truckload of supplies belong to him? Fool! Qin Qian curled her lips, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There's a warmth in my heart, spreading slowly. She immediately used her special powers to increase the physical strength of him and Zhang Qijin. Sensing Qin Qian's special ability, Songji immediately turned around to look for her and finally saw Qin Qian waving at him on the roof of the cabin. Although she stood in darkness, it was as if she were standing in the light. The darkness is dispelled in an instant. He thought she was illuminated by the light, but now he realized that she was the one shining. The depressed and anxious heart suddenly felt at ease, and his hands chopped even more frantically, just to get closer to her, a little closer. After all the zombies around were killed, Qin Qian and TG climbed down the ladder. Song Zhi was barely able to stand at this moment, and he was trying hard to calm his violent breathing. My eyes were blurry and my nose was warm. Zhang Qijin exclaimed, "Oh my God, you have a nosebleed. Did you overexert yourself?" Song Zhi quickly wiped the blood from his nose and lowered his voice to a very low level. "Don't shout. Don't let her worry." By the way, he pinched Zhang Qijin's shoulder and signaled him to keep his secret. Zhang Qijin sighed and thought to himself, what a romantic guy. Crazy. Just now, Qin Qian lost his knife and was attacked again. It was as if a switch was turned on for Song Zhi, and he transformed instantly. He concentrated all his supernatural powers on the knife and chopped it continuously. Zhang Qi could really understand that Song Zhi wanted to protect Qin Qian as soon as possible. Zhang Qijin also wanted to protect her, but Song Zhi's madness frightened him. He spun and jumped on the field, his movements graceful and sharp, and every move was deadly. This guy killed more than half of the zombies by himself. The 3 people behind him looked like noobs following the boss and AFK to pick up leaks. Chapter 62 End. Spread the flowers. Even so, he continued to release lightning without regard for his life. The dancing purple lightning streaked across the sky like countless giant dragons. As mad as his master, he rushed towards the ground and smashed a huge crater in it. All the zombies around were blown to pieces. Even Zhang Qi was numb. He is only at the 2nd level. How could he have such terrifying power? Only now did he understand that he was so eager to save his wife that he had drained all his savings. Seeing Qin Qian coming over safely, Song Zhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He forced himself to hold on and not fall down at this moment. Everyone is exhausted after the war, and there's no guarantee that group of people won't have bad intentions. He couldn't hold her back at this time. When the guy with earrings heard that Ling was dead, he burst into tears and was extremely sad. Holding the remaining leg of Ling, he kept repeating her name. Qin Qian was too lazy to listen to his mourning, so he dug his ears and said, "Go back." Qin Qian and the other two were about to leave when Brother Earring roared, "Don't leave. Give Lingling back to me. Give it back to me." He rushed over to stop Qin Qian and asked with red eyes, "You are the ones who hurt her, it's you. Give her back to me." As he spoke, he used his special powers to attack Qin Qian and the others. Zhang Qizhen cursed and couldn't stand it anymore, so he kicked the guy with earrings to the ground. Zhang Qizhen pointed at him and cursed, "Fuck you. If you keep arguing, I'll kill you too." The guy with the earrings had already run out of strength after the battle, and now he was kicked in a vital part, causing his whole body to twitch in pain. He hugged the stump and curled up. "It's not like that. Lingling is the best girl. She saved my life, she healed my eyes, and she gave me warmth. Lingling, well, my girl, my girl." Upon hearing this, TG was so angry that his whole body trembled. He rushed forward 2 steps, opened his mouth, and tried very hard to speak. But he has always been silent, absorbed in his career, and his ability to speak seems to have deteriorated a lot. Coupled with anger, he was so stunned that he couldn't say anything for a long time. He stared at Lingling's half limb with gnashing teeth, and with a rage, he controlled the limb and threw it far away. This kind of dirty stuff is really disgusting. Brother Earring rushed out like crazy, trying to bring back Lingling's remaining limbs. But he didn't expect the body parts to fall, and there happened to be a zombie lying on the ground that was not yet dead. The stump was thrown right next to its mouth. Oh my God, braised chicken legs fell from the sky. Sangha picked it up and took 2 bites. When the guy with the earrings saw that his beloved woman's leg was bitten, he went crazy and pounced on the zombies. But he forgot that zombies are not the old sisters-in-law who will snatch the last box of eggs from you in the supermarket. If you try to steal things from zombies, you'll die. Roar, the zombie roared. He swung his claws and scratched his belly. The bright red internal organs flowed out, and the guy with earrings looked down at his stomach. As soon as he opened his mouth to scream, another zombie next to him, with only half of his body left, grabbed his intestines and put them into his mouth, biting them hard. Smelling the smell of blood, the zombies with only half of their faces and half of their bodies left all crawled up from the pile of corpses twitching. Soon, the guy with the earrings was pinned to the ground and was eaten up while screaming in misery and pain. Xiao Mu's scalp tingled when he saw this. He was originally planning to rescue her. But it was too late. He stopped after running a few steps. Qin Qian yawned and watched the whole process. At the end, they applauded. "What a touching love story, it's over. Throw flowers." Song Zhi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and couldn't help but poke her head with his finger. How can she be so cute and naughty? This little expression is so funny. I really want to see her do it again. It's over, he's going to fall. TG on the side clenched his fists and finally said, "This is not love, this is a scam." The one who saved the earring was not Lingling, but Sister Meow. Brother Mu was immediately shocked and asked, "What? Didn't Lingling save the earring?" At the beginning, Lingling, Sister Meow, TG, and Erding came together to join their organization. As soon as Lingling arrived, she spread the word everywhere, saying that she rescued Earring from the zombie group and brought him back to the camp after he was blinded by the zombies. He was given food and drink and stayed with him day and night to cure him. As a result, Lingling received constant praise in the organization, especially since she was a relative of the captain. Those men flocked to her and gave her the best. TG said, when the earring was picked up, Lingling disliked him and threw him out to attract zombies several times. It was Sister Meow who rescued him. It was Sister Meow who took care of him day and night. It's just that Sister Meow is not good at speaking and has always been doing things silently, so the earring can't remember her voice. But on the day he woke up, Lingling tried to steal his earrings when no one was paying attention. He thought Lingling was caressing him, so there was a misunderstanding ever since. Seeing that he had supernatural powers and was also good-looking, Lingling wanted to take him into her harem. They also forced us not to talk nonsense, otherwise they would not give us water. Sister Meow didn't care about these things, and she didn't allow me to cause any more trouble, so I just let her do what she wanted. TG is not good at speaking, and he was completely speechless after just a few words. Qin Qian had to sort it out in his mind again before he had a general idea of it. After hearing this, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Our Lady of the Last Days, the eternal and unchanging law. Sister Meow is really a good girl, but this world of cannibalism is obviously not suitable for her. After he finished speaking, Xiao Mu looked over there with disgust. I thought she was just spoiled and stupid, without much brains. I didn't expect that she was so evil from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Qizhen laughed, put his hands in his sleeves and said calmly, "What a pity! What a pity! Such a good ability, but he is just a love brain." My great-grandmaster once said, "If you see love brain, run away as fast as you can. If you eat love brain, zombies will be poisoned." Hey, the old man never lied to me. Song Zhi glared at him speechlessly. The old frivolous man raised a little frivolous boy. There really aren't any good people in their lineage. Qin Qian also laughed and said, "Didn't your great-grandfather say that in this world, except for zombies in northern Myanmar, no one can be open-hearted to another person? Look, he has been openly and sincerely to me." Zhang Qizhen nodded vigorously. Yes, he said so. Bullshit. Qin Qian sneered and raised his fist to hit him. Call it a day, go home. At this time, Xiao Mu came up to thank him, but his tone was a little hesitant and his eyes were a little vague. Qin Qian probably guessed what they wanted to say. "Captain Xiao Mu, if you have something to say, just say it." Xiao Mu coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. "I want to ask, do you have a place to go? Why not join our organization? Although our organization is not a big organization, it can't be compared with the base. But our captain has good character, powerful abilities, and our organization is full of talented people. If you guys are really willing to show your appreciation, it will be our blessing, and the captain will definitely treasure it very much." Qin Qian shrugged and smiled arrogantly. "If you want us to join, that's fine. I only have to ask you one question. If you answer it, I'll go with you." Xiao Mu suddenly became serious involuntarily. He nodded and said, "Ask." He really wants to recruit Qin Qian and the others. It was just her question that left Brother Mu dumbfounded. Chapter 63. Goodbye, Taoist Priest Zhang. Qin Qian paced slowly and asked with a charming expression, "If we go there, can your captain give up his position?" Brother Xiao Mu had a face full of question marks. "Miss Qin, let's not joke." "Are you kidding?" Qin Qian waved her hand. "Judge for yourself. No matter how strong your captain is, can he be as strong as Xiao Song? Can he compare with Taoist Zhang?" She deliberately didn't include herself because she was the hidden card. In the eyes of outsiders, the strongest person is Song Zhi. Let them think so. The longer you can keep this trump card in the early stage, the better. She just wants to be the unexpected super sixth. I got the point, comrades. Xiao Mu was silent. Yes, there's really no comparison. Qin Qian continued. If we really go, how will your captain cope with it? We are more capable than him, so how can we be inferior to others? Even if your captain gives up his position, we don't care. It's not that we look down on you on purpose, but we are used to living a carefree life. Even if we may go to a base in the future, it will only be a temporary stay. So Captain Xiao Mu, if we meet again in the future, I can promise that as long as we have no conflict of interest and you have no intention of harming others, we will always be friends. But let's not issue an imperial edict. These words made Xiao Mu stop talking immediately. Indeed, their temple is too small to accommodate these huge Buddha statues. If someone has his own abilities and capabilities, wouldn't it be great if he could set up his own organization and become the boss? Only then did Xiao Mu realize his recklessness and stupidity and could only apologize quickly. Qin Qian saw that he was sensible, so she nodded slightly. Then let's do this. Let's dig out the crystal cores on the ground and divide them up. We have 7 and you have 3. Is that okay with you? Xiao Mu nodded immediately. No problem. After all, most of the credit goes to Mr. Song. We are just following along. Having said that, several people divided the work and cooperated. Kill the zombies that are still alive, dig out their crystal cores, and divide them equally. Song Zhi originally wanted to participate, but was stopped by Zhang Qizhen. He has consumed too much energy and can't work anymore at this time. Qin Qian had long sensed Song Zhi's weakness, so he asked him to patrol and be on guard. Song Zhi listened to Qin Qian very much. He would do whatever she asked him to do obediently. The 4 of them worked until after 6 in the morning. 470 crystal cores of different sizes were dug out. Even though there are a lot of zombies, not every zombie has a crystal core. The proportion of crystal core generation is about 7/10. Some of the crystal nuclei that were playing away were too small or of poor quality. There isn't much left. After dividing the crystal core, the 5 people said goodbye to each other. Qin Qian looked at TG again, turned around, and left. The 3 of them returned to the RV and observed for a while. Make sure there are no zombies or people with ulterior motives around. Get in the car and lock the door. The 3 of them collapsed to the ground, looking at each other and grinning foolishly. This evening, I was so tired that I almost vomited blood. Particle charging can replenish the body's superpowers, but the body is still a mortal body after all. So we're tired. Zhang Qizhen stretched lazily Damn, it feels like I've been shooting a sex scene all night. No, I have to go wash up and have a good sleep. Song Zhi turned around and asked Qin Qian, "Are you hungry? There's still some braised beef from last time in the refrigerator. I'll make you a bowl of noodles." Zhang Qizhen, who was about to go to the bathroom, turned around and waved his hands when he heard this, singing a crooked song in a loud voice. "Oh, are you hungry? Are you hungry? I'll give you food down there. I'll give you food down there." Song Zhi grabbed the pillow on the sofa and threw it over. Zhang Qizhen used the toilet door to block it, and the pillow hit the door. He smiled smugly. "Lula, what can I do? I'm going to piss you off. I'm going to piss you off with all your white hair." Oh. Song Zhi's head was filled with black lines. Despite his tiredness, he got up and rushed in, through the screaming Zhang Qizhen in the bathroom, and locked the door. Suddenly, a sound that could not be heard publicly was heard from inside. Ahem, if there are people around, remember to wear headphones. Half an hour later, the three of them finished washing up. Song Zhi made beef noodles for Qin Qian and pork bone noodles for himself. I also specially made half a roast chicken and a stir-fry dish for Zhang Qizhen. Zhang Qizhen rubbed his hands so hard that his saliva was about to flow down. "Oh my God, it's so rich. Thank you." Song Zhi expressed his gratitude to Zhang Qizhen for helping him many times on the battlefield. Pushing the roast chicken in front of him, "Well, you were tired just now. Eat more." Qin Qian almost spit out a mouthful of barley tea. She bit the end of the chopsticks, blinked her big eyes, and asked him, "What's so hard?" "Oh, I'm a baby in kindergarten. I don't understand what you were talking about." Zhang Qizhen waved his hand and said, "Stop talking. It's really hard to deal with him. He's too difficult to serve." Qin Qian smiled excitedly. "So what on earth did they do in a bathroom just now?" Zhang Qi was biting the chicken leg so hard that he had no idea that Qin Qian had completely misunderstood. He felt that Song Zhi was too tolerant and would not speak up even though he liked the girl. Song Zhi always fights hard, even at the risk of his life, just to protect her. But when he found that even if he tried his best, Qin Qian might still fall into crisis, he became emo, and then he worked even harder and more recklessly, stuck in a dead end and endless cycle. But he had to remain calm and not let Qin Qian see it, and he didn't want to put any pressure on her. It's both pretentious and troublesome, really hard to please. But Qin Qian seemed to think that this was not the case at all. All she could think about at the moment was that if she wrote it down, she would be sent to jail. 18 kinds of weapons, 80 kinds of postures. In this small world, watch how a pair of happy lovers fall in love and thrive in the field of love. So Qin Qian laughed while eating and almost choked himself to death. The two men were full of questions. This woman didn't look like a good person. When it was bright, the three of them took turns to rest. Song Zhi was the most overdrawn, so Qin Qian quietly replenished him with a lot of energy. His hands were always cold before, but slowly, the temperature of his hands rose a lot. Because of the fierce battle last night, the crystal cores collected recently are almost gone. Qin Qian decided to take a day off and study how to absorb the medical crystal core. Evening came again, the sun set, and it was time to say goodbye. Zhang Qizhen was very free and easy. He put on his Taoist robe that had been washed and mended, carried his yellow cloth saddlebag and the school bag Qin Qian gave him, opened the door, and got out of the car. The school bag contained water and food. Not much, not that Qin Qian was reluctant to give it away. It was Zhang Qi who really didn't want it. He said, "I'm going there to gain experience, not to go on a picnic. I have the ability to get food by myself. This turbid world will cultivate my body and refine my mind. When we meet again, I will definitely be stronger than I am now." At this time, Qin Qian and Song Zhi saw him off the car, and the three of them hugged and said goodbye. Zhang Qizhen waved his hand and said in a very casual manner, "Let's go. See you later." There was no excessive reluctance to leave, nor any reluctance or tears. He left just as suddenly as he came, and even more suddenly. Zhang Qizhen secretly calculated that they would definitely meet again. The bond between them still lasts a long time. Back in the car, Qin Qian calmed down and told Song Zhi, "Stay here, I'm going to upgrade." Song Zhi nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Qin Qian returned to the bedroom and locked the door. Turn around and enter the space to prepare for upgrading. What new features will be unlocked at the 4th level? She is waiting to see. Chapter 64. The Spiritual Spring in the Spiritual Spring Space. Level 4 None Superpower. Based on the 3rd level self-hiding, energy absorption, particle manipulation, and particle fusion, 2 new skills are added. 1. Energy Shield. It can intercept long-range and short-range energy attacks from creatures of a lower level than itself, as well as melee enchanted weapon attacks. The energy shield's defensive capabilities will continue to improve as the tier increases. 2. Crystal Core Manipulation. It can manipulate energy crystal cores exposed to the outside, but is ineffective against crystal cores inside the brains of living organisms. Level 4. Creature Control Ability. Can communicate with animals and sense their emotions. Level 4. Spiritual Space Ability. 1. Magical Spring Water. The space spiritual spring water is drinkable and has the effects of beautifying the skin, clearing away heat and detoxifying, relieving inflammation and pain, removing dampness and detoxifying, and accelerating wound healing. It is effective both internally and externally. 2. Time passes. The flow of time in the space is 4 times faster than that of the outside world. There are 24 hours in a day, and a natural day and night in the space is 8 hours. After the human body enters the space, it will not age faster, and the speed of time felt in the space is no different from that outside. It's just that the speed of time flow in the real world and in space is different, and the poultry, livestock, and agricultural products in space will mature faster. Please be careful to harvest and slaughter in time to avoid unnecessary losses. Level 1 Medical Ability. Treatment. Wound healing speed increased by 20. Qin Qian felt both pain and joy when he was promoted this time. The crystal cores collected previously were eaten up in one gulp, and the absorption of medical crystal cores alone consumed 100 crystal cores. Damn it! Rare abilities are truly terrifying. However, the role it will play in the future is unquestionable. Qin Qian is now in a small house in her own space. The time she stays in the space has increased from 3 hours to 6 hours. After the upgrade, she couldn't wait to go to the backyard to check out the magical spring water. The stone pool that looked like a small bathtub was now filled with spring water. The water is clean and clear, as transparent as pure natural crystal. Above my head are mottled green leaves, casting beautiful reflections. Qin Qian was very excited. He had read novels about so many spiritual springs and spaces before. Why don't I have a spiritual spring? Look, this is what you want. She rubbed her hands on her body and wanted to scoop up a sip of the spring water. But he was afraid that his hands were still dirty. So he quickly went back to get a cup, washed them, and then scooped up some spring water. As soon as it goes down your throat, the sweet and refreshing feeling goes straight to the top of your head. So delicious. It's not an exaggeration. She has never tasted such delicious water in her life. The moment the tip of the tongue touched her, she felt as if her tongue was severely electrocuted. Sweet, thirst-quenching, cool, and refreshing. Why is it so delicious? She was like a dried corpse that had never had a drink of water in her life, longing for this sweet spring water. The hands ignored the brain's command and kept scooping up spring water and drinking it, one mouthful after another. I drank until the spring water ran dry and my stomach was full, and only then did I come back to my senses from the intoxication I was feeling. Finished. She drank up all the spring water. What should I do? She scratched her head anxiously and looked around. I discovered that the stone basin was clearly carved out of a single piece of stone without even a crack visible. The water level inexplicably rose little by little, until the previous water level. In other words, this spiritual spring water can be refilled for free. Damn, that's awesome. She filled 2 bottles and placed them in the stasis space in case of emergency. I'll use it to apply a facial mask later. The small animals and plants are thriving, and Qin Qian takes time to take care of them every day. Many crops have already borne fruit and are gradually maturing. It may be because the soil in this space is much stronger than that outside in terms of fertility and spiritual energy. Therefore, although the fruits and vegetables grown in the space are not particularly large in size, they are valuable because they are round, plump, juicy, and delicious. Only after Qin Qian ate these crops did he understand the true taste of food. Those fruits and vegetables that are grown with pesticides, fertilizers, and all kinds of hextech buffs really can't be compared to these. Qin Qian hummed a little tune, rolled up his trouser legs, put on a straw hat, faced the lus and his back to the sky, and started working. Weeding, catching insects, loosening the soil, feeding pigs, cows, chickens, ducks. Having a lot of fun. After upgrading to level 4, her physical strength limit increased a lot. The back and leg pain caused by last night's hunting disappeared instantly. After leaving the space, I looked at the watch and saw that less than half an hour had passed. She opened the door happily and saw Song Zhi walking up with a strange thing in his hand. Seeing her come out, Song Zhi immediately stepped forward and asked, "Did it succeed?" "Well, I'm now a 4th-level psychic. Under the current circumstances, I'm afraid there are only a handful of 4th-level psychics in the entire province." She patted Song Zhi's arm. "Do you admire me?" She was like a little sister who had scored full marks in the exam and was asking for praise from her brother. Song Zhi laughed. "Well, I admire you. My boss is the best. Here, this is a gift to celebrate your promotion." After saying that, he put the strange thing in his hand into Qin Qian's hand. Qin Qian looked down in confusion. It was a belt? It was modified from a sports belt and has several slots and small pockets. Qin Qian fiddled with it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what it was. Song Zhi took it and began to explain. "This thing is a multi-knife belt. You can tie it around your waist and hold up to 4 knives, plus 2 small fruit knives." He helped Qin Qian wrap it around her waist. Although the distance was a bit close, he was very careful in his duties, and his hands did not touch her body at all. Before, you threw your knife out to kill monsters, and then you had no knife to use. It was inevitable that you would be constrained. With this, you can carry many knives. In order to prevent you from getting scratched, I also made a soft scabbard. Let me measure the size for you first, and then put it on later. Qin Qian listened to his endless story and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He actually saw and remembered all her previous constraints. It turns out that being nice to someone is not just about saying drink more hot water. Instead, pour the hot water and hand it to you. Qin Qian looked up at him, and the man's handsome face was full of worry and heartache. Although his downcast eyes were covered by his eyelids, they were full of her reflection. He bent down slightly, and with his slender fingers with distinct joints, he fiddled with the belt around his waist carefully. With every breath he took, his warm breath tickled the crook of her neck. Qin Qian coughed dryly, lowered his head quickly, and his old face turned red. "Damn, it's too close. The last time I got this close was last time." She dodged a little without leaving a trace, took the belt herself, and fiddled with it. "Thank you for remembering this. I had forgotten about it myself." She smiled. I tried to act calm, but my hand was shaking. "Damn, does he have Parkinson's at such a young age? What the hell?" She was thinking of something to say and quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right, just now into space." She wanted to be with him after she came out. So she coughed dryly and said, "Songzhuo, I've thought about it. Let's get married." Chapter 65, Machete and Rice Bowl. Song Zhi. Qin-chan. Onaji. Akusangurabu. Duh. Holy shit. What the hell? No. What the hell did she say? Qin Qian quickly took a few steps back. No, well, I. Song Zhi actually became serious, his face blushing, revealing the expression of a young wife who is eager to get married. "Yeah, that's fine." Qin Qian kicked him and said, "What the hell are you doing? I meant that we should go together and form a team. Is it okay if I said something wrong?" Song Zhi touched his nose and lowered his eyes. "Yeah, I understand. I'm so mad. What does that disappointed expression of yours mean?" Song Zhi was amused by her expression and changed the subject in a gentle voice. "Since the boss is willing to team up with me, then let's do as we said before. I'll take care of all the housework and food. You'll take 6 and I'll take 4, and you'll provide me with drinking water, boss. Do you have any other conditions?" Song Zhi's tone sounded like he was discussing a project. You can't blame him for this. It's not easy for him to suppress the excitement and ecstasy in his heart. Although, when she said the word marriage just now, he was still excited. When he was told that she was wrong, he was also a little disappointed. But if she was willing to team up with him, he would naturally be more than happy to do so. Qin Qian took advantage of the situation and sat on the chair and asked him to sit down too. She said seriously, "Since we have decided to cooperate, there are some things I have to tell you." It is impossible for Qin Qian to reveal all his cards. But even though she didn't tell him about the space, Song Zhi could see it after a long time. And it's too inconvenient. I have to carry him on my back when eating. After the end of the world, space-related abilities were not uncommon, so it was no big deal for him to know about them. However, she's the only one who has such a magical space where real people can enter and farm and raise livestock. Qin Qian thought for a moment and said, "I have a space ability and have a storage space. Before the end of the world, my grandfather appeared in my dream and asked me to buy more things and stockpile them. I have been able to see some strange things since I was a child, and almost every time my grandfather appeared in my dreams, they came true. So I swallowed something this time, but I didn't expect it to be the end of the world. I am a user of water, medical, and space abilities." She kept talking nonsense and even dragged her grandfather into it. If the old man could hear her, he would probably climb up and beat her to death with an oxygen tube. That was all she could say. Believe it if you want. If you don't, beat him up and ask again. As for her, no, special powers, the 5 billion stockpiles, space planting, and her ability to enter space, she did not say anything. I'm not going to say it either. She had to hold back and keep her cards close to her chest. In this world, blood ties have become so plastic. What's more, they are just casual acquaintances. After Qin Qian finished speaking, she did not see any expression of surprise in Song Zhi's eyes. He just nodded. I see. Qin Qian was nervous for a moment. You know? How did you know? Have you seen me take things from space? She thought she was foolproof, and there was no way he could see her. Song Zhi shook his head. You hit it very well. I only started to guess it in the past 1 or 2 days. You were very calm and composed, and you didn't care about the amount of food and drink. I guess you either have a knack for getting food, or you have a lot of food. There was a person with space ability in the small organization I was in before, and I know the existence of this ability. Qin Qian smiled, her eyes sweeping across his cheek. Brother Dao is really thoughtful. She sat up straight, her expression becoming serious. You are very smart, and I like to team up with smart people, but compared to intelligence, I would rather have a teammate who is loyal to each other. She looked at Song Zhi seriously, using her special abilities to sense his emotions. I found that there was nothing else in his heart except joy. Song Zhi nodded. Okay. Qin Qian remained calm and continued. I like to speak up front. I have a grudge to take. You know, Lin Meijiao is my cousin, and she is very successful in the base. If I want to take revenge, I have to sneak into the base without being recognized by her immediately. So I need a shield, and you're the most suitable person. In short, I provide you with food and drink, and you serve as my puppet in front of others. And I will be the 6th one who steals the house unexpectedly. In the eyes of others, you are the leader, but in fact, I am the real team leader. Can you accept it? Hermione, I swear to be the boss. Song Zhi nodded without hesitation. I have always regarded you as my leader and my boss. She nodded. Well, since you agree, let's make 3 rules. First, your rank can never surpass mine. Don't try to upgrade secretly or hide the crystal core. I can sense it. Once you do that, there will be no more between us. Qin Qian paused when he said this. He thought coldly in his heart that what was cut in half was not only their relationship, but also his, Song Zhi's neck. Song Zhi still didn't hesitate at all. Okay, I promise you. Second, don't be a saint. From now on, we must put each other's interests first, in addition to our own. Be ruthless towards outsiders, and stay out of matters that do not concern you. This is the minimum survival bottom line in the end times. Third, whether we continue to work together in the future or go our separate ways, we must keep it secret for each other. I agree with your idea of not talking about the past in the last days. Once you reveal my secret, I will not talk about the past with you. I don't want us to end up in war, so we should respect each other and abide by our duties so that we can coexist for a long time. After she stated her request, she also elevated the topic. Song Zhi was touched by her serious yet cute look. Of course he knew that this seemingly fierce little cat was actually a Thunder Grayman. If I make you angry, I will lift your crown with my hands and step on your ribs with my feet. So Song Zhi agreed very seriously. What you said is the bottom line. If you can't do this, you don't deserve to form a team with each other. I solemnly promise you that if I betray you in the future, you can just kill me. Qin Qian stretched out her left hand and looked carefully at her slender white fingers. Of course, she wouldn't believe everything anyone said. Even with promises, there will be lies and deception. She only believes in herself. Just now in the space, that artificial idiot named Letter Paper accidentally revealed some spoilers again. She must try her best to reach the 5th level. Only in this way will she have the tools to completely control Song Zhi. After being distracted for a moment, she looked up and smiled. Okay, is there anything else you want to say? No more. Well, then we have officially reached a cooperative relationship. Mr. Song, happy cooperation. She stretched out her hand. Song Zhi also shook hands with her. It's a pleasure to work with you, Miss Qin. Qin Qian laughed. I will also have a machete in the future. Song Zhi tapped her forehead and said, I will have my own little rice bowl from now on. Small rice bowl? Why does it feel like a husky is holding his little food bowl, running over and throwing it on the ground, asking his owner for meat? The two of them chuckled and acknowledged each other's identities. After the important matters were discussed, Song Zhi hesitated for a moment and said, Can we go back to my previous home once? Qin Qian played with the lighter in his hand. Why? Is it somewhat important? Song Zhi shook his head. It's just some stuff. It's not important. He blinked his eyes slyly. But you will probably like it. Chapter 66. Can you look down upon my boss? Qin Qian ignored his pretentiousness and kicked him, saying, Go upgrade quickly. I'm hungry. Cook for me after you upgrade. Song Zhi patted his dirty pants and said with a smile, Okay, I'll go right away. What do you want to eat? Curry rice. Add more spiciness. 30 minutes later, Song Zhi was upgraded to become a 3rd-level lightning power master and a 3rd-level enchanter. Not only did the intensity of the lightning increase greatly, but the number of lightning he could control simultaneously increased from 6 to 12. Each lightning bolt can be as thick as a tree trunk, causing devastating damage to humans and zombies. It can also be as thin as a hair and can electrocute mosquitoes and mutate small insects. Or when he was massaging Qin Qian's shoulders, a slight electric current passed through his body, and it was so comfortable. Due to the hard work before, neither of them planned to go out again tonight. Qin Qian drove the RV to an extremely hidden corner and released his social phobia welfare ability to hide the vehicle. Now Qin no longer needs a buffer and can absorb mutant particles to recharge himself while fighting. In the evening of the next day, the two men began to head towards Song Zhi's villa. After Qin Qian washed up, she changed into an avocado green Lolita dress and sat down in front of the passenger seat. Song Zhi's eyes widened immediately. This color itself makes one look whiter and more youthful. With her peerless beauty and fair skin, oh my God. He almost drove his car into the ditch without paying attention. Qin Qian didn't notice the other party's surprised look, but sat down leisurely, biting his lips thoughtfully. She was originally a 3-hole girl. Before the end of the last life, she was always dressed in fullest, fully dressed. The training made her very shameless. After the end of the world, she decided to let herself go. She just wanted to be beautiful and didn't care whoever loved her loved her. If anyone has any opinions, keep them to yourself. If you can't hold them back, just bear with it. Lolita, JK uniforms, and Hanfu are collectively called the 3 pits. If you want to argue with me, you are right. Thank you. Qin Qian talked about her plan. She planned to hunt in crowded places. She has a lot of fresh corpses stored in her space, and she can hang them on the roof to let their blood attract zombies. When the zombies gather to a certain size, Qin Qian uses his water ability to make it rain on the zombies to increase the conductive area. After Song Zhi released lightning to turn the zombies into charcoal, Qin Qian could control the crystal core from the rooftop and fly directly into his hand. Time-saving and convenient. Song Zhi's eyes suddenly lit up. He bit his lip and nodded, while checking for any deficiencies and making some plans to fill them in. Qin Qian became more and more excited as he spoke, rubbing his hands together, eager to try. After some discussion, the two decided to conduct an experiment in the university town not far ahead. When the car arrived near the university town, the surroundings were still in a mess. Song Zhi observed for a while, parked the car in an alley not far away, and was about to get out of the car to move some sundries to cover the situation. Qin Qian felt a group of people approaching rapidly from not far away. She frowned slightly. Why didn't I sense any living people nearby just now? She remembered that her particle detection function also had a certain range, and it could not detect anything beyond this range. She squinted her eyes and looked outside. It didn't matter what she saw. One wave of people came from the west, and another wave came from the east. When the two groups met, they immediately became hostile to each other. A man from the western team said, "Why are you guys here again? We finally saw fat sheep. Last time you took the lion's share, this time it's ours." Qin Qian and Song Zhi looked at each other. Wow, it turns out that they're the fat sheep these people are talking about. It seemed that they had been observing them secretly for a long time. The man from the east sneered. "What evidence do you have to say that we have the majority? We thought you had the majority." The one in the west said, "Bullshit. Last time you dragged that woman away, not only did you kill her, you also ate her. You bastards come to show off here with your mouth full of smugness. Do you think we can't see it?" Qin Qian frowned and turned his head away in disgust. The two teams started to curse at each other, and then they started to fight. Those with special abilities use lightning and thunder, while ordinary people can just use cold weapons to deal with them. Haha, it's so funny. This group of people started fighting over the uneven distribution of the spoils before they even started hunting. This means that they're sure to win and can easily deal with Qin Qian, right? Qin Qian felt offended. Song Zhi sneered and gripped the steering wheel tightly. Hold on tight. I'm going to rush straight ahead. It might be bumpy. Qin Qian immediately raised his thumb, ready to give him a big thumbs up. Fasten your seatbelts. Just as Song Zhi was about to step on the accelerator and rush out, a golden lightning bolt suddenly struck towards the car. It wasn't intentional. It was just that the two were clashing and one of them just happened to fly over. Song Zhi reacted extremely quickly and actually used his mind to condense a bolt of lightning through the window to meet the attack. Qin Qian's reaction was also extremely fast, but what was even faster was the supernatural power in her body. The moment she sensed danger, she immediately activated the particle energy shield. The opponent's supernatural power level was lower than hers, and the lightning was steadily caught by Song Zhi. With a crackling sound, Song Zhi's lightning swallowed up the opponent's and attacked directly the culprit. Bump! Then there was a scream, and someone fell to the ground. The aftermath of the two lightning strikes caused everyone around to fall to the ground, but Qin Qian and his companion's car was not affected at all because it was protected by an energy shield. The two looked at each other and raised the corners of their mouths. Trouble seems to be a common dish in the end times. Since trouble has come and you can't get away, just go and solve it. Among those who were knocked down, some quickly got up. He was the leader of the first wave of people, a short man. He looked dusty and his age was hard to tell. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his black wrist and walked towards us. Everyone in the car, get out. You dare to hurt our brothers. Are you looking for death? While his hand was still in the air, the car door opened. Song Zhi's cold aura was condescending and rushed directly toward the other party. The moment the short man saw Song Zhi, the curse words got stuck in his throat, and he subconsciously took a step back. His biological instinct was sounding the alarm. This man's eyes were terrifying. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. As the man was thinking this, the leader of the second wave of people, One-Eyed Dragon, came jogging over. He was afraid that the short guy would take advantage first, so he must get more than the other person this time. The One-Eyed Dragon didn't see the murderous look in Song Zhi's eyes. Seeing that Song Zhi was just a thin man, he immediately sneered and breathed a sigh of relief. When I saw him again, there was a beautiful lady with fair skin following him. The interior of the car was clean and tidy, with a faint aroma of long-lost stewed meat wafting out. He swallowed hard and his eyes glowed green. Fuck, this pretty boy is actually a sissy. It's really not a typo, but the guy was drooling at the end and his speech was slurred. He stared at Qin Qian's body greedily and said to the short man arrogantly, "This girl belongs to me, the car belongs to me, and I'm going to take most of the things in it today." This time, the short man did not argue with him, but took a step back with his eyes rolling. I sneered and complained about the other person in my heart. Idiot! Doesn't he know that those who can still live such a comfortable life in the end times are not good people? The One-Eyed Dragon relied on his second-level metal ability and did not take Song Zhi seriously at all. He was about to walk into the car with a grim smile, scanning Qin Qian's whole body with his only remaining eye, just waiting to drag this weak and pitiful little rabbit into the RV and love it well. Ha! She still has some meat on her body, enough to last for several days. When Song Zhi saw him staring at Qin Qian, his eyes narrowed slightly. When the opening move was revealed, there was a cool breeze all around. Even the dwarf could see that this brother was angry, so he quickly stepped back a few steps. The one-eyed man was really arrogant. He thought he was super handsome. Without even raising his eyelids, he opened his arms towards Song Zhi and rushed towards him with 3 or 4 metal spikes. He thought his metal spikes were enough to turn the pretty boy into a hedgehog. However, he didn't expect that the metal spikes would fall to the ground with a crackling sound as soon as they reached his eyes and were completely out of his control. The one-eyed man then realized that something was wrong and wanted to release his supernatural power again, but it was too late. Chapter 67. Take down this little party. Snap! A purple dragon as thick as an arm suddenly appeared and struck the head of the one-eyed dragon like a punishment from heaven. He rolled his eyes, fell to his knees, and began to twitch continuously. This time, Song Zhi did not kill him, but instead spared his life and appeared in front of him. Bump! He raised his foot and hit the opponent's vital point and kicked him away with one kick. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams pierced the eardrums and cut through the night sky. Qin Qian bared his teeth. This is called a fatal chicken fight. She seemed to hear the sound of the gunman's eggs breaking. Along with this scream, Song Zhi slammed the car door. There was a smile on his lips, and he looked like a shuro walking out of hell, full of murderous intent. The lightning balls in his hands struck him one after another. The force was not strong and not fatal, but they targeted his only remaining eye. You bastard, do you have eyes? Can you see my boss? I'm letting you see it. I'm letting you see it. Go back to your mother's belly and look at the certificate that won you the championship in the running race. Idiot. Soon, the other person's face was torn apart, his eyeballs burst, and his entire scalp was peeled off. The dwarf was so frightened that he didn't dare to leave, but he was also afraid to stay. I wish I could crawl into the ground and become a maggot. The last bolt of lightning directly took the bastard's life. He sneered calmly, raised his chin complacently, and returned to stand obediently behind Qin Qian. Qin Qian put the knife on his shoulder and turned to look at the dwarf. Are you also a thunder type? Want to play? Song Zhi's eyes were fierce behind her, and if he had fangs, they would have been bared. The dwarf immediately waved his hands and shook his head like a rattle. No, 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 you two heroes, just do as you please, we'll get out of here right now. Song Zhi turned to look at Qin Qian, as if asking for her opinion. Qin Qian shrugged. He came here to hunt, so who would want to waste time on them? As the two were about to get into the car, they saw a group of men and women approaching. 8 of them stood there menacingly, staring at them fiercely. A muscular bald man roared, "Slow down. Who released the lightning just now? My brother is dead, and you still want to run?" Well, the 8 most powerful psychics in the 2 teams are here. Looks like we still have to fight. Several people in the team saw this handsome man and beautiful woman standing here in neat clothes. Suddenly their eyes lit up with envy and jealousy. Especially the 2 women in the team. They were wearing tattered t-shirts that didn't show they had mistresses, their heads were shaved, and they were tanned like African chickens. The woman in front of me has a good figure and long hair as smooth as silk. She was wearing a green Lolita dress with puff sleeves. How dare she? Look at the white, smooth, and moist skin. Who wouldn't be jealous? I really want to tear this pretty face into pieces. Song Zhi turned to look at Qin Qian, asking her if she wanted to play or something. Qin Qian shook the knife in his hand, and the blade made a buzzing sound. Oh no, my sword is thirsty. Song Zhi understood. She had just been promoted to a higher level and wanted to try out the feel of it. He nodded and glanced at the 8 people who delivered the goods to his door. I did it. Any opinions? There was anger in the muscular man's eyes, and his joints were cracking. He rushed forward, waving his fist as big as a sandbag. Song Zhi was not afraid at all and stepped forward to fight. At this time, the short man ran up to the remaining 7 people and whispered, "Those from the Tiger team, follow me back, let's go." One of them was a woman and 2 were men, all of whom were the short man's subordinates, that is, members of the Tiger team. When they heard the captain say this, they immediately refused to do it. "Brother, there is not much food left in the team. How can we let go of such a fat sheep?" The short guy was not a hesitant person, and his face immediately darkened. "If you don't want to listen, get out of the Tiger team. I won't say any more nonsense." After saying that, he left. The 3 of them looked at each other. All of them were extremely unwilling, but they did not dare to leave the Tiger team. Fighting alone, who could survive 3 days in this terrible apocalypse? Even if you can beat those zombie mutants, can you get them food? Will your former opponents let you go? We all stick together for warmth and rely on our numbers to survive until now. So no matter how jealous these people are, they have no choice but to leave. In fact, some smart people in the team have already seen the clues. The battle between the big muscular man and the handsome boy is full of mysteries. The muscular man has 2nd-level strength and ice abilities, and is an absolute powerhouse among the 2 forces. Don't be fooled by his powerful punches and kicks at this moment, and the frequency of his ice cones and ice spikes is dizzying. It seemed like the handsome guy was being forced to retreat step by step, and he was dodging all the time. But if you have a little common sense, you will see that there is no way the muscular man can attack the handsome guy. The handsome guy didn't even use any strength, but he already made the muscular man sweat and panic. Within 5 minutes, he would surely be defeated. This handsome guy is unfathomable. It turns out that the captain is protecting them. Yes, it's true that they can live so decently in the apocalypse and dare to come to a place like the university town where the density of zombies is high. What kind of fuel-efficient lamp would that be? I was just overwhelmed by the RV and supplies, but now it seems that I was really short-sighted. Hey, suddenly I feel that the captain's short and ugly back has become taller. As expected, 3 minutes later, the muscular man was knocked to the ground, gasping for breath in embarrassment. His teammates were all stunned. The strongest big guy in the team is finished. So who can do anything to this pretty boy? At this time, the remaining woman narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on Qin Qian. The delicate little girl was raised to be tender and delicate. Why didn't she just hide in the car? Instead, she was pretending to be so pretentious by carrying a knife. When you fall into my hands later, I will make you cry so hard that you won't even be able to find the tune. She winked at the man next to her in a black plaid skirt. The man immediately understood and stepped forward. If we capture this little bastard, we can not only capture this man, but also this RV. We'll have meat to eat tonight. Chapter 68. Big Green Grasshopper in Lolita Clothes. Qin Qian had his back to them at this moment. No one could see, but she almost burst into laughter when the man in black checkered shirt moved. High-end hunters often appear as prey. She once again pretended to be a weakling and successfully gained the other party's trust. She wanted to practice with the other person, but was too embarrassed to say it directly. I was just about to find a reason to cause trouble, but I didn't expect someone to bring it to me. The man in black checkered clothes turned his hands into sharp claws and attacked Qin Qian at full speed, while he let out a deliberate roar. He just wanted to attract attention and distract Song Zhi, giving the muscular man a chance to catch his breath. Unexpectedly, Song Zhi's eyelashes didn't even tremble as he directed the purple thunder dragon to dance wildly in the air. It blew through the muscular man's body. After a muffled groan, a hole the size of a wash basin appeared on the muscular man's stomach, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, Qin Qian suddenly turned around and smiled. There were 8 teeth in 2 rows, no more and no less. The smile in those curved eyes seemed to be poisoned, causing the black checkered man's heart to suddenly skip a beat. Qin Qian did not retreat, but advanced, waving the knife in his hand, and chopped off the opponent's hands that had turned into zombie claws. As blood spurted out, she dodged it with 3 quick jumps backwards with incredible agility. The movements were as light as a water mosquito, as if they weighed nothing. Damn it, she likes this skirt so much, don't get it dirty. If it wasn't for the sudden incident, there would be no time to change. Qin Qian curled his lips when he got to safe place. First level, fusion ability. TSK, why not fuse anything else? Fusing zombies. Really good taste. The man in black checkered shirt screamed. Qin Qian listened to the quarrel, held up the hem of her skirt with her left hand, and rushed forward with her right hand and slit her throat with a knife. She skillfully moved behind the man before attacking him, and after he fell, she wiped her knife on his skirt. This black skirt doesn't suit him. It makes his hips look wide and doesn't look good. I guess she really had no suitable clothes to wear, so she just found a skirt to put on to cover up her shame. The woman from before was so scared that her lips were trembling. You. Who are you? Qin Qian felt a little hot, and her body was sticky after taking a shower. Quick fix, she needs to take another shower. Qin Qian didn't care about the other party's surprise at all, and moved closer with the knife in hand. Pointing at the woman, he said, Level 2 jump plus speed. Then he pointed at the man next to him who was already scared out of his wits. Level 1 space plus suspension. Her mocking voice became more and more obvious. Come on together. If we fight in a round-robin battle, I'll be accused of being a bully. The man quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Please spare us. Please spare us. No matter how unwilling the woman was, she could only agree. Qin Qian was too lazy to waste time talking to them. If they wanted to kill her, then they were her enemies. The enemy must either be eliminated or be eliminated. Without a word, she rushed forward and started fighting. The 2 men were forced to fight and were soon defeated. But when they were about to be unable to hold on, Qin Qian will reveal a little flaw, making them think there is a clue to follow. When they attack her weaknesses, they will find themselves fooled. Qin Qian was not in a hurry to kill them, but instead frantically consumed their superpowers. She was like an elf in the forest, wearing a green dress, flying up and down, jumping and spinning. When you feel tired, use your superpowers to recharge and experience the pleasure of replenishing your strength while fighting. Oh wow, this is fun. Song Zhi, who was standing next to him, found it funny and simply opened a bottle of drink, leaned against the car, and drank it with a sip. I can't help but think of the name of another magical creature, the big green grasshopper. Qin Qian. You have to sleep on the roof of the car tonight. Finally, Qin Qian had enough fun. The knife fell, and the other party was killed with pleasure. The other party, not very pleasant. Qin Qian twisted her neck, turned around, and asked Song Zhi, Is there any curry rice left? I'm starving again. Song Zhi walked up and said with a smile, "Yes, but not much. Do you want another dish?" "Okay, I want to eat." Before he could finish his words, he heard a wailing sound. Several old ladies knelt on the ground, crying as if their old man had died. Seeing the situation, Qin Qian thought that among the people he killed were their sons and daughters. Unexpectedly, several people shouted in unison, "Great, they're finally dead. These beasts are finally dead." Qin Qian put away the knife and didn't intend to pay any attention to them. He walked toward the car door. One of the ladies ran over and knelt before Qin Qian, bowing to her, howling as she bowed. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you so much. If you hadn't acted bravely and dealt with these beasts, we would have been really dead. They took my daughter and son away and snatched away all our food. They only gave us one bite of food every day. Ooh. They would kill anyone they saw passing by, and then they forced us to eat human flesh. It was horrible, horrible." As he spoke, someone actually came to hug Qin Qian's legs. Qin Qian sneered and quickly stepped back. The opponent missed and fell to the ground, splashing a bag of dirt. She knew exactly what these people were planning. Pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy, and then use moral blackmail to get more than you can chew. It is impossible that these people have survived to this day by being gentle, tolerant, courteous, and generous. But it's a maggot on the tarsal bone. It will take a bite from you and lick your blood better than nothing. Song Zhi immediately protected Qin Qian, holding his knife horizontally, and said in a cold voice, "Who has the time to be a hero? Get out of here quickly. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you." The cries of several ladies suddenly stopped. No one expected that the young man who looked easy to control could be so vicious. The onlookers behind him were all huddled behind the trees, watching in fear. Now they are so scared that they dare not move. They are all ordinary people in the team, and some are relatives of the psychics. Some young and good-looking men and women contribute their bodies to be enjoyed by those in higher positions. In short, everyone has their own uses, and useless people end up in everyone's stomach. And he became a useful person. In the end times, discipline has disappeared and humanity has been annihilated. No one can be useless and be cared for unconditionally. No life will be wasted. When the antis saw that their flattery tactic was ineffective, they immediately turned around and gestured behind them. Immediately, another woman ran over and knelt on the ground. "Please save my baby. She's only 3 months old, and she hasn't had any milk in days. Ooh, we are all women. Please have mercy on me." The woman was holding a swaddled baby in her arms, who was as thin as a cat. The baby cried heart-wrenchingly, as if someone was pinching his throat with his hands. It makes people feel upset. I believe that any woman who hears such a cry and sees such a miserable baby will be aroused by maternal instinct and feel compassion. As long as the other party pities them and is willing to give them something, it would be like tearing open a hole. They would rush in and rob them of all their possessions. The law does not hold everyone responsible, so these two people will have to suffer in silence. You supervise me. Be a good author with quality. If I criticize bad reviews again, I'm a dog. If I criticize one-star readers again, I'll turn into Lin Meijiao. I will never criticize readers again. I want to be a mature typing machine. Chapter 69, The Wind That Blows Lightning Away. Qin Qian looked like he was watching a show. TSK. If she hadn't seen the woman secretly pinch the baby, she would have really believed it. The child was originally sleeping soundly, but now he was treated as a tool and forced to work overtime. Only a ghost would not cry or make a fuss. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Qin Qian has some humanity, but not much. She ignored him and turned to leave again. At this time, an old lady couldn't stand it anymore and came over with a pitiful look, but also a little angry and embarrassed. She said, "Girl, you look kind and gentle, but how can you be so cruel? We, young and old, are so miserable. Can you really be so cruel as to ignore us?" Qin Qian blinked her innocent eyes and nodded, "Yeah." The ant was choked and speechless. The ant next to them immediately came forward, bent over with her back hunched and her hands clasped in prayer, and said, "Good girl, good boy, please give us something to eat. You are obviously capable and good people. You can't let us starve to death." Qin Qian blinked again and tilted his head. "Well, why can't I do that?" Song Zhi almost burst out laughing, but he quickly pursed his lips and controlled his expression. The character cannot collapse. An old lady jumped up and said, "What's wrong with you, woman? The world is so difficult now. How can you keep everything to yourself? Do you know how many people have starved to death? Shouldn't we use this money to help everyone? Yes, we are all so miserable. How can you still watch it? What's wrong with young people nowadays? They are so selfish and don't care about other people's lives. They're all going to hell. The aunties who were just complaining about not having enough food to eat and looking dizzy with hunger. Now they jump higher than rabbits and scold people with voices as loud as bells. It's not much different from the situation before the apocalypse, when people were scrambling for eggs and squeezing into buses. As expected, your aunt will always be your aunt, no less so even in the end times. She is so good at moral blackmail, so why doesn't she share her food with others? Qin Qian dug his ears and picked up a knife, preparing to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Then a figure whizzed towards the door of the RV, opened it, and tried to get in. Haha, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Isn't the chicken coming? Qin Qian quickly rushed toward the RV. The aunties were quick to grab Qin Qian's legs, but she dodged them all. Song Zhi kicked a few middle-aged women away. They wanted to get angry and start a fight with him, but they were all intimidated by Song Zhi's aura. Qin Qian knew very well that they were preparing to snatch it by force because they saw that the previous few moves were useless. The reason why he suddenly changed his expression and made a fuss was to attract the attention of Qin Qian and the others so that someone could sneak in quietly. As soon as the car door is opened, the looting will begin, and by then, even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to stop it. The other person was a thin, dark-skinned young man. Seeing Qin Qian coming over, the man immediately chuckled and said, "Sister, you have so many delicious foods and drinks here. Why do you keep them all to yourself? Why not share them with others? Saving a life is worse than building a 7-story pagoda." A bald woman behind him saw that the evil plan was about to succeed and immediately said proudly, "Yes, people should help each other." Qin Qian punched the iron door next to the man's ear and said, "Get out." The other party was indeed startled, but soon calmed down. He rolled his eyes and immediately signaled to the 20 or so men, women, old and young, who were lying in ambush not far away. Upon seeing this, the group of people immediately moved towards this side like a group of blood-sucking leeches, and it seemed that they were about to start looting. Qin Qian grabbed his collar and pulled him off the ladder. The thin man saw Qin Qian, a little girl. Although he could beat and kill her, he would definitely feel embarrassed. So he lifted up his long T-shirt, revealing the little silkworm pupa and the 2 little blueberries behind it. He grinned and weighed it with his hands. The little thing, which looked like a thing, made a strange sound when it was squeezed. The thin man probably wanted to make Qin Qian shy and step back so that he could get into the car. Unexpectedly, Qin Qian just sneered, raised his knife, and performed a human-machine separation operation on him. The thin man never expected Qin Qian to be so cruel and cold-blooded, and she had no sense of shame that a girl should have. He screamed in pain and rolled on the ground, covering the bleeding cut. The bald lady who was shouting just now screamed, "Ah, my son!" Oh, it turns out they're mother and son. No wonder the photos are so bad. She rushed over to support her son, but was pushed away by her son, who was in great pain. All the people behind her who were ready to make a move stopped. After all, this woman was serious. Although she really couldn't kill them all if everyone attacked together, who could guarantee that they would be the lucky one who would not be killed? Seeing the thin man's eyes widened in pain, he twitched a few times and then stopped moving. The bald lady used trembling fingers to check her son's breath, but he was already dead. He was actually killed by the pain. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and for a moment she lost her mind and actually pounced on Qin Qian while howling. There was a flash of cold light, and then with a swish, the bald lady's throat was cut and she fell to the ground twitching. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 people who were full of energy just now fell down. Who dares to take a step closer? Even if there were mountains of rice and noodles and a full banquet in front of us, I'm afraid no one would have the courage to come. "Mom! Brother!" A scream of pain resounded through the sky. The woman from the Tiger Squad ran over suddenly, and the dead mother and son happened to be her mother and brother. Immediately afterwards, Qin Qian felt an unusually strong wind sweeping towards him. Qin Qian activated his supernatural powers and wrapped himself and the car in a shield. The opponent was only at the 1.5 level and could do nothing to her. Song Zhi frowned slightly, and suddenly several lightning bolts attacked the woman. But the next scene made Qin Qian's eyes widen. The wind actually blew the purple lightning away a lot, and the lightning that was originally attacking her fell on the surrounding trees and the ground. Missed the target. It stands to reason that lightning in nature can never be driven by wind. But the two energies in front of us both come from the superpowers of the psychic, and once the two energies collide, they will repel each other. The people around were really unlucky. They were blown all over the place by the strong wind, and then stones and gravel hit their faces and heads. Then he was hit by thunder again. There was wailing all around, and everyone fled, leaving only the wind-controlling psychic. She cried so hard that she couldn't speak and ran to her mother and brother, helping one up and then picking up the other. The bald woman was still breathing her last. She pulled the woman with difficulty. Don't seek revenge, follow the team. Go to King Ingwe live. After saying this, the person died completely. What is the Crescent Moon King? Is it possible that someone could become a king in just a few months of the apocalypse? Feng Nu put her mother down and stood up, staring at Qin Qian with her fists clenched in hatred. Bitch, I want you to pay with your life. She was already blinded by hatred and pounced towards Qin Qian. Qin Qian did not dodge either. The lightning that was blown sideways by the wind just now gave Qin Qian a flash of inspiration. She really wanted to experience what it felt like to be a wind-type mutant. Chapter 70. Don't want to cause trouble. Qin Qian deliberately gave her some distance so that she could use her wind-related abilities. Although the wind girl was blinded by anger, she was skilled in martial arts and her skills were fully demonstrated with every punch and kick. However, due to long-term hunger, after 3 moves and 2 styles, Qin Qian clearly felt her physical weakness. So he seized the opportunity and kicked the opponent, causing him to fall to the ground with a groan. The strong hatred made the wind girl unaware of the pain, and she got up quickly. She also knew that she was no match for Qin Qian in terms of fighting strength, so she directly released her supernatural powers. A strong wind suddenly arose, blowing Qin Qian's hair and skirt wildly. Fortunately, she was wearing leggings, otherwise she would have been completely exposed. She felt the energy surging in the wind, and a smirk appeared on her lips. The wind released by a wind-type mutant is equivalent to a gale ranging from level 7 to 12. The higher the grade, the stronger the wind energy. Qin Qian had heard in his previous life that some high-level wind-type ability users could even control tornadoes and storms. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, almost blowing Qin Qian's feet off the ground. It turns out that the first-level wind system is already so powerful. She probably guessed what the other party wanted to do, and he blew her high into the air and then dropped her heavily. Qin Qian curled the corners of his mouth and calmly absorbed all the mutated particles in the supernatural wind into his body. You should know that all superpowers rely on these mutated particles, and Qin Laolu absorbed all the mutated particles. The originally fierce wind instantly turned into the gentle spring breeze of March. The other party widened his eyes in astonishment and found that he could no longer control the wind. Suddenly, she went crazy. Pointing at Qin Qian, he angrily said, "What the hell are you doing?" Qin Qian curled her lips. "You are still too weak. If you want revenge, try harder." Seeing that Feng Nu's face was becoming more and more ugly, she probably needed to activate her stronger supernatural power. Qin Qian immediately raised his chin and waved at Song Zhi. "Thunder comes." Without saying a word, Song Zhi threw over a few not-so-powerful thunder dragons. The wind girl instantly blew away the lightning with a strong wind. Qin Qian once again revealed an expression of astonishment. "This is it, it's just awesome." Song Zhi was a little confused. He really couldn't understand what was going on in her little head. After blowing away the troublesome lightning, the wind girl turned around and glared at Qin Qian. She tried her best and almost risked her life, and this woman just laughed and talked. Still distracted? But the wind girl did not release all her energy. Instead, she commanded a gust of wind to carry the dust on the ground and surround Qin Qian. Sand and dust suddenly flew around her. Qin Qian had to close his eyes to prevent sand from getting in. "Oh wow, so this is your idea? Want to squint her eyes and kill her in the chaos." When Feng Nu saw Qin Qian staggering and dodging while closing his eyes, she sneered. She drew out the knife hidden at her waist, rushed forward, and slashed fiercely at the place where she remembered. "I thought I could definitely get rid of that bitch, but I didn't expect the knife to just miss." The next second, she felt a chill behind her. The wind girl turned her head suddenly and saw that Qin Qian had actually untied the ribbon around her waist and covered her eyes. He rushed over with a knife in his hand. The knife, which was shining with a halo, seemed to have eyes and chopped at her steadily, accurately, and fiercely. "Madman, this woman is absolutely crazy." She could actually attack herself without using her eyes. What she didn't know was that if Qin Qian didn't use his eyes, he could more accurately know where the target was by relying solely on his mental sense. The surrounding terrain is flat, there are no obstacles, and Song Zhi is guarding it. That's why she gave it a try. I also want to practice in advance, in case I really need to fight with my eyesight impaired in the future. After energy detection, the Wind Girl was just a ball of energy in Qin Qian's eyes, and she hit her target accurately with every strike. While the Wind Girl used sand and dust to blind Qin Qian's eyes, it also caused a certain obstruction to her own vision. Gradually, she was at a disadvantage and had to disperse the troublesome wind and sand. At this moment, Qin Qian pulled off the ribbon from her eyes. The opponent's physical strength has been almost exhausted, and she has also figured out the way to deal with the wind-type mutant. There is no need to continue. Although this girl didn't provoke her, since an irreconcilable hatred has been formed, she doesn't want to waste time on it. Sorry. A cold light flashed, ending the battle. Qin Qian seemed to bend down and stroke the girl's eyes with his hand, making her close her eyes that were still open in death. In fact, he had used his supernatural powers to suck out the crystal core in her brain and directly put it into space through his palm. In a corner of the space, she placed a small bag specifically for storing crystal cores. After finishing all this, Qin Qian walked towards the RV. After she passed by him, Song Zhi turned around and followed her. During this period, no one dared to get close to the RV. Everyone huddled in the shadows of the trees, trembling and not even daring to move. Qin Qian was very satisfied. This was the effect she wanted. We got on the bus and headed towards the university town. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After Qin Qian finished cooking the remaining curry rice, he changed into clean clothes and prepared to go shopping. Song Zhi quietly looked at Qin Qian in the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat emotional. Before the end of the world, Qin Qian was also a sunny, delicate, and timid little girl. She likes to wear all kinds of colorful dresses. He checked online and found out that this style is called Lolita. It looks great and suits her very well. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it is inevitably a bit fancy and exaggerated, and it is difficult for most people to understand and recognize it. So there are a lot of criticisms. Qin Qian has been under such pressure, but she has not changed her original intention to wear the clothes she likes and do what she thinks is right. The girl who looks delicate and vulnerable actually has her own character, pride, and persistence. It wasn't because of the end of the world that she was trained into her current appearance, but she has always been like this. Qin Qian tied her long hair into a bun and inadvertently saw Song Zhi staring at her. That look made her feel numb. "What are you looking at?" She couldn't help but ask. Song Zhi waved his hand. "Nothing, I just thought you've lost weight and your face has become smaller." Qin Qian raised her lips in surprise. "Really?" As he said this, he ran to the mirror and kept taking pictures. Song Zhi smiled quietly. She was so cute. Before getting off the car, Qin Qian felt the surroundings. Very good, no one is alive. She simply put the car into the space to avoid being affected by the war. Song Zhi watched her put things into and take them out of the space many times. Still find it quite magical. How come it appears in a flash and disappears in a flash? His boss is really the best. The two of them walked into the ruins of the university town, where 3 universities were connected. There are countless entertainment facilities, libraries, food streets, parks, and even a hotel street around it. Many small street concerts, comic conventions, and art exhibitions are also held here. So after the arrival of the mutant particles, this side is the worst hit. There were broken walls and ruins all around, and countless whitened corpses were scattered on the ground. Some solar street lights that can still barely emit light are still hanging on by the roadside, half dead. You can see that the road is in a terrible mess everywhere. Dried blood, dead animals. A terrifying and strange howl came from a distance. Everyone warned the two that this was a dangerous place. Therefore, ordinary people can only advance but not exit. What Qin Qian could feel was that there were no normal living people here anymore. Ever since they walked in here, just now, countless pairs of dangerous eyes have been staring at them. The tall and majestic buildings standing on the ground look eerie and terrifying. There were countless scrapped vehicles with their front ends facing outwards, as if their owners were trying their best to escape from here. There were only the two of them heading in the opposite direction, heading towards countless unknown dangers. Chapter 71. Cockroaches also discriminate against sex? The two of them chose a teaching building at University A, which had no floors but a rooftop. But getting there is by no means easy. Walking into the campus of University, Qin Qian took out a flashlight from the space and turned it on. The cold, white light illuminated the surrounding environment. It is not difficult to see that this campus was once beautiful, and the leaders must have spent a lot of money to build such a beautiful and elegant ivory tower. However, at this moment, there were ruins and skeletons everywhere. You can open a haunted house without any decoration. With a click, Qin Qian stepped on a dry branch on the ground and broke it. The sound, which was not loud to begin with, was amplified and echoed in the empty and silent place. It actually sounded a bit harsh. The rising scalding heat gradually caused the two people to sweat. Qin Qian sensed a sense of crisis. She narrowed her eyes and turned her body to the side. Song Zhi already knew what these micro-movements of hers meant, and he also realized that the danger was coming from the direction she was looking. He immediately held the knife in both hands and prepared to attack. Qin Qian shone the flashlight over there and saw 3 or 4 mutant cats and dogs with fangs gnawing on a fresh human corpse on the ground. When they saw Qin Qian's light, they all looked over and growled in alertness. The bared teeth were covered with blood and minced meat. Qin Qian took a look at the corpse on the ground and found that it was actually wearing some pretty good clothes. There's a crystal core in his brain, so he should be a mutant who came here to hunt. I didn't expect to die here and become a prey. The next second, all the dogs and cats that were usually obedient and docile rushed over with roars. Qin Qian attached his supernatural power to the blade and swung it casually. The blade of light swept across and killed half of the cats and dogs in one strike. She found the time to hang the flashlight on the tree so that she could join the battle with both hands. Seeing his companions being killed, one of the mutated German shepherds roared towards the sky. Immediately, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps coming from all directions, all heading towards this side. The two of them are standing back to back, and it looks like they're going to have a tough battle. I'm afraid we'll gain a lot tonight. The battle started quickly. Qin Qian used the enchanted knife and sent out flying blades of light, beheading countless mutant cats and dogs. Black blood flew everywhere. It seems like it was a good idea not to wear Lolita. As the number of corpses increased, zombies soon appeared. The ghouls here are much more evolved and powerful than those in the previous high school. The skin tissue of some of them has turned black, and their eyes have completely evolved into white and have lost their function. All rely on sound and smell to track their prey. Swish! Qin Qian chopped off the head of ghoul with another blow. It feels as easy as cutting a banana with a sharp fruit knife. This is all thanks to Song Zhi's enchanted blade. Without his enchantment, no matter how sharp the knife is, it would not be able to hurt the zombie at all. Roar! A dozen zombies in the distance felt that their companions were killed, and they immediately roared to the sky and ran towards them. In the dark sky above the two people's heads, dozens of purple thunder dragons were circling and disappearing. A purple light flashed in Song Zhi's eyes, and he actually used his mind to control the thunder dragon to smash towards those zombies. Bang, bang, bang. After a few thunder explosions, the zombies and mutant cats and dogs were all blown away. There were several large pits on the ground with blue smoke coming out of them. What a powerful energy. Qin Qian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder, in the late apocalypse, he was the supernatural being standing at the top of the food chain. Qin Qian was distracted for a moment, and his mind recalled the scene in his previous life when they met at Song Zhi's base 15 years later. The excitement in his eyes instantly dyed the iron-blooded man's eyes red. The strength with which he had held her seemed to still be throbbing in her body. Song Zhi, what did you think of me at that time? Qin Qian bit her tongue and forced herself to focus and not be distracted. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as the one lying on the ground. Just as Qin Qian was about to continue working, she felt an itch at her ankle, as if something was crawling on the exposed skin of her ankle. Suddenly, her scalp felt numb. A feeling of nausea and collapse rushed straight to the top of my head. She raised her itchy foot and kicked a mutant dog that pounced on her. She wanted to use this action to shake off the thing lying on her feet, but she didn't expect that raising her foot would almost scare her into schizophrenia. Depend on big cockroach. Not counting the tentacles on top of its head, it was as big as her arm. His entire body was chocolate brown with blood-red markings, and he had a pair of eerie golden eyes. At this moment, Chung was shaking his tentacles, searching for the soft flesh on Qin Qian's body, ready to bite it off. Lin Meijiao, die for me. Qin Qian didn't care about accidentally hurting the cockroach, and used a knife to pick up the disgusting cockroach. She is not afraid of insects. She dares to catch millipedes, bombardiers, and caterpillars, and even puts them in her pocket. But cockroaches. Except, with a swish of the knife, Qin Qian chopped the dog into pieces. It actually sprayed out green and purple water. Help! Qin Qian felt that he really was unable to accept it, so he quickly ran away. However, what made her even more frustrated was that several more cockroaches flew towards her. One of them spread its big wings and buzzed, then opened its claws and charged directly into Qin Qian's face. At that moment, time stood still and my head was buzzing. She could even see the rows of sharp teeth on the mutant cockroach's mouth. Qin Qian bit his tongue again to clear his mind. When the cockroach was 10 centimeters away from her face, she exerted force with her feet and dodged and drifted several times, trying to avoid cockroaches. Who would have thought that these turtle sons of bastards could actually do a 360 degrees turn in the air? Seeing Qin Qian dodged again, it tilted its wings, shook its tail, turned in a big circle, and locked onto Qin Qian's body again and pounced. Qin Qian cursed again and again in his heart, and used his special ability to lock the energy on their bodies, hitting them accurately with one sword. Finally solved it. Before she could catch her breath, there was a terrible buzzing in her ears, which was enough to make her feel dizzy. There were not just one or two, much less 7 or 8. Instead, a group of them, like the dense pearls in bubble tea, flew towards this side. Qin Qian was just about to take out the flamethrower when she saw Song Zhi jump in front of her. A large group of big cockroach babies followed him, but there was not a single one on his body. Even the cockroaches just followed and didn't dare to land on him. Why the hell? Because he's a handsome guy and I am a beautiful girl? Even cockroaches are sexist? Chapter 72, Desire for Wind Power. Song Zhi had no idea of the wild thoughts in her mind, but instead grabbed her delicate little hand. For a moment, the soft, boneless touch made his heart tremble. Qin Qian subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back, but Song Zhi clenched his fist even tighter. He said, I control the electric current to wrap around my body, and those insects dare not act rashly. Don't be afraid, the current is not very strong. As he spoke, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. It was a bit tense at first, but then he got used to it. The bugs flew over and wanted to lie on Qin Qian. The electric shock made his whole body twitch, and he fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Song Zhi commanded the thunder dragon above his head to attack the monsters around him, and a bolt of lightning swept across a large area. But the energy consumption was extremely great, and soon Song Zhi began to run out of energy. Qin Qian immediately absorbed the mutated particles to charge himself and him. In an instant, the purple lightning became fierce, several times thicker, and even spread out into branch-like branches. A bolt of lightning fell and spread out into a vein, winding and twisting, spreading densely towards the mutated animals. Both of them were amazed by the change in thunder and lightning and looked at each other. It seems that the energy Qin Qian transmits to him can make the psychic's abilities more powerful in a short period of time. The two were overjoyed beyond words. This was undoubtedly a great thing. Amidst the flying gravel, Qin Qian activated the particle shield to block all the aftermath of the lightning. However, the shield can only block supernatural attacks and physical attacks driven by supernatural powers, but cannot block biological and purely physical attacks. For example, you can throw a bomb, or use your object control ability to throw a sword, a spear, a halberd, a stone, a stick, etc. As long as the opponent's rank is lower than Qin Qian's, the shield can block it. If it was an ordinary person's physical attack, or if he simply reached out to pull her and hit her without using superpowers, the shield would not be able to protect him. The particle shield only targets Doomsday mutation particles. This also leads to the occasional hungry mutant cats and dogs that would seize the opportunity to jump over and attack. But then he would be chopped to death by the two men. The two men held hands together, leaving only one hand able to attack, but it didn't affect anything at all. There is a great level of tacit understanding. Soon, no new mutant creatures chased after them, but there were some little guys who were originally eyeing them covetously. Seeing the fierce momentum of these two people, they stood vigilantly not far away, daring only to watch but not to approach. Soon, the ground was filled with piles of corpses and disgusting bugs crawling around. Qin Qian took a deep breath and said, "Spread the lightning along the ground and electrocute all these things." Qin Qian hugged her arm with one hand and Tap danced on the ground with disgust. Her originally smooth and delicate skin was now covered with small bumps and felt numb. Those are her goosebumps. Song Zhi couldn't help but laugh. So, boss, you are afraid of cockroaches? Qin Qian choked up suddenly and looked at him with aggrieved eyes. Damn, this evil smile? She immediately understood what Song Zhi meant. He still remembered the last time she scared him with insects in the cave. Humph! You dare! Song Zhi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. He said insincerely, I dare not. Qin Qian didn't believe it. It was obvious from his face that he was not holding his fart well, okay? Song Zhi didn't dare to look at Qin Qian again, fearing that he would lose control, and said quickly, What should we do? Qin Qian was also pulled back to the battlefield. She hugged Song Zhi's waist and pressed her whole body against him. Hold me and spin me around. Song Zhi quickly did as he was told and put his arms around her slender waist, which was really soft and tender, as if it had no bones. He cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts, and, as she said, he held her and turned around in a circle. Qin Qian opened his right hand, and, as he turned it, he pumped the water out of the tank and spread it evenly onto the swarm of cockroaches. Song Zhi immediately understood her intention. Isn't this the strategy she mentioned before? So without waiting for her order, a purple thunder dragon fell directly to the ground. The lightning was like a huge net covering the sky, trapping all the wet cockroaches in it. Sizzle, crackle. With a streak of sparks and lightning, all the cockroaches died collectively, and a burnt smell spread all around. Qin Qian quickly took out 2 N95 masks, put one on himself, and gave one to Song Zhi. So disgusting. It's like a sports student who runs and plays basketball every day and wears smelly shoes that have never been washed for a whole semester. It was full of foot sweat, and my roommate's cat had peed on it, which was then set on fire after drying. That smell. When Song Zhi wanted to put on a mask, he found that he was holding Qin Qian with one hand. It is very inconvenient to operate with the other hand. After wearing it for a long time, the other ear still can't fit in. Forget it. I won't wear it. He was so greedy that he didn't want to let go. After Qin Qian put on the mask, he naturally let it go of his hand and concentrated his supernatural powers to sense the crystal cores on all the dead objects around him. With a swish, all the shiny crystal cores flew out of the corpse and into her hands. A handful full. She quickly took out a bag to pack the food and excitedly showed it off to Song Zhi. Look, isn't my method powerful? He carefully concealed his little disappointment. Well, this trick really works. Let's go to the rooftop. Good. Qin Qian took off the flashlight, and the two of them walked towards the teaching building, one in front and one behind. I don't know why, but there are a lot more zombies here. They all wander around aimlessly or just stand there like a sculpture. Qin Qian could feel that these zombies were the remains of the dead, and their crystal cores were extremely dense. Many of them are even supernatural crystal cores. For a crystal core with superpowers, upgrading the energy will be twice as effective with half the effort for a superpower user with corresponding superpowers. Take Song Zhi, for example. He has the abilities of lightning and enchanter. If you use the crystal cores in the brains of ordinary zombies to upgrade them, you'll need 10 of them. Then to upgrade it using lightning crystal cores, you might only need 6 to 8. However, other supernatural crystal cores, such as water and wind crystal cores, are no different from ordinary crystal cores when given to him. As Qin Qian walked, he said, I decided to find a team member with wind-type abilities. Song Zhi was stunned. So, this is what you meant when you asked me to repeatedly experiment with a wind girl. Qin Qian nodded. Yes, I found that the supernatural wind can transmit your lightning farther. The lightning radiation, I just used my special power to help you with can only cover a range of up to 20 meters. But wind-based abilities are different and can spread to longer distances. This way, whether it is against other superpowers or zombies, the lethality and long-range attack capabilities will increase significantly. Song Zhi did not raise any objection to her idea. She is the boss. What she says goes. He is just an employee. He does whatever the boss says and goes wherever the boss points him. That's enough. Chapter 73, Strange Fragrance. Qin Qian added, we should not only consider the other party's ability, but the most important thing is their character. We can't reveal everything to him at the beginning. Especially our trump card, Song Zhi. Your enchanter's ability is a very big trump card. It is also the object of plunder by various organizations. Just think about it. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to create such a ferocious weapon? Therefore, you must keep this special ability of yours safe and never tell it to anyone at any time. Even new players, we can't reveal them. Of course, Song Zhi knew how important this special ability was. Controlling him is equivalent to controlling half of the arsenal, and the psychics will definitely go crazy. He also didn't want to be imprisoned and had to enchant the knife every day. So he nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Qian smiled, and the two of them walked up the stairs of the teaching building. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. Somehow, in this dark and smelly room, an extremely intoxicating sweet scent wafted out. Smells good. Like rose petals blended with sweet cream and topped with vanilla-infused rum. The sweet taste was better than any pastry she had ever eaten before. It smells so comfortable, without any chemical scent at all. It smells like your own scent. The smell in your bedroom, the quilt you have slept on for a long time, the clothes you are used to wearing, the perfume you often use, the meals your mother cooks. There's no aggression at all, because it is a breath that you are very familiar with. Qin Qian couldn't help but take a deep breath, remembering the time before the end of the world when she was in her own little nest. Every day, I eat and drink, get out of school, cook and watch TV series, and look forward to finding a job I like after graduation. In just a moment, she was intoxicated by it and walked towards that direction in ecstasy. At the same time, Song Zhi also followed behind her, walking forward with blurry eyes. Click! The flashlight in Qin Qian's hand fell to the ground without her noticing. With a squeak, Qin Qian reached out and pushed open the door of a classroom. The scene she saw was the evening sun shining into the living room and the sound of cicadas chirping outside the window. My parents were sitting on the sofa, making dumplings while watching TV. This is her parents' house. She just came back from school and smells the dumpling stuffing. He was immediately delighted. Mom, pork and green onions? Mom turned around and smiled at her. You're back? You have a keen nose. I ordered pork and scallion-wrapped shrimp, and your dad's favorite celery and lamb. Qin Qian happily threw his school bag to the side, walked over to the bowl of stuffing, and took a deep breath. Wow, it smells so good. She's drooling like crazy already. Dad hit her head with chopsticks. Silly girl, don't drool in there. Go wash your hands and come over to wrap it together. Okay. Qin Qian cheered and ran to wash his hands. After washing her hands, she subconsciously looked up at the mirror. Suddenly, I noticed a bottle of roses on the table behind me. What's going on? My mother hates roses the most. Whenever my father gives her flowers, he always gives her lilies, peach blossoms, and the like. What did you send Roses? She grabbed the towel, wiped her hands, and went back to make dumplings. By the way, I asked, Dad, why did you give my mom roses? Ha. A burst of laughter interrupted her question. It's Mom and Dad who are laughing because they see a funny show. But what was shown on TV clearly showed the heroine of the movie being pierced through her right hand with an awl by a gangster, and she screamed and bled. Why are they laughing? After they finished laughing, Qin Qian couldn't help but ask, Dad, doesn't my mom dislike roses? Have you forgotten? This time they didn't laugh. Instead, he suddenly turned around and looked at her and asked, Is the rose not good? Their expressions were very stiff, with a half smile, a forced smile on their faces. Especially weird. In an instant, Qin Qian was so scared that he stood up. But when I came to my senses, I found that my parents were concentrating on watching TV and making dumplings. Qin Qian let out a long breath. Maybe she was overthinking it, so she quickly started making dumplings with her parents. But the uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The dumplings were wrapped quickly. Qin Qian smelled the fragrance and felt hungry. Why do I want to eat so much and swallow it down so quickly? She watched eagerly as the dumplings jumped into the pot of hot water, swallowing her saliva frantically. It felt like there was a crazy catfish in my stomach, tumbling and jumping, shouting, I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. Quickly pick up the dumplings and eat them. Eat them quickly. I'm so hungry. Qin Qian started to get nervous and began to sweat all over. Her mother looked at her and smiled. Do you want to eat? Eat more later. Qin Qian nodded foolishly, and in order to resist the urge to grab the half-cooked dumpling and stuff it in her mouth, she subconsciously bit the joint of her index finger. I don't know how much strength I used, but she cried out in pain and tears were about to fall. The next second, my head felt like it was struck by lightning. She came to her senses. Soon I found that the sunny scene in front of me was gone, and my parents were gone too. The dumpling pot and stove all disappeared. She was in a very dark classroom. The windows were covered by something. Only mottled moonlight shone in, making it extremely dim. Only then did she realize that she had lost her mind after inhaling that fragrance and had walked here unknowingly. Song Zhi was next to her, but she couldn't see his condition clearly. If she hadn't been wearing an N95, or if she hadn't been wearing a mask, she would have bitten her fingers so hard that they hurt. She really couldn't wake up. Mamma mia, it's a good thing she has this little habit of biting her fingers when she gets excited. Qin Qian quickly took out another flashlight from the space. She bought more than 500 such flashlights. Click. The light was turned on. Qin Qian saw everything around him clearly in an instant. Her nerves had been infinitely damaged, but she had to admit it at this moment. She was so scared that she almost screamed. The classroom was full of all kinds of vines. The desks, podiums, walls, and even the windows were covered by tangled vines. No wonder only a little light can come through. The most disgusting thing is that there are so many people on the desks and chairs. No, can that thing still be called a human being? They were all dressed in youthful and fashionable clothes. But vines had already grown out of their bodies and replaced their bones. Green vines grew in the eye holes, ear holes, mouth, nose, and even genitals. It looks like it grew from the inside out. The nutrients in the body were sucked away, and the dry and sallow skin stuck to the vines like brown paper. There were 12 people in total, all fixed in this classroom by the mutated vines, imprisoned forever. This is not the most terrifying thing. When Qin Qian saw clearly what was on the vines, cold sweat broke out on her body. My legs are literally shaking. Chapter 74. Kill them, no longer afraid. It is hard to believe that such an ugly and disgusting vine actually has such bright red roses blooming on it. They range from bottle cap size to fist size. There are countless flowers on each vine, some even blooming wantonly on the skin of the victims. It was these roses that gave off such a sweet and tempting scent that it drove her crazy. Every 30 to 40 centimeters, a fist-sized flower will bloom on the vine. 2 stalks hang from the bottom of the flower, bearing 2 olive-sized, strange red-purple fruits. Qin Qian guessed that if she had not woken up just now, she would have eaten the dumpling in her mouth. It will be this thing, and this strange fruit will quickly take root and sprout in her body, treating her as its host and staying here forever. Qin Qian suddenly thought of something and turned the flashlight towards Song Zhi. I found that he had already picked the fruit and was about to put it into his mouth. Qin Qian quickly rushed forward and knocked the fruit away with a punch, then raised his hand and slapped Song Zhi in the face without hesitation. But he didn't wake up, his eyes were still dull, and there was a creepy smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems peaceful, but it's actually terrifyingly weird. It looks like a paper figurine from a paper-making shop, and the smile is just painted on. Damn, why isn't this guy wearing an N95? If you bring it, I guess the poisoning won't be very serious. He will definitely wake up after this slap. Qin Qian had no choice but to grab his arm and take a deep breath. Song Zhi screamed and immediately came to his senses. He subconsciously wanted to push someone, but when he looked closely, he found that the other person was Qin Qian. He suddenly fell weakly on her shoulder. There's something wrong with this flower. Go away. Qin Qian didn't argue with him and hugged his huge body. Are you okay? Can you still walk? Song Zhi said sickly. I have no strength. Help me up. As he said this, he put his hand on her shoulder. Qin Qian did not doubt him and took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space and gave him some to drink. He took out another gas mask and put it on him. You wear this, don't take it off for a while, until you feel fully restored. Song Zhi felt warm inside, but actually nothing happened to him. I just felt like I was dreaming and felt a little aggrieved, so I wanted to act coquettishly with Qin Qian. He didn't expect her to be so caring, which made him feel a little guilty. Isn't it bad to lie to a girl like this? Well, just this time it won't happen again. Song Zhi looked to the side and said with a guilty conscience, Thank you. Why is the water so sweet? Did you add glucose? In fact, he thought it tasted particularly good and wanted to have a few more sips. After drinking the water, he felt very comfortable all over, and it seemed that the stuffy feeling had disappeared a lot. Qin Qian agreed vaguely, feeling a little proud. Of course, the spiritual spring water tastes good. You were lucky. If I hadn't seen you were poisoned, I wouldn't have given you the drink. She stuffed the remaining half bottle of water in his hand and said, Go out and drink some more. You can't stay here for long. She wanted to take Song Zhi out, but found that the door was blocked by vines. Is that really fast? Qin Qian took out his knife and chopped horizontally and vertically. Under the shining blade, not to mention the slender vines, the wall was even split open by her, leaving a big hole. She carried Song Zhi out and said, "You take a rest first. I'm going to get the flower's crystal core." "Does this thing also have a crystal core?" Song Zhi wondered. "Yes, there are." Qin Qian didn't say much. In fact, she knew something about this thing. In her previous life, when she was being sliced and studied, she had accidentally seen countless strange animal and plant specimens. This thing should be a mutated wild rose, commonly known as the fairy drunk. Don't be fooled by the fact that it has so many vines and they are winding around everywhere. In fact, it has just grown from a mutated mother plant, and like human mutants, it can devour crystal cores to upgrade. The higher the grade, the more powerful the fragrance is in confusing people. In the previous life, there was a small base of people who went out to look for food seeds. Halfway through the journey, I was enchanted by the aroma of the intoxicating aroma. They brought the seeds back and planted them at the base. Then something terrible happened. Everyone in the base was bewitched by the divine intoxication and fell into a deep hallucination. They pulled out all the crops, killed all the livestock, razed the houses to the ground, and planted all over with fairy wine. When people came to the base, they found that those people had been completely parasitized. Rose-like thorns grew on the skin, and rose roots grew on the feet. Flower buds of all sizes emerged from the skin, and the cheeks were covered with gorgeous, eerie red roses. Thinking of this description, Qin Qian felt nauseous and his scalp tingled. The more I looked at the drunken looks of the gods, the more disgusted I felt. She didn't plan to go in and fight, but to just throw a bucket of gasoline in and burn him. Soon, the fire spread and soared into the sky. Orange flames licked the roof and burned all the vines to ashes. The corpses suddenly twisted, shook, and made creaking screams. It actually sounded like some animal's cry, and it made my scalp tingle. Suddenly, the heads of all the corpses were forcibly twisted by the vines to look at her. The eye holes covered with vines seemed to reveal endless resentment, wanting to tear her apart. Qin Qian admitted that she was frightened. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. What's the use of being afraid? If you kill him, you won't be afraid anymore. So even though he was scared and sweating, Qin Qian did not take a single step back. Yes, in this life, she will never retreat again. The vines were quickly burned to ashes, exposing the mother plant. It was a plant as thick as a thigh that grew out of the crack in the classroom floor, and now only half of it was left. Qin Qian put out the fire with water and walked in. The mother plant felt Qin Qian approaching and suddenly twisted its body, feeling uneasy and fearful. Qin Qian curled the corners of his mouth and used a blade of light to shatter it in midair. She saw a bean-sized, ruby-like crystal core. The tip of the knife stabbed down and separated the tree roots. Use supernatural powers to take it out into your hand. Very beautiful, bright red in color. A strong fragrance hit my nose and stung my eyes. She quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from the space, unscrewed it, threw the crystal core in, screwed on the lid, and placed it next to the crystal core bag with disgust. She didn't understand this crystal core and didn't want to absorb it. I'm afraid that after absorbing it, I will also smell good, which is disgusting. The mother plant lost its crystal core and died instantly. It withered quickly, shrunk to the size of a dried duck neck, and lay on the ground. Qin Qian kicked the small stick, turned around, and left the classroom. Song Zhi asked what happened. Qin Qian told him what happened again and showed him the crystal core. Song Zhi felt a little scared, thinking of his adoptive father and mother in the dream, just now, and Qin Qian. Sweet things always make people intoxicated and relax their guard. He shook his head and forgot what had just happened. The two continued to go upstairs. The second floor is safe, with only a few zombies wandering around. When he was about to go up to the third floor, Qin Qian suddenly felt something was very wrong. Chapter 75. Charge a pancake and set fire for 2 hours. Countless small crystal cores gathered on the third floor. Yes, that crystal core is so small that it is disgusting. Each one is estimated to be only the size of a sesame seed, and 100 of them may not make up a complete and normal crystal nucleus. They are densely distributed throughout the third floor, everywhere. But among these small crystal nuclei, there is a huge crystal nucleus the size of a ping pong ball. Qin Qian instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Oh my god, did I poke a cockroach nest? Qin Qian's scalp exploded when he thought about the place being filled with cockroaches. Song Zhi still found it interesting. Boss, why is your hair standing up? Qin Qian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. This domineering CEO's personality would collapse from time to time. She quickly took out the flamethrower from the space, took a deep breath, and rushed forward. After running up a dozen steps, she seemed to step on something and heard a crunching sound. Oh my God! She looked down at the bottom of her feet and saw that it was not a cockroach. It turned out to be a spider the size of a fist. Its belly was burst by her stepping on it, and inside it was a small crystal core, emitting a faint white glow. Then, after a sudden silence, a teeth-grinding sound was heard all around. Countless insects' legs were crawling on the ground, rushing towards this side rapidly. Qin Qian couldn't bear it anymore, so he took out a gas mask and put it on. He took out another flamethrower and threw it to Song Zhi. The third floor is probably the lair of the bloodthirsty spiders. Now we can't run away even if we want to. Let's get to work. Song Zhi agreed, and the two went upstairs one after the other. As expected, they saw countless densely packed black and red spiders of different sizes, sweeping over like a black wave. Qin Qian immediately turned on his musket and sprayed it madly at the group of spiders. Since spiders attack from all directions, Qin Qian is responsible for the ground, while Song Zhi will take care of the walls and ceiling. Soon, a burnt aroma filled the air, and countless spiders were buried in the sea of fire, burnt to a crisp. It reminded Qin Qian of his childhood in the countryside, when he would catch grasshoppers and roast them to eat, with the aroma of burning protein. Even a gas mask couldn't block the smell. The overlap of beautiful memories and horrible reality is really not a pleasant thing. So the flame of the blowgun is bigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them moved forward at a steady pace, and soon reached halfway down the corridor. Qin Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was so hot that he felt like he was being sent into an 800 degrees oven. The heat was so intense that the clothes on my body were about to melt. Moreover, Qin Qian discovered that the closer he got to the huge crystal core, the more spiders there were. The little spider cubs were very scattered and crawled down in a flood, each one looking very cunning. Not only can it crawl very fast, it can also jump very far, and it will jump behind you if you're not careful. If you get bit by it, it would be fatal. This meant that they had difficulty finding time to even replace their muskets. Qin Qian was secretly angry when he saw that the musket in his hand was running out of fuel. He thought this was not a solution. She gritted her teeth and pointed to the end of the corridor. Song Zhi, give me a thunderbolt. Song Zhi agreed, controlling the musket with one hand and releasing lightning in the direction of Qin Qian's finger with the other. She used her special powers to infuse lightning, directing it to roll and sweep across the corridor. It hit something with an unknown end, and the lightning dissipated. After a crackling sound, many spiders were knocked to the ground by the electric shock. But they didn't die, because the lightning attack did not have a specific target, and many spiders were just hit hard by the power of lightning and were numbed by the electricity. At this time, both of them sighed in their minds. If only Zhang Qi were really here. Charge one pancake and set the fire for 2 hours. Isn't this cheaper than using an airbrush? However, this brief interval also gave the two of them some time to pause. She took out 2 muskets again, handed one to Song Zhi, and threw the gun in her hand away. However, she did not continue to move in a hurry. Instead, she raised her hand and threw a bloody corpse on the ground 10 meters away. In an instant, the little spiders that had been rushing towards Qin Qian and the others like a tide, now rushed towards the corpse like a tide. This little creature is extremely poisonous and bloodthirsty, and it likes fresh flesh and blood. Freshly dead bodies are their favorite. Coincidentally, there were a lot of corpses hidden in Qin Qian's stagnant space. Moreover, even if these corpses are stored for another 10,000 years, they will still be fresh and warm, and they will be fresh corpses when they are taken out. Qin Qian thought back to her previous life, when she had been a lone wolf and raided a small warehouse alone. Just after taking 2 steps inside, I found several bodies lying on the ground. The neck, hands, ankles, and other places were all covered with bite holes in black and blue venom. The person who was bitten turned pale all over, and his skin was covered with blisters of varying sizes, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. The skin in many places was almost melted, which shows how toxic it is. It made her scalp tingle, and she subconsciously felt a great crisis. Damn, it's not advisable to stay here for long, so I quickly left the warehouse. What scared her the most was that the next second after she turned and ran, a spider the size of a human head jumped to where she had just stood, raised its barbed claws, and hissed. There were drops of venom on the fangs. If her greed had overcome her fear just now, there would probably be no after, no present. Qin Qian thought about her previous life, when she was chased around the street by a spider. Now I can even bravely enter a spider's nest. Damn, I made it. Just as I was thinking about it, the corpse had already attracted all the spiders over. Qin Qian gave Song Zhi a look, and the other party understood it immediately and immediately turned on the flamethrower and sprayed it at the corpse. The spiders were caught in the web in an instant and burned to ashes. The stomachs of several spiders were carbonized. When the wind blows, it looks like a nuclear reactor, shining black and red. Song Zhi breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his face. Qin Qian sneered. You don't think this is the end, do you? Song Zhi turned his head to look at her and saw that although she was smiling, the smile did not reach her eyes. Cold and bloodthirsty. She dropped her musket, took out her enchanted knife, and threw 2 more corpses far away. The number of small spiders is less than 1/9, but there are still many spiders as big as wash basins. Song Zhi asked, Is there anything else? Qin Qian took out 2 sets of diamond-reinforced glass shields used exclusively by the riot police and gave one to Song Zhi. He smiled. Well, don't be afraid. Song Zhi pursed his lips. Wow, I was A-ed. How does this woman manage to be cute, cool, soft, and cool at the same time? Finished. I like her more and more. I was distracted for a moment, but Qin Qian had already instructed me. Use your musket and lightning to guard against the little spiders. We have killed so many of them. Their parents are coming to seek revenge on us. Song Zhi agreed with a helpless smile and put on the goggles that came with the protective gear. Shit, it's getting hotter. Qin Qian did not wear goggles, but took out an eye mask and put it on. In the following battle, it is meaningless to rely on your eyes. Chapter 76, The Boss with Great Acting Skills. With a squeak, 2 black spiders with patterns as big as wash basins shot out from the hollow darkness like cannonballs and flew straight towards Qin Qian's face. The sharp fangs flashed with cold light and a stream of venom spurted out. Qin Qian swiftly raised the explosion-proof shield to block it. The venom was not corrosive. However, it is highly toxic and can penetrate into the human body through the skin, travel throughout the body with the blood, and cause irreversible damage to organs. Qin Qian tried hard to concentrate all the firepower on himself so that Song Zhi could concentrate on clearing the monsters. Song Zhi gritted his teeth. He was very worried about Qin Qian and afraid that she would suffer. But no matter how worried he was, he had to control himself. Because Qin Qian had her own plans, he couldn't disrupt them, but should stay by her side to protect her. A cold light flashed in his hand, and he killed each small Jiju with 1 blow, steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly. From time to time, it releases powerful energy light blades, killing a large number of people in seconds. In her realm of consciousness, the spider was nothing more than a ball of bright green energy. Realm of consciousness. This is a world composed of consciousness. In this world, it is pitch black. All mutant creatures and creatures with crystal cores will glow, as obvious as fireflies in the dark. Even the venom they spewed was a ray of light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A spider lay on the beam and roared angrily. Its front limbs became entangled, and it suddenly spat out a large mouthful of thick phlegm. Oh no, it's spider silk. When the spider silk comes out of the spider's mouth, it is a ball of white liquid. When it meets the air, it turns into a ball of glowing spider silk and sticks to Qin Qian's shield with a snap. Song Zhi frowned immediately. Boss, be careful. The spider is spinning silk. Qin Qian sneered, didn't say anything more, and swung his knife to kill the spider. The spiders on the ceiling exploded instantly, and Qin Qian quickly took a few steps back. Under her supernatural sensing ability, most of the medium-sized spiders were killed. Oh no, I didn't expect it would be the boss turn so soon. Qin Qian just twisted his neck, ready to clear out the last wave of medium-sized spiders. The next second, an unprecedentedly huge amount of spider silk liquid swept over, covering almost half of the corridor. Many spiders of all sizes that had no time to escape were caught in the web and thrown over together. Qin Qian was shocked and angry. Fire gun. Song Zhi immediately raised the flamethrower and sprayed it at the spider silk. A big hole was instantly burned in the spider silk ball. But then, another group attacked quickly. Qin Qian had no choice but to take off his blindfold, and once again took out his musket and sprayed fire with Song Zhi to break out. Puff, puff, puff. Balls of spider silk came one after another with almost no pause, forcing the two to retreat again and again. Song Zhi took the time to try the Thunder Dragon, but the result was the same as he expected. Spider silk is an insulator, and the Thunder Dragon is completely ineffective, so it can only be maintained by fire. The light blade can only cut a hole in the spider's silk and cannot destroy the entire spider's silk. Qin Qian found the situation a little tricky. If only there was a wind system at this time, wouldn't it be great to sweep up the flames and burn the entire corridor? Or if the fire ability is used to light a small fire, Qin Qian can use his ability to magnify the flame thousands of times and directly send all the monsters into the air fryer. It's so hateful. The fire from the flintlock doesn't rely on superpowers. Qin Qian's superpowers are useless. I'm so angry, but she would never give up. Qin Qian said, "It can produce infinite spider silk, and I can produce infinite light blades. You burn and I chop. Once that thing shows its head, I will release water to conduct electricity, and you can discharge electricity directly." Song Zhi agreed. Okay. So Qin Qian took out the knife again, and the blade swept across like it was free. Soon, large pieces of spider webs were torn to pieces by Qin Qian's chopping and the burning of the musket. At a distance of more than 2 meters, Qin Qian finally saw the true face of a monster through the tattered spider web. It was a spider that had turned completely snow white and was as big as a bicycle. His legs and back were covered with thorns, and his pair of deep pink eyes were disgusting, reflecting the flashlight and highlighting the appearance of Qin and Song. The extremely resentful look and the undisguised greed showed no sign of restraint. Holy shit, if you don't have some mental preparation, you will be scared to death at first glance. Fortunately, Qin Qian had previously discovered that the crystal core of this spider was very large, and he already had a rough idea of its size. Otherwise, your legs will definitely become weak. However, she didn't expect that it could turn into pure white. Even more disgusting than black, with yellow patterns. Ugly bastat, d. Without hesitation, she spurted out a stream of water. Song Zhi's lightning was thrown over almost at the same time, with a strange crackling sound and accompanied by a terrifying scream. The two smiled at each other. Success. Whoosh whoosh. The flames burned all the remaining spider silk around. The two saw a huge spider lying on its back on the ground, its claws twitching and its bristles blurred by the electric shock. When Song Zhi saw the spider's true face, he suddenly wished he was blind. It's over. This is so disgusting. I'm definitely going to have a nightmare tonight. He took a deep breath, turned around, and asked Qin Qian, "Can I kill it?" Qin Qian waved her hands. Silly. It's just showing off its acting skills. Actually, it's fine. Song Zhi frowned and said, "I used only 70 of my strength." Qin Qian shook his head. "It's useless. It's at the same level as me, level 4. Your level is lower than its. Your lightning can only make its brain go blank for a while, but it can't kill it at all." Song Zhi took a breath, and his expression suddenly became serious. "It's judging and pretending. It probably knows it can't beat us, so it wants to pretend to be dead and launch a surprise attack. I don't think any of us will want to bear the consequences of being bitten by this thing." The blade in Qin Qian's hand shook, and a silver-white light became brighter. With 2 swish sounds, white light flashed, and the big spider's belly was torn into pieces. The thick shell looked like chocolate crisps. Only after it was cut open did Qin Qian see that it was a full 5 millimeters thick. After the stomach burst, the colorful tissue inside, along with the strangely colored liquid, flowed all over the floor. "Spider, I can't pretend anymore. You old fool are playing dirty tricks on me and chopping my stomach?" Song Zhi used to be a domineering boss, living a life of luxury. When had he ever seen these things? I almost vomited. Qin Qian was still calm. Although she had only been busy trying to survive in her previous life and had not fought much, she had seen a lot. She's the type who watches everywhere and peeks at other people's moves. So I'm not surprised by this scene. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white spider struggled in pain, his heart and lungs filled with anger. Who would have thought that these two people actually predicted their own predictions? How could it know that Qin Qian had lived a new life and was already an old king? How could a little cutie like it, who had just awakened, be compared to him? The spider tried its best and sprayed out a large mouthful of venom. Qin Qian and the other person immediately raised their shields for protection, but a few drops of venom still spilled onto Qin Qian's right arm. Suddenly, a piercing burning pain came. Chapter 77 poisoned and lost his mind. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, then raised his finger and pointed at the spider's damaged belly. "Discharge the internal organs." Song Zhi agreed, and 3 thunder dragons struck towards the conductive spider's intestines, blasting it into countless pieces. Qin Qian gritted her teeth and washed her arms with water, but a red rash still appeared on her skin. Song Zhi quickly dropped everything in his hands and came over to check. Don't you have medical abilities? How did you get infected? Qin Qian gritted his teeth and said, don't talk here. We shouldn't stay here for long. She opened her hands and took in all the crystal cores, then placed the shield and musket into the space. The two turned and went upstairs, finding a relatively clean, empty room on the 4th floor. She saw that Song Zhi was so scared that his face turned paler than a spider. His lips were tightly pursed, and his whole body was shaking with anxiety. She couldn't help feeling warm and a little like laughing. She patted Song Zhi's arm and said, don't worry, I have a way. Can you give me 5 minutes? Don't interrupt me. Song Zhi gritted his teeth and nodded with tears in his eyes. Okay. Qin Qian sat on the ground and immediately activated his medical ability to heal himself. At this moment, her whole body was as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave, but cold sweat kept pouring out of her eyes. The area affected by the venom turned a strange pink-purple color. If this color is used on a small skirt, it will definitely be a beautiful and magical color combination. However, once it appears on your skin, you have to consider what state you should be in and try to die as peacefully as possible. Qin Qian forced herself to calm down, and after thinking for a moment, she had an idea. The healing ability can increase wound healing speed by 20, but it is useless against poison. The function of toxins is to continuously damage healthy cells in the body and cause damage to organs. She used her healing powers to remove dead cells and heal areas damaged by toxins. He temporarily controlled the situation and took out the spiritual spring water and drank a whole bottle. The spiritual spring water at this time is clearly at room temperature, but when you drink it, it is as hot as boiling water. Qin Qian knew very well that this was not because the temperature of the spiritual spring water was high, but because she was poisoned at the moment and her perception system was disordered. Toxins are generally negative, while spiritual spring water is positive. When yin and yang collide, there will inevitably be some reactions. Fortunately, the effect of spiritual spring water is very powerful. After just a moment, the cold reaction all over the body disappeared. The medical ability repaired the damaged cells, and a strange color on the hands disappeared. Qin Qian stretched his body and actually felt more comfortable than before. Song Zhi supported her carefully, wondering why she had looked nervous and frowned with her eyes closed just now. Now he's jumping up and running around again. Is he hallucinating? He quickly asked, Boss, do you still recognize me? Qin Qian was suddenly confused, and after looking at him for a moment, she finally understood. Oh, this guy thought she was poisoned and became mentally disturbed, right? Died of laughter. She didn't answer, but deliberately played a trick on him. She turned around and hugged his neck, blowing softly in his ear, You are my boyfriend, right? Well, it's actually not wrong to say that they were indeed lovers in their previous life. But the last life is the last life. In this life, she will not consider love again. Waiting for the slap in the face. When Song Zhi was hugged by her, he felt his body stiffen and his face turned red. He quickly picked up Qin Qian and said, Boss, you are confused because of the poison. Do you have any antidote in your space? Take it out quickly. Qin Qian was carried by him, waving her hands and grabbing at things, and said coquettishly, No, hug the baby. Song Zhi, old man, subway, mobile phone. He really wanted to hug her and be close to her, but it must be done when she is willing and fully accepts him, instead of taking advantage of her when she was poisoned and losing her mind. Facing her struggling, his claws were rubbing against his abdominal muscles. Song Zhi pulled her 2 long sleeves and tied a knot, then asked her to sit with her back to him. Boss, I have learned a set of finger massage techniques for detoxification. There is some physical contact, but it is to help you detoxify. Please don't blame me. As he spoke, he pressed a finger on an acupuncture point on her waist. I don't know if this man's fingers were made of iron, but when they touched her, it was like a killing stick. It hurt so much that tears came out her eyes. Don't be afraid, just bear with it. No, it hurts so much. It's painful, but it will heal quickly. No more. Let me go, I'm your boss. See, it worked. You've remembered who I am. I'm fine, I was just pretending. All patients say they're not sick, and all drunkards say they're not drunk. Don't worry, you will get better soon. As he spoke, he pointed another finger at her back. It almost caused her heart to stop QAQ. Help! She was wrong. She was really wrong. She shouldn't have pretended from the beginning. If she hadn't pretended, she wouldn't have been tortured. 10 minutes later, Qin Qian covered her swollen back with her hands, staring at Song Zhi hatefully. She didn't know if it was really the effect of his massage or the effect of the spiritual spring water, but she spat out several mouthfuls of dark red blood. It's getting better. Song Zhi proudly showed off his massage finger skills, drank an energy drink, and looked at the fruits of his labor with joy. Seeing his boss was so happy, he was so happy that he cried. I have to give her massages more often in the future. Qin Qian gritted his teeth, held onto the table with trembling legs, and said sarcastically, "Hello, Harmony. Chopsticks. Only 10 minutes?" Song Henin didn't think much about it. When he heard Qin Qian say that, he thought she was complaining. His eyes lit up as he screwed on the bottle cap and stood up. "Boss, do you want the extended version? I'll come for another half an hour." After saying that, he began to roll up his sleeves. Under the moonlight, the muscles in his long arms were strong and powerful. The slender and beautiful fingers with distinct joints flashed with a cold metallic light. Qin Qian quickly waved her hands. No need. Thank you. I'm still strong enough. Don't worry about me." "No, really not. Save your energy to kill monsters later." Qin Qian jumped backwards 3 times like a flea and avoided Song Zhi's clutches. Song Zhi could only shrug and said, "Forget it, as long as you recover." In order to avoid being killed, Qin Qian hurried to the rooftop to work. Song Zhi had no objection, and the two of them cleaned up for a while. Song Zhi suddenly came to his senses, his eyes widened, and he turned to stare at Qin Qian. Qin Qian was stared at so hard that his whole body was covered with goosebumps. He suddenly said, "Boss, I actually have quite a lot of time. Chapter 78, do you want to continue?" I haven't tried it, but it should be quite long." He grew up in the home of adoptive parents. Both of them came from scholarly families, so he was well educated and had never had any affair with anyone. After growing up and returning to my original family, the women around me approached me with various purposes. He didn't touch either. After meeting Qin Qian, he fell in love with her. He worked hard to take over the company as soon as possible so that he could pursue Qin Qian wholeheartedly. He has always remained a virgin for her, and now he is still a baby. After hearing what he said, Qin Qian was stunned and blinked for a long time before he understood. You can say anything you want about a man, but you can't say he is not good enough. It seems that he realized that he was mocking him. "Oh, well, you're awesome then, huh?" She quickly turned around and went out. I cursed in my heart. What does your ability have to do with me? But the scene of the last time I saw the teapot handle couldn't help but emerge in my mind. The quality of that hardware should be pretty good. What the hell is she thinking about? Qin Qian quickened her pace, hoping that the wind would blow away the embarrassing red wine color on her face. But the hot air in the extremely hot weather made her little face even more tender and warm red. Finally, we reached the top floor, and the time was already 12:34. Qin Qian took out the body according to the plan and hung it outside the wall with a rope. A leg was chopped off with a knife and blood gushed out. Soon the zombies were attracted over, and it became gradually lively. Qin Qian leaned over to take a look and saw zombies piled up on top of each other. The corpses gathered together, waving their arms and roaring loudly. The sound was deafening. Many zombies even jumped out of the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors, trying to grab the corpses. Blood splashed on the faces of some zombies, and other zombies immediately came over to bite those unlucky ones. Qin Qian dug his ears and looked into the distance where there were no more zombies running towards him. That's about it. Qin Qian turned around and gave Song Zhi a look. Song Zhi nodded, walked to the center of the rooftop, and closed his eyes. Soon, lightning began to appear in the sky above his head. Countless white lightning bolts streaked across the sky, entangled and devoured each other, twisting into a huge purple thunder dragon. Song Zhi condensed the 12 thunder dragons into an extremely huge purple thunder dragon. Such terrifying power caused wind to blow around it. Even the clear starry sky was filled with clouds, and a few drops of rain fell from the sky. Boom! Thunder struck down from the sky, and an invisible energy moved forward with it. The two energies entangled with each other and rotated in the air. The thunder and lightning, which were already violent and noisy, suddenly became 10 times thicker. It was Qin Qian who transformed the mutated particles into energy, merged them into lightning, and plunged into the zombie group. The huge thunder instantly suppressed the roar of the zombies, followed by a series of loud noises that became unstoppable. Under Qin Qian's conscious control, lightning attacked all the zombies as if they had life. Because Qin Qian could feel the crystal cores, she did not attack the zombies themselves, but the crystal cores in their brains. The crystal core is very strong and cannot be broken by a knife, melted by fire, or destroyed by lightning, acid, or alkali. I saw all the zombies being struck into pieces by lightning, and in an instant their flesh and blood were blurred, with body parts flying everywhere. It is indeed quite shocking. The two looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. I spent too much energy and worked too hard tonight, and finally I got the reward. The method they came up with is quite feasible. However, just as Qin Qian expected, some zombies in the distance could not be hit at all. If one has wind-related abilities, the impact will be greater and farther. After the thunder and lightning died down, Qin Qian used his special powers to absorb all the crystal cores, filling up a whole basin. After cleaning, filter out the usable ones. The two counted the number and were pleasantly surprised to find that if they did this twice more, they could each reach the next level. Song Zhi said, "Why not save it up and use it to upgrade the medical crystal core?" Qin Qian's poisoning today really scared him. Qin Qian is his last hope and his only concern in the end times. If Qin Qian was gone, he would leave with her without hesitation, because the world isn't worth it. He stayed because of her. But he wouldn't say these out loud because he didn't want to embarrass Qin Qian. If her medical crystal core is upgraded, her safety factor will be greatly improved. That would be great. Qin Qian didn't know what he was thinking. He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then let's save it up first, and when we have enough, we can upgrade together. As he was speaking, a lot of zombies had gathered downstairs. There were constant sounds of tearing flesh and chewing bones. Qin Qian felt hungry and nauseous after hearing this. She took out 2 bottles of ice cola from a space and handed one to Song Zhi. Swish! He pulled a ring and started drinking. Drinking a sip of iced drink in such hot weather is really refreshing and thirst-quenching. Qin Qian looked up at the sky, wondering if her previous self would feel gratified if she saw her current appearance. Song Zhi drank the coke in a few gulps, threw the bottle away, and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Qin Qian looked at the watch and said, "It's early morning. We can't chew too much. Today we are mainly here to test this method. Since the method is feasible, we could just follow the same method in the future. We have all consumed a lot today, so we should rest early, otherwise our bodies will not be able to bear it, and there will be serious problems." After saying that, the two of them swept away all the zombies and left the building. After all, the noise just now was too loud. It would be bad if it attracted the attention of other forces. The two came to the comprehensive building at the other end of the playground, which had an auditorium that could accommodate 1,000 people. After cleaning the surroundings and locking the door, Qin Qian came to the stage and released the RV. Only here is it secluded, safe, and can accommodate such a huge structure as an RV. The two of them went in and took turns washing up, then made some fast food and fell asleep after eating. There will be no night watch today. Qin Qian turned on the energy detection. She can sense any creature approaching within 100 meters. They had no taboos and just lay on the same bed and slept soundly. Qin Qian had a sound sleep, and when he woke up, it was already evening the next day. Song Zhi was not around, but she could hear the sizzling sound of frying from afar. She got out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and walked to the stove carrying the little rabbit. What are you doing?" Song Zhi was wearing an apron, and with his 1.9-meter height, it was a little cramped for him to stand up straight in the RV. He was bending over slightly, head down, flipping the onion beef in the pot. Qin Qian exclaimed, moved closer, stood on tiptoe, rested her little chin on his arm, stretched her neck, and sniffed hard. He looked like he was enjoying it. Her hair is long and black, but soft and silky. Qin Qian's sleep was a little fluffy, with a few naughty hairs sticking up, making her look like a soft little rabbit. It has no lethality at all, is very well behaved and obedient. Song Zhi swallowed and quickly concentrated on cooking. Chapter 79. Zombies are killed and become endangered species. No wonder the good rabbit Laolu plan she invented is so effective every time. For a moment, Song Zhi felt that those who were deceived were so stupid and pitiful. The stupid thing is that they look at things too superficially and focus on appearances. Unfortunately, appearances are deceiving. Who wouldn't be confused? "It will be ready soon, boss. Go wash up and get ready for dinner." Okay. She ran happily and threw the little rabbit on the bed, then went into the bathroom to wash up. After locking the bathroom door, Qin Qian turned around and entered the space. She can stay in space for a long time just by washing up. Tidy up the flowers and plants, cut the tall grass, collect eggs, and feed the livestock. The old birds and rabbits are killed and temporarily kept in the stagnant space. When you have a lot of time, take it out and put away. The newborn baby animals are so soft and cute. Qin Qian teased him playfully for a long time. The tomatoes and cucumbers in the small yard were all ripe, and she picked a full basket. What surprised her even more was that the fruit trees, which were of different varieties and required very different growing conditions and temperatures and humidities, were all thriving. Some even had flowers in bloom, with little bees buzzing among them. If a fruit farmer saw that there were more than a dozen kinds of fruits such as apples, pears, peaches, chestnuts, plums, mangosteens, mangoes, durians, bananas, grapes, actually blooming and bearing fruit in the same orchard, I guess he'd go crazy and pull his hair out. After all, the conditions required for these fruits to grow are very different. There are also many delicate species that are extremely prone to disease. If you don't take good care of them, they will die immediately. But they all grew up in harmony in Qin Qian's space. She was overjoyed and left the space with great anticipation and returned to the bathroom of the RV. At this time, she was holding some fruits and vegetables and a few bottles of spiritual spring water. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I ran into Song Zhi carrying dishes. He looked at what she was holding, then back at her. Someone's mouth twitched. "Boss, are you going to unload the goods, or to purchase the goods?" Qin Qian was so angry that she threw a tomato at him and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't give you any more food." He quickly caught it with his hands, rubbed it on his clothes, and took a bite. Delicious. That's right. I picked it myself in the farmer's yard. Qin Qian was not lying. The farmyard was real, and the fruits he picked with his own hands were real. How real is she? The two chatted and laughed while eating. For some reason, since yesterday, the relationship between them has inexplicably become closer. Qin Qian slept soundly beside him and rarely had nightmares. In the evening, I went out to collect crystal cores as usual. After a lot of killing, I had another great harvest. Qin Qian's guess was correct. The earth-shaking noise they made really attracted the attention of other parties. One day after they finished fighting, they saw a helicopter hovering in the sky. Many flashlights were shining down, and loudspeakers were shouting, "Hello, survivors. We are the JF Army XXX unit, stationed at the city's military base. The Junction base has been built. For your safety, please try to get to the base." Fortunately, Qin Qian had already realized it and activated his special abilities to avoid the other party's pursuit. Of course, she had to go to the base, but not now, and she couldn't let the people in the base see their appearance clearly too early. Qin Qian and the other man had originally only intended to try out a new strategy here and then slip away. Unexpectedly, after tasting the sweetness, both of them were reluctant to leave. In the past, I always felt disgusted and wary when I saw zombies. Now when I see zombies, it's like seeing a big baby. I love them so much. As the saying goes, there is no killing without buying. The poor Sang brother was quickly killed and turned into an endangered species under the combined sweep of Qin and Song. Even the insects nearby had their crystal cores dug out, turning into empty shells. If zombies had thoughts, they would surely roll up their blankets and run out, wishing they could ride a donkey or take a taxi. When the two drove away, the road was smooth and unobstructed. Along the way, there was not a single moving object to be seen, except for plastic bags blown by the wind. In the early morning, the car drove out of the university town and headed towards Song Zhi's villa. In order to facilitate movement, they did not drive an RV, but instead switched to an off-road vehicle. Song Zhi was driving. Qin Qian was sitting in the passenger seat holding a big watermelon, eating it while watching the variety show with a silly smile. Song Zhi was sometimes very confused. How big was her space, and how many supplies did she have? But on second thought, he shouldn't be curious, let alone explore it. In such a terrible doomsday, isn't it a 1 in 10,000 chance of being chosen by God to have a treasure owner like Qin Qian? She has the space, the materials, the abilities, and the means. You don't need to sell your body to please her. She only wants you to be loyal and sincere. Such a blessing is hard to find even with the headlights on. You should stop prying into other people's secrets and privacy. What she says is what she is willing to tell you. If she doesn't say anything, don't ask. Whether as friends or teammates, such respect is the bottom line for maintaining a good relationship. In other words, they provide food and accommodation. Why are you asking so many questions? Just enjoy it. Song Zhi was a man who knew the times. and he felt relieved when he thought of this. The car finally drove smoothly into the villa area. Qin Qian originally thought that the house Song Zhi lived in was also a large garden villa with houses next to each other. But she still underestimated the true power of the word domineering president. He lives in a 4-story villa manor that was developed separately upstream of the villa area, with its own entrance, courtyard, and independent water and electricity system. Yes, small estate. He has a yard the size of 2 football fields and a European-style building with dozens of rooms. There was no water left, and the fountain, covered with leaves and weeds, was larger than an ordinary person's bedroom. There's a golf course, helipad, swimming pool, garage, and other luxurious facilities in the backyard. Qin Qian was completely dazzled. Logically speaking, her family had lived in a villa before, and her grandfather's villa was also very luxurious and beautiful. Compared with Song Zhi's family, they're just like a 5-guarantee household. The two got out of the car and walked into the villa, which was now deserted. The luxurious and high-end decoration had been smashed and looted, and there was blood and rotten, dried body parts everywhere. It was obvious that this place had been ransacked. Those who hated the rich even smashed many antiques and expensive decorations. The second floor is Song Zhi's bedroom. It can be seen that it should have been a very clean and tidy house. A bed, wardrobe, table, and sofa, nothing else. At this time, Song Zhi ran over and patted Qin Qian on the shoulder. His face was inexplicably ruddy, and he said excitedly, "It seems that this place has been searched, but I just checked, and they didn't find the most important thing." Qin Qian was puzzled. What is the most important thing? The other party smiled mysteriously and a little proudly. "Come on, I'll take you to see it." As he said that, he took her wrist and went downstairs. Chapter 80, Doomsday Underground Fortress. Song Zhi walked to a wall on the first floor where a small landscape painting was hung. Take off the landscape painting and you'll find an electric switch inside. This is a very common way to cover up ugliness. Looking at the switch again, it was a mess with the burnt buttons all curled up and tumbling, revealing the ugly circuits inside. Song Zhi fiddled with it a few times with his hands and actually took off the entire frame of the switch. Inside is a lever. Song Zhi took a deep breath, then he pulled hard and pushed the rod downward. There was a rumbling sound behind the two of them. Qin Qian quickly turned his head and saw a secret door behind the stairs leading to the second floor. Qin Qian's little mouth turned into an O shape. It turns out that rich people all like to play with secret doors and secret rooms. When I read martial arts novels in the past, the heroes would always create secret rooms and hidden doors, which contained either priceless treasures or martial art secrets. I didn't expect to have the chance to see it in real life. Song Zhi dusted off his hands and said, "Let's go." Qin Qian was so excited. What was inside? Mountains of gold and silver? Or some mecha tank? After the two went downstairs, Song Zhi fumbled on the wall for a while, found a switch, and turned on the light. Under the cold light is a small bedroom of about 10 square meters. There were no windows on any of the 4 sides, but inside there were 3 rows of shelves filled with food. Instant food, vacuum-packed rice, flour, grain, oil, water, and various beverages. Song Zhi picked up a bag of snacks and smiled mysteriously at her. If someone breaks in and sees this scene, do you think they will be very happy? Qin Qian snatched the snacks, looking a little puzzled. "I didn't expect you to be a living bodhisattva. Is it going to hold a survivor party in the apocalypse?" She was just about to tear open the snacks when Song Zhi grabbed her wrist. He shook his head with a serious look. "You can't eat it. This is specially made. Each one is highly poisonous and colorless and tasteless. If you eat it, you will die." Qin Qian's mouth twitched, and he quickly threw the bag aside. "I am Ming Lang. It turns out you are His Excellency, the living king of hell. Nice to meet you." Song Zhi smiled and ignored her teasing, instead tinkering with something on the wall for a while. A secret door opened. "Let's go, the real stuff is down there." He waved his hand and said, "These poisonous things up, they're just to cover up the secret room down there. When those people come to the small secret room and see the food inside, they will inevitably become excited and let down their guard. A very hungry person would first eat a large meal and die on the spot. A cautious person would take the things and leave quickly, return his base, distribute the things to everyone, and plan to have everyone come together later to move all the things away. As soon as they eat it, they will be wiped out. It's safe here anyway. Even if someone were lucky enough to clear out this place, no one would discover the secret passage. Discovered a secret passage that couldn't be opened without a specific password. If you want to attack by force, you will die miserably. I have specially found a master of mechanical devices to arrange the troops. If you dare to use force, you will definitely not return. Qin Qian's eyes widened when he heard this. The words living devil were actually a compliment to him. This guy is simply a monster. Qin Qian thought she was cruel enough, but she didn't expect that in front of Song Zhi's scheming, she was just a younger brother. The two walked down the stairs for about 5 minutes before finally reaching their destination. It was extremely cold on the 7th or 8th floor underground. Qin Qian, whose head was covered in sweat just now, was now shivering all over. He quickly took out a cotton jacket and put it on, and also took one for Song Zhi. The moment the light was turned on, Qin Qian's mouth opened wide. This is simply the perfect Doomsday underground fortress. From Qin Qian's side to the endless distance, rows of 3-meter-high shelves were filled with all kinds of food. Rice, flour, grain, oil, salt, sugar, sauce, vinegar, and all kinds of ready-to-eat foods. Qin Qian looked at the rows of food. Rice, white flour, 5-color rice and flour, coarse grains, canned meat, canned fruit, canned fish, canned glutinous rice. Dozens of kinds of oil, dozens of kinds of condiments, dozens of kinds of cooked food, and dozens of kinds of instant food. Water, beverages, and various functional drinks. Nutrient soil, seeds, ultraviolet lamps, various waste materials, and plant medicines. Song Zhi pulled her to another place at the end, where there were all kinds of light and heavy firearms and lethal weapons, and all kinds of extremely precious medicines and poisons, comparable to a large scientific laboratory. Song Zhi said, "This used to be my parents' residence, and the 3 underground floors were their weapons depot and shelter. The Song family was in turmoil back then, and my parents were murdered several times. In order to survive, they update their weapons and prepare some necessary drinking water every year." He picked up a gun at random, fiddled with it skillfully, and threw it to Qin Qian. He added, "After my parents passed away, I took over the place and also followed their rules, frequently replenishing and changing things. 1.5 months before the end of the world, I received a secret notice from a special government department, saying that a horrific catastrophe would sweep across the world. We elites are required to prepare supplies to deal with major disasters and stockpile at least 20 years of survival supplies. I didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking it was an epidemic or something, so I just stockpiled some. I didn't expect it to be the end of the world." The more Qin Qian listened, the more frightened she became. "The country has known about these things for a long time, right?" Song Zhi nodded. "Yes, but no country can guarantee the protection of every citizen. All they can do is reveal some information to those who have the ability and capital. Try to preserve the fire as much as possible, and for the rest, you can only leave it to fate and let the fittest survive." Qin Qian felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. She felt abandoned and relegated to the realm of fend for herself. Song Zhi walked over and gently ruffled her hair. But the country also harvested food early, quickly built shelters after the end of the world, sent out garrisons, distributed food, and tried its best to protect more people. In fact, none of us has been abandoned. Qin Qian nodded. "That's right. After all, I didn't make any contribution to the country before the end of the world, so I can't ask for special treatment. Think about those soldiers and the food distributed during the rainstorm. The country has actually done its best." She waved her hand, not wanting to discuss the topic any further, and turned around to look around. His stockpile was very comprehensive, and, apart from fresh food, these things were more than enough for him to eat for 20 years. "No, even if there are 2 more people, it will be enough." Qin Qian found something on a shelf that surprised her. It's a lot of women's clothing. From socks, underwear, to thermal clothes, spring and summer clothes, coats, hot packs, and even sanitary products. She turned it over again, and her face turned red instantly. "I went out with a friend today, so I typed too fast, and there might be some typos. I will correct them tomorrow. Love you guys." Chapter 81. One day, make her smile. There was actually a large box of family planning supplies inside the box. Looking behind this shelf, there are more than a dozen shelves of milk powder and baby products. Qin Qian suddenly remembered that Song Zhi went on a blind date before the end of the world. Could it be that these were prepared for his blind date? He plans to spend the rest of his life here with that girl, and even considers having a baby? TSK, what a good man. Really, why can't she catch a man like this? She turned to look at Song Zhi. I found him fiddling with guns, seemingly fascinated by them. However, Song Zhi should have become cold-hearted since that woman treated him like that. If she hadn't died in the pile of zombies, Qin Qian would definitely give her a good beating. Qin Qian put down the stack of women's clothes in his hand and stopped flipping through them. Instead, he went on to look at other things. In fact, if she continued searching, she would see more than 20 large boxes stacked from this shelf to the adjacent shelves. It was full of beautiful, expensive Lolita dresses. There were 1,891 in total, all bought by Song Zhi. If she saw it, she would definitely find it very familiar. Whenever she liked a skirt on Weibo, Song Zhi would buy it immediately. No matter which model she collected on Taobao, the Song family's housekeeper would receive a delivery of that skirt the next day, sort it out, and put it away, waiting for the day to make her smile. Qin Qian patted her stomach and said, "Chef Song, I'm hungry. What shall we eat later?" Song Zhi put down the scope in his hand and said absent-mindedly, "How about bacon fried rice? Too oily. What about green vegetables and mushrooms? Too plain. Chicken curry. I have to spit out bones, please. How about this? I'll use chicken breasts. There won't be any bones." Qin Qian looked up at him, her face covered, and after a long while she said, "Forget it. I'll go make some instant noodles." Song Zhi then realized that she was in a bad mood and quickly put down what he was holding and came over. "What's wrong? Is it too cold? There is a bedroom here. I'll turn on the heater. You can go in and warm up." Qin Qian saw that he looked nervous and wondered what she had just said. Obviously, she likes to eat everything he said. Why are you finding fault like a psycho? So pretentious. She quickly waved her hands. It's okay. I'm just dazzled. Just make something to eat." Song Zhi still felt a little uneasy. "Boss, I'm not showing you these because I have supplies, or because I want to show off to you, or to make you stay. I want to give the supplies to you for safekeeping. It will be safer this way. Do you have any space left?" Qin Qian's eyes widened. "Leave it to me." "Yes, no matter how safe this place is, it's not as safe as your space." He coughed dryly and scratched his head. "This is all I have now. Please don't abandon me." Qin Qian chuckled. "I haven't thought of dumping you even though you don't have these things. Besides, I don't need them. I can help you keep them." Qin Qian really had no intention of coveting these things. Compared with the things she had hoarded, both in terms of quantity and variety, they were nothing. She didn't think that Song Zhi would stay. She just didn't know why. She suddenly had a fit. Seeing Qin Qian smile, Song Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. She finally smiled. She looks so beautiful when she smiles. He glanced at the baby products area not far away again, and his handsome cheeks blushed slightly for a moment, almost unnoticeably. If it weren't for that blind date, he would have gone there in an orderly manner to kidnap Qin Qian. Take her to live in this basement. Everything here is prepared for them. Unfortunately, she had her own things to do. He couldn't selfishly ask her to stay. He had to do his best to fulfill her wish. After that, if she was willing, he would take her to live here and never care about anything outside again. Song Zhi took Qin Qian to the bedroom, put some firewood and coal in the fireplace, and lit it. The room quickly became warm. Put on some music, turn on the TV, and make the bed. Wrap her in a quilt and roll her into a ball. A small cart was pulled over, filled with a variety of snacks. Qin Qian grinned in surprise. She liked everything. She didn't know that Song Zhi had spied on her Weibo and moments every day and had written them down in a notebook. Song Zhi knew all of Qin Qian's preferences. She liked spicy food, whether it is sour and spicy, spicy and hot, fragrant and spicy, or sweet and spicy. She doesn't like coriander, fennel, hard peaches, or cooked lotus roots. Before the end of the world, Song Zhi's greatest hope was to have the right to choose his own wife after taking complete control of the company. Instead of marrying a woman you don't love for the sake of a business marriage. He never thought of letting down an innocent girl, leaving his beloved girl nameless and without status, and wasting his own life. Before he became the real owner of the company, he was afraid that his family would find out and implicate Qin Qian if he went to see her. Just a dozen days before the end of the world, he finally got the rights he wanted. Just when he was about to reject the blind date and go find Qin Qian, the end of the world arrived. I thought I would never see her again in this life. But who would have thought that, after a twist of fate, my beloved would be right in front of me again? Song Zhi felt extremely happy, so he cherished it very much. It's the end of the world. He doesn't care. Wherever Qin Qian is, that is home. After a while, Qin Qian had the delicious bacon fried rice, a bowl of hot ginseng chicken soup, stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of fruit. After eating, she felt warm all over and felt very comfortable. I couldn't help but stretch and wanted to go to sleep. There are very complete wind circulation, water circulation, and power systems here. Apart from the lack of windows and the coldness, the quality of life is basically the same as in the end of the world. After washing up, Qin Qian returned to her room and had a good sleep. To her annoyance, she had another nightmare. I don't have such worries when I sleep next to Song Zhi. She picked up the quilt and the little rabbit and ran to find Song Zhi. To get to Song Zhi's room, you need to pass by the shelves. Qin Qian accidentally saw those family planning supplies and paused. Her first reaction was, "Do you want to take a box?" But he soon bit his knuckle again. What is this dead hentai thinking? That's your employee. How can you engage in sexual harassment in the workplace? Cough, cough. She quickly turned around and continued to go to Song Zhi's room. When she ran to the door, she suddenly realized that she hadn't come up with a reason to sleep in someone else's room. Saying that I won't have nightmares if I sleep next to him, isn't that too ambiguous? Forget it and go back to listen to crosstalk. Having two men by your side should be better than just one. Just as I was about to go home, the door opened. Song Zhi appeared at the door with his upper body naked. Mine clarance. Ahem, I need to clarify, there will definitely not be any bloody misunderstandings or sadomasochism. Qin Laolu has a somewhat carefree personality and would never complain about such a small matter, causing endless misunderstandings and bullying of the male protagonist. It's just that our heroine is a little slow in terms of feelings, and Songge had a long way to go to find his wife. Chapter 82 Medical Abilities. Song Zhi looked down at her, his expression full of surprise. Boss, what's wrong? Qin Qian hugged her little quilt tightly, blinking her big eyes in a daze for a long time. Then he said, it's just, I feel hot, and I'm worried that you'll be cold, so I brought you a blanket. After saying this, Qin Qian really wanted to give himself a slap in the face. You see you, is this human language? Song Zhi was also a little confused and touched his nose. Thank you, boss. I'm not cold. I have a stove in my room. Qin Qian laughed dryly. Ah, really? You have it too. That's such a coincidence. Hee hee. In that case, I'll go back to sleep. Good night. Song Zhi. Could it be that the spider's poison hasn't worn off yet, and the kid is still stupid? While he wasn't able to react, Qin Qian turned around and ran back. I had just taken 2 steps when I felt a pulling sensation from behind. It was Song Zhi who grabbed her quilt. She was stunned, and her heart began to beat wildly. Hee 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 hee. Is this to retain yourself? Song Zhi walked over and stuffed the corner of the quilt into her arms. The corner of the quilt has touched the ground. Be careful not to get it dirty. Oh, hee hee. She staggered back to her bedroom and closed the door. She raised her hand and tapped her forehead a few times. It's terrible. Why would she think of going to Song Zhi's room to sleep? You can imagine that they won't let you stay in the house. We had no choice but to sleep together in the car. Now that we have the conditions, we naturally have to be more sensible. Oh, she's so stupid. Qin Qian quickly climbed back onto the bed, found his iPad, and put on the pot. This eased some of the embarrassment, and I fell asleep again. The two rested in the small underground fortress for 2 days. After the body has fully recovered, go out and sweep the surrounding area again. This place is located in the suburbs and is sparsely populated, so it is naturally not as crowded as the university town in the city. However, there are still several branch campuses of well-known universities, and the population is not small. The two of them went to sweep the place and found several high-level mutant creatures and zombies inside. It took quite a bit of effort to defeat the opponent, and I also gained valuable combat experience. In just half a month, all the zombies and mutated creatures in several nearby universities were wiped out. That day, after a whole night of fierce fighting, they finally defeated all the little sad guys they saw. Now, they have cooperated very well. The two stood on the rooftop and used the corpses to attract zombies. Song Zhi summoned purple lightning, and Qin Qian transformed the particles into superpowers, injected them into the Thunder Dragon, and swept across an entire street of zombies. The wind was a bit strong, and it quickly blew away the burnt smell of the zombies after being struck by lightning. Swish! Qin Qian tore Song Zhi's clothes, revealing 3 wounds left by his claws. Just now, a jumping zombie jumped onto the rooftop without anyone noticing. After having his head chopped off by Qin Qian, he was still able to use his last bit of strength to give Song Zhi a claw. This resulted in ugly claw marks on our brother Dao's handsome back muscles. The blood that flowed out also turned dark black. Fortunately, zombies are not contagious yet. Qin Qian poured spiritual spring water on the wound to disinfect and stop the bleeding. Song Zhi groaned. The spiritual spring water is yang, and the virus in the zombie's claws is Yin. Yin and Yang conflict with each other and collide violently, so the pain is naturally very intense. Song Zhi pursed his thin lips and frowned slightly. He leaned against the wall, his body shaking slightly, and he suppressed a hum, his eyes reddening. Qin Qian's face turned red. How come this man is still so handsome after seeing him so many times? She quickly restrained herself and turned her head away, continuing to wash his wounds with the spiritual spring water. Finally, Song Zhi's red, swollen, and blackened wound turned into a normal wound after being cleansed by the spiritual spring water. The abscess was no longer black, and the blood that flowed out was bright red. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Qin Qian gulped down the remaining half bottle of spring water while extending his right hand to heal him with his medical powers. To be honest, both of them are so skilled that they don't use this ability very often. But once you need it, you really can't do without it. Song Zhi felt a warm feeling on his back, and the wound was a little itchy, as if something was crawling in his flesh. Gradually, it turned into a tingling sensation. He breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it. Qin Qian could see with his own eyes that the wound was bleeding profusely but was gradually healing, although the process was extremely slow and consumed a lot of energy. But what she fears least is energy consumption. This amount of consumption cannot keep up with the amount she absorbs. Until the wound changed from a state of skin and flesh turned inside out to a wound like a kitten scratch, no matter how hard she tried to activate her supernatural powers, it would no longer heal. She knew that her current medical abilities could only go so far. He withdrew his hand and bandaged his wound, then wet a towel with clean water and let him wipe his body simply. Find new clothes for him to change into from space. Song Zhi changed his clothes, walked to her side, and watched her squatting on the ground, sorting crystal cores. He also squatted down to help. Qin Qian said, "There are not as many here as in the city. If you want to level up as quickly as possible, you have to go to the city." Song Zhi nodded. "Okay, now that we have almost finished harvesting, let's go to the city." Qin Qian smiled and patted his shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work." Song Zhi raised his eyebrows. "Food and lodging are provided. Why should I be so hardworking? Besides, I also want to level up." Qin Qian smiled and said nothing. After the two of them sorted out the crystal cores, Qin Qian put them into the space. Unlike before, although the sun rose, the temperature also began to soar. But Qin Qian did not choose to leave the rooftop, but prepared to have breakfast here. She brought out the huge parasol and the folding tables and chairs. "I took out 2 servings of snail noodles bought from an authentic local restaurant in El State. The boiling hot snail noodles were still steaming when they were put in, and now when they are taken out, the steam is still rising. There's also a rujiamo and a bottle of lemonade." Song Zhi was particularly disgusted by this stuff at first, thinking that it was just something from an old toilet. Later, Qin Qian forced him to eat half a bowl, and he gradually got used to it. Now he's in the stage of being extremely addicted. Qin Qian looked at the rising sun and listened to the sporadic growls of zombies nearby. She finally realized her wish. While surrounded by zombies, she was eating snail noodles and rujiamo. Thinking of all the hardships and tortures she had suffered in her previous life, she finally lived like a human being in this life. The city at the foot of the mountain in the distance was in ruins, surrounded by decay, ruin, and death. But there is such a carefree couple, eating and drinking to their heart's content, enjoying themselves immensely. It really has a bit of the flavor of Gone with the Wind. Not involving the movie, just a description. After eating and drinking, the temperature finally rose to an unbearable level. The two packed up and left, returning to Song Zhi's underground bunker to wash up and rest. Qin Qian looked around and thought it was time to say goodbye. After waking up at night, it's a new journey. Chapter 83, Moon Bay Sanatorium. 1807. The lights in the underground fortress were turned off, and the underground fortress, which had just gained a little popularity, fell into darkness again. I don't know when someone will come in again. Qin Qian stored 80 of the supplies in his own space. There's enough space, don't worry. The remaining water, supplies, and weapons were packed into the two people's bedrooms and sealed with cement. It's a guarantee for the future. If something unexpected happens one day, at least there's room for maneuver. The two men locked the door of the secret room again and left the manor. In fact, they made plans before going to bed during the day. The two men prepared to sweep inward, gradually from the outermost ring of the city. First, there are universities and construction sites around the city, and then to shopping malls, residential buildings, and schools within the third ring road. Then go to the hospitals, office buildings, and commercial centers in the city center. The first stop today is a mental hospital sanatorium with a nice name called Moonbay Sanatorium. Song Zhi knew the place because he had invested in and built a factory nearby before the end of the world, and he also had some friendship with the dean there. He was well aware of the density of people there, because some patients are indeed physiological patients. The disease may be caused by an accident or a huge blow, but most of them are young children. Many old-fashioned and traditional parents regard their children's internet addiction or different orientations as mental illness. After they PUA the child step by step into becoming an extremely sensitive person, they turn around and say that the child is mentally abnormal. He also sent the child, who was driven crazy by them, to a mental hospital. They do not expect the mental hospital to cure their children. What they want is a completely normal child who is absolutely obedient and will not disobey them. That's all. This has resulted in many more patients in the sanatorium who should not be there. The sanatorium is located in the suburbs and is fully enclosed. When the end of the world came, those poor patients had no way to escape. What awaits them is either being bitten to death or starving to death. Qin Qian felt uncomfortable hearing this, and she thought of her desk, made in high school. His lifelong dream is to go into space. He has excellent grades and was the top scorer in the province in the college entrance examination. I applied for aerospace as my major, but my parents secretly changed it to finance. Such a good child. After learning that nothing could be changed, he became so upset that he left. Many people always hurt others again and again in the name of it's for your own good. When others question him in return, he will pretend to be innocent and accuse you. The perpetrator turned out to be the victim, and the victim was scolded for being ungrateful. It's like giving someone a cart of bananas when they want pears. I have another question. I gave you the best. Why aren't you grateful to me? Having strayed off topic, Qin Qian brought his thoughts back to the main topic. I decided to go to this nursing home first. It is definitely extremely dangerous there, but the rewards are certainly much more than you can imagine. She was a little impatient. The car quickly drove to the outer ring road. Under the night sky, the originally empty and quiet streets suddenly became noisy. After turning a corner, the screams of the elderly, the weak, women and children, and the roars of the zombies mixed together. Qin Qian felt something was not good when he heard this. Most likely there are survivors being chased and bitten by zombies. She pinched her philtrum and said nothing. Song Zhi was driving the car, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Seeing Qin Qian's attitude, I immediately knew what to do. So he turned the car around and drove away. Behind me came screams that got louder and louder. Some people saw a car coming and were overjoyed, shouting for help sharply. But as the car went farther and farther away, it could no longer be heard. Feeling guilty? Perhaps it has nothing to do with whether you're a virgin or not, but any mentally normal person will feel compassion and guilt. Does it matter? In spite of. In the Doomsday, everyone is only concerned about their own business and not about other people's problems. There are so many poor people. Can you save them all? What's more, the weakling died long ago. The Virgin Mary was sacrificed to heaven, and the weakling was left to die. None of those who can survive to this day are easy to deal with. The person you rescued may not really be a human being. 2 hours later, we finally arrived at our destination, Moonbay Sanatorium. The sanatorium, which originally had a beautiful environment, is now cold and deserted. There is an atmosphere of horror everywhere, which makes people feel cold from the inside out. Qin Qian's palms couldn't help but sweat. It's not that I'm afraid of any monsters inside, but there's an inexplicable, weird atmosphere. It made her feel very wrong. The atmosphere here is completely different from the places they have been to before. Places like schools and small supermarkets, whether there's zombies or not, at least the atmosphere and temperature are normal. But it's different here. It's extremely hot now. It's 50 or 60 degrees outside, but cold air is coming out of this building. Is this a good thing? Qin Qian closed his eyes and sensed it with energy. There are quite a few big treasures inside. At the same time, she also sensed some energy clusters that did not belong to the mutated particles. They are strong, restless, angry, and violent. It is filled with resentment that reaches the heavens and the earth, and is tainted with murderous intent that penetrates the bones. Qin Qian lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then decided to give up. She's just a sixth wife, not a reckless man. There was a powerful, unknown energy hidden here. She knew she was not a god, so she certainly couldn't rush in without thinking about the consequences. She would rather not earn money that she can't spend. It was obvious that these things were not easy to deal with, and she didn't want to be the one to suffer the most. Qin Qian turned around and said, "Forget about this place. Let's go to the next point." But he found that Song Zhi's eyes were fixed on the hospital's lobby and the dark door. There was sweat on his forehead, his lips were tightly pursed, and he looked very nervous. Qin Qian called him 2 or 3 times before he came back to his senses. "Boss, do you want to come in?" When he asked this question, his face was full of the expression, "Run," because he knew very well what was inside, and it was an existence he didn't want to offend. But if Qin Qian said yes, he would still follow in without hesitation. Qin Qian shook her head. "I think it's very dangerous. I won't go. Let's go." Song Zhi was obviously relieved, and he and Qin Qian walked towards the car one after another. Along the way, she felt like someone was staring at her from behind, and she felt creepy. It was as if a voice was calling her to go in quickly. Someone was waiting for her inside. Qin Qian couldn't help but quicken his pace, and the chill in his heart became more and more obvious. She turned around and asked Song Zhi, "Did you see anything just now?" Song Zhi frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. But facing Qin Qian's inquiring eyes, he still said, "I saw someone standing on the steps waving at me, asking me to come over." Qin Qian's fingers twitched involuntarily. She didn't see anything just now. Damn, not only is there a big baby here, but there's also a Piaozi. Piaozi is a ghost, you know? Qin Qian said, "If it lets us in, we'll go in. That would be embarrassing for us." She opened the car door and plopped into it. The moment Song Zhi sat down, the two suddenly realized something was wrong. The touch under my but was not the soft car mat. Instead, it turned into a cold metal plate. The two looked at each other and then looked around. I didn't even know when the interior of the SUV was transformed into a dilapidated operating room illuminated by moonlight. There were discarded medical devices scattered all over the floor, and the surrounding walls were covered with peeling gray skin. The air was filled with the smell of mildew and decay, which made people frown. The two of them clearly got into the car, but the next second they found that they were actually sitting on the cold operating table. Only then did Qin Qian realize that they had been pulled into this world by those things. It's too late to escape. Chapter 84, Skylark. Song Zhi frowned and murmured in a low voice, "It shouldn't be like this." Qin Qian didn't quite hear it. "What?" Song Zhi shook his head. "Nothing." Qin Qian didn't care much about it, but looked around and touched the walls around him from time to time. Is it an illusion? But this feeling is very real. The wall feels cold and pulls my hand. If you rub it hard, the wall paint will fall off. Song Zhi came over and said seriously, "Let's go quickly. We shouldn't stay here for long." Qin Qian rubbed his dirty hands on his body and said, "Yeah, okay." But she always had a strange premonition in her heart. Those things that brought them in may not necessarily allow them to leave so easily. The two walked into the corridor. The deep and long corridor was like a dark, bottomless pit. It seems as if it wants to suck all of a person's consciousness in. They quickly came to the door of the first floor lobby. The door was shut tightly and locked tightly. The glass was covered with unknown vines and a thick layer of moss left over from being flooded. Not even a bit of light could get through. Qin Qian drew her sword and mobilized her special powers. With her ability, even breaking a wall would only cause water to spill, let alone a glass door like this. Swish! A bright white blade of light flew out from the blade and easily broke the glass door. In a cloud of dust, the glass door made a loud noise and instantly exploded into countless pieces. I thought what I would see was the grass outside and their car. Who would have thought that the moment the door was broken open, the lights in the entire dim building came on? A cheerful nursery rhyme rang out from the loudspeaker in the corridor. Outside the glass door that had just been shattered, a large group of zombies quickly poured in. No, influx is not the right word. It should be sprayed in. It was as if the supermarket was having a 30% discount on all items today, and when the time came, the rolling door opened. The scene where uncles and aunts rushed in groups to grab things. Originally, a large group of zombies were hiding at the door. After the door was broken, the fragments stabbed the zombies but did not kill them. This is how recruitment was formed. Qin Qian had to admit that even though she had seen a lot of big scenes, at that moment her scalp went numb and her hair stood up on end. The rotten flesh on the zombies' faces had almost fallen off. Their eyes were covered with cataracts, and they had evolved sharp teeth. The speed was so fast that it was almost right in front of him. Song Zhi immediately summoned lightning and attacked the zombies. With a loud bang, A big hole was blown out on the ground in front of him, and the zombies were blown to pieces. His face looked very unhappy, and there was an expression of disbelief and surprise in his eyes. Qin Qian knew that in this strange building, both she and Song Zhi had been corroded by this terrifying atmosphere. I lost my previous calmness and composure. If this goes on, there will definitely be problems. Qin Qian forced himself to start by adjusting his breathing and trying his best to control his emotions. When facing a crisis, you must not let anything external affect your mood. The ancients said, do not be happy with things or sad with yourself. Don't mess around, otherwise something bad will happen. Qin Qian held two blades and fought hard, while shouting loudly, Song Zhi, stay calm and believe that we can leave. Song Zhi is worthy of being a crazy and domineering boss who has fought in the mall. He realized that something was wrong from the beginning and was shocked by the gushing zombies. After a minute of fighting, he quickly calmed down. Good, he answered loudly. But the ending was drowned out by the zombies' roars. What is more penetrating than the screams of zombies is the innocent and lovely children's voice on the radio. Qin Qian had heard this song before. It was a dark French nursery rhyme called the Skylark. The lyrics are fucking brutal. It's probably, Skylark, Skylark, lovely Skylark. I will comb your feathers. Skylark, Skylark, lovely Skylark. I'm going to pluck all your hair out. First pluck out all the hair on your head. Pluck, pluck, lark, lark. The innocent and childish voice, coupled with the weird lyrics, is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Coupled with the horrific scene of zombies howling and black blood splattering, it seemed that the sweet child's voice also became extremely weird and terrifying. Qin Qian's charming and slender figure flew up and down among the zombies, spinning and slashing. Graceful as a dance. The flying zombie heads fell to the ground with their mouths still open, trying to bite something. Soon, it was trampled to pieces by the zombies that came later. The two were separated by the zombie swarm and forced all the way to the second and third floors. The zombies continued to attack. Boom! Qin Qian stood at the east end of the corridor. A thunder dragon flashed by from the west end, knocking down all the zombies along the way. Qin Qian swung out the light blade and instantly finished off all the enemies that were still able to move. After nearly 20 minutes of frantic fighting, the last wave of zombies finally fell to the ground. Qin Qian recharged himself again, but he was still gasping for breath. The corridors were filled with a sickening stench. She almost vomited out the fried rice she had eaten earlier, and she patted her chest. Song Zhi hurried over and patted her on the back. Qin Qian waved her hand. It's okay, let's go down first. She opened her hand and put the crystal core away. Grabbing Song Zhi's wrist, the two of them went downstairs one step deep and one step shallow. The light above was cold and white, illuminating the charred bodies lying all over the ground. Every sickening scene is an exceptionally high definition. Some zombies were twitching continuously while struggling to survive. As Qin Qian stepped over them, he tried to reach out and grab her legs. But without the crystal core, neither the mutants nor the zombies can survive long. There is no need to worry at all. Squeak! A particularly harsh sound was heard, as sharp as a steel needle scratching glass. Qin Qian frowned uncomfortably and turned his head to look for a moment. Only then did they discover that among the corpses on the ground, there was actually a huge rat with a dirt gray body. It was as big as a house cat, chubby, and its little paws were trembling. He stared at Qin Qian with his blood-red eyes and bared his teeth, shouting. The sharp teeth were covered with the black flesh of the zombies, revealing their ferocious appearance. Qin Qian curled the corners of his lips. How dare a little mouse show off his skills in front of an expert? Look at me, the mighty heavenly dragon. She had just picked up the knife when she suddenly saw the mouse shaking its head at her. I'm super. Then, a voice sounded in Qin Qian's mind. It's not him, it's not him. What? Is this the mouse talking? Qin Qian came back to his senses and remembered that he had the ability to communicate with animals. It's called animal manipulation. Now it has reached the 4th level and can sense the moods of animals and even communicate with them in a simple way. Since she learned about this special ability, she has never used it. Qin Qian was just thinking when suddenly the mouse called again behind her. Not him, not him. Qin Qian seemed to suddenly realize something. The next second he turned around and chopped with a knife, but the knife hit nothing and directly broke the escalator. Song Zhi stood by the wall not far away, with his head lowered and his hands hanging down. Like a puppet. Qin Qian pointed the knife at him. Who are you? A sneer came from the audience. The man suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Qian with a pair of bloodshot eyes, full of resentment and mockery. Immediately afterwards, this Song Zhi changed into another appearance. Chapter 85, Song Zhi and Qin Qian. It was a young man in a white coat. Looks like he's a doctor. He had big, completely black eyes without any whites, and a face as white as a paper doll. He grinned fiercely, and countless maggots fell out of his teeth. Qin Qian was not frightened by the scene. Because she had known that there was a disturbance in this building, she had already prepared generous gifts for the little ones. She took out her cell phone and turned on the music player. Melodious and soothing Buddhist music could be heard from inside. This is not ordinary Buddhist music. Many years ago, Qin Qian went to the mountain to worship Buddha with her mother. A 109-year-old temple abbot looked at Qin Qian's face and said that her life was full of misfortunes, but she also had many noble people. Giving her a piece of Buddhist scripture can ward off evil spirits and ensure her safety. The master sang it himself and asked Qin Qian to record it. She has changed several mobile phones over the years, but she has never lost this recording. Sometimes when you feel uneasy, just listening to it will quickly calm you down. At this moment, the Buddhist music that sounded like a clear spring seemed to be glowing with golden light, dispelling all the countless grievances in this terrifying building. With a shrill scream, the Dr. Ghost's whole body twisted in agony. It soon disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the lights in the building quickly went out. The sound from the stereo also disappeared. The surroundings returned to their previous silence and desolation. Qin Qian calmly took out a high-intensity flashlight and turned it on. Song Zhi, she shouted loudly, and the sound waves echoed around her. If Song Zhi was nearby, he would definitely hear it soon. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sound. Qin Qian shouted a few more times, but to no avail. She simply used her special powers to search and investigate. She was very familiar with Song Zhi's breath. As long as he is within his detection range, he could be found quickly. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Found it. Qin Qian ran over there quickly, and soon she smelled blood. Her heart tightened. Could it be that Song Zhi was injured? Then, as she turned a corner, she saw Song Zhi's tall figure. He was bending over and leaning against the wall, his hands covering his abdomen and groaning sadly. Are you hurt? Qin Qian frowned in confusion. She reached out and tried to touch the other person. The skin was warm and it really felt like human flesh. The Buddhist music is still playing. It's impossible that Piaozi is pretending. Qin Qian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Qin Qian's concern, Song Zhi waved his hand and said, Don't say anything. It's a very powerful zombie. Qin Qian supported him and said, I'll heal you first. He grinned and shook his head. No, it's just a flesh wound. I saw that thing running toward the basement. I want to kill it. There was a strange excitement and anger in Song Zhi's eyes. Qin Qian frowned slightly. Let's leave here first. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Song Zhi turned around and smiled at Qin Qian. I know you are worried about me, but don't be afraid. I can hold on. Qin Qian looked at him and didn't say much. Instead, he handed him a towel and asked him to cover the wound first. He has been acting weird ever since he came in, making people confused. Forget it. Let's talk about it outside. The two went downstairs together, and Song Zhi went to the basement. Qin Qian looked at the dark entrance to the basement and felt something was wrong with his whole body. She grabbed Song Zhi's arm and said, It's better not to go. It's just a zombie. Song Zhi shook his head firmly. No, I won't let go of anything that hurts me. Let's go down and kill him. Be obedient. Qin Qian immediately frowned, curled the corners of his lips, and took a step back. Song Zhi looked at her in confusion. Come on, what's wrong with you? Qin Qian took out the knife and shone a white light on the blade. Song Zhi will never let me obey. He will only listen to me. You are not Song Zhi. She felt something was wrong from the beginning. The two had been separated for such a long time, and when they met again, he did not show concern for her at the first moment. Faced with her concern, Song Zhi actually refused directly. From just now until now, he has always wanted to be in a dominant position. But they don't know that the real Song Zhi has always been very clear about the role he plays and would never overstep his boundaries and take over the show. She stared at the Song Zhi in front of her and said, Although I don't know what kind of person you are, but you are pretending so poorly. You're nothing like him. You are exposed, brother. There's another reason why Qin Qian is so sure that he is not Song Zhi. She just secretly explored his energy again. It was completely different from what she had just discovered. In other words, Song Zhi was indeed at the location she detected just now. But when she arrived, the real Song Zhi was gone, and the one left behind was a fake. The other party was unwilling to give in, and handed her the blood-stained handkerchief and said, "I am the real Song Zhi. You see, I am bleeding bright red blood. I am not a zombie, nor am I a ghost pretending to be you. Let's go down to the basement, and I'll tell you everything." Qin Qian raised his eyebrows. "Oh, really?" "Absolutely. Then how do you know that someone was impersonating Song Zhi to deceive me? We were clearly not together just now." She pointed out the most obvious lie in one sentence, and it was obvious that the other person was embarrassed. Soon, the face of that Song Zhi changed for a moment, and it seemed to be covered with yellow hair. Qin Qian paused, and at that moment felt a strong sense of anger. It seemed as if a shrill voice sounded in her mind. She saw through it. "Bitch, bitch." Oh, it's still a little animal. Her animal manipulation ability allows her to communicate with small animals in a simple way. Naturally, you can also listen to the sounds of animals. It seems that not only is there trouble with Piaozi, but there are also some other things that want to get involved. Interesting. Qin Qian didn't give him the chance to attack and hurt him, and just swept him with his sword. The face of Song Zhi was full of fear, and the next second, his head and body were separated. A fist-sized animal head fell to the ground. The lower body also quickly shrank into a rat-like body. Qin Qian walked over and took a look, then sneered. Weasel. Qin Qian knew that this thing was extremely evil. It could be cultivated, transformed into a human form, and had the ability to deceive the eyes. People in northeast China have the custom of worshipping immortals. The yellow in the fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray refers to the weasel. What's even more troubling is that while this guy was cultivating himself, he actually turned into a mutant creature. Wow, buffs are stacked like crazy. You actually want to play nesting dolls with me? No wonder she couldn't tell the difference. Qin Qian took out the crystal core from this guy's head and set it on fire. I was afraid that this mutated little thing would behave abnormally again. At this time, 2 footsteps came closer and closer. Qin Qian turned her head and saw the person coming in the light of the fire. They are Song Zhi and Qin Qian. Yes, Song Zhi is the real Song Zhi, but Qin Qian is definitely a fake. She held Song Zhi's arm and smiled at Qin Qian in a charming way. Song Zhi's eyes were wide open, and he had obviously been completely bewitched by the other party. Chapter 86, I'll help you kill her. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes and soon heard the same shrill voice again. Brother. Oh my God, the human killed my brother. I want to avenge him. It turns out to be a little yellow fox, right? Qin Qian put on an expression of watching a show, walked over and said, Song Zhi, she is fake. Come here quickly. Song Zhi had a dull expression and didn't even look at her. The weasel immediately pointed at Qin Qian and said to Song Zhi, Brother Song Zhi, don't listen to her. She is a fake. The weasel was roaming in the corridor with a sharp roar. Qin Qian hurriedly called out, Song Zhi, wake up. I am Qin Qian. She is the weasel. She is deceiving you. Wake up. Song Zhi was still stupid and didn't respond at all. That Qin Qian showed a ferocious smile. Brother Song Zhi is mine. Don't even think about snatching him away from me. Qin Qian wanted to rush forward, and the weasel's eyes turned red instantly. I don't know what kind of power he used, but he rolled up all the broken wooden boards and debris on the ground and attacked Qin Qian. Qin Qian quickly used his knife to block them one by one. Seeing that his skills could not hurt her, the weasel immediately pushed the demented Song Zhi in front of him and said, Go ahead and chop him. Kill him if you can. The other person's eyes were fierce, and he showed a pair of scary buck teeth on Qin Qian's pretty face. He looked at her with a hissing sound, making her angry. Damn, it's an eyesore. Qin Qian really wants to grab it and give it a few slaps. It's so ugly, so shabby. But now Song Zhi is still in its hands. She must rescue him quickly. Qin Qian smiled and put the knife on her shoulder. It seems that you don't like your brother Song Zhi that much, right? How about I let you go and you give him back to me? Qin Qian also didn't expect that she would find herself in a city surrounded by zombies during the apocalyptic disaster. Negotiate with a weasel monster. What kind of weird situation is this? The weasel pointed at his brother in the fire and said, If you can bring my brother back to life, I will return your man to you. Its eyes turned cold, and the tone of the painting suddenly changed. But you killed my brother. I will make your little man live a life worse than death, suck his essence every day, and finally dig out his crystal core. Hee now, I want him to kill you with his own hands. After saying this, the weasel urged Song Zhi once again. Kill her for me. I want her to die. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Song Zhi mechanically turned his head to look at the Qin Qian beside him. Okay, I'll help you kill her. The next second, he raised his hand without hesitation, and purple lightning surged at his fingertips. A purple dragon danced wildly and attacked Qin Qian at a rapid speed. Qin Qian used his supernatural powers to form a particle barrier to protect himself. Then he turned around and dodged the attack of the thunder dragon. After flashing for a moment, the lightning turned at the end of the corridor like a boomerang and hit Qin Qian. Brother Song Zhi, don't do it. Immediately afterwards, the weasel was hit by lightning, and the lightning and fire continued to attack her, making a crackling sound. The weasel quickly changed into its original form, curled up into a small ball, and fell to the ground. Song Zhi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief instantly, holding his chest and breathing heavily. The weasel must have released its control over him. In fact, the other party only controlled his body, but he was still conscious. Being conscious meant that he could control lightning with his mind. So, when they just met, Song Zhi gave Qin Qian a wink. The tacit understanding gained from long-term cooperation made Qin Qian understand his intention instantly. So I just cooperated with him in acting. He controlled the lightning to attack Qin Qian in order to make the weasel let down his guard. When the weasel was caught off guard, he launched a sudden counterattack. Qin Qian quickly went over to hold him. Are you okay? Song Zhi's face turned pale, and he pulled her arm and looked her up and down with concern and anxiety. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing Qin Qian smiling, I knew she was fine and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was so excited that he actually wanted to hug Qin Qian. But he soon realized that this was inappropriate and quickly withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Qin Qian felt warm in her heart. This was the real Song Zhi. He would care about her first, even if he was not out of danger yet. That weasel's disguise is so fake. Qin Qian was delighted and rushed over to hug his waist. She patted his back gently and coaxed him like a puppy. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm fine. Song Zhi's face turned red instantly. Fortunately, it was dark around and Qin Qian couldn't see anything. Otherwise, he would be very embarrassed. He was a big man, about 1.9 meters tall, and he blushed when being hugged by a little girl. Move to Mars, what a loser. He had just been restrained by the weasel, and his whole body was cold and stiff. Now Qin Qian made his blood boil again. For a moment, I felt a sea of clouds churning in my heart and chest, and the air was rushing around, and I almost coughed up blood. Ahem, I'm just giving you a comforting hug. You, why do you think so much? Fortunately, Qin Qian only hugged it for a moment before letting it go. Song Zhi quickly calmed down and said, give that thing a final blow so it won't cause trouble again. Qin Qian nodded in agreement and made the final move to take the crystal core. She then used a knife to dig its body into the fire and burned it together with her brother. As a family, we should be neat and tidy. Qin Qian said, I didn't expect there are so many wild animals here. Song Zhi rubbed his stiff neck and pointed outside. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, and there's a protected area on the mountain, so the natural scenery is very beautiful. There was a resort nearby that I had invested in before. It was halfway built when the end of the world came. Looking at his indifferent expression, Qin Qian could only respond with a wry smile. This is what the end of the world is like. He will tear apart all the good things in your life and cruelly tell you that nothing can come back. And all the ugliness is magnified like a play. Let the filth that was originally buried in the dark corners be exposed in the sun. Finally, he tells you with a smile, see, you humans are really disgusting. Wait until both bodies were burned to ashes. Qin Qian also ended his little lyrical drama of making up words in his mind. She pulled the real Song Zhi and said, let's go. This time, she subconsciously held his hand. Song Zhi swallowed and said, yeah, okay. He held her small hand tightly. It was so soft, cool, and gentle, like a kitten's paws. No matter where she wanted to take him, he was willing to run to keep up with her. Even if he was going to die, he would never slow down for even a moment. The two ran to the gate, but they didn't expect the scene before them to be so puzzling. The two looked at each other, both frozen in place, speechless. Chapter 87 Chaotic Space. I saw that the exit should be outside the gate, and their car should be parked there. But at this time, there was a corridor outside the gate. The door seemed to have opened a gap in the middle of the corridor. Qin Qian walked forward in disbelief to check. The door was still the same door, but the corridor opposite was still very real, without any problems. She stepped in and found that they were real floor tiles. Song Zhi quickly grabbed her and said, "Something is wrong here. I wanted to tell you before that this place shouldn't be like this." Qin Qian turned around and asked him, "Do you know what's going on here?" Song Zhi stared at the corridor and said solemnly, "The reason why I agreed to let us come here is because I know that although there's a lot of resentment here, there are countless vengeful spirits causing trouble. But that was all in the past. At least before the end of the world, when I knew the news, this place was safe. My adoptive father was a famous Taoist priest. I was weak when I was a child and was pulled back from the brink of death by him several times. But he didn't let me join the Tao. He just taught me some common sense, so I know a little bit about this." Qin Qian was not surprised by this statement. After all, when Zhang Qizhen was here before, the clues shown by Song Zhi made Qin Qian have some guesses. Song Zhi continued, "This nursing home has had many incidents before, and several deaths have occurred there. The old dean asked my adoptive father for help, and my adoptive father drew a formation in the basement to suppress some powerful wrong spirits. That's why I dare to bring you here, otherwise I would never let us take risks. Unexpectedly, the magic circle was broken for some reason, and all the wrong souls escaped and started to cause trouble everywhere." He finished, sighing guiltily. Qin Qian remembered that he had said before that he got to know the old dean here because of this matter. Qin Qian comforted him. The past cannot be retrieved. Now that it has come to this, how to escape is what we should think about. There is no point in talking about other things. Song Zhi shook his head. This may be a bit troublesome. Think about it. Gue is mysterious. They are in an absolutely dark environment, and their minds are probably dark and twisted. What's more, these Gue were all crazy when they were alive, and crazy Gue are the most terrifying things. The two talked as they walked, and unknowingly arrived at the back door of the first floor. Song Zhi kicked open the tattered iron door, which should have been a backyard overgrown with weeds. But what appeared was a corridor that had never been seen before. The moonlight was dim and formed a layer of silver frost on the ground. It looked like a very lifelike scene, but it revealed an unspeakable horror. "It's like this again," Song Zhi said. "Those lunatics have completely tampered with the space and time here." As Song Zhi spoke, he quietly reached into his pocket, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and stuffed it into Qin Qian's pocket. This was left to him by Zhang Qizhen. It was a talisman for warding off evil written in the handwriting of Master Zhang Qizhen. It is the best talisman to suppress demons and evil. If he had used this talisman just now, the weasel would not have been able to hurt him at all. But he couldn't bear to do so because it would be gone after one use. This thing is precious. There's only one. It's not that Zhang Qi really doesn't want to give it to Qin Qian, but Qin Qian doesn't know how to use it, and it might hurt her if she wears it improperly. Song Zhi glanced at Qin Qian secretly and thought, "If only one of us can escape. I hope that person is you." Qin Qian broke out in a cold sweat. She grabbed Song Zhi and asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" Song Zhi shook his head. "No, I'm not a Taoist after all. If Zhang Qi was here, no, it would be useless even if he were here. How can a Taoist fight against a group of lunatics?" Qin Qian took a few deep breaths and forced himself to stay calm. "Then, even though I know it is futile, I still go to great lengths to find a way out." But soon, hope turned into endless despair. All exits were twisted. Even if you break down the walls and windows, all that will appear is another room or corridor. It seems endless, never-ending, and repeating forever. They didn't know how long they walked, but they were all tired. Looking at the time, 6 or 7 hours have passed. It must have been daybreak outside, but it was always dark here. Qin Qian waved his hand and said, "I'm not leaving. I'm so tired. I want to rest." So they found a room, cleaned it up, and sat on the floor. Qin Qian took out the battery, electric light, and charcoal basin. Plug in the light and light the charcoal. The small table was filled with grilled meat, mushrooms, seafood, vegetables, and various sauces, sprinkles, and dips. Since I can't go out, I might as well just eat. Anyway, it's not hot in this room. It's cool enough. It would be a waste not to eat it. Soon, the finger-thick marbled beef was sizzling with oil and singing happily on the baking tray. The seafood curls and shrinks due to heat. Brush it with sauce and sprinkle with chili powder and cumin. A special fishy smell came. Song Zhi was already extremely hungry, with a piece of freshly roasted hot pork loin in his mouth. While continuously inhaling air, he did not forget to help Qin Qian cut the meat and spread it on the baking tray. Qin Qian placed the lean beef on the lettuce and sprinkled a handful of chili rings. He used a fork to pick up another piece of fat, which was covered with fresh seafood sauce. Roll it up and put in your mouth. Chew 2 or 3 times. Instantly, the rich and mellow gravy bursts in your mouth. The lean meat is chewy and tender, and the tendons are chewy. Serve with sauce and chili rings. A little sour, a little sweet, a little spicy, and a little salty. Wow, it's so delicious. The mood that had driven me crazy because of the tortures by the drifters in the building was instantly swept away. Pair it with a can of low-alcohol wheat juice and cool chilled fruit. So delicious that it makes me cry. They both actually have a bit of bachelor spirit. If you can push forward with all your might. If you can't, just lie down and let it go. Anyway, I can't get out of here for a while, so why not be happy if I can? They are not the protagonists in other ghost movies who have nothing to eat or drink and are trapped in a haunted building and are afraid of dying of thirst or starvation. Qin Qian has an entire space full of supplies, so they will not starve to death even if they are trapped for a lifetime. If the outsiders saw them showing off their bodies happily, drinking heavily, they would be as happy as gods. I'm afraid he was so angry that he committed suicide on the spot. The two were discussing what other solutions to come up with next. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise coming from the corner. Qin Qian immediately became alert, took out a knife from the space, and stared at that place. Squeak, squeak. It's a mutant blood rat. Soon, a gray mouse the size of a cat emerged from the shadows. A childish voice sounded in Qin Qian's mind. Eat meat, I eat meat, eat. This feeling is very much like a baby who has just learned to speak and is trying hard to express what he or she means. The little mouse. No, the big mouse walked up to Qin Qian and stared at her with its blood-red eyes. The tip of his pink nose was twitching and his mustache was shaking up and down, as if he really wanted to eat the food in Qin Qian's hand. Qin Qian then remembered that this mouse had once reminded her that Song Zhi beside her was not a real person. Thinking of this, Qin Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. You can communicate with a mouse that can express itself, and since it can communicate, there must be something to talk about. Qin Qian smiled, picked up the piece of meat with disposable chopsticks, and handed it to Bloodrat. Song Zhi stared at her in surprise and vigilance, wanting to say something but stopping himself several times. Seeing that the mouse was biting Ruru and did not attack Qin Qian, he felt relieved. Qin Qian thought that the blood rat was a native of this place, and it must know much more than Qin Qian did. Maybe you can find a way out through it. She tried to use her special ability to communicate with the mouse. Thank you for your help just now. There's plenty of food, but I also have a few questions for you. Chapter 88 Escape. When the blood rat ate the fresh meat, it actually started clapping its hands, just like a human being. Qin and Song both looked at Coke and tried giving him some other food. Gradually, the blood rat seemed to let down its guard against Qin Qian. The speech suddenly became fluent and no longer just expressed simple meanings. Qin Qian only then realized that after opening up their consciousness, communication between humans and animals could be so smooth. But gradually, Qin Qian began to feel a headache. This blood rat is actually a chatterbox. It seemed like we hadn't talked for years, and I finally found soulmate. I'm the most powerful in my family. I'm 91 years old this year. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thank you for killing those 2 weasels. They ate our whole family. Oh, the meat you gave me is so delicious. Fresh meat is so delicious. It's much better than the corpses of those weird people. You mean this area? Many animals are practicing here because the Yin energy is strong, which is suitable for animals to practice. We are very afraid of snakes and birds. There's a mutant Tyrannosaurus bird nearby. It is particularly scary, even scarier than a weasel. The weasel wiped out our entire family, and that bird wiped out the weasel clan. It was a monster with yellow eyes, a red beak, and a white head. The magic circle in the basement was destroyed. Someone looks different from you and speaks strange words. I can't understand them. The questions Qin Qian asked were very mixed, and the blood rat made a lot of nonsense and squeaking noises. For the convenience of narration, Qin Qian sorted out the story based on the blood rat's description. First, there are many mutated demon cultivators around, the most powerful of which are a bird and a snake. Second, the magic circle in the basement was destroyed by several foreigners. Qin Qian told all this to Song Zhi, and Song Zhi fell into deep thought. The foreigners destroyed the magic circle set up by my father? Haha, interesting. Song Zhi thought for a moment, then turned to ask the blood rat, "Can you lead us out?" The blood rat tilted its little head and spread its hands in a very humane manner. "Means, I don't understand." Qin Qian was speechless. This idiot didn't have the ability to control animals. If he talked to the blood rat, would the rat understand him? Fool! She picked up a piece of seafood with chopsticks and stuffed it into Song Zhi's mouth, signaling him to stop talking. He turned around and asked the blood rat, "We want to leave here. Can you take us out?" The blood rat paused while chewing its food and froze in a daze. Qin Qian's heart sank. It looked like it was going to be very bad. As a result, the blood rat said very proudly, "You want to go out? Just tell me earlier, a chicken, I promise to take you out." Qin Qian was overjoyed. Deal. She quickly got up, packed up her things, and stood in front of the pile of things, making hand gestures and chanting incantations while acting. The last word, change, put things into space. Song Zhi was stunned. This is so childish. Why doesn't she take out a magic wand and change her makeup? Ahem, she actually just didn't want anyone to know about the space. Fortunately, small animals have simple minds and are easy to fool. The blood rat jumped up in surprise. "Are you an immortal? You are so powerful." Qin Qian proudly began to brag. "I met immortals in my early years and learned some magic." The blood rat was excited. "Wow, what is this called?" Qin Qian waved his hand. "Its name is Invincible Great Transport." The blood rat stared at Qin Qian with admiration, its tail wagging like a propeller. A man and a mouse opened the door and went out. One really dared to lie, and the other really dared to believe it. Song Zhi followed behind, stuffed the last lettuce roll into his mouth, and followed in silence. He felt like the parent of 2 3-year-old children. The dolls were discussing the content of the cartoon, and he could only follow behind and listen. "Hey!" The blood rat led the two from the first floor to the 3rd floor, and then to the 4th floor. Qin Qian was just about to ask Xue Shu where they were going. But at the end of a turn, the blood rat disappeared. Qin Qian was suddenly shocked. The blood rat was their only hope. If they couldn't find it, they might really be trapped here forever. After a moment of panic, she instantly thought of a solution. Qin Qian closed his eyes and used his supernatural powers to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Sure enough, behind a wall, the scent of the blood rat's crystal core was tracked. She curled the corners of her lips and pulled Song Zhi towards the wall. After Song Zhi froze for a moment, he walked towards the wall with Qin Qian. The next second, the two stepped into a corridor they had never been to before. The blood rat twitched its little nose and motioned them to look forward. It turned out to be a rooftop. The two looked at each other, and Song Zhi walked up and opened the door to the rooftop. As expected, what came into view was a wall, completely blocking the road behind the door. The blood rat said, "The way out is behind." Those wronged souls specifically deceive the eyes of you humans, but they cannot deceive the eyes of us animals. You have to find a way. Qin Qian bit her lip and made up her mind. She said to the blood rat, "You hide behind us." The blood rat ran obediently behind Qin Qian. She gave Song Zhi a look, and Song Zhi immediately nodded, and a thunder dragon waved over. The wall was shattered in an instant. However, a new corridor appeared. The two looked at each other and sighed in despair. Are we really going to be trapped forever? At this time, Song Zhi suddenly thought of something. He tried to distract Qin Qian while talking about his analysis. At the same time, he quietly reached into Qin Qian's pocket and took out the talisman paper. He took a deep breath and threw the talisman into the air, using lightning to send the talisman into the corridor. Bang! Boom! The talisman paper hit the door and instantly burned to ashes, transforming into golden ripples. The thunder dragons were completely immersed in it, and the accumulated power exploded like a nuclear bomb. The illusion of the corridor was broken, and a crack more than 1 person high was torn into it. There was a blinding light in front of me, and it turned out to be daytime outside. The sun was at its highest point, and the rising heat distorted the trees in the distance and their parked car into a dreamy feeling. But soon, they found that the crack was slowly shrinking and healing. Without further ado, the two held hands, took a few running steps, and jumped up. They hugged each other when they entered the crack, and the feeling of their bodies instantly went from cold to hot. Then the two of them fell heavily on the grass, rolling more than 10 meters before stopping next to the car. Huff, huff, huff. The two of them gasped in shock, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Only then did Qin Qian realize that Song Zhi was hugging her tightly. His right arm protected her back, and his left palm protected the back of her head. He held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, she was at the bottom, with her arms around his waist. Song Zhi supported his upper body with his elbows, half pressing her down. The posture is slightly ambiguous, yet gentlemanly. She looked up in panic and saw Song Zhi lowering his head. When their eyes met, their breathing was hotter than the extremely hot midday temperature. Song Zhi couldn't help but feel his Adam's apple moving, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. I don't know what kind of breath was flowing through their necks, suddenly dyeing their cheeks red. But soon, they separated tacitly. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Qin Qian quickly got up, patted his chest, and looked back at the nightmarish building. Only then did I realize that the building looked no different from any other building. The sunlight shone in, and the hall was surprisingly bright, completely different from the dark night just now. The blood rat jumped happily beside him. Chicken, chicken. Give me a chicken. Qin Qian sneered and took out a raw chicken from a space and gave it to it. He also took a lot of things that the little mouse liked. The blood rat rolled on the ground happily and expressed his gratitude in various ways. Qin Qian has overcome her fear of mice and even finds them a little cute. He really wanted to touch its head, but after all, mice were suffering from many diseases, so Qin Qian decided not to do so. It's not advisable to stay here for long. It would be bad if we get dragged in again. The two said goodbye to the blood rat and drove on the road. The surrounding area was full of overgrown roads. Qin Qian twisted his neck and was about to speak. Song Zhi stopped the car suddenly. Qin Qian was puzzled. What's wrong? Song Zhi pointed outside the window, where there was a Y-shaped fork in the road. He said solemnly, I remember very clearly that when I came here, there was only one way, not the second one. So where did the second one come from? Where should we go? Only then did Qin Qian realize that they were still within the confines of the sanatorium. Those things had no intention of letting them go. Chapter 89, The Thief Bird That Steals the Crystal Core. Qin Qian clenched his fists. When will these bastards ever stop? She sneered and closed her eyes. Soon, I sensed a small animal that was able to communicate. It's a pangolin hiding in the soil. Qin Qian knew that she couldn't control all the animals now. She can only communicate and negotiate with some animals that can understand her consciousness and reach deals through cooperation. The pangolin asked her, I can show you the way, but what can you give me? Qin Qian, what do you want? Pangolin, water, I want water. Qin Qian, okay. Qin Qian took out a 5L bucket of water from the space and placed it outside the car. She said, can you drink it yourself? Do you need to unscrew the bottle cap? Pangolin, no need, I can drink it. You take the road on the right. The left one will lead you back to where you were just now. Remember to drive fast and don't look in the rearview mirror. Qin Qian didn't hesitate much and quickly believed what Pangolin said. After all, animals are obviously more trustworthy than insidious and cunning humans. If they don't want to pay attention to you, they will just ignore you and will never play dirty tricks on you. Qin Qian thanked Pangolin and told Song Zhi. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the right, running all the way without looking back, until we drove onto the highway and saw the bus stop we came from. The mottled paint on it reads, Next stop, Moon Bay Sanatorium Station. The car sped past, and Qin Qian seemed to see a figure in a white coat standing under the road sign. With murderous intent and unwillingness on his face, he smiled at their backs. After driving for another half an hour, I saw zombies wandering the streets again. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely close to each other and wanted to hug Sang-gu and kiss him. After driving for a while, the car started to alarm. It's too hot. If the temperature does not drop, the engine will have to be shut down passively. Qin Qian wanted to get out of the car and use the river water in the space to cool down. Song Zhi waved his hand and pointed to a place not far away. Go wash there. Qin Qian looked in the direction of his hand. His eyes widened. Because there was a lake 100 meters away. It was a patch of light, neither too big nor too small, reflecting the sunlight, making it particularly dazzling. How could there be a river here? In this extremely hot weather, all surface water has dried up. There's a lake here? What a play. Song Zhi, however, looked very knowledgeable and explained, there's a spring nearby, connected to the Jinshui Lake. But in fact, there is a huge underground water vein between Jinshui Lake and here. I have invested in this area before and did very careful research, so I know. In previous years, the water level was very high, sometimes even reaching the road, but now, even in the extreme heat, only this much is left. When I drove here before, I often stopped nearby for a while. The scenery here is beautiful. Qin Qian knew what he meant. The that the scenery was beautiful in the past. Now most of the trees on the ground are dry and dead, and the grass has turned yellow due to the extreme heat. Where's the scenery to speak of? Qin Qian used his supernatural power to check and found that there were low-level monsters everywhere nearby, and they would run away when they saw Qin Qian. The car drove straight towards the center of the lake, and the deepest part only submerged the wheels. Huge splashes of water occurred along the way, and the car was soon covered in water. After doing this several times, the temperature of the car finally dropped, and the alarm stopped sounding. The two prepared to leave and find an empty, sheltered house nearby to rest for a while before going out again at night. Unexpectedly, as soon as the car turned around, it encountered a group of bandits who were robbing men and women. There were 6 people in the group. The bald man was driving a Land Rover. They were all tanned, as black as yam balls. Each of them had a face full of flesh and was carrying a knife with bare chests. Although they looked skinny, they had strong abdominal muscles. He used the usual dirty words that bandits use, swearing and forcing them to get out of the car. Qin Qian looked at the abdominal muscles of the muscular man, then reached out to lift up Song Zhi's shirt and took a look at his honey buns. He pinched his chin and made clicking sounds. Song Zhi seemed to be very indifferent and even felt a little disgusted by her frivolous behavior. But the little guy in my heart was getting anxious and thinking, is the boss comparing his abdominal muscles? Boss, please take a look at my abdominal muscles. He pushed Qin Qian's hand away and asked, what are you doing? Qin Qian came to a conclusion. Although their abdominal muscles are bigger than yours are wider than theirs. Yours look better. Song Zhi. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should be happy or not. The two were arguing when the group of things were almost approaching. Qin Qian yawned and waved his hands. 3 second-level ones, 3 first-level ones. Go ahead, I don't want to be exposed to the sun. Song Zhi didn't answer, opened the door, and got out of the car. Qin Qian had just raised his hand to stretch when a scream was heard. When she took back her hands and rubbed her neck, the 6 living people had all fallen to the ground and lay dead. Qin Qian rolled down the car window and saw Song Zhi standing in the sun, his whole body glowing white. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but filled with cold, murderous intent. A man with a broken arm fell to the ground and kept backing away. Just as Song Zhi was about to give him the final blow, the man cried, I am a subordinate of King Ingwe. You dare to kill me? You are seeking death. Ah. Song Zhi hated being threatened, so he sent him away. King of the Crescent Moon? When Qin Qian heard the name again, he still felt like laughing. And call yourself a king? It's the second-year disease. Qin Qian smiled and ignored him. She tilted her head and looked at the ground. Song Zhi always treats his enemies with steady, accurate, and ruthless methods, and will never leave any tricks for the evildoers. Therefore, the energy of the Thunder Dragon used was so strong that it almost shattered the brains of all the psychics on the field. Sprinkle the crystal core in the water and wash it clean at the same time. Qin Qian stretched out his hand and sucked all the crystal cores into his palm. He counted them and found that there were only 5. Qin Qian immediately sensed it and found a crystal core 10 meters away, with another creature with a crystal core in its head. There are thieves taking advantage of the situation? She looked in that direction and saw a beautiful, big, blue-gray bird standing in the water. Those golden eyes were full of pride and mockery. In its fiery red mouth was a crystal core the size of a peanut. The neck upwards is shiny black, with a patch of white on the top of the head. The tail was as long as a human's forearm, gray and black all over, but in the sun it shone with a purple-blue glow like mermaid scales. It is really beautiful, if it doesn't steal the crystal core. Qin Qian suddenly remembered what Bloodrat said about the mutant bird that wiped out the entire weasel clan. That's it. The moment the man and the bird's eyes met, the bird spread its wings and flew into the sky like an arrow. The picture shows a red-billed blue magpie. The picture is from the internet. Please delete if it infringes. Chapter 90 Help. I'm eating a bird. Whoosh. A strong wind blew towards the 2 people as its wings flapped. This bird is actually a second-level wind-type mutant. Oh no, the mutant bird. Song Zhi. Qin Qian shouted, pointing at the bird. Song Zhi said nothing and a bolt of lightning struck directly over. Unexpectedly, the bird was extremely flexible and could dodge freely in the air. Seeing that Song Zhi's attack missed, it still hovered in the wind. He turned around and yelled at Song Zhi, Sabi, Sabi Nima Sabi, ha ha. The corner of Song Zhi's mouth twitched. It was estimated that his native language at this moment was speechless. Qin Qian shouted back at the top of his voice, You bastard, What's the point of stealing other people's things? Come down and fight if you're brave enough. The bird tilted its head, revealing a sense of smart aleck idiocy. Go away. You humans are shameless. You only know how to launch sneak attacks and deceive birds. Ha ha ha. Die for me. Before he finished speaking, the bird flapped its wings hard and the wind suddenly became strong. The water on the ground was wrinkled, and all the tiny stones and soil were blown away. Even Song Zhi was blown so hard that he couldn't stand and had to cover his face with his hands to breathe. Qin Qian felt it and found that the wind speed was at least level 8. Much stronger than the wind girl last time. She smiled sinisterly and said, "Little bird, didn't you say that humans like to lie to people? No to birds? Okay, then I'll let you know why the flowers are so red." Qin Qian opened the door and got out of the car with difficulty. He picked up a stone from the ground and pretended to hit a bird. He was still shouting, "Stinky bird, I'm going to roast you." As he said that, he ran forward 2 steps, pretended to be tripped by a stone, and fell into the water. The 5 crystal cores in the other hand flew 5 or 6 meters away and fell into the water. When the bird saw the crystal core, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Sarah, Sarah, ha ha." As it spoke, it rushed down at the speed of light and pecked at the crystal core with its fiery red beak. When Song Zhi saw Qin Qian fall, he ran over to help her. Qin Qian sneered and grabbed Song Zhi's hand and pressed it into the water. Discharge. Song Zhi always attacks wherever he is directed, so when Qin Qian gave the order, he naturally activated his supernatural powers without hesitation. Sizzle. Several purple electric currents spread out in the water. In an instant, both Niaohuo and Qin Qian and Song Zhi were wrapped in the electric net. Song Zhi also deliberately controlled the amount of electricity to avoid electrocuting himself and Qin Qian. However, the amount of electricity the humans can withstand is definitely greater than that of a bird. The bird was instantly paralyzed and fell into the water, with its wings spread and its mouth wide open, its legs twitching and curled up. It looks funny and ridiculous. Qin Qian reached out and touched her hair, every strand standing upright. Song Zhi also had his hair washed, cut, and blow-dried into a big afro. Both of them pointed at each other and smirked. Qin Qian got up, trembling as she walked, and she quickly picked up the crystal core. It had already swallowed one of the 6 crystal cores. Qin Qian picked up the bird as well. The bird hung its head, its body still shaking, and it was mumbling incoherent curses as it shook. "You are such a shameless human. Bullying birds, hiccup." 10 minutes later, Qin and Song changed into clean clothes. The bird was caught in a net bag by Qin Qian and hung on the roof of the car, struggling and cursing. "Let me go. If you have the guts, let's fight to the death. Don't use dirty tricks. Your immorality is smoking and your shit has white edges. You 2 bastards. Ha 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 ha." Qin Qian dug his ears. This bird's voice was really good. It hadn't become hoarse even after chatting for so long. Song Zhi sneered and raised his slender fingers to dance in the air. As the fingertips jumped, sparks flashed. Instantly, the guy shut up. He turned to look at Qin Qian. "Boss, you can talk now." Qin Qian suppressed her laughter and looked up at the jerk. "We humans have a saying, all is fair in war, and you fell into the trap because of your greed. We captured the crystal core, and you came here to grab it without putting in any effort. Do you think you are right?" The bird snorted and was about to curse, but then he looked at the lightning in Song Zhi's hand. I immediately became scared. "You are good-looking. Whatever you say is what it is." Qin Qian said, "You have already swallowed a crystal core. Tell me, what can you give me as a supplement?" A trace of fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of the bird. You're not going to roast me, are you?" "Ha! Help! I'm eating a bird. Ha!" The sound it makes is so sharp and continuous that it can pierce the eardrums. Qin Qian frowned and reached out to grab its neck. They both yelled at the same time, "Shut up." The bird burped suddenly and dared not call anymore. Then he said weakly, "Brother and sister, please don't kill me. Well, I will work hard for you. Can I give you a crystal core in return?" Even though he is just a bird, he is not stupid. These 2 are definitely not to be trifled with, especially this beautiful female. She looks delicate and weak, but in fact she is the most powerful of the 2. It roamed this area for many years, and later mutated into a mutant bird, and has always been invincible. Unexpectedly, I fell into the hands of this female who was pretending to be a pig, but was actually a tiger. Qin Qian leaned back in his seat nonchalantly, That's not necessary. We're going to fight the zombies if you could use your wind ability to help us. How about we let you work to pay off your debts? The bird guy originally thought that he was going to be roasted bird and was still wondering if he could get away with it quickly. Kill it first and then pluck its hair. Unexpectedly, the beautiful female didn't kill it, but gave it a chance to work and pay off its debt. Suddenly, the bird's head, which had been drooping, stood up straight up, looking 100 times more energetic. Does it include meals? Qin Qian scratched his head. What are you eating? Insects, fruits, vegetables, self-heating hot pot, snail noodles, dumplings, buns, roast chicken, roast duck, I eat them all. It shook its head and happily began to announce the names of the dishes. Song Zhi couldn't help but want to laugh. Roast chicken? You're also a poultry. Chicken is your close relative. How can you eat your own uncle? When the bird heard this, his golden eyes widened and his neck stiffened. Bullshit. I am a red-billed blue magpie, the leader of the coveted family. My second uncle is a crow and a magpie. Since when did a two-armed thing that can only lay eggs become my second uncle? Haha, you stupid human. If you don't understand, just shut up. Song Zhi was stunned by its scolding, and the last sentence, close your anus, completely broke his defense. He grabbed one of the bird's feet and was about to generate electricity, which frightened the bird and made it scream. Qin Qian quickly stopped the two childish fools from bickering and said, starting from tonight, for a period of 10 days, how about that? Bird Goods nodded. As long as it's not roasted bird, I'm fine with anything. Song Zhi snorted coldly. You are sensible. Unexpectedly, as soon as he released the bird's claws, the bird cursed. Let go of your dirty hands. You are a telephone pole that is destined to be without a second uncle. It's so hot, and you're still covered in feathers. Can I pluck them for you? Just try. I'll slap you to death. Gah. You're the one who farted. Puff, puff, puff. What is going on? Qin Qian was a little amused and helpless. She was planning to take the bird in to join her team if it was willing. Animals' minds are much simpler than humans. They don't understand intrigue, nor do they flatter or frame others. If you like it, you like it. If you hate it, you hate it. However, since this involves his own trump card, Qin Qian decided to test its character. Ah, no, it's its bird's character. At the same time, it can also verify her previous guess about how to use supernatural powers. Qin Qian rubbed her hands together. She was becoming more and more excited. The picture shows a recent photo of a red-billed blue magpie. The photo comes from myself. The red-billed blue magpie is not a protected animal. It is not endangered and can be kept at home. Chapter 91. My name is Big Mouth. Hello. Late at night, the city fell into silence due to power outage. It is like a ghost town, deserted for hundreds of years, with no one ever setting foot there, until a thunder dragon streaked across the sky, as if tearing a huge hole in the black sky. Immediately afterwards, countless lightning bolts gathered and condensed in the air, entangled with an invisible energy. They blend and merge with each other to form a huge energy. Thunder rumbled, clouds and rain gathered, and the wind came from nowhere. From the gentle breeze at the beginning, it suddenly became violent and fierce, and finally turned into a terrifying tornado. Purple lightning was carried by a tornado, circling the main building of a once bustling farmer's market. Countless zombies were sucked into the tornado, torn into pieces, chopped into charcoal, and finally scattered all over the ground. A few survivors in the distance were searching between buildings. Those who accidentally saw this scene were so surprised that they opened their mouths and were speechless. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and one of them was so scared that the dried biscuits in his hand dropped to the ground. Someone was surprised and said, "Oh my God, who the hell is this?" Another person also swallowed his saliva. "Boss, should we go and take a look? Maybe we can." "Stop talking nonsense." The leader of the team glared. "Why are you going over there? Are you looking for death? Haven't you ever watched apocalyptic movies before? Those people are the protagonists standing at the top of the apocalypse. We, the little bastards of the first and second ranks, are not even enough to serve as extra dishes for others." This boss is still far-sighted, because Qin Qian really doesn't like being disturbed when hunting. The two men and the bird stood on the rooftop, waiting for the burning corpse below to be extinguished. The bird landed on Qin Qian's shoulder and combed its feathers. The long tail shakes up and down to maintain the balance of the body. The white feathers on its abdomen spread out, making it look like a fluffy little ball, cute and well-behaved. It's hard to imagine that just now its wings were spread out like a fan, and its long tail was stretched out like a flower. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, it fluttered its wings in the wind and lightning and brought out terrifying tornadoes. Qin Qian was extremely surprised by its special abilities. The abilities it displayed were even more powerful than Qin Qian had imagined. Niao was also very impressed by Qin Qian and Song Zhi's special abilities, and the three of them had an amazing understanding of each other the first time they worked together. Both parties were very happy. The bird shook its head and pecked Qin Qian's face with its fiery red beak. "Beautiful female, let me formally introduce myself. My species is a red-billed blue magpie, and my name is Big Mouth. You guys are really amazing, huh?" Qin Qian reached out and poked Dazue's soft belly. "My name is Qin Qian. His name is Song Zhi. Hello, Dazue." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and activated her supernatural power, instantly absorbing all the crystal cores on the ground. For a moment, Big Mouth was stunned again. However, Qin Qian also felt that there were a few speculators making small moves under her feet. She walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. A man and a woman were searching for crystal cores among the pile of corpses. They already had 2 or 3 in their hands. It seemed that these 2 men had already stolen them, while Qin Qian and the others were waiting. Song Zhi raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Stop it! Who allowed you to steal it?" The 2 men obviously heard it, but quickly chose to remain unmoved and continued searching. "If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished by drinking the wine." Song Zhi was very kind and directly gave them 2 thunder dragons to play with. The 2 men were blown away more than 10 meters, and it took them a long time to get up from the ground. He quickly put down the crystal core in his hand and ran away crawling. Song Zhi asked Qin Qian whether he wanted to kill him. Qin Qian was not interested. 2 ordinary people, without a crystal core, so boring. Song Zhi shrugged and didn't care. Anyway, they are just 2 supporting characters without even a name or appearance description, so it's not worth wasting their supernatural powers. Over the course of one night, the 3 of them repeatedly adjusted their battle plans, conducted various experiments, and honed their skills. Finally reached a higher level of tacit understanding. At dawn, the 2 men and the bird found a room in the hotel and hid there. Apply the heat-insulating film, take out the battery, and connect the cooling fan and electric light. The temperature in the room slowly dropped. Big Mouth is full of energy and can't sit still, pecking here and chattering there. After a while, it said it was hungry and there were some mutated insects nearby, so it flew out to find food. Qin Qian counted the crystal cores and said happily, "Both of us can upgrade to the next level, and the medical crystal core can also be upgraded." Song Zhi looked out the window and said in a low voice, "You plan to collect it, right?" Qin Qian nodded. "Yes, I have this plan, but I still have to examine his character. If he is unreliable, we can't accept him no matter how good his ability is." Song Zhi also agreed with this. "Okay, we'll act according to circumstances. I'll guard, and you level up." Qin Qian felt relieved about Song Zhi, patted his shoulder, walked to the next room, and locked the door. She entered the space and calmly began to upgrade. After finishing, she picked up the letter paper and began to read the new supernatural power. The 5th level, Nothing ability adds a super awesome skill. Power Reset I. By resetting your superpowers to 0, you can turn all the superpowered animals and plants around you into ordinary creatures. Even the particle energy from long-range attacks will be reduced to 0. As long as the energy of the attack comes from a psychic of a lower level than yours or of the same level as yours, it will be effective. In other words, you just need to stand next to the psychic and use this skill. All the supernatural people around them turned into ordinary people, and the gestures of various skills were like actors in a magic movie, performing non-physical actions. There are no special effects for gestures, especially the 2 arms. If someone attacks you with lightning, metal, earth, plants, or other special powers, you can also avoid it. However, the range is very limited and will increase as the rank increases. The 5th level of Animal Control adds a very interesting mind-reading function. It's not about understanding the animal's mind, but about releasing your supernatural powers to control an animal. If the body fluids of this animal are on someone else, you can read that person's mind temporarily and within a limited range. In other words, if Qin Qian controlled a snake, it would bite Song Zhi. When their body fluids mixed, Qin Qian could read Song Zhi's heart through the snake. The additional function of this power is that it can remotely control animals of lower levels than itself, using their senses to see places she couldn't go. This ability is also great. It will be of great help in future operations. Then, the medical ability is upgraded to the second level. In the past, she concentrated her mind and used her mental strength and supernatural powers to heal her wounds. And the healing speed bonus is only 20. Now you can directly release supernatural powers for healing, and the healing speed bonus has been increased to 30. Qin Qian couldn't wait to try it, so she cut her left arm with a knife. A wound 5 centimeters long and 1 centimeter deep appeared, and blood flowed out. She simply opened her palm and aimed it at the wound, releasing her medical ability to heal herself. In the pink halo, white spots of light like snowflakes are floating. Amidst the tingling sensation, the speed of wound healing is greatly improved. The previous treatment given to Song Zhi only partially healed the wound. This time it healed almost immediately, leaving only a shallow scratch. Qin Qian was overjoyed. The medical ability was indeed amazing. And she continued to look down. Only then did I realize that there was an even bigger surprise yet to come. Chapter 92, Slave Ring. Level 5, Space Ability, added 2 new functions. The first is the space observation function. When a person with special abilities is in a space, he can see the situation outside through space observation. This way you can avoid danger and avoid being discovered when leaving the space. Second, the space gave a set of 5 subordinate rings. They are all metal rings, and the main ring is inlaid with a white crystal. The other 4 colors, red, green, purple, and blue, are from the precepts. The master ring holder can use the master ring to sense and communicate with the slave ring holder over a long distance anytime and anywhere. To add blood and heal injuries. The main ring can kill the slave ring at any time, but this function cannot be used easily. Once used, the master ring holder will fall into a coma for 3 days after killing the slave ring holder. During this time, the space cannot be entered and will not be protected by the system. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the kill function should not be used easily. Once a ring is put on, it cannot be taken off. If you want to take off the main ring, you need to apply to the system. It can be removed only after approval. And only with the permission of the main ring bearer can the secondary ring bearer take off the ring. The most amazing thing is that when the slave ring is put on, when the main ring releases a large-scale damage skill, the slave ring will not be harmed. The skills of the slave ring cannot harm the main ring and other slave rings. This also avoids the occurrence of accidental injuries to companions. The letterhead also said, if the host is willing to form a team, he can use the subordinate ring. If not, he can ignore this function. He can form a group of 2, 3, 4 or more people. This system will not interfere with any choices made by the host, nor will it force the host to do any tasks. The host is given the greatest degree of freedom. The end of the world is difficult, so the host can just entertain himself. Qin Qian simply loves this system. She had read the systems in previous novels, and they either forced the protagonist to do this or that, or required the protagonist to follow the plot. If the protagonist is disobedient, he will either be punished with electric shock, or be killed directly, or have all his points deducted and have to start all over again. Why is her system so cute? Qin Qian couldn't help but hold the letter paper and sip it. You are so awesome. The letter paper shook, and a few words were slowly written. Shame on you. I'll step on you. And it flew away and disappeared in the air. Qin Qian, _. After calming herself down, she went to work in the fields. As her level increases, she can now stay in space for 9 hours. Of course, it's 9 hours in the outside world. The speed of time flowing in space is 4 times that outside. 9 hours outside is equivalent to 36 hours in space. Since the flow of time has become faster, the growth of animals and plants has also accelerated a lot. Sometimes I would enter the space in the morning to pull weeds, and when I went back in the afternoon, the weeds had grown a lot taller. After Qin Qian finished taking care of her crops and livestock, she took a bath and ate a meal alone in the space. After taking a shower, I had a good sleep for a while. Only then did he leave the space. It only took the time of a meal. When I went out, Song Zhi was leaning outside taking a nap. He woke up immediately when he saw her open the door. She gave a few brief instructions and handed the crystal core to Song Zhi, allowing him to enter and upgrade. Qin Qian sat where Song Zhi had just sat, looking at the slave ring in his hand. I don't know if Song Zhi is willing to take it. She would definitely give him the greatest freedom and let him choose for himself. Although this thing has many advantages, it is actually quite humiliating to the country. It's a bit like putting handcuffs and ankle chains on someone. Qin Qian did want to take the dominant position in social relationships, but there was no need for that to happen for the slave owner. After Song Zhi finished the upgrade, he looked radiant and all his fatigue disappeared. Qin Qian had already set up a small table outside, ready to cook hot pot. It was true that she had eaten alone just now, but she consumed a lot and got hungry quickly, and there was also a time difference. I want to eat again now. Qin Qian prepared 3 ingredients, 5 kinds of meat dishes, and a double-boiled hot pot base. When Song Zhi saw it, he immediately felt hungry. He sat down, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started showing off without any hesitation. Qin Qian picked up a piece of curled tripe and dipped it in the hot pot ingredients she had prepared herself. The moment she put it in her mouth, she gasped because it was so hot. Very hot, but delicious. Before he finished eating the first chopstick of meat, he stuffed the other chopstick of meat into his mouth. As she ate, she started talking about her new slave ring. She explained to him the advantages and disadvantages of the ring. At the end, he asked, "I want to use it. Are you willing to wear it? It's actually quite inhumane. It's okay if you don't want to wear it." Song Zhi didn't hesitate for a moment and wanted to say, okay. However, he stuffed a piece of boiled beef meatball into his mouth with chopsticks and was so burned that he couldn't speak and could only nod vigorously. Oh, what humanity and human rights. What the hell is that? He just wanted to stay with Qin Qian for the rest of his life, to accompany her and protect her. The former Song Zhi died a long time ago. What humanity and human rights can a dead person talk about? He understood that Qin Qian wanted a sense of security, so he would give her enough security. Qin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She was used to betrayal and coldness in her previous life. When she meets someone she cherishes, she always wants to keep the other person by any means necessary. It's like a fish trapped in a puddle, trying its best to hold on to the slowly evaporating water. Not daring to trust, yet eager to be trusted. Selfish, yet wanting to be loved. Despicable and ridiculous. Qin Qian took out a ring and handed it to Song Zhi. Song Zhi took a look and frowned. "I don't want it." She was stunned. Did Song Zhi change his mind? Just as she was about to say forget it, Song Zhi blurted out, "Why give me green? I don't like this color. Give me another color." The corner of Qin Qian's mouth twitched. Is this the point? But she still changed his one to a purple one. After all, his lightning was purple, and this color suited him. Qin Qian picked up the white ring and put it on her ring finger. It wasn't intentional on her part, but mainly because whenever she saw someone wearing a ring on TV since she was a child, they always wore it on the ring finger. She was also brainwashed subtly. When Song Zhi saw it, he was overjoyed and quickly put it on his ring finger. Oh my God, is this his and Qian Qian's wedding ring? Song Zhi's face turned red. He lowered his head and showed off the vegetable leaves wildly, burning himself so much that tears came out. Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not like you haven't eaten meat for a long time. Eat slowly." The beauty's delicate appearance is reflected through the mist of the hot pot, hazy and beautiful, and the lights flickered dimly. The beauty that appears and disappears from time to time is the most touching. It was just a glance up, a sidelong glance, such an unintentional little action. When she does it, it is charming and full of charm. Song Zhi was stunned on the spot, completely confused. Ga 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 ga. A sharp cry that pierced the eardrums was heard, completely breaking this beautiful peach color. Immediately afterwards, a shadow like a cannonball rushed in from outside. First, it hit the wall with a bang. Then it fell to the ground with a thump. It was Big Mouth. He was breathing rapidly, his mouth wide open, and his chest heaving violently. He lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. It seems that he was being chased and fled here. Qin Qian and Song Zhi looked at each other and suddenly became nervous. The two of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks, stood up and walked over to ask him, "What's wrong with you? Who is chasing you?" Chapter 93, Two Childish Ghosts. Huff. Huh. Big Mouth's chest heaved violently. After a long while, he angrily said, "You two are inhuman. This is too much. You actually ate the good food yourself and didn't give me any. You're eating alone while I'm gone. I don't care. You said food and lodging are provided. I want to eat meat." Qin Qian and Song Zhi were both confused and slapped their foreheads speechlessly. Idiot. Big Mouth said that he went out for a walk and didn't encounter any bugs, but instead met a mutated old lung. Song Zhi didn't understand what Lao Lung was. Big Mouth looked at him as if he was stupid and flapped its wings and cackled at him. Qin Qian said, "Lao Lung means old eagle, a northern dialect." Song Zhi was very disdainful of the Zue's mockery and glanced at him sideways. So, you were chased and pecked by Lao Lung and almost became his breakfast? Ah, ah. Big Mouth made a paw sound and vomited out an eagle's eyeball from his throat. I'm going to kill it. What nonsense are you talking about, you telephone pole? Ha ha ha. Qin Qian kicked his eyes away in disgust. Throw this dirty thing outside and don't bring it home. The big bird jumped twice anxiously, chasing the eyeballs that were rolling all over the ground. He wanted to eat it, but his eyeballs were covered with dirt, and he couldn't eat it. Damn it. He's a good bird who likes to be clean and hygienic. Ever since he gained spiritual intelligence, he began to learn to be as particular as humans. Eat clean food and drink clean water. Woo! It's delicious. Qin Qian picked up a piece of raw beef and gave it to him. Eat this. You probably haven't eaten it before. It's delicious. When Big Mouth saw the raw meat, his eyes lit up and he snatched it away and ate it. The fishy and fragrant beef slices have a perfect aroma that carnivores can't resist. Delicious. The big bird jumped happily and fluttered all over the bed and the floor. Delicious, delicious, delicious. It tastes much better than that mutant old fool. Huh. A sneer flashed across Song Zhi's eyes. He picked up a piece of beef, boiled it, and dipped it in chili sauce. Big Mouth, come and eat this cooked food. The way humans eat, it is more delicious. Da Zue was still immersed in the deliciousness of the selected beef slices, without any suspicion. With 3 consecutive jumps, it flew onto Song Zhi's arm and ate the cooked beef there. At first, I was conquered by the freshly cooked beef. Its fragrant, tender, and soft taste made the bird's life perfect. But then the capsaicin instantly stung his mouth. That was the spicy beef sauce that Song Zhi specially made for Qin Qian. It's super spicy plus chili peppers plus chopped pepper sauce, and then add minced beef. When it's being cooked, the entire RV is so hot that it's impossible to stay there even with the range on. The two of them choked and cried for a long time, and finally they got 5 cans of hot sauce. Qin Qian loves spicy food, so naturally she likes it very much. Big Mouth lives in the wild and has never eaten anything spicy. One bite of this will send him to the sky. It hurts, my mouth hurts. Are you looking for death, you stinky electric pole? I'm going to slap you to death. Gah. The language used later is really uncivilized. As he kept cursing, his mouth became numb and he couldn't speak. He simply jumped up and pecked and scratched Song Zhi's handsome face to vent his anger. Song Zhi blocked his attack while sneer-smirking. The two childish ghosts are so lively. Qin Qian was speechless and just ate and drank by himself. In the end, Song Zhi was given a messy hair by Bird Tony. Big Mouth rolled around on the ground because of the spicy smell, gasping for breath. His 2 big eyes were full of tears, wetting his feathers. Looks miserable, especially pitiful. Qin Qian suppressed her laughter and couldn't help but pretend to scold Song Zhi. You are bullying wild animals, which is against the law. Song Zhi smiled with his lips pursed, and while rubbing the meat with the chopsticks in his hand, he mouthed, You deserve it. It took a long time for Big Mouth to get rid of the spiciness. After drinking some water to moisten his throat, he jumped onto Qin Qian's lap and said, Give me another piece of meat. Qin Qian thought about the miserable prank he had just received and didn't feel stingy. He raised an eyebrow and picked up a piece of beef here. Big Mouth added, Dip it in that hot sauce. Qin Qian? Song Zhi. No one expected that Big Mouth would eventually become addicted to hot sauce. Later on, it evolved into the practice of dipping every insect you catch in a hot sauce before eating. Although I screamed with pleasure when I pooped, I couldn't stand the spicy taste and continued to eat after the pain subsided. This is very difficult. Who would have thought a bird would fall in love with hot sauce? Over the next few days, the 3 of them worked in perfect harmony and swept around the city. After all, Big Bill is a bird, and he has to poop every few minutes. This is a physiological phenomenon that cannot be controlled. To avoid getting the RV dirty, and also to give it a good place to rest. The clever Song Zhi made a bird stand for the big-mouthed bird using tree branches and a stainless steel basin. It's quite pretty and looks like a decoration on the table. After spending a few days together, Qin Qian and Song Zhi were both optimistic about this partner. They never treated him as a pet, but as a friend and a partner. Animals are simple in nature. Whether they are good or evil, they will express it directly and will never flatter or deceive their superiors or hide the truth from their subordinates. However, the little bird also has its own little worries. Qin Qian would occasionally observe as a staring out the window with a melancholy look in his eyes for a long time. Maybe little birds also miss home? Big Mouth is a boy. Or maybe he is thinking about his wife. Be sure to ask what's going on when you get a chance. One morning, the two men and the bird returned home with a full load. Song Zhi was driving, and Big Mouth stood on Song Zhi's shoulder, flapping his wings and singing. He would exchange a few words with Song Zhi from time to time, and was made to doubt his life by Song Zhi's scolding. What to do if you can't scold me? Then run into Qin Qian's arms and roll around, begging for comfort and affection. While sticking to the beautiful female, I pissed off the telephone pole. Hello. Qin Qian coaxed Song Zhi like a child, pretending to share the same hatred with him, and hit him twice. The simple and silly bird always jumps happily on the pole with a smile of success on its face. Kindness will always be praised, and evil will always be punished. Telephone pole, you're being punished, haha. Qin Qian really likes Dazue's innocent character, who shows his emotions on his face and can't hide his thoughts. This bird is simple-minded and harmless. Several times during the battle, Qin Qian pretended to accidentally put the crystal core into a small bag and asked him to hold it. If he wanted to run at that time, Qin Qian and Song Zhi would never be able to catch up with him. He would just wait there obediently and would not roll up the crystal core and leave. But he just waited there stupidly to help watch the crystal core. Stronger than many humans. So after breakfast, Qin Qian didn't waste any more time and directly invited him to join. She also told Dazue the 3 conditions that she had mentioned to Song Zhi. The subordinate ring was also shown to him. Big Mouth nodded his head. Okay, as long as there's enough beef and hot sauce, I'll join in. Qin Qian held her chin with her hand and poked his collar hair lightly with her fingers. I see that you have been worried recently. We invited you to join, so we naturally have to be sincere. Please tell us what is on your mind. If we can help you, we will definitely do so. Qin Qian thought. After all, he was trying to recruit people into the gang, so he had to give them some benefits. You can't really fool someone just because he's a nobody and easy to fool, right? The toucan tilted its head, seeming a little moved. He folded his fluttering wings, and the bird's face became a little serious. I changed to a little expression used only when talking about serious matters. Chapter 94 Threesome. I do have someone I care about. Before the end of the world, I was fighting with someone in the mountains. Gunner means that wild beasts fight for territory and to be the boss in the mountains. He looked smug and deliberately didn't say anything further, just waiting for people to ask him more questions. Qin Qian saw through his little thoughts, smiled, and said nothing. Drink tea and look at him. An expression that says, you can say it or not. The big bird was embarrassed and tried to save face. Don't be curious, of course I won in the end. I killed that stinky, blind black bear. Qin Qian quickly clapped his hands in cooperation. Wow, you are so good, so amazing. Big Mouth was very proud and said, of course. Haha, your accent comes out as soon as you feel proud, and you're from Northeast China. Although I won, I was also injured. My wings were almost broken, he said with some fear. I was recovering in the mountains, and a girl named Xiao Feng took me home, cooked eggs for me, and treated my wounds. After the end of the world, I awakened my special powers and wanted to protect her, but her house was already empty. I would like to know how she is doing now, and I would be very grateful if you could help me find her. I won't take anything for nothing. I will use the crystal core to exchange some supplies for her. Fair trade. Qin Qian's heart was moved. This little guy is quite grateful. She thought for a moment and then said, okay, I promise you, we will try our best to help you find her. But we also need to set some rules to avoid conflicts in the future. First, whether Xiao Feng is an ordinary person or a person with special abilities, she will not join this team, so we can send her to the base. Second, we won't give her anything for free. As you said, it's a fair trade. Third, you can't tell Xiao Feng our secrets. Qin Qian's eyes turned cold. She looked at Dazue and said word by word, you should know that I am not a good person. If my secret is leaked, I will do something to protect myself. I believe you know it very well. Big Mouth's tail twitched, seemingly trying to maintain balance, but actually he was trembling. He already had the answer in his heart. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. If her secret were to be revealed, both he and Xiao Feng would probably die. Even though he was an experienced demon bird, if she and Song Zhi joined forces, he would definitely not be their match. So, she nodded obediently. Okay, I promise you, once you say something, you can't take it back. If I break my oath and am unfaithful to you, I will not be able to survive the heavenly thunder tribulation and will never achieve enlightenment in this lifetime. After saying that, he raised his right wing and clapped his hands with Qin Qian. Song Zhi glanced at him through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I really gave it my all. For practitioners, such a vow must be submitted to the heavens and communicated with the gods. Once violated, one will be immediately struck to death by thunder and will never be reborn. Qin Qian didn't know how heavy such a vow was, but as someone who knew the business, he knew it very well. Okay, you are a sincere boy. Song Zhi decided to acknowledge this buddy. Qin Qian took a ring and gave it to Big Mouth, and he put his little paws into it. The ring automatically shrank to the size of his ankle, fitting perfectly. From then on, this small team had a new member. The benefit of joining the team is naturally the crystal core. Big Mouth is currently at the 2nd level. Qin Qian gave all the crystal cores of the wind-type mutants he had captured in recent days to Big Mouth. He was promoted to the 3rd level, his strength increased greatly, and even his body became much stronger. The fiery red beak shines with metallic luster, and the pair of claws have tips as sharp as knives. With one claw, the metal car body was scratched, and as long as he wanted, his feathers could become as sharp as steel needles. But he obviously didn't want to. There were only 3 things on his mind every day: eating, sleeping, and arguing with Song Zhi. As long as there is the slightest chance, he will spare no effort to defeat Song Zhi. Every day, when Qin Qian drives, they will have a man-chicken fight. These days can be said to be harmonious, but they're also chaotic and there is really no peace. But I have to admit that it is really happy to live with interesting people. In a blink of an eye, 3 or 4 months passed, or maybe even longer, because no one remembers the years anymore. Qin Qian roughly calculated that the extreme heat has lasted for almost a year. Wherever they went, they saw desolation everywhere, and almost all living creatures on the ground disappeared. All fresh surface water as far as the eye can see is gone. The trees, flowers, and plants died, corpses were everywhere, and there were only a few birds left in the sky. The tall buildings that humans once built have become desolate, and the air is filled with the smell of death. There were sandstorms raging for 7 out of 10 days, with the sky filled with yellow sand. Qin Qian's RV was also baptized by wind and sand, and showed signs of erosion by time. Fortunately, she was rich at the time, so she used the best materials for both the exterior and interior, and the car still performed very well. Moreover, Qin Qian had prepared sufficient quantities of relevant repair parts and various maintenance products. If there is a problem with the car, Song Zhi will come over and fix it in no time. Song Zhi knows cars, and according to his calculations, as long as there is no devastating blow, this car can be used for at least another 5 years without any problems. Qin Qian has several such cars in his space. She doesn't have to worry about not having a replacement. The 3 men had completed their plan to surround the city from the countryside and had made their way into the most prosperous CBD in the city center, collected a large number of crystal cores. Originally, the 3 of them could each upgrade 1 level. But after the 3 of them discussed it, they decided to upgrade Qin Qian's medical ability to the 3rd level. After all, the crystal cores required to upgrade this power are 10 times that of other powers. But it's worth it. Qin Qian knew that he did not deserve it, so he did not want to refuse it. The 3rd level medical ability unlocks the anti-poison function and increases the healing speed bonus by 10, currently 40. Combined with the various medicines and spiritual spring water in Qin Qian's space, it is enough to cope with the current situation. During the various raids, there are also encounters with other teams. If you meet someone robbing or plundering, kill him. When you meet someone with a friendly face, drink and chat happily. On a dark night, Qin Qian and his friends met a small team with good character. After several people killed their own monsters, they ate and drank together. He casually mentioned the underground forces nearby, where there were undercurrents and constant fighting every day. Qin Qian vaguely recalled that at this time in his previous life, he was either curled up in a cave or living in a mountain crack in the wild. She had never been to any organization at all. However, I also heard some news when I occasionally went to the city to look for food. People in the small organization committed crimes everywhere, burning, killing, and looting, and the national base sent people to strangle them. The fighting between the 2 sides was very fierce. But what does this have to do with her, Qin Qian? Another year will be extremely cold. When extreme cold arrives, mutant creatures and zombies will temporarily disappear. During that period, there was no source of crystal cores, so the psychics could no longer upgrade. Qin Qian plans to collect enough crystal cores and go to the base to find Lin Meijiao during the extreme cold period. See if she knows about the lab. If you don't know, kill her. If you know, ask and then kill. However, Qin Qian's plans were so loud that even God couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as I said goodbye to this group of people, I saw a group of men, women, young and old surrounding me. Each of them had a grim look on their face, and their eyes were burning with the flames of greed. Chapter 95. Help, why? Qin Qian sneered and drew a cold knife from his waist. There were about 20 people in the group, including men and women, young and old. The clothes he wore were all tattered, and none of them fit him well. There were even several girls who were half naked, but no one paid much attention to it. Without exception, they all had their eyes on Qin Qian and their resources. The tall RV and the leftovers on the table next to the campfire. Bottled water on the ground. Even the bird on Song Zhi's shoulder. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Their teeth were gnashing, and they couldn't wait to pounce on the food and devour it all. Of course, Qin Qian also noticed that several girls had greasy eyes. Not only was she extremely greedy for food, she was also drooling over the handsome boy Song Zhi. Qin Qian snorted coldly and held the knife horizontally in front of him. I didn't have enough fun killing zombies just now, and now someone is offering me a head? Then I won't be polite. Song Zhi stood behind her, emitting a sharp and powerful aura. Big Mouth stood on Song Zhi's shoulder, its wings spread out, its front half pressed down, and its tail raised high. This is the pose of the raptor before combat. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, with tensions rising and ready to explode. At this time, a tall and thin man walked out from the group of people. He has a handsome face and appears to be in his early 30s, but he has the vicissitudes and calmness of a 40-year-old. The two superpowers he possesses are both at the second level. It seems that he should be the leader of this group. The other party smiled friendly at first. In the campfire, Qin Qian saw the lingering sadness and pleading in his brows. You three are all capable people. We have no intention of offending you, but we have something to ask of you. Regardless of whether you are willing to help or not, we will never make it difficult for you. Qin Qian saw that he was a reasonable person, so he put away the knife in his hand. Help, she smiled. Why? Her words choked the big guy so much that he was speechless. Indeed, why should others help you? What can you give them? Looking at their attire and equipment, even if you spend all your money, I'm afraid no one would even look at them. But, thinking of his poor sister, the big guy looked at Qin Qian and the others with eyes full of hope. He took a step forward and said, We were all originally residents of this area. After the incident, we gathered together to survive. For more than 1,000 people at the beginning, there are only 39 people left now. We originally lived in an underground mall nearby, and our life was pretty stable. A few days ago, an organization called Yingwei Kingdom took a fancy to this place and forced us to hand over all young women and middle-aged laborers. They also took away all our food rations and drove away the elderly, the weak, women and children. Many of our psychics rebelled and joined the Yingwei Kingdom, leaving only me and 3 or 4 psychics. My own sister, as well as other people's wives or daughters, were all taken away. I still don't know what kind of suffering he's going through in there. We have all seen your heroic performance in the battle just now. You are capable people, so we would like to ask you to help us rescue our relatives. Before he finished speaking, the 20 or so people standing behind him began to complain. The Crescent Moon Kingdom? Qin Qian frowned slightly. She didn't expect to hear this name again so soon. However, she had no intention of getting involved. What the hell does the king's country 8 have to do with her? She said, Your experience is indeed pitiful, but there are too many pitiful people in the world. I only have a pair of hands, so I can't do anything. She turned and left without hesitation. The people behind him didn't seem to expect that they would be rejected, and accusations came one after another. How can you be so cold-blooded? You're a girl too. If you are abused, do you hope someone can help you? You are so ruthless because you rely on your own abilities. You will not get good retribution. Yeah, they're so capable. What's wrong with them helping us? That truck must be full of supplies. We haven't had anything to eat in days. They have food, so why can't they share some? I hope that when they are in trouble in the future, others will be so indifferent to them. Yes, such people deserve to die. Qin Qian was fed up with what he heard and couldn't help but yawn as he walked, ignoring what was said. Her attitude caused extreme anger among the people behind her. Some people even picked up stones and threw them at them, as if venting all the anger that had accumulated over the past few days on them. Bump. The stone did not hit Qin Qian and the others. Instead, he was blocked by a figure that flashed by. It's the tall captain. He turned around and glanced at everyone coldly. I just promised that whether they help or not, we will not make things difficult for them. Since they are in trouble, why should we force them? If anyone says another word of nonsense, get out of here or challenge me to a fight. His angry shout instantly made everyone stop. Qin Qian curled the corners of his lips, thinking that this leader was sensible. For his sake, Qin Qian decided to spare their lives. At this time, a person rushed over and said in a pleading voice, "Miss Qin, please save us, they're all young girls. We will not let your efforts go in vain. We will give you rewards." Oh, someone actually knew her and called out her name? Qin Qian felt that the voice was familiar. She tried to think, but couldn't think of who it was. Out of curiosity, she turned her head to take a look. It took me several seconds to recognize it. He is the captain of the green tea licking dog squad. His name is, oh yes, Brother Xiaomu. After not seeing him for many days, he has become darker and thinner. So it's normal that Qin Qian doesn't know him. Qin Qian used his supernatural power to search, but could not find the man named TG. When they met the green tea licking dog squad, she and TG teamed up to deal with that little green tea. And his profile always made Qin Qian feel familiar. But I still can't figure out why I feel so familiar. Is he not here? Is he simply not here? Or is he dead? Qin Qian didn't know, nor did he really want to know. When the big captain saw that they knew each other, his eyes lit up immediately, and he leaned over and asked, "Do you know each other?" "The last time we went on a mission, it was Miss Qin and the others who saved us," said Brother Xiaomu. Seeing these two people singing the same tune, Qin Qian almost regarded her as an old acquaintance. Then take advantage of this favorable situation to kidnap her and ask her for help. Oh, she hated this the most. He simply waved his hand to interrupt their conversation. "It's not a matter of saving or not. I just happened to meet you. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten who you are. I know they are pitiful, but as I said just now, there are so many pitiful people. If we have to take action when we meet an enemy, even a god would be exhausted to death. Not to mention that we are now in the end times. But just talking about the peaceful and prosperous times in the past, can you guarantee that all sins will be punished and all sufferings will be redeemed? We are leaving now. If you stop us, don't blame me for being merciless." She shook the knife in her hand, smiled, and turned around. Brother Mu opened his mouth and was about to say something, but then he saw a thin figure twisting and swaying and coming in front of Song Zhi. Chapter 96, Xiao Feng. It was a young woman as thin as a praying mantis. She stuck close to Song Zhi while making sarcastic noises in her throat. "Little brother, please help us, please." The flowery dress she was wearing was dirty and torn, and although her hair was not cut short, it was tied into 2 long braids. But it exudes a smell of scalp oil mixed with foot odor, and then sprayed with Hautoinia cordata concentrate. But she thought she was extremely beautiful and lifted her shoulder straps with her thumbs. As soon as he let go, the shoulder strap hit his skin with a snapping sound. He also made an extremely seductive and suggestive expression. It should have been a scene full of worldly atmosphere and ambiguity. Unexpectedly, when this guy grinned, one of his upper front teeth was missing. Wow, the seductive little devil instantly turned into a silly girl in the village. Qin Qian almost broke down and coughed dryly to maintain his persona. Song Zhi glared at Qin Qian with resentment. Why did she look like she was watching a show? Damn, so angry. Song Zhi angrily shook off the woman's hand and stepped back repeatedly to avoid her. He was so tired that Big Mouth couldn't even stand on his shoulders. The angry Burr brother cursed. "It's so ugly, it hurts the eyes. It's so smelly, it chokes the nose. It's like spicy noodles, like sword beans. There's no point. Chop her to death." SKR. Qin Qian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing with her eyes and eyebrows curved. In the end times, everyone has numb and dead faces. Suddenly I saw such a charming and beautiful woman. The people behind her were all stunned by her beauty. Although they were still angry about her indifference, a beautiful woman's smile was pleasing to the eyes after all. The woman was obviously very angry when a bird mocked her as being like spicy noodles. She is obviously the only woman in the entire team who wears a skirt and applies skincare products every day. Why is she so spicy? Damn bitch, when she captures this man, the first thing she'll do is roast him and eat him. Seeing that she was angry, Dezue immediately shouted at her. "If you don't take a shower, you will stink, so stink." She's wearing a skirt. So pretentious, so pretentious. She's pretending to be clean. She uses her urine to clean the pot, and her poop ring to wipe the high table. The woman's face darkened for a moment, but considering it was the handsome guy's bird, she didn't dare to offend. She smiled at the bird, trying to charm it with her beauty. However, Big Mouth didn't appreciate it all, and continued to speak with his mouth opening and closing. Gap-toothed man, show-toothed man, pick up a piece of tofu and dip it in shit to eat gagaga. Many people behind him laughed. The big guy saw this stupid woman. How dare she offend Qin Qian and the others? What, they are really pissed off. How can I ask them to save those girls? He walked over and grabbed her, suppressing his temper, and said, Eudora, don't cause trouble for others. Do you hear me? Eudora glared and looked at the big captain with disdain. He turned around, shook him off, and pounced on Song Zhi again. Little brother, as long as you help us, I will give myself to you, okay? I'm still a virgin. I will serve you. She felt aggrieved and embarrassed, as if giving herself to her was giving Song Zhi a huge advantage. Song Zhi tried hard to hold back his vomiting and quickly dodged her. The tall body huddled up into a ball and said aggrievedly, Boss, please save me. Big Mouth was on his shoulder, jumping around with his wings spread and cursing at the same time. You stupid bitch, you're ugly but you dream, ah. You stinky bird, what did you say? Believe it or not, I will pluck your feathers. Eudora finally got angry and started cursing at Big Mouth. She was about to rush forward when she found a cold blade across her neck. Qin Qian glared at her and said, Get lost. Eudora was not flustered, but crossed her arms and sneered. Oh, so sour. Are you afraid that your man will be taken away by me? That depends on what the little brother is thinking. As someone who is being supported, what right do you have to talk nonsense? As she said this, she threw a coquettish glance at Song Zhi. Qin Qian didn't waste any time talking to her. He moved his wrist and slapped Eudora in the face with a knife. With a bang, she was knocked to the ground. She spit out blood and couldn't get up for a long time. A man flashed by and quickly supported her. Girl, are you okay? Eudora's mouth was full of blood, and she was crying and gesticulating incoherently. Qin Qian could have killed her and put an end to it all. It's just not a pity that Eudora died, because those people would definitely take this as an excuse to rush over and steal things. She was not a good person, but she killed so many people just because of a few verbal disputes. Not really. Qin Qian walked back to Song Zhi and suddenly felt a strange vibration from the ring on Big Mouth. Qin Qian looked up at Da Zui and saw that the bird's eyes were staring at a little girl in the crowd. The girl, who seemed to be about 18 or 19 years old, kept huddling behind the big captain, looking over timidly. She has no special powers. She is just an ordinary person. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice, Is she Xiaofeng? Big Mouth nodded his bird's head and said in a low voice, I'm relieved that she's still alive. He didn't even mention help them for Xiaofeng's sake. He knew very well that if he said so, Qin Qian would definitely help. But that would consume the feelings between each other. He likes Qin Qian and Song Zhi very much. These two humans are different from other idiots. Big Mouth didn't want to lose these two good friends. Qin Qian stretched out a finger towards Big Mouth, and Big Mouth jumped on it obediently. Qin Qian touched his head and said, Let's go first. I will go find her quietly. If she is willing, we can escort her all the way to the base. Is that okay with you? Big Mouth blinked his golden eyes, thought for a moment, and said, Thank you, boss. He will go outside to kill a few zombies and mutant animals and get some crystal cores for Qin Qian. As promised, I won't do it for free. Eudora had already been helped up by her brother, and Xiaofeng walked forward timidly. She took out a handkerchief from the medical bag she carried with her and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It seems that she should be the team doctor. Is. Eudora gasped, slapped her hand away, and said angrily, Are you seeking revenge for personal gain? I wasn't the one who sent Robert to the Yingwei kingdom. You don't have to go against me for a mistress, right? You don't lack men, you're so stingy. Xiaofeng's eyebrows immediately turned upside down, and she stared at Eudora for a long time before she said in defense, Don't talk nonsense, he and I are just friends. It seemed that Eudora had finally found an easy target to bully and vent her anger on. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Friend? Don't think I didn't see you and that white-haired foreigner fighting in the corner. Why? He can make you more excited than the 1.80-meter-tall captain, right? At such a young age, you have ambiguous relationships with a lot of men, and you still think you are right? Bah, you bitch, I don't know what they like about you. Xiaofeng was so angry that tears started to fall. She threw the handkerchief in her hand at Eudora and turned and ran away. The tall captain, who they called 1.80 meters tall, quickly grabbed her wrist. Xiaofeng, don't listen to her nonsense. I believe you. You're a good girl. It's just that some people are blind. The 1.80 meter tall man glared at Eudora fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that he needed her brother's fighting power, Ibashir would never have let this bitch live. Eudora wanted to say something else, but she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. The knife was at her neck again. Qin Qian had jumped in front of her without her knowing, staring at her with dark eyes. Tell me the details about the white-haired man. White hair, Robert. These two entries instantly ignited Qin Qian's memory. It was one of those 5 people. Chapter 97 Song Zhi, help me. To outsiders, Qin Qian seemed very calm and relaxed, as if he was just asking casually. However, Song Zhi had been in contact with her for many days, so he naturally understood that she was very nervous and excited at the moment. Who is that, Robert? It was worth her being so nervous. Eudora was afraid and angry, but still unwillingly said, You. Why should I tell you? Eudora's brother immediately raised his right hand and condensed a ball of fire. Don't touch my sister again. Get out of here. Before he could throw the ball of fire over, a strong wind blew towards him and blew out the fireball directly. Needless to say, it was Big Mouth who was protecting Qin Qian. Immediately afterwards, he was twisted and pressed to the ground by Song Zhi, unable to move at all. How can a person who suffers from chronic malnutrition compete with a man who eats and drinks to his heart's content every day and just showed off 30 pork and celery dumplings? Eudora's brother had no choice but to surrender, except to be furious and helpless. Song Zhi looked up and said to Qin Qian, Boss, continue. Qin Qian didn't even give the man an extra glance and continued to interrogate Eudora. Speak now. I've agreed to spare your and your brother's lives. Eudora was filled with fear when she saw that her usually strong brother had been subdued. Looking at the 1.80 meter tall figure, he was just coaxing Xiaofeng and had no intention of supporting her at all. He had no choice but to tell him everything about white-haired Robert. White-haired Robert and a handsome man with mandarin duck eyes came here a month ago. The two claimed to be exchange students from a famous university, and they looked very gentle and considerate. In addition, he is handsome, kind, and generous, and often shares food with everyone or treats people's wounds. Everyone on the team loves them. Xiaofeng was the team doctor before, and she and these two people were actually alumni, so her relationship became even closer. When Qin Qian heard the term mandarin duck eyes, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and his hair stood on end. It's him, Eugene with the yin-yang eyes. Eugene was the leader of the medical team. Among the 5 people who tortured her, Eugene was the most perverted and disgusting one. Robert is just a small fry. Qin Qian was distracted for only a moment, and Eudora's story continued. Everything was harmonious until people from the Crescent Moon Kingdom came and kidnapped Robert and Eugene because they knew medicine. When Xiaofeng heard this, she immediately looked at Eudora angrily. Nonsense, it's obvious that you sold the information to them in exchange for not being arrested. You were bitten by a zombie at that time. If Robert hadn't stitched you up, you would have died. How could you repay kindness with hatred? Xiaofeng became more and more excited as she spoke, and tears began to fall again. The 1.80 meter tall man hugged her shoulders tightly, his eyes filled with infinite love and affection, and anger towards Eudora. Qin Qian raised his eyebrows. It seems that these two people are interesting. Qin Qian questioned Eudora again, but didn't get any information. She put away the knife, turned, and walked towards the RV. His face was heavy. He said nothing, and just waved towards Song Zhi. Song Zhi let go of Eudora's brother, stood up, and followed, not forgetting to pick up the tables, chairs, and benches and walk into the RV. The light in the eyes of those who coveted the food on the table suddenly faded. Before closing the door, Qin Qian turned to Yimba and said, Please wait a moment. Seeing that there was a chance, the 1.8 meter tall man immediately nodded. Eudora glared at Qin Qian angrily and rubbed her cheeks. He cursed softly, Damn, you stinky bitch. After being glanced at by the 1.80 meter tall man, he dared not say a word. In the car, Qin Qian said to the two, I want to infiltrate that organization and find Eugene and Robert. Song Zhi, you go with me. Big Mouth, you stay here and guard. Anyone who dares to covet our things will be killed. Neither of them had any objection and just followed her orders. Song Zhi hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask her something, but was afraid of embarrassing her. Qin Qian seemed to have guessed his thoughts, sighed softly, and patted his arm. I know what you want to ask. Many of them involve my private affairs, so I cannot talk about them. I only tell you that they are my enemies whom I will kill as soon as possible, even if I chase them to the ends of the earth. Song Zhi, help me. She spoke earnestly, with a hint of unbearable sadness in her eyes. Song Zhi's heart felt like it was being pinched by a zombie's sharp claws, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't breathe. When had he ever seen Qin Qian look so sad? How could he bear to see his beloved girl feel even a little bit sad? Okay, since they are your enemies, they are also my enemies. He gently held Qin Qian's small hand. He bent down slightly and leaned forward. I don't call it a machete for nothing. If you see someone you dislike, I can kill him with just one word. Qin Qian chuckled and bit her lower lip lightly. There was an indescribable shyness and coquettishness in her eyes, and she wanted to pull back the hand he was holding. Unexpectedly, Song Zhi tightened his grip, and she couldn't pull it out. Tisk, Qin Qian patted his chest shyly, with a fierce look on her face. Song Zhi smiled bitterly and covered his chest, pretending to be in pain and groaning. Qin Qian was amused by his pretentiousness and couldn't help but let out a soft poo. She pulled her little hand away, turned around and walked away, half angry and half smiling. Only Song Zhi and Zue were left. The bird didn't understand this little ambiguity of human beings. He stood on Song Zhi's shoulder with his bird's head tilted. Telephone pole, why is your face so red? Ever since Big Mouth gained intelligence and began practicing, he has possessed a full set of human senses. It also retains its bird-like vision and sense of smell. When interacting with humans in daily life, we naturally use human senses. So Song Zhi's face turned red. He saw everything. Song Zhi squinted at the Big Mouth, opened his thin lips slightly, and uttered two words in a very domineering manner. Country bumpkin. Gah! Big Mouth immediately got angry. You said I'm a bumpkin? Bullshit. I'm a noble corvid. Ga 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 ga. As he said that, he jumped up and attacked Song Zhi crazily. The human chicken war has begun again. An hour later, Qin Qian opened the door and got out of the car. The 1.80-meter tall man who was waiting not far away came over immediately. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw Qin Qian's look. Qin Qian just now was wearing a tight black suit and leather combat boots. With her hair tied into a bun, she looks fierce and heroic. Now she has changed into a somewhat worn light purple dress. Her long, loose hair was smooth and shiny black, like the most expensive silk, reflecting the orange light of the campfire. The delicate small face has perfectly proportioned facial features, a standard template for plastic surgery modeling. Add to that her skin, which is so delicate that it is almost impossible to be with her in the end times. Even in the past, one could only see such stunning beauties on TV. It gives people the feeling that she can only be kept in the castle, away from the world. The 1.80-meter tall man was stunned, and the people behind him were also staring at Qin Qian in silence. If you hadn't seen her killing zombies before, killing each kid with one knife, I'm afraid he really thinks she's just a delicate girl who is weak and can be bullied. Damn, this is such a ripoff. Qin Qian ignored those looks and said to the 1.80-meter tall man, "Come here by yourself. I have something to tell you." The 1.80-meter tall man immediately nodded in agreement and followed her pace. Chapter 98. Infiltrating the Ingwe Kingdom. The two walked to a secluded place, and Qin Qian told him his plan. The 1.80-meter tall man immediately expressed his concern. You said you want to sneak in? No, it's really dangerous in there. King Ingwe is very fond of women and has very tricks. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Qin Qian waved her hands. I have my own way to protect myself. What I need you to do is to get a signal from Big Mouth. Oh, that's my bird. Quickly take all your able-bodied men who can fight and go in to rescue your loved ones. To catch a thief, you must first catch the king. I will kill the king, and then the scene will be very chaotic. I am afraid that I will kill your people. The 1.8-meter tall girl was overjoyed. Miss Qin, thank you really. Qin Qian shook his head indifferently. I went in for my own purpose, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. He paused, then continued. I need you to do me a favor and take your people to guard the entrance to the Crescent Moon Kingdom. As soon as you see Robert and Eugene come out, help me catch them. They don't have any special powers, so they should be easy to catch. They are my people. If you can keep them and let us meet, I will give you 20 kilograms of grains and 5 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Of course, if they didn't come out, there would be no reward. However, you also saved your relatives, So no matter how you look at it, you didn't lose out. The 1.8-meter tall man did not doubt him and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Whether you specifically helped us or not, we have received your help. I will repay this kindness with a crystal core. Qin Qian smiled mysteriously. I don't need the crystal core. I just want you to promise me one thing. What's up? Let's not talk about it now. When this is over, I will come to you to fulfill my promise. Qin Qian smiled mysteriously, turned and left. She walked closer to the campfire and saw Xiao Feng packing her backpack. The little girl was quiet and silent, doing her own thing honestly. She did not join other girls in the team in trying to curry favor with Song Zhi and flatter him. Well, it seems that Big Mouth was right about the girl. She's a girl who deserves others to be nice to her. Seeing the 1.80-meter tall figure coming towards him, Xiao Feng immediately raised his head and gave a gentle smile. Her eyes were full of admiration and love, like a young wife seeing her husband coming home from get off work. Qin Qian smiled quietly like an auntie. Qin Qian's plan was simple. She and Song Zhi drove a shabby car. It was intercepted by a team sent by Yingwei Kingdom to search for supplies. Song Zhi pretended to be defeated, and Qin Qian pretended to have no special powers. When the other party saw it, they thought, isn't this pie in the sky? This dainty little beauty could be presented to the king, and they would be able to have enough food to eat for another half-month. This man is the little beauty's brother, and he has supernatural powers. After a few beatings and a few days of starvation, he will probably become obedient. Just like before, his sister became the king's concubine. For the sake of his sister, he would naturally stay in the organization and work for it. The king has always ruled the court and the harem in this way, and this method has always been effective. In this way, the two of them were taken back to the underground city along with their car. Qin Qian curled up, shivering, and cried in Song Zhi's arms. Brother, I'm scared. Song Zhi said regretfully. It's my fault that I'm incompetent and can't protect you. I'm sorry. The car was parked in a corner of the underground parking lot. The bald man driving the car chuckled and said, Don't cry. Let me tell you, as long as you serve the king well, with your looks, it won't be a problem to make you a concubine. Not only will you have food and drink, but your brother can also be a general protecting the country. The king will not mistreat anyone who is useful. The guy with the gold chain in the passenger seat grinned and echoed the sentiment. He stared at Qin Qian and couldn't help licking his lips. You are so damn beautiful. It's a pity that I have to exchange you for food. Otherwise, brother will definitely take good care of you. Qin Qian was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly buried her face in Song Zhi's arms. Song Zhi glared at the brother with the gold chain, as if he wanted to use his eyes to poke a few bloody holes in his body. Bump! The bald man punched Song Zhi in the face. Fuck! Why are you staring at me? Be careful, or I'll dig your eyes out. Get out of the car. The two were pulled down. Song Zhi's face immediately turned red. He moved his cheeks, but said nothing. He just lowered his eyelids to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, afraid of being discovered and the plan being exposed. Qin Qian felt inexplicably nervous and glanced at the bald man. Good. I remember what he looks like. This was originally the underground part of a large supermarket. There are 4 floors in total, with a parking lot on the east side and a food court on the west side. There is also a large upmarket supermarket with a wide range of food items. It has now been transformed into an underground city, and the first floor is the territory of the powerless refugees. The underground floor is a slum with a very high temperature and a foul smell. Along the way, there were all kinds of people sleeping on the mats, young and old. They were all huddled together, looking pale and skinny. There were people patrolling and guarding to stop fights. People are like animals, kept in this small place that exudes a foul smell. The second floor is the territory of small vendors. What is sold are some food and daily necessities. Qin Qian looked at the food. Most of it was homemade, made from whole grains mixed with tree roots and wild vegetables. Or some snacks, rice, noodles, etc. collected from outside. The price is not cheap. A piece of bread costs 1 crystal core, or a bottle of water. The third floor is where the powerful and wealthy live, usually the relatives and friends of the princesses. Only those trusted by the king have the right to live here. There are public toilets and restaurants, and occasionally the aroma of food can be smelled, and the air smells much better than the previous 2 floors. Every time Qin Qian reached a new level, he would use his supernatural powers to search for the breath of the 2 demons. Qin Qian was too familiar with their aura. Unfortunately, the 2 people have not been found so far. Qin and Song were escorted through the crowd, and their stunning looks immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Many men coveted Qin Qian's beauty, but they all knew that the most beautiful woman belonged to the king. However, many women have set their sights on Song Zhi. An older lady came up to ask, "Is this the newly captured boy?" The bald man chuckled. "Sister Lu, you want it again? Aren't you afraid of hurting your waist like last time?" The people around suddenly burst into laughter. Sister Lu blushed. "Hey, you little brats, I'm asking you a question. How many crystal cores are you selling?" The bald man said, "He is different from the previous ones I sold to you. He is a supernatural being. It is useful to keep him. Besides, his sister is so beautiful. Maybe she will be a concubine in the future. Can you afford to offend her?" The ant wanted to say something, then looked at Song Zhi and then at Qin Qian. "Finally, shut up. Just as I was about to move forward, I saw a man in gorgeous clothes coming towards me. He was holding a girl in his arms, and there were 2 or 3 more people following behind him. It is obvious at first glance that he is a central authority in this organization." The bald man immediately greeted him. "Sir Sun, hello, hello." Lord Sun pouted his mouth like a catfish and ignored the 2 men at all. Instead, he let his eyes linger on Qin Qian's face, smiling in a lewd way. However, when he turned around, he found that the women in his arms and behind him were all staring at Song Zhifa infatuatedly. "Depend on. Damn you, pretty boy, you dare to steal my house." He immediately shouted angrily. "Stop. Is this kid newly captured?" The bald man quickly agreed. "Yes, I just caught him. He has the power of lightning." Lord Sun hooked his finger and said, "Let him come with me." The bald man didn't dare to disobey and took Song Zhi to follow Lord Sun. Lord Sun cursed in his heart. "How dare this damn pretty boy seduce my woman? You will be killed without a complete body immediately." Chapter 99. The 4th Floor Underground. Qin Qian was brought by Brother Gold Chain to the entrance to the 4th underground floor and stopped. He knocked urgently on the iron door leading to the 4th floor. Qin Qian worked hard to interpret the role of a little girl who was forced to be separated from her brother and was about to be taken to an unfamiliar environment. He cried and struggled, trembling with fear, looking pitiful. Of course, she can also just kill everyone in her way. How awesome would that be? But being arrogant is useless. Only by being careful can you ensure a safe journey. In the end times, if she takes a wrong step, she will be doomed. If you're not 100% sure, don't act rashly. Qin Qian continued to cry, which made Brother Gold Chain very embarrassed. He was afraid that people would misunderstand that he was bullying her. "I can only advise, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Surviving is worse than anything else. Whoa, please let me go." Qin Qian's acting was so realistic that the eldest brother kept scratching the back of his head and was speechless. Fortunately, at this time, the door opened and an older woman came over and asked, "What's the matter?" "Look, I just caught a girl and wanted to present her to the king." When she was talking about the gold chain, the eldest sister pinched Qin Qian's chin and took a look. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Wow, where did this little fairy come from? The king will definitely like her, huh?" The aunt looked at Qin Qian's little face carefully, as if she was a brothel owner looking at a newly bought girl and liking her more and more. This is related to her performance this month. A beautiful girl can provide food for the whole family for most of half a month. The old lady turned her head and looked at the gold chain. The concubine died yesterday, and the king was worried about not having a suitable wife. "Oh, you have done a great job this time." Jean Lianzi was surprised and said, "Shufei? Wasn't she sent over 3 days ago? How come she died?" The aunt glanced at Qin Qian and said with a grin, "You were disobedient and secretly sent food to your mother behind the king's back. Those who disobey here will not have a good ending." These words were meant for Qin Qian to hear. Qin Qian cooperated by making an expression of being frightened and staggered back 2 steps. The old lady raised her eyebrows and sneered with great complacency. After saying that, he took Qin Qian and the big gold chain down to the 4th floor. This floor has the brightest lighting and the cleanest and tittiest interior. There was even a very light fragrance floating in the air. It smells a bit like prickly heat powder and toilet water. The small shops on both sides of the corridor were converted into rooms. Wherever there is a light, there lives a woman. Everyone was wearing revealing clothes and wearing seductive makeup. The rooms in the shop all have glass doors, so their every move is fully displayed to everyone. Just like the kittens and puppies in the display cabinets in the past, for people to watch and choose. Of course, the only one who is qualified to choose is the king. When Qin Qian passed by, They all stood up and stretched their necks to look her up and down. When seeing her face, some people were amazed and angry, some were disgusted and anxious, some were sighed and sad, and some were filled with jealousy. These people should be the king's concubines. The lady walking in front raised her chin and said, "Don't look at me. You'll be one of them sooner or later, but with your beauty, you should live very close to the king. This way you will have more chances to be summoned, so you must cherish them. When you become successful in the future, don't forget that I am your mentor." Qin Qian felt increasingly cold and was glad that he had lived a solitary life in his previous life. Otherwise, with her high-priced looks and her ability to get a low price, she would definitely be one of the people in the cubicle. Seeing that Qin Qian didn't say anything, the old lady snorted coldly. "Another uneducated jerk. He has become stupid from studying. Don't you know what the world is like now? Idiot." Qin Qian was daydreaming when he was suddenly dragged by the arm into a small cubicle next to him. An older woman was sitting inside. Seeing someone coming, she tilted her head proudly. "New here?" The old lady smiled and said flatteringly, Yes, do you think the goods are good?" The big gold chain behind him immediately poked his head out. "I caught you. Hee, do you still remember me?" The older woman glanced at them both and wrote their names on a form. "After she has served you in the king's bed, he will give you food, but will she be obedient?" The old lady sighed and smiled mysteriously. "You know that no matter how disobedient a woman is, once she sees the king, she will immediately behave like a kitten." The older woman nodded, and they both smiled knowingly. Qin Qian suddenly felt something strange. From what they said, it seemed that the king had some special ability that could make women submit to him. If he is not extremely handsome and good at flirting, he can make girls happy. It means he has supernatural powers. Qin Qian had been exploring the psychics around him as he walked along. She found that except for the guards at the door and the two psychics in the center of the dungeon, everyone else was an ordinary person. Since this dungeon dares to call itself a kingdom, there must be many people with special abilities. Qin Qian explored all the way from the first floor to the underground and found no more than 3 high-level psychics. How is this possible? She felt that there must be other people with special abilities in places she couldn't detect. The 2 old guys used threats and inducements, and Qin Qian cooperated and acted as if he had to bow his head. Promise to stay. They stuffed a set of clothes on her and asked her to change. Qin Qian picked up her clothes and walked into the dressing room. I don't know how Song Zhi is doing now. What if he is taken to a place with a lot of people with special abilities and can't handle it? Qin Qian concentrated on sensing Song Zhi through the ring. It was discovered that he was using his supernatural powers extensively. Qin Qian frowned slightly. He was indeed fighting, but from her perception, Song Zhi was not struggling. On the contrary, it's quite happy. "Oh, okay, I'm worried about you. I didn't expect you to have so much fun." Qin Qian's mouth twitched, but he still transmitted a large wave of energy to him through the ring. "Go play. Sister has important things to do." I had just changed my clothes when I heard a noise outside. When the curtain was drawn, 5 young women were seen standing there, talking in a haughty manner. Seeing Qin Qian coming over, the other party immediately approached with hostility and looked at Qin Qian carefully. She was wearing a pure white dress at this time. Soft white fabric and smooth black hair. The facial features are delicate and small, and the skin is firm, white, elastic, tender, and smooth. Several women became even more jealous. The skin condition was simply amazing. Even before the end of the world, they could not achieve the same results using skincare products worth thousands of dollars or medical aesthetics worth tens of thousands of dollars. What's more, it's the end of the world now. Who doesn't have a sallow complexion, loose skin, and freckles? They have skincare products to use every day, but the condition of the skin is not even as good as the skin on the back of Qin Qian's hand. Why? The mushroom-haired girl at the lead had cold and fierce eyes, but she tried to pretend to smile. What a pretty little sister. The king will surely love her very much when he sees her. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Qin Qian's soft long hair. The jealous fire in her eyes almost burned her eyeballs. It's just that this long hair is a nuisance. It will definitely waste water when I wash it in the future. It's the end of the world now. We must learn to save water. She waved behind her, and 4 women immediately gathered around her, each holding a pair of scissors in their hands. The mushroom-headed girl gave an order in a haughty manner. Cut it off. As they spoke, the 4 women immediately rushed towards Qin Qian. Chapter 100 Psychic. Qin Qian sneered. She hadn't even served the emperor in the bedchamber yet, and already someone was starting to compete for his favor. She took 2 steps back to protect her hair. The people around her were just watching the fun, and no one wanted to help her out. In other words, who wouldn't want to see a woman who is 100 times more beautiful than herself, living a miserable life? Worse than a dog? You can be better, but you can't be better than me. The mushroom-head girl sneered. Don't hide, sister. The sisters are teaching you the rules. Here, only absolute obedience can bring you fine clothes and delicious food. Otherwise, there's only one way out. You should be more sensible and not joke with your life. A life of luxury? She couldn't laugh anymore, although Qin Qian didn't eat meat and fish every day. But compared with their diet, it is definitely a delicacy from land and sea. I really want to see what their expressions are when they see the meals they eat every day. Just as she was thinking about it, a girl with a hedgehog head suddenly rushed up and waved a pair of scissors to scare her. Kneel down and let the sisters teach you the rules. Yes, kneel down. It's so hot, and combing your hair this long will attract lice. You'd better cut it. Qin Qian curled her lips and sneered, too lazy to act out the legend of Zhenhuan with them. One sentence to shut everyone up. If you have the guts, don't cut my hair, just kill me. Otherwise, if anyone dares to touch even a hair of mine, I will definitely complain to the king. Suddenly, the 5 people's faces showed a look of surprise and doubt, and they all stopped. It was impossible to kill her. After all, the news that a stunning beauty had arrived here had spread throughout the dungeon. If the king knew that they had killed her, he would be furious. By then, they will all be finished. Qin Qian relied on this reason to take the initiative and become the host without fear. You all look pale and skinny, wear ragged clothes, and live in a house so far away. I guess you have fallen out of favor, right? How many times does the king see you in a month? I am the new favorite, and I am so beautiful. I can kill you with just a few words. Why don't you try to curry favor with me now? Maybe if I'm happy, you can have a few good meals. Qin Qian reached out to tidy up her hair and smiled seductively. Not to mention the brother with the gold chain standing behind. Even the girls present were all weak. Several people looked at each other, and the arrogance they had just shown disappeared in an instant. Qin Qian smiled secretly in her heart. She was the woman who memorized the entire text of the legend of Zhenhuan. In the past, there were many people who were jealous of her beauty in school, and she could choke people to death with just one sentence. This time I'm back to my old job. Mushroom-headed girl retorted unwillingly. How long do you think you can be favored? It's nothing more than a flash in the pan. Qin Qian smiled and said, It doesn't have to be long, just longer than you. I thought Mushroom Head would be furious, but I didn't expect her to stagger back and hug herself tightly. She cried and shook her head. No, he loves me, he said, he loves me. I serve him so many times in one night. He loves me the most. Ugh. Qin Qian frowned in confusion. Are you so infatuated? It seems that this king is really handsome and caring. Qin Qian became more interested. Of course, not that kind of interest. Who can be as handsome as her machete? She was just curious about this person's abilities and was probably not just a simple psychic. Qin Qian turned to look at the lady beside him. Where is the king? Take me there. The old lady came back to her senses and coughed awkwardly. It's not time yet. The king is attending to official business. He will naturally summon you tonight. Night? Qin Qian was very surprised. She didn't have that much time to wait until night. Even if she can wait, can Song Zhi wait? He may not be fighting with anyone somewhere right now. Even if she could continue to transmit energy to him, he was still a mortal after all, and it would not work if she continued like this. And there were Robert and Eugene. She couldn't wait to meet her old friends. Qin Qian was thinking quickly in his mind how to sneak out and find someone. Just then, someone at the door called out, "The queen is here." Qin Qian suddenly felt a strange energy approaching her. She looked over alertly and saw a young and noble middle-aged woman wearing a violet satin cheongsam walking towards her. Her temperament is graceful and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. There was a girl with a ponytail following him. She was also pretty and cute, about 17 or 18 years old, and as pretty as a little snowball. Both of them have outstanding temperament and fragrant smell, which makes people feel extremely comfortable. Qin Qian couldn't help but stare in amazement, and couldn't help being attracted by their aura. The people around her bowed down, and she almost followed suit. Just as she was stunned, the ring on her ring finger suddenly felt hot. The heat made Qin Qian gasp, and she suddenly felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. When he looked up again, the scene before him had undergone a shocking change. The young, beautiful woman suddenly turned into an old lady with a pear-shaped figure and rough, dark skin. You can take it to the vegetable market and sell vegetables directly at the stall. The little girl also became a very ordinary girl, the kind that you couldn't find even if you threw her into a crowd of people and searched for a long time. Qin Qian then realized that she had been tricked silently. A psychic controlled her brain and made her see what he wanted her to see. Fortunately, the slave ring pulled her out of the illusion in time. However, Qin Qian herself is also a psychic. As long as she can realize that something is wrong, she will wake up quickly. This kind of mind control ability, if it is of a high level, can be very difficult to deal with. However, this person's rank is so low that Qin Qian doesn't even want to abuse her. What are you fussing about? You can't even have dinner. The girl who looked like a maid shouted angrily, and everyone lowered their heads instantly, not daring to speak. The maid turned to look at Qin Qian, and the queen also noticed her. In the eyes of outsiders, they still look like perfect fairies. The queen tried to appear dignified and elegant and looked at Qin Qian. It made Qin Qian feel creepy. I don't know what's the point of their tricks. Suddenly, the queen narrowed her crow's feet eyes and revealed a gentle smile. It's really beautiful. The king will definitely like it. She walked over and took Qin Qian's hand. The king knows you're coming and is very happy. He has already said that he will summon you to the bedchamber immediately. Come with me.